Chapter 1. Traversing the Villain, Beginning in Hell. Victor, you have truly become famous. Reflecting upon the words of the woman who had just departed, the man rubbed his temples, a touch of vexation evident. At this moment, he finally found a moment to glance at the newspaper that lay on his desk. This particular newspaper had been sent by his sister, Leah Clavena, just moments ago. She had also scolded him vehemently, leaving the study with an expression of disappointment that suggested she felt he was wasting his potential. By now, she was likely already on her way back to their estate. Victor's gaze returned to the newspaper on the desk. Were the insults mere baseless slurs, they would undoubtedly have ignited his anger. However, he found himself unable to retaliate. The content of the newspaper was directly related to him. He picked up the paper, his obsidian-like eyes scanning the headlines. The front page bore the photograph of a man. Even in the monochrome print of the newspaper, the man's remarkable handsomeness was evident. The article's content was straightforward. The man's actions appeared to be an invitation to a girl who, smiling, declined his advances. Indeed, the headline read, "Shocking. Lord Clavena's scandalous behavior at the Duke's daughter's soiree." One must admit, the newspaper knew how to capture attention. Had he encountered such a title himself, he undoubtedly would have spent a few coins to procure a copy for leisurely perusal during afternoon tea. Alas, the subject of this sensational headline was none other than himself, Victor Clavena. He gazed into the mirror placed on his desk, which reflected an image strikingly similar to that of the handsome man in the newspaper. Most crucially, the Duke's daughter was a minor. As someone who had just traversed into this realm, devoid of any memories of his past life, Victor had no desire to bear this burden. Yet, the dilemma lay in the fact that if a mentally ill person committed murder, claiming insanity could exempt them from the death penalty provided they possessed the requisite documentation. Victor did not. Thus, he was left to shoulder the sins bequeathed to him by the former Victor, enduring a torrent of furious reproach. To return to the crux of the issue, the gravity of the situation extended beyond merely having expressed his feelings to the underage daughter of the Duke. The underlying cause resided in the character he had embodied. Victor Clavena, man of noble heritage, holding the title of Viscount. In the Kalenxia Empire, a realm governed by a hierarchy of nobility, his title was more a symbol of identity than a source of privilege. Beyond possessing a domain, he had little else in the way of advantages. To commoners, Victor was undoubtedly perceived as a person of influence and power. However, to provoke the Duke's daughter, a Viscount could not possibly contend with the Duke. "This is quite a headache," he muttered, resting his forehead in his hand and letting out a slow sigh. In truth, Victor was well aware of where he had found himself. After a meticulous arrangement within the study, every detail could be perfectly compared to a game he once played in his previous life. It was an adventurous MMORPG or massively multiplayer online role-playing game. In this realm of swords and sorcery, players could customize their appearances, embody various races, experience diverse professions, engage in intricate storylines, and face numerous challenges. His profession, however, was that of a power leveler. This game necessitated character leveling for those who were not willing to spend exorbitantly. It required a considerable investment of time to gather various resources and materials. Should a player wish to avoid monetary expenditures yet lack the time to attain levels and materials, the assistance of a power leveler became essential. Furthermore, in certain PvP player versus player ranked matches, players often found themselves striving to ascend to tiers inconsistent with their actual capabilities, thereby necessitating the aid of power levelers. In his former life, he had been engaged in this very trade and had garnered a modicum of renown within the power leveling community. Just yesterday, having forsaken food and sleep, he dedicated 7 days to complete the 17th order he had received for the month. Just as he was about to settle his accounts, Nafe perished unexpectedly. His transmigration was indeed rather unceremonious. Thus, it must be acknowledged that this is a perilous world, replete with an array of fantastical powers. Individuals of the caliber of a duke naturally command their own private military forces. On the surface, the Clavena family had provoked the ire of a duke, and to the outside world, their demise seemed imminent. Yet, fortunately, "I am not entirely devoid of opportunities," Victor remarked, laying down the newspaper, a subtle smile gracing his lips, exuding a semblance of confidence. Regardless of how exaggerated the potential crises may appear, he perceived them as resolvable. After all, this was merely a game world. If all proceeded as expected, he was currently the first player in this Game 1 who had traversed countless game endings and was exceedingly familiar with its mechanics. To him, a mere Duke posed no substantial threat. I wonder what time it is now. Perhaps it was just prior to the official commencement of the game's storyline? It seemed quite likely. In any case, before confronting the potential dangers posed by the Duke, he needed to gather more information, such as the current narrative nodes and the relationships with available NPCs. Knock, knock. A soft sound echoed from the door. Victor adjusted his thoughts and responded calmly, "Enter." A servant entered the room, carrying a tray. She placed the teacup carefully on the desk and, with a respectful bow, addressed Victor. "Master, Miss Gwen has sent an invitation, hoping to meet with you this afternoon." "Gwendolen?" "Yes." The servant found it peculiar that the master inquired about Miss Gwen's full name, yet she maintained her composure, standing respectfully by, awaiting Victor's response. Meanwhile, Victor's mind recalled the character beneath that familiar name, Gwendolen. Born into a knightly family guarding the borders of the Empire, the commander of the Royal Knights, a true champion of justice. Surely, they are not here to capture me, Victor mused inwardly. Gwendolen is no insignificant figure. As the mightiest knight within the kingdom of Calencia, her prowess remains astonishingly formidable even during the chaotic climax of the game. In the latter stages, Gwendolen evolves into a formidable boss that players must confront, her formidable strength indelibly etched in the minds of every player during that era. Victor possesses a clear understanding of her combat capabilities. This woman is utterly untouchable. Otherwise, he would indeed face death. Though he has traversed into this world, it appears he possesses no extraordinary abilities to rely upon. Thus, it seems prudent to avoid an encounter for the time being. A meeting might arouse her suspicion regarding his identity. Until he acquires stable means and strength to confront her, caution must prevail. After some contemplation, Victor spoke calmly, dismiss her, and inform her that I am unavailable. Understood, the servant responded, bowing once more. After straightening up, she appeared to wrestle with some unspoken concern. After a prolonged pause, she finally spoke, "By the way, my lord, if you're considering keeping a pet, I would not recommend a black one-eyed crow. Crows are inherently harbingers of misfortune, and a one-eyed crow is hardly aesthetically pleasing. Of course, this is merely my suggestion." Having spoken, she seemed to regret her words, bowing again before hastily exiting the study. With a soft click, the door to the study closed, yet Victor's thoughts remained unsettled, for he had turned his gaze to a peculiar dark creature nestled in the corner of the desk. It resembled a crow, albeit somewhat larger. Moreover, as the servant had mentioned, it possessed but a single eye, located upon its forehead. That eye seemed imbued with a semblance of humanity, spinning restlessly. At last, its solitary eye met Victor's gaze. Then, it revealed a smile that bore a hint of human-like expression. "Greetings, I am the evil god Abika." Chapter 2. Are you willing to enter into a contract with me, providing sustenance and shelter? Abika? Victor paused momentarily, memories from the game beginning to resurface in his mind. This was one of the many deities within the game's lore, appearing solely as a character in the background and mentioned only in the narrative of collection quests. No one had ever witnessed its true form. According to the chronicles of the game, Habika's appearances were invariably accompanied by calamities or tragedies. There had been a particularly severe account of Habika's presence, which led to the decimation of half the human population in the world. This was a malevolent and fearsome deity. Of course, you may also call me by my current name, Vega. The crow, identifying itself as Vega, politely tucked its wings against its chest and bowed. Victor, unable to decipher the creature's intentions, chose to remain silent. Noticing Victor's reticence, Vega fluttered its wings and adjusted its posture. "Interesting. It seems you have heard of me." Victor replied, "I do not know you." He understood all too well that entanglement with a deity was seldom a fortuitous affair, a fact well recognized among players. Particularly with such a sinister being from the background story, it appeared exceedingly perilous. Yet, one couldn't help but wonder why this malevolent god, never before introduced in the game's narrative, would seek him out in advance. Vega opened its beak, a raspy voice emerging like that of a crow, interjecting before Victor could speak. "You are not Victor. Your soul is not sufficiently tainted." Its solitary eye fixated on Victor, attempting to discern a hint of alarm on his face. But Victor's perpetually expressionless demeanor left it disappointed. "Gods can see through souls," it stated. "Nevertheless, it matters not. I have come to find you. Vega shook its feathers, and a slender black feather fell onto the table, transforming into a sheet of black paper. White. Serpentine lines began to twist and coil into a cluster of words, resembling a demonic contract. Victor scrutinized the contents of the paper and mockingly remarked, "Aren't you a god? Have you fallen so low?" He had not anticipated that even deities would seek to sign clients. The contract delineated an agreement. Should he affix his signature, he would be obliged to provide for this crow's every need, even assisting in the construction of a church to foster this malevolent goddess followers. The contract stipulated that the more followers it garnered, the greater its power would become. Then it ended there. Victor mused, even a predatory contract is not so absurd, to provide for you, to seek out followers for you, while you reap the benefits. And I gain nothing? He stared at the crow, which was gracefully preening its feathers, resembling a noble bird, if one could overlook its singular eye. My power is largely sealed, and I must seek the protection of others. If this deal is struck, you will gain the friendship of a deity. Quite advantageous. Vega continued to peck at its plumage. Victor was at a loss for words. The friendship of a god? What good would that do him? The crow cast a sidelong glance with its solitary eye, seemingly perceiving his thoughts, and calmly stated, "It could save your life." Deal. Victor elegantly inscribed his name upon the contract. He harbored no apprehension about potential deceit, for deities, even the malevolent ones, are typically true to their word. Upon signing the contract, he sensed the emergence of a remarkably subtle connection between them. It was as if, with but a mere thought, he could locate the raven wherever it might be. The raven perched upon Victor's shoulder, pecking at its feathers. As Leah had remarked, keeping a raven as a pet was indeed a matter of questionable taste. However, as a newcomer who had already formalized the pact, he resolved to regard it as a pet lacking in refinement. After all, his only obligations were to provide for its sustenance and shelter. As for the church, he could always invest in constructing one later. Following the signing of the contract, a sudden curiosity about his own capabilities washed over Victor. Being favored by a malevolent deity surely implied he was not lacking in prowess. Moreover, if he were indeed the victor of this realm, as he suspected, he began to emulate his actions from the game, silently invoking a thought. Before him materialized a game interface. Name, Victor Clavina, 39, 10001000. For 90049000 Victor Clavina. While countless aged mages remained ensnared at the second tier, had ascended to the third tier by the tender age of 20. He was not taken aback. The third tier mage corresponded to levels 30 to 39 in the game, with further progression following suit. This aligned perfectly with the backstory, where Victor had not advanced for 9 years, and his reputation as a genius had long been forgotten by the world. It was only upon truly becoming Victor that he realized he had been concealing his talents. In the game, a series of Victor Clavina's actions led to the upheaval of the Calencia Empire. The reigning empress issued a quest, seeking players to vanquish Victor Clavina. This character garnered various labels, such as high attack, high speed, difficult to defeat, strikingly handsome, and rogue mage, resulting in an inexplicable popularity. Consequently, Victor Clavina's reputation was far from favorable, often described as detestable. Much like the present moment, he found himself sipping tea at home, only to be burdened with an unwanted reputation of unfulfilled romantic intentions. At this juncture, his suspicions were confirmed. The experience points accumulated over time had long been sufficient for him to easily surpass the threshold of the third tier, ascending to the rank of a fourth-tier human saint mage. However, Victor had refrained from doing so, for he had been meticulously plotting a scheme. Despite his less-than-stellar character, the title of genius was undeniably valid. After a moment of contemplation, he rose and made his way toward the backyard of the estate. Vega finally ceased pecking at its feathers and inquired about his intentions. Without turning his head, Victor replied, "I am a mage, and I must practice my magic to maintain my proficiency. Come along with me." Chapter 3. You actually have craftsmanship skills? Vega perched on his shoulder, chattering incessantly. In no time, they arrived at the training grounds, where several massive stone targets stood resolutely. Victor gazed up at these towering statues, a sense of astonishment welling within him. In the game, players' backyards are adorned with magical monoliths that enhance skill proficiency. These stones emit numerical damage indicators, allowing one to discern the mastery of skills and the proficiency of one's attributes. Upon encountering such an artifact in the backyard of the Victor Manor, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Vega, observing Victor's momentary pause, initially mistook it for a sign that Victor had been out of practice. Rendered speechless by the target before him, Subsequently, Vega began to chatter incessantly like a crow, expounding on the intricacies of magic, emphasizing the necessity of technique, and sharing numerous insights on efficient casting and maximizing power. With a ruffle of his well-groomed feathers, he boasted, "Were it not for my lack of strength, I would demonstrate formidable advanced magic." Victor remained silent, allowing Vega to continue his tirade. Casting a glance at his skill chart, Victor felt a surge of satisfaction. He had already mastered the spells available to him. As part of the second chapter of the game, the Kingdom's Turmoil, he was destined to confront a pivotal challenge that every player must face. As a skilled proxy player, Victor had committed these skills to memory long ago. With a mere flick of his hand, he could anticipate the opponent's every move. Vega continued to prattle on about the myriad of considerations in spellcasting, the formation of magic circles, the speed of incantation. Before he could finish his sentence, Victor raised his hand, and with a resounding crack, a bolt of black lightning erupted forth. First-tier spell, Black Thunder Spear. Victor's expression remained unchanged for him. Casting spells was as effortless as eating, drinking, or attending to nature's call. Then, a dazzling array of second and third-tier skills erupted forth, like fireworks painting the monolith with brilliant marks, illuminating the entire backyard in a breathtaking display. Vega, perched on Victor's shoulder, fell silent. Victor, however, felt a tinge of dissatisfaction as he noted the depletion of his mana. His physique was rather frail, and casting a few spells had exhausted his reserves. If a player donned a full set of equipment, their mana would easily exceed 10,000. What concern would they have for conserving magic? Did they need to draw magic circles to cast spells? Victor chose to ignore Vega. Among players, the mage class was often referred to as the spell machine gun. Due to the game mechanics, players were spared the intricacies of operational commands. Each magic circle was predefined, and all they needed was to initiate the casting to unleash their spells. As a practiced proxy player who had experimented with every class, Victor was already adept at all manner of skills. Casting a spell? It was a matter of course. With newfound confidence in his ability to master the art of spellcasting, Victor prepared to depart. Suddenly, Vega interjected, "Don't rush off. I find your method of spellcasting quite fascinating. Would you mind demonstrating a bit longer?" Victor had no intention of indulging him. Did he think this was a fireworks display that one could simply prolong at will? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he caught a glimpse of Vega's singular eye, which now shone with a brilliant blue, enveloping his body in a radiant light. He felt as though a cord had been tied between his body and that of the crow. Victor summoned the panel to take another glance. 995099999999. He looked down at Vega. "I want to report. This fellow is cheating." Several hours later, as Victor saw his blue bar still at 90%, he finally abandoned the exhausting notion of depleting his mana. At this point, he genuinely believed Vega was divine. Vega nodded in satisfaction, perhaps amused by Victor's elaborate maneuvers. "Indeed, it was intriguing. Should I keep you here for a few more hours so I may further ponder the mysteries of your spell casting?" Victor silently protested to Vega. Observing Victor's expressionless face, it relented. "Let us cease here. What are your plans next? Are you intending to linger in this backyard all day?" Its profound gaze fixed on Victor, seemingly intent on uncovering other secrets within him. "To the market to procure some items," Victor casually remarked as the crow remained perched on his shoulder, unwilling to take flight. "I shall accompany you and see what you purchase." Upon hearing Vega's words, Victor exhaled and summoned a servant to prepare the carriage. Upon entering the shop, Victor surveyed the myriad of materials and made his way directly to a counter. "What shall I procure?" The shopkeeper, noticing a customer, promptly emerged to greet him. Victor tapped the table lightly and said, "1 bag each of lizard man tails, harpy feathers, and beetle shells among these 30 materials." "Excellent. Our patron is indeed generous," the shopkeeper responded while counting Victor's order. The combined materials amounted to a full 30 bags. "Would you like me to arrange for them to be delivered to your home?" Victor waved his hand dismissively, rubbing his ring, and instantly, the materials vanished. The shopkeeper, witnessing this, wore an even more exaggerated smile. "Huh, our patron is truly lavish. Do come again." After Victor departed, a staff member approached the shopkeeper and inquired, "Boss, who is that individual?" The shopkeeper reprimanded him sharply, "Do not ask. Anyone capable of silently taking away such a quantity must possess an extraordinary identity." Only Victor knew that he had employed no trickery. He merely placed the items directly into a player-exclusive backpack, a maneuver even Vega failed to comprehend. Vega flapped its wings. Its raspy voice, characteristic of a crow, echoed in Victor's ear. Victor remained quietly attentive, entirely focused on the array of potential items materializing before him. The plethora of materials he had acquired was intended for crafting essential items required in the early stages of the game. The original game design stipulated that each player, regardless of profession, had access to an exceptionally rich and specialized synthesis book. As a player, Victor could summon these visuals at will, content with all his materials. Victor returned to his residence, descended into the basement, and rummaged through some corners to unearth a collection of glass bottles. What do you intend to do? Upon his shoulder, Vega felt a tremor in his heart, an instinct warning him that Victor was about to embark on another endeavor. The intuition of a deity is remarkably precise. He observed as Victor gradually amalgamated various materials, his palms radiating a continuous glow, the crackling sounds intensifying. What are you doing? Stop this at once. Chapter 4 Apologies. This content has been blocked. Vega felt he was on the brink of madness. What could possibly be happening in the basement? Is he concocting gunpowder? Victor, however, paid no heed to his words, instead becoming increasingly fervent. Following a blinding flash, the empty bottles on the table brimmed with a crimson liquid. Gazing at the plethora of healing potions before him, Vega couldn't help but grumble, "You truly are extraordinary. Crafting healing potions feels akin to preparing explosives." Victor chuckled lightly, nodding at the array of red elixirs displayed. Minor healing potion restores 300 points of health. Indeed. The tangible numerical manifestation of the items provided Victor with a sense of reassurance. Vega stared at the collection of healing potions, his single eye glimmering with a cerulean light. The red potions appeared slightly darkened. The deeper the hue, the more potent the healing effect. Vega leaped off his shoulder, soaring toward the table, uncorking a vial and pouring its contents into his mouth. He felt a wave of disorientation, clacking his beak before looking at Victor. "Did you truly create this potion yourself?" Victor affirmed, yet Vega sank into contemplation. What was the matter with this lad? The richness of the healing potion was more than sufficient to rival the lower-tier healing spells of the goddess of healing. Could it be that this boy harbored some hidden divine power? Upon further reflection, it wasn't such a bad thing for Victor to possess such capabilities. After all, they had already forged a pact, thus securing a formidable item crafter for themselves. Suddenly, Vega inquired, "Have you considered selling some of these? The quality is bound to yield a handsome profit." Victor shook his head in refusal, insisting that these concoctions were meant for his personal use. He lacked for nothing financially at present and deemed it unnecessary. In an instant, his hands emitted a resplendent blue glow, replicating a batch of mana potions. Each time Victor crafted an item, Vega experienced a subtle jolt of astonishment. Creating items by hand is a feat even master crafters cannot achieve. Could it be that he has awakened an exceptionally rare creation-type spell? Drawn by this human soul, Vega found himself increasingly perplexed by Victor. As a mage, mana potions undoubtedly held greater significance than healing potions. Although Vega possessed an infinite mana supply, assistance should not come without a price. And Victor was uncertain what the cost might entail. It would be prudent to prepare a few mana potions. Relying on others is less dependable than relying on oneself. After a brief moment, a voice resonated. Crafting skill upgrade, current level 2. With this advancement, Victor ceased his potion making, noticing new items appearing in his crafting menu. He gazed silently at Vega, who seemed somewhat flustered under his scrutiny until Victor finally spoke. "You must be a crow, right?" Vega replied, "Huh?" Victor, satisfied, plucked a jet-black feather from its form, magical creature's hair, and 6 magic crystals. He recalled distinctly that magic crystals were rare items, possessing the ability to record and store utterances, and even to contain magic itself. However, the magical energy within these crystals would gradually dissipate over time. Some had attempted to use magic stored in these crystals as explosives, but such endeavors had ended in failure. Given the exorbitant cost of magic crystals, investing in them for such purposes seemed futile. One could instead create actual explosives with that wealth. Having gathered sufficient materials, he prepared to commence the synthesis of an item. The materials swiftly transformed into strands of liquid, coalescing at a visible pace into a solid form, revealing the rudimentary shape of a glove. With several transparent magic crystals embedded within, a fingerless glove appeared before Victor. The crow shuddered slightly. "You can even craft equipment barehanded?" Chapter 5. I will continue to use you. Victor chose to ignore him, fixated on the glove before him, adorned with several flawless transparent magic crystals. It bore the following inscription: Mage's Hand, Level 2 crafted item, capable of storing 6 distinct magical attributes, enabling rapid activation and release without incantation. This item was essential for mages and adept players in urgent situations. He channeled his magical energy, gradually infusing the glove's crystals with various magical attributes. With each infusion, the transparent crystals changed color. As Victor continued to imbue the crystals with different magics, they took on a kaleidoscope of hues, until he finally ceased his efforts. Vega, now unperturbed by the spectacle, addressed him, able to store various magical attributes without the need for incantation. Such a remarkable item. Would you care to share how you achieved this? A frenzied blue flame flickered in its singular eye, and Victor simply shook his head at its insatiable curiosity. Confidential. How stingy, Vega remarked. Incredulous that a being of such malevolence would seek knowledge from a mere human. If word of this were to spread among his peers, he would surely become the subject of ridicule. Victor, however, chose to disregard him, solely to protect his secrets as a player. Should his ability to craft items by hand become known, it might attract the attention of those with nefarious intentions, and that would lead to complications. For his own sake, he had to remain vigilant. After a while, Victor, feeling a tinge of boredom, casually opened a book and began to read with patience. The scene before him in the library mirrored his memories from the game. He randomly selected a book and started flipping through its pages when suddenly a dialogue box flashed before his eyes. Do you wish to learn the first tier magic? Fireball? Required materials: flame flower, harpy feather. This was precisely why Victor had previously purchased an abundance of materials, not only for crafting items but also for learning magic by consuming them in the library. Although learning magic naturally required a monetary investment, Victor, being a lord of considerable wealth, was utterly unconcerned. This could be seen as a loophole within the game mechanics. The materials were typically obtained by defeating neutral creatures in the wild, yet Victor had the means to indulge in frenzied purchases at the store. Noticing that the day was still young, he immersed himself in learning at the library, diligently acquiring numerous beginner spells available on the first floor until his stock of materials was entirely depleted, leaving him with only a significant portion of his gold. Essentially, he had learned everything he could. By this time, dusk had descended, casting a golden hue into the library and rendering the floor a warm amber. As the evening deepened, an incongruous beam of light suddenly illuminated a corner of the library. It appeared that he was not the only one exerting effort in study. Curious to discover the identity of the individual, Victor made his way towards the source of the light. Upon seeing her, he paused momentarily. It was a young woman with shoulder-length hair and glowing yellow eyes that sparkled faintly in the dim light. At that moment, she sat at a desk, pen in hand, writing fervently. Chapter 6. Young lady, you are in trouble. Before that, do not overexert yourself. Henny nodded excitedly, her enthusiasm evident. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Victor was intrigued and inquired why such a capable individual as Henny would willingly serve as an assistant. Taken aback by Victor's question regarding her past, Henny's expression dimmed slightly. Yet she composed herself and replied, I graduated from the Royal Magical Academy, but I did not become a first-tier mage by the time of my graduation. Hence, I chose to remain at the academy as a voluntary assistant. The subsequent narrative became clear. Other professors naturally favored assistants they admired, while she, possessing ability but lacking talent, remained unnoticed. After hearing her explanation, Victor nodded and patted her shoulder. Keep up the good work. The academy would not allow you to stay here without recognizing your worth. Since I am new here, would you be so kind as to show me around the academy? Henny, flustered by his request, promptly agreed and began to tidy up the items on her desk. Having just arrived at the school, she had yet to explore it properly, and she seized this opportunity to take a closer look. Victor spoke those words, yet he was acutely aware of the truth within. He had traversed this realm countless times, familiar even with the secret garden nestled behind the dean's office. His remarks were merely intended to alleviate the burden of labor from his companion, particularly as that individual worked diligently before him. Such a dynamic instilled in him a sense of moral conflict. It was indeed his responsibility, yet he relied on another's assistance entirely. Nonetheless, amidst this ethical dilemma, there was a certain thrill. Who could resist a bit of leisure? Henny guided him through the entire academy, tirelessly introducing him to various structures, gardens, lawns, and the training grounds. Victor nodded in acknowledgement, though the surroundings felt as familiar to him as his own backyard. Upon reaching the arcane hall, he paused. This was a venue for players to engage in duels and hone their magical prowess. However, he soon sensed a troubling surge of magical energy emanating from within. It was evident that someone was conducting a perilous magical experiment inside. While the arcane hall served as a learning space for students, The practice of casting large-scale or dangerous spells was strictly prohibited. Victor furrowed his brow, suddenly understanding the rationale behind the principal's periodic inspections during his school days. Mischievous children required supervision, and unruly students even more so. Thus, he pushed the door open. Erica was in a state of utter despair. In her attempt to teach Victor a lesson, she had only succeeded in receiving a lecture in return. To make matters worse, her beloved hairpin had gone missing. It was a cherished gift from her mother, which she had inadvertently sent into the fissure of a teleportation array. To retrieve her hairpin, Erica had come to the arcane hall to practice teleportation magic, hoping to unravel Victor's manipulations of her teleportation array. Yet, it was clear that she was failing. With the sound of repeated array explosions reverberating around her, she tugged at her golden locks in frustration. How infuriating. Why had she failed yet again? As her attempts grew increasingly frantic, she made a grave error. The following content has been obscured by the eldritch being Habika using mental interference. The content is not visible. Chapter 7. Brother, we are out of money. Victor calmly reviewed the bill before gently placing it on the table. Leah, what are the sources of income for our territory? Upon hearing Victor's question, Leah tilted her head, squinting at him as though he were a fool. A soft chuckle escaped her lips, laced with a hint of mockery. How could a lord be so unaware of the revenue streams of his own domain? Although Victor was indeed in the dark, this did not deter Leah from ridiculing him, the ostensibly inept lord. Listen well. Our income in the Clavina territory primarily derives from the trade of grains and ores. Through Leah's explanations, Victor grasped the general concept. The Clavina family held dominion over a territory named after themselves, characterized by fertile land and surrounded by lush forests. The territory lay approximately 100 kilometers from the capital, reachable by carriage in merely a day's journey. Therefore, the second most prosperous town of the empire is situated here. The Clavina family possesses a remarkably rich vein of ore, which, even to this day, is sufficient for mining for over 50 years. Its geographical proximity to the royal capital, coupled with fertile land and bountiful harvests, ensures that the Clavina family finds it difficult to experience financial hardship. However, recently, the yield of ore has significantly diminished, and we have yet to enter the harvest season for grains. The food we previously sold was stored from last year's reserves. Leah turned to Victor, her tone laced with indignation. We must ensure that our territory can sustain its own consumption. We cannot sell everything. Our income has dwindled considerably. And at such a critical juncture, you dare to spend money so recklessly. Victor, upon hearing this, merely nodded, his expression devoid of any visible emotion. As he remained remarkably composed, do you not feel even a hint of remorse? Leah looked at Victor in disbelief. She was aware that her brother was rather indifferent to affairs, but surely he could not be entirely oblivious. Victor pondered for a moment, stroking his chin before responding. Hire a few mages and acquire a storefront in the most bustling part of the royal capital to establish a shop for magical implements. Leah, upon hearing Victor's suggestion, immediately became incensed, exclaiming, Victor, have you not heeded a single word of my counsel? Do you think such shops are rare in the royal capital? Even if you manage to open a store, what difference will it make? Do you believe your name alone can overshadow all other merchants? Victor, do you even know how to conduct business? Leah's agitation grew as she spoke. Reflecting on the years since their parents' passing, she had devoted herself to managing the territory, maintaining stability for over a decade, and even now, they still managed to remain somewhat afloat. Despite Victor's reckless spending, she had never voiced a complaint. Yet now, this brother who understood nothing of their affairs wished to meddle in the family business. What was he truly attempting to achieve? As her words continued, she felt increasingly wronged. Seeing that words could not quell Leah's emotions, Victor opted to say no more. He simply waved his hand, and dozens of bottles of azure potions appeared on the table before them. Leah was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the sea blue potions, her burgeoning anger suddenly stifled. What is this? She blinked in astonishment. At present, no one had ever encountered such magical potions. While items to restore magical energy do exist, they share common traits, rarity, and exorbitant cost. The market had only seen healing potions, whose effects diverged significantly from the life potion used by players. One provided a gradual restoration akin to consuming medicine, while the other instantly replenished health. This exemplified the stark difference between reality and gaming items. In essence, introducing gaming items into reality rendered them utterly extraordinary. Even a single vial of instant restorative magic potion could be deemed a legendary artifact. Thus, Victor refrained from elaborating, knowing that his words would be met with skepticism. Seeing is believing, he remarked calmly. Seek out a few sorcerers to exhaust themselves casting spells, then consume a vial, and you shall discern the course of action. Chapter 8. My abode is vast. When fatigued, one may simply repose. Leah regarded this with skepticism, nonetheless. She took all the potions. By the way, do you have any assistants? Upon hearing Victor's inquiry, Leah smirked disdainfully. Oh, our esteemed lord has taken to showing concern for his subordinates? Victor, unfazed by her scornful jibe, reflected that the discord between them was partly attributable to his own inaction. Thus, he reiterated his question. On a serious note, has your caravan ever employed guards or similar aids? Leah scoffed. No, I do not trust others. This implied that all dealings in the territory of Clivena were managed solely by Leah. Is there no danger on the road? Although the territory is not far from the royal capital, it still requires a full day's journey. Leah was taken aback that her unreliable brother exhibited concern for her well-being, yet this concern felt somewhat disconcerting to her. Leaning against the table, she twirled a finger around a lock of hair and awkwardly turned her face away. No, we have our own trade routes, should we encounter bandits. Displaying the Clivena crest ensures they will think twice and retreat. Generally, we have encountered no issues thus far. Having stated this, she avoided making eye contact with Victor and instead inspected a potion closely. Victor nodded, then removed the enchanted glove from his right hand. Leah, pay heed. This journey to the capital for commerce is extraordinary. Such precious items are easily coveted by others. Don this, and you will be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Leah gazed at the gloves Victor offered, setting down the potion, torn in her decision. Do not fret. This is merely a wizard's trinket, designed to automatically conform to the size of your hand. Leah mused that her concern lay beyond that. Yet, unable to articulate her thoughts, she accepted the fingerless gloves, still warm from Victor's touch. As she caressed the gem upon the glove, a surge of resentment arose within her. As a merchant, she was acutely aware of the value of such items, magic crystals capable of channeling spells, each worth a fortune. He had affixed 6 of them to a single glove. Though she harbored grievances, surprisingly, she refrained from lashing out at Victor. Leah donned the gloves, and true to Victor's words, they seamlessly adapted to her hand. Open your palm and face it towards me, concentrate on the gem within the glove, anyone will suffice. Following his instructions, she oriented her palm toward Victor. In the center lay a striking green gem. She thought its hue was exquisite. Is this sufficient? A flicker of doubt crossed her mind when suddenly the green gem emitted a faint glow, and then, bang! Waves rippled forth, and a magical array rapidly formed in the palm of Leah's hand. Almost instantaneously, a fierce tempest engulfed the study, papers crackling and swirling about. The hurricane above the array swelled ever larger. Victor's fingers lightly tapped the desk as the teleportation array swiftly took shape in the air. Once the tempest reached a certain crescendo, it was drawn into the array. And immediately, the storm subsided. Moments later, a resounding crack echoed nearby, leaving Leah in stunned silence. What had just transpired? The second-tier spell, Fierce Tempest, possessed the power to level a mountain. Do not be so astonished, Victor remarked, noticing Leah's bewilderment. He rapped the desk, causing the array to dissipate. How could Leah not be astonished? She was not a mage and had only witnessed others casting spells. Yet, the magic just unleashed had emanated from her own hands, leaving her in a daze. So, this was the sensation of casting magic. She stood there, momentarily forgetting to retract her hand. Victor replenished the magical energy in his gloves and continued addressing the astonished Leah. Pay attention. This time, your task is not merely to grasp the technique. More importantly, it is to avoid mishaps. You have witnessed the force it can unleash. Be mindful of the usage. Each gem can only be employed once. Once depleted, return to me for a refill. Leah understood the preciousness of the item Victor had bestowed upon her. It was worth a fortune. In her entire life, she had never encountered equipment that allowed an ordinary person to wield magic, just as she considered the immense profit that could be garnered from selling it. She recalled Victor's serious demeanor and promptly silenced her thoughts. This was something that could be used for life preservation. After a moment of hesitation, Leah awkwardly expressed her gratitude to Victor. Thank you. Then, she hurriedly departed, clutching the potion. Once the door to the study closed, the raven perched on Victor's shoulder spoke. Do you not feel regret in giving such an item to another? It is merely a tool, easily crafted whenever needed. Besides, I have little use for it, he replied. The mage's hand had little utility in everyday circumstances. Its true value emerged in critical moments, serving as a tool for rapid multicasting or urgent defense. Typically, it was an essential item for mage players, but he did not currently require it. Upon hearing Victor's words, the raven fell silent, contemplating how to persuade him to create one for its own amusement. The following morning, after finishing breakfast and preparing to head to the academy, Victor was just adjusting his attire when a servant entered. "My lord, there is a lady outside who claims to be your assistant. She states she has come to deliver notes and a speech manuscript." Victor paused in his dressing. Had Henny come? He did not recall asking her to bring materials to his doorstep. Nevertheless, he instructed the servant to let her in. When she entered, he was taken aback by the fatigue evident on her face, accentuated by dark circles under her eyes. "What has happened? Have you not rested well?" Henny appeared startled, as if awakening from a dream, and replied, "No, Professor, I simply forgot to sleep last night while writing the manuscript." This excuse left Victor in a state of exhausted incredulity. "Upon receiving the notes from Erica, I recollect your words about sending them to you, and thus I brought along the speech manuscript." Observing the somewhat drowsy Henny, Victor found himself at a loss for reprimanding her. Should he deem her a bit foolish? After a moment of silence, he inquired, "Have you had breakfast?" Henny shook her head. She had rushed over early in the morning without any sleep, and naturally had not eaten. Victor gestured for a servant to take her for breakfast and subsequently arranged a room for her to rest properly. Henny, flustered, was about to refuse, but was met with Victor's tone, which brooked no dissent. "First, fill your stomach, then rest." Henny wilted at once, not daring to defy Victor. Her head lowered, resembling a wilted plant, as the servant led her away. As for Victor, he had intended to head to the academy that morning, but upon seeing Henny, he changed his mind. With classes in the afternoon, he decided to review Erica's assignments and his speech, spending the morning in his study. As Victor corrected Erica's work, he turned to Viga without looking up and asked, "What do you think of that child?" At his inquiry, Viga paused, realizing that the child in question was Henny. "What do you mean? Didn't you say to gather followers for me?" Victor stretched lazily, tapping his fingers on the manuscript, turning to Viga with narrowed eyes that revealed both cunning and danger. This naive, sweet girl is perfect for manipulation. Chapter 9, A Grand Deception. Do you think gathering followers is merely a matter of words? Followers must be sincere for it to be effective. As Victor listened to Viga's discourse, he tapped the desk, gazing at the morning sunlight streaming onto the books. Hidden within the study, Victor chuckled softly. "Isn't sincerity the essence? I'm not afraid of failing to deceive." Viga squinted, emitting a discontented murmur, expressing its dissatisfaction. "Perhaps you are even more cunning than the previous Victor." "Flattery," Victor replied without further elaboration, redirecting his focus to the speech manuscript. He always had the feeling that this bothersome bird, since its binding to him, had gradually started to forget its role in the revival of the dark deity. With this thought in mind, Victor glanced at Viga, who was now perched on the desk, nodding off drowsily. Viga had been primarily eating during the day and sleeping at night, hardly engaging in any activity. It was as if it were merely an ornament. In just a few days, Viga had gained considerable weight, and when it sat on Victor's shoulder, he could feel the added heaviness. However, since it seemed unperturbed, he too felt no need to be overly concerned. Thus, he spent a tranquil morning in the study reviewing the speech and Erica's assignments. By noon, having completed the grading of Erica's work, Victor was grateful for Henny's diligent preparation, which allowed him to quickly memorize the key points for the day's lesson. As he emerged from the study, he saw Henny, the teaching assistant, rubbing her eyes. "Awake? Prepare yourself. We must be off." Victor casually reminded Henny, who, startled like a frightened fawn, quickly regained her composure and responded eagerly, "No problem, Professor. I am ready." Victor nodded in acknowledgement and instructed the servant to prepare the carriage for their journey to the Royal Magic Academy. He beckoned Henny to join him in the carriage. Yet she was exceedingly anxious, compelled to comply and take her seat. As they sat facing each other, Henny kept her head lowered, too timid to raise it, stealing furtive glances at Victor. Her heart raced incessantly, thumping as if it would leap from her chest. Thoughts erupted within her mind like a volcanic explosion. "I am actually sharing a carriage with the brilliant Professor Victor? Oh my." Henny felt a wave of heat wash over her and realized her forehead was damp with sweat. Even while seated, she felt disquieted. Observing her discomfort, Victor contemplated speaking, but he feared that any words might only heighten her anxiety. Thus, he opted to let her be lost in her own tumultuous thoughts. The more she fretted, the more her mind wandered, and she soon recalled that she had actually spent the night in the home of this infamous nobleman. Victor found amusement in the astonishment reflected in her wide eyes. They maintained their respective postures, Henny gazing down at her shoes, enveloped in an uneasy silence as they awaited their arrival. As the carriage gradually came to a halt, Victor broke the silence, saying, "We have arrived." At the sound of his voice, Henny slowly lifted her head, her expression visibly easing. Finally, they had reached their destination. She exhaled a long sigh, surprised by how lengthy the journey had felt. Upon disembarking, Henny walked alongside Victor. Noticing his intention to head to his office, she summoned her courage and addressed him. "Professor Victor, the dean mentioned that you should visit him upon your arrival at the academy." Victor nodded and proceeded directly toward the dean's office, with Henny timidly trailing behind him like a frightened fawn. Upon reaching the transmission point of the Mage Tower, Victor knocked on the door of the dean's office. "Come in," came the response. After receiving permission, he entered with his assistant. Standing before the dean, Victor wasted no time and spoke directly. "Dean, I hear you sought me." The dean was a portly, elderly gentleman adorned with an array of magical implements, embodying the archetype of a traditional wizard. He was also the most powerful individual in the academy, a fourth-tier mage, revered as a saint mage, a figure of legend. He had attained this rank over 20 years prior. Upon seeing Victor, he moved aside a cup of water, capped his pen, and gently placed it upon his tome. It seemed that age had taken its toll, as even slight movements appeared to exhaust him. With a deep breath, the dean leaned back in his chair and began, "Professor Victor, I have heard about the events in class yesterday." Victor furrowed his brow, taken aback that the difficulties orchestrated by Erica had reached the dean's ears. "You have performed admirably," the dean remarked with a smile, before continuing, "but is it not a tad too stringent? Over time, it may incite discontent among the students." Upon hearing the dean's observation regarding his strictness, Victor shook his head and replied, "Without such measures, they shall fail to comprehend the importance of respecting their mentors." Victor spoke with a calm demeanor, perceiving no fault in his approach. After all, he was Victor, a man known for his unyielding retribution. Fortunately, the dean quickly concurred with his perspective, nodding and stating, "Indeed, the notion of reverence for teachers is commendable. No wonder you are lauded as a genius mage. By the way, I summoned you today for this." The dean retrieved a piece of parchment from his desk and handed it to Victor. "This is an invitation to a lecture that our academy intends to send out. Please review it and see if there are any additions you deem necessary." Victor accepted the parchment gently and scrutinized its contents. "I trust you comprehend the implications, Professor Victor," the dean said with a warm smile. "At our institution, professors are required to conduct a lecture each month. We are planning to promote your lecture course in a month's time, inviting various mages and industry professionals to attend. And we aim to record this session with a magical stone for dissemination." Upon hearing this, Victor grasped the dean's intentions. "Thus, I hope you can refine the content of your lecture within this month. At that time, the Academy will provide a lecture hall capable of accommodating thousands. Professor Victor, do you have any suggestions?" As the dean spoke, Victor realized that the time for the Academy to enroll new students was fast approaching. The institution sought to attract exceptionally qualified candidates, who would also consider the caliber of its faculty. Introducing the youngest third-tier mage professor at such a juncture would undoubtedly serve as a formidable lure for prospective students. Although Victor's reputation was not stellar, his capabilities and strength rendered it inconsequential. Should he successfully deliver an impressive lecture, any negative press would inevitably dissipate. Victor recalled the newspaper articles from a few days prior and the promise he had made to Gwen. No one would care about the romantic history of a powerful professor, even if he had indeed flirted with the Duke's daughter. Furthermore, should he accomplish this endeavor, his professorship would become intrinsically linked to the Royal Academy. With this connection, he would be poised to accomplish much more before the grim fate of the coming years unfolded. Thus, Victor nodded in agreement. "I have no objections. Everything shall proceed as the Academy wishes." Seeing Victor acquiesce, the dean smiled and turned his gaze to his assistant. "Henny, what do you think of this assistant? Are you satisfied with her performance?" Victor glanced at Henny beside him and replied, "It is my privilege to have such a capable assistant." With that, Victor and Henny turned to leave. Henny followed closely behind, her heart racing with anxiety, as she pondered over the professor's evaluation of her in front of the dean. A sense of fulfillment washed over her, and she couldn't help but walk with a newfound lightness. When the afternoon class commenced, Victor conducted the lesson with his usual demeanor. This time, there were no industry insiders present. After yesterday's events, no one anticipated any amusement from Victor. He continued to elucidate key concepts while the students diligently took notes. Erica, too, refrained from any further provocations, focusing intently on her notes, filling pages with her writing. When the bell rang, Victor organized his teaching materials and announced the end of class. "Erica, remember to come to my office," he called out, returning her corrected notes and pointing out some mistakes. "For you at this stage, mastering teleportation magic is still a tad premature, but your direction is not misguided," Victor instructed while Erica absorbed his words. Their interaction harmoniously reminiscent of the moment when Victor had previously teased her at her birthday celebration, a topic neither dared to revisit. After imparting his knowledge, Victor nodded and said, "That will suffice for today." Erica, emboldened, inquired, "If I have questions in the future, may I still seek your guidance?" Despite her intense aversion towards Victor, she could not deny the extraordinary depth of his knowledge. Even the private tutor her father had hired could not rival Victor's expertise. Any complexities became comprehensible under his instruction. Little did Erica know that much of what she learned had been conveyed to Victor by the enigmatic Vega, an entity comparable to an encyclopedia, making the task of teaching a student effortless for him. Victor contemplated for a moment before replying, "It depends on the circumstances. I have numerous responsibilities. If time permits, then of course." Yet, it was merely a verbal assurance. Victor was punctual and never lingered after hours. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a stir within him. The mage's hand was activated. If Leah had employed the mage's hand spell, Victor, as the source of the magic, would certainly sense it. Having just provided it to Leah yesterday, was it mere coincidence that she was utilizing it today? While he held no particular concern for Leah, the origin of the magic was not far from the capital, prompting him to investigate further. He rose and addressed Erica. "I have matters to attend to. Please remember to close the door upon your departure." He then inscribed a teleportation circle in place and vanished. Erica was left bewildered. Those within the academy knew that the mage tower was devoid of doors, with entry and exit reliant on the teleportation magic within. In the wilderness, Leah gazed at the charred remains of a group of individuals, her expression momentarily frozen. A few mages trembled beside her, having witnessed the formidable second-tier magic unleashed from her hands. Such power was far beyond what they, mere novices, could confront. She possesses such formidable magic. Why does she still seek assistance from other sorcerers? We are merely lowly first-tier mages in her presence. Leah scratched her head, glancing at the cart behind her. She had displayed the crest of Clavenna, yet why was she still attacked? Never mind. She had already informed Miss Gwen, and it wouldn't be long before help arrived. The group remained stationary, awaiting the knight's arrival. 10 minutes later, a cadre of knights clad in cold iron armor and riding white steeds appeared. Leading them was, of course, Gwen, who immediately spotted Leah. Leah. Seeing her friend lost in thought upon a nearby stone, Gwen dismounted and rushed over. Leah offered her a smile in return. "Leah, are you all right?" Gwen grasped Leah's hand, her eyes filled with concern. "Me? Of course, I'm fine. However, the brigands that attacked our caravan are another matter," Leah replied, spreading her hands and gesturing for Gwen to look in the opposite direction. Gwen blinked, having focused solely on Leah's safety upon her arrival. She had not noticed the charred remains piled together. Now, witnessing the scene, she furrowed her brow. As a knight of great renown, she had seen her fair share of corpses, yet the gruesome sight still sent shivers down her spine. But did Leah's accompanying mages truly cause this? Upon reflection, she found it hard to believe. The weak magical energy emanating from those mages was hardly sufficient to incinerate a multitude of people. Who could it be then? An absurd thought flickered through her mind, prompting her to jest with Leah. "Did you slay these brigands?" "Don't mind me, Leah. I'm merely joking." Leah quipped back. "What if I said yes? Would you believe me?" Gwen, perplexed, simply responded with a question mark. Chapter 10. "Perhaps we should call off the engagement. It was I who did it," came a voice from behind, revealing Victor. Upon hearing him claim responsibility, Gwen readily accepted it. After all, Victor's reputation as a third-tier mage was illustrious, and dealing with such brigands would be a mere trifle for him. "What brings you here?" Gwen turned back, curious as to why Leah had summoned her when Victor was present. He produced a shimmering crystal that radiated a spectrum of colors, leaning in beside Leah. As the hues gradually faded from the crystal, Victor noticed a similar one at Leah's waist. Their communication was facilitated through this magical crystal, akin to a dual-line telephone. Victor maintained his stoic demeanor, his gaze fixed on Gwen. Though technically, it was their first meeting, he instinctively felt a peculiar familiarity with his betrothed. However, he soon methodically explained, "My caravan is near the royal capital. I came to offer assistance and to deal with this band of brigands." Trusting his explanation, Gwen turned to the knightly order and commanded, "Examine those corpses. See if anyone can recognize their faces for identification, then report back to me. Understood. Upon receiving their orders, the knight sprang into action with remarkable swiftness. Leah, prioritize your safety. Should any danger arise, do not hesitate to contact me, Gwen instructed before leading the knights away. Once they departed, Leah's expression morphed into a pout, her cheeks puffed out like a bun. It was she who had dealt with those bandits, and she had hoped to impress Gwen, only to have her achievements snatched away by Victor's sudden intervention. You understand better than I the principle of discretion regarding wealth, Victor remarked nonchalantly, prompting Leah to regain her composure. The merchant caravan consisted of familiar faces, so their awareness of her abilities mattered little. However, should anyone discover that her magic was reliant on a specific artifact, she could find herself in peril. As a merchant, she never underestimated the avarice inherent in human nature. Understood, Leah replied. Victor felt a sense of satisfaction, having successfully imparted a lesson to Leah, a surge of brotherly pride swelling within him. Approaching her, he extended a finger, and a dull gemstone flickered with a crimson glow as he replenished his magic. After completing this task, he prepared to take his leave. Yet, Leah hesitantly inquired, "What brings you here? I find it hard to believe what you just told Gwen." "I sensed your magic activation, which piqued my curiosity," Victor replied, turning to her with an impassive expression devoid of any glimmer of emotion. Hearing his words, Leah's feelings became intricately complicated. Throughout her life, Victor had never shown her concern. What had transpired today? Had his mind been altered? Was he experiencing a sudden awakening of conscience? Leah's internal musings were soon clarified as Victor continued to observe her. The attack on the caravan may be linked to my enemies, though I cannot pinpoint who they are, as there are far too many. Please exercise caution. Seizing the opportunity to retort, Leah smirked. "Ah, so you are aware of your unpopularity." While she speculated about the origins of the bandits, she refrained from sharing her thoughts with Victor. "Have the potions been tested?" Victor interjected abruptly. Leah nodded, her tone laced with astonishment. The exhausted mages had consumed a vial and instantly rejuvenated, and even without being a mage herself, she could comprehend the remarkable effects. This journey with the caravan entails more than mere or trading. I have already scouted shops in the capital. There are numerous adventurers, particularly mages, and such merchandise would undoubtedly thrive in bustling districts. As Victor listened to Leah's account, he privately admired her execution capabilities, though he kept his approval concealed, as he was not one to offer compliments. In the capital, should you encounter any difficulties, I may not be of assistance, so please keep in touch with Gwen. Leah tilted her head, drawing out a prolonged "oh." Victor looked at Lily with a gaze filled with suspicion. "You don't know?" he asked. Victor frowned and told her not to speak in riddles. In a few days, Gwen would embark on a mission, and it was likely she wouldn't return for at least half a month. It's surprising that, as her fiancé, you remain unaware of this. Perhaps it would be best for her to prepare for a new engagement, Lily mocked, while discreetly observing the expressions on Victor's face. Unbeknownst to him, Victor had no knowledge of this matter. He and Gwen had never truly established a connection. To be frank, he was currently perplexed about the nature of their relationship. "Where is she going?" he asked, his tone betraying no more than the casual inquiry one might pose to an unfamiliar stranger. Lily, finding the conversation somewhat tedious, lowered her gaze and idly manipulated the mage hand, responding nonchalantly. "She mentioned she is going to Mount Vesuvius, although it is classified as an extinct volcano. Locals claim there are peculiar sounds emanating from it. The Emperor has dispatched her to investigate the potential for an eruption and to devise a contingency plan." Upon hearing the name, Victor was momentarily taken aback, as memories surged within his mind. That location was far from dormant. Beneath the layers of magma lay a colossal creature, one that would emerge in the first chapter of the game's storyline, a formidable neutral entity. Its power was not to be underestimated. It was a world-class adversary, a challenge open to players across the entire server, boasting high levels and health far superior to the average. Upon its defeat, a dungeon would materialize, allowing players to face it repeatedly. If Victor recalled correctly, this creature would awaken in a year and a half. At that time, most players would still be at a low level, as the game had only been live for 6 months, with the majority around level 20. However, this creature was a staggering level 50. Players would struggle to breach its defenses. He vividly remembered that when it awakened from the volcano, it laid waste to all surrounding towns. The Empire had dispatched knightly forces to suppress it, yet they were effortlessly crushed. In that dire moment, the Empire was left with no choice but to seek assistance from adventurers like the players. The world-class beast was ultimately vanquished after players endured numerous deaths over the course of 3 arduous days, finally depleting its last sliver of health. Victor had the fortune to participate in that battle. He recalled the sleepless nights spent grinding alongside others, each day logging in solely to chip away at its health. Reflecting on those times filled him with fervor. The diligent were rewarded handsomely, each player who contributed to the battle receiving abundant accolades. Although he later faced that dungeon again with various classes, the initial, immersive sense of despair could never be replicated. Nonetheless, Victor was curious to witness what the creature was like before its awakening. The Forge Beast, as players had aptly named it, lived up to its moniker, resembling a vast furnace of destruction that inspired fear and devastation. Its emergence had the power to turn the very earth to ash. Victor resolved to visit Gwen this evening, hoping to glean some insights from her. It would be even more fortuitous if he could accompany her on this mission. As Victor stood motionless after listening to her, a sense of unease washed over her. She felt he was pondering something ominous. With a hint of disdain, she gestured dismissively at him. Are you truly so idle? As a professor at the Magic Academy, must you roam about aimlessly? If you have no business, could you return home promptly? Victor cast a fleeting glance at her, nodded in agreement, and summoned a magical circle beneath his feet, vanishing in an instant. Once Victor departed, Leah sighed, resting her forehead on her hand. That fellow truly leaves without a second thought, not the slightest sense of attachment. But let him go, with him out of the way. I can attend to my own affairs. She began directing her subordinates to tally the goods. A few mages, huddled together, were left in astonishment, watching as Victor teleported in and out. Is that the legendary head of the Clavinna family? He wields teleportation magic with such ease. More formidable than our own boss. Before long, the inventory was complete, with not a single item missing, much to Leah's relief. She summoned a subordinate closer, leaning in to whisper softly, "Contact those below and investigate the recent movements of the Ducloy family." Her demeanor hardened considerably. When has our Clavinna caravan ever been subjected to highway robbery? She had long harbored suspicions about the Duke. For the only one who had recently made an enemy of Victor was his little daughter. As for Victor's other adversaries, those who ought to be buried were buried, and those who deserved exile were exiled. The truly troublesome ones would not dare to infringe upon her caravan. Aside from the Duke, she trusted that no one else would be so brazen. We have always been the ones collecting protection fees, even in the capital. We shall not let these locals bully us. Victor returned home and immediately retreated to his bedroom to prepare another set of attire. He instructed a servant to ready the carriage for a visit to the Darren estate. The servant promptly set about fulfilling his command. Meanwhile, Gwen had just finished a long day of work. Upon returning home, she promptly removed her armor and shed her cumbersome garments. The maid had prepared warm water for her, and Gwen settled into the bath, luxuriating in the rare moment of relaxation as she stretched comfortably. A contented sound escaped her lips as she closed her eyes, allowing the gentle water to envelop her. At that moment, a knock sounded at the bathroom door. "Miss, there is a visitor." Gwen, enjoying the warmth, lazily surfaced, letting out a soft grunt. Her pristine back brushed against the edge of the tub, droplets cascading down her skin and creating ripples on the water's surface. Who could it be? Just as she yawned, the maid outside announced, "It is Mr. Victor." With a sudden slip, Gwen tumbled into the water with a splash. Chapter 11. The night knock at my fiancé's door. Victor sat in the carriage, awaiting word from his servant, while the low, chattering voice of Vega echoed in his ears. "Are you intrigued by that dormant volcano?" The one-eyed raven was once again preening its glossy feathers, its girth perhaps too ample to reach the feathers at the back. Victor cast a glance at Vega. "How did you discover that?" Vega tilted his head back, confidently asserting, "Otherwise, you would not be seeking out your fiancée." Victor chose not to respond, tacitly acquiescing to the statement. Before long, although Victor still possessed patience, Vega could no longer contain himself. "Why has no one come to summon us inside?" The rustling sound of turning pages ceased, and Victor closed the tome of magic, stating coolly, "Imagine, if you were a beautiful woman, alone at home, late at night, and someone wished to see you, someone who happens to be your betrothed. What would you do?" Vega pondered for a moment, then rasped, "I would dress exquisitely, presenting myself in the most refined manner for this meeting." "I see," he continued. "She is surely preparing herself for your arrival, and you are patiently awaiting her." "Incorrect," Victor replied, his expression impassive. She would find such behavior peculiar and quite bothersome. Yet it was evident that the raven was somewhat dissatisfied. "Why? I read in those romantic novels that how it goes. Is it that you do not understand women? It is you who fails to comprehend Gwen, Victor countered, turning his gaze toward the grand entrance of the Derlin estate. This noble knight had never considered himself as a woman. Truth be told, Victor himself was rather perplexed by the present-day Gwen. However, he believed that at this juncture, Gwen likely harbored disdain for him. After all, no woman would find favor with a man who perpetually wore a sour expression, was petty, and had committed numerous wrongdoings. The bond of betrothal would likely remain a blemish on Gwen's life until the end. Thus, after Victor's demise, she would remain unmarried for life. Prepare yourself, we must enter, he said, lowering his gaze to the raven perched on his shoulder. The raven promptly straightened, adopting a posture of a mere pet, languidly remaining still upon his shoulder. After a brief interval, a maid approached the carriage, respectfully informing him that Miss Gwen was ready and invited him inside. Victor disembarked from the carriage, and under the maid's guidance, entered through the grand doors, leading him to the meeting hall. Upon entering, he beheld Gwen, who sat upon a plush sofa, unadorned and enveloped in a snug bathrobe, revealing not a hint of skin. It appeared she had just emerged from a bath. Yet, she required no embellishment, even without makeup. Her exquisitely perfect visage was sufficient to captivate any man. What brings you here at this late hour? Gwen's tone was neither warm nor cold, laced with a hint of aloofness. Victor took a seat directly opposite her, his demeanor equally unembellished, and he addressed the matter at hand. I have heard that you are to embark on a mission, away for half a month. Gwen did not express curiosity regarding the source of his information, simply nodding earnestly. Yes, I depart in a week. May I accompany you? Gwen's reaction to his words was somewhat nuanced. Initially, she appeared puzzled, followed by a frown as if she were attempting to reconfirm. Ultimately, she leaned back, her face gradually revealing an expression of disbelief. Gwen raised a hand to her forehead, lowering her head as she reiterated her inquiry. Repeat what you just said. Can you take me along? Without a moment's hesitation, Victor reiterated his words. Gwen exhaled softly, feeling as though the other party had lost his senses. What is the reason? There is no suitable reason. I cannot take you with me, Victor replied. I am well acquainted with the topography of the surrounding mountains, including the weaknesses of the monsters dispersed throughout. If you take me along, considering the round trip, you would only need 7 days to return. Upon hearing this, Gwen did not lift her eyes, uncertain whether she was weighing Victor's worth or merely indifferent. Victor intended to express more to elevate his value in Gwen's eyes, but she preemptively spoke, effectively silencing him. What I desire is the truth. Victor's gaze cooled slightly as he regarded Gwen, slowly articulating, You have employed your ability against me. As a knight of inherent justice, Gwen had exhibited her unique talent from a young age. She possessed a heart devoted to righteousness. Whenever she wished, she could distinctly discern whether someone was speaking a falsehood. This ability was under her complete control, leading her to refrain from using it unnecessarily. However, she did not trust herself. Victor felt no significant anger. Instead, he found it somewhat expected. This indirectly evidenced how much Gwen despised him. During their conversations, Gwen even resorted to her righteous heart to gauge whether he was lying. I do not trust you, Gwen stated plainly, offering no further explanation. Suddenly, Victor chuckled in relief. He pondered for a moment before stating anew. There exists a creature at Mount Vesuvius that produces a unique crystal. I require that substance to craft magical artifacts. Upon saying this, a fervent desire glimmered in Victor's eyes. First-level magic, self-suggestion effect, induces self-hypnosis, allowing any ability to randomly increase by 1 level for a period. Dealing with Gwen's righteous heart was simple. He merely needed to speak the truth. Even if this truth were fabricated on the spot, as long as Victor believed it himself, it would suffice. A mage possesses their own means, flexible morals, and a clever mind. Gwen finally lifted her gaze to meet Victor's. It seems you indeed understand that volcano, otherwise, you would not speak such words. To achieve your objectives, you would even exploit the royal knights to serve as your escort. Truly, you are a selfish Victor. For the first time in a while, Victor set aside his poker face, nodding with a smile. I will take that as a compliment. Gwen harbored no doubts regarding Victor's self-serving nature, for he was precisely that kind of person. She understood that Victor would only become more entangled with her in his pursuit of his goals. In that case, it would be better to agree. I will request a mage to accompany me, and you may come to meet me on that day. Upon seeing Gwen's consent, Victor smiled and responded, Thank you, noble Gwen, for your selfless willingness to assist even someone as selfish as myself. With a wave of his hand, 5 vials of crimson elixir materialized on the table before Gwen. Please accept these as a token of my gratitude. Gwen merely glanced at them, showing no inclination to accept. Victor sighed at her proud demeanor and continued. This is a gesture of appreciation for your help. As you know, I prefer not to owe anyone a debt of gratitude. He gazed into Gwen's eyes with his deep, dark ones. Gwen held his gaze for a considerable time, as if assessing the sincerity of Victor's words. However, Victor did not afford her ample time. Rising to straighten his cloak and ly stating, I shall arrange everything within this week. There is no need for further farewells. With that, he turned and departed. Gwen nodded, watching him leave, yet his smiling visage lingered in her mind, refusing to fade. Had Victor truly smiled like that? Back in the carriage, Victor leaned calmly against his seat, his dark eyes unfocused. Are you angry? The Raven inquired, puzzled. What makes you think so? Victor replied. It's just a hunch from your poker face, Vega remarked. If you weren't feeling any strong emotions, you wouldn't be smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum. Angry? Victor pondered for a moment at the remark. Perhaps his upbringing had instilled a desire to be a good person, yet the other's lofty ideals sounded so selfish. He felt compelled to present himself as she perceived him to gain her approval. Anger was not the case. It merely left him feeling somewhat nauseated. In the days that followed, Victor taught at the academy by day and immersed himself in the basement, researching magical potions by night. Provided with ample materials, he could produce around 100 vials daily, all to be sold by Leah. Leah indicated that once the shop was renovated, these potions would be available, albeit initially limited to this one type. Building the shop's reputation was paramount before considering stocking other magical items. Victor understood that once this consumable was launched, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among customers. Thus, he advised Leah to refrain from selling them all at once, limiting the daily sales to 50 vials, a strategy of scarcity. Leah, being a merchant at heart, grasped the concept immediately. Meanwhile, at the academy, Victor was not idle. He contemplated the topics for his lectures while making a decision. Each class, he would have Henny sit in as a listener, ostensibly to absorb experience. Erica visited his office every evening, increasingly frequent with numerous questions. Although Victor found it somewhat tiresome, Vega patiently answered them one by one, to keep Vega from incessantly chattering in his mind. Victor had no choice but to relay all of Erica's inquiries. Meanwhile, she could also enhance her knowledge of magic under the tutelage of Vega. After secretly following Vega's teachings, he realized that Erica was indeed a prodigy. The intricate and obscure concepts that Vega presented were utterly incomprehensible to him. Yet Erica grasped them with ease at her first instruction. Even at such an advanced level, she appeared to have an endless array of questions yearning for answers. Victor couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. With a student as talented and diligent as Erica, how could she not rank first in her exams? Everything was progressing smoothly, and soon, the 6th day of his agreement with Gwen had arrived. Henny quietly followed Victor, attending his lecture as she had done before. She could not fathom why Professor Victor permitted her to attend, considering it was a course she had authored herself. It was only when they reached the door that she finally comprehended the professor's intentions over the past few days. Today, I want you to enter on your own and impart your knowledge to the students of this class. Henny. Chapter 12. Because I can earn money, Professor Victor, I cannot do this, Henny exclaimed, shaking her head vigorously, her gaze lowered, afraid to meet Victor's eyes. Listen to me, Henny. The reason I have had you observe during lectures these past few days is to teach you how to conduct a proper class. Victor placed his hand on Henny's shoulder, feeling her petite frame tremble slightly. Henny raised her head, her eyes filled with an indescribable worry. Professor, I fear that if I do poorly, it will tarnish your reputation. Reputation? Did he even possess one? While his words might suggest a hint of self-deprecation, he was indeed indifferent to public opinion. Victor gently patted Henny's back, calming her quaking form. The reassurance seemed effective, and he continued, go on. He understood that no amount of persuasion would convince this timid little lamb, so Victor opted for a commanding tone rather than a negotiating one. Henny knew she could not refuse the professor. Displeasing him was not an option. Taking a deep breath, Henny steeled herself and pushed open the classroom door. The once boisterous room fell to an abrupt silence, yet confusion spread among the students as they beheld Henny standing at the podium. Where was the professor? Why was his assistant at the front? Feeling the weight of their stares upon her, Henny was overwhelmed with pressure. The professor has matters to attend to today, so I will be stepping in for him. Her voice grew softer, dwindling to a whisper that she could scarcely hear herself. As her words settled, it was as if she had cast a stone into calm waters, creating ripples of agitation among the students. Impossible. She is merely an assistant. How can she teach in the professor's stead? Without even considering whether the professor had permitted this, they questioned her capabilities. "We want Professor Victor to teach us. If our grades suffer, will you take responsibility?" Henny felt increasingly small under the barrage of her peers' comments, lowering her head like a chastised child. Her gaze darted around in a state of panic, wishing fervently for a crevice to swiftly slip into. "Oh, Professor Victor, I cannot do this. I truly cannot. Please, return quickly." "Shoo, quiet." The sudden voice startled Henny, prompting her to cautiously lift her head. At some point, Erica, seated in front, had risen. A ripple of magic enveloped her, and a complex array of intricate spells hovered before her. Henny recognized that array. It was a silencing spell. Within its range, no creature, save for the caster, could utter a sound. "Henny, please continue," Erica urged. "Thank you so much, Erica." Henny's heart brimmed with gratitude for Erica's assistance. Yet a twinge of guilt arose within her. Just days prior, she had spoken ill of Erica upon the professor's arrival. Who would have thought that Erica would come to her aid this time? "I will definitely inform you of the exam topics in advance next time." Henny resolved to find a way to repay Erica. Indeed, Victor leaned against the door, fully aware of every action within the room. Erica's timely intervention surprised him. Yet he felt a profound satisfaction. Henny's fear was entirely understandable. He had initially hoped that the pressure from the students would catalyze Henny's swift development. But it now seemed counterproductive. Teaching Henny was a matter of necessity, as he would soon accompany Gwen out of the city for a fortnight, at the least. Regardless, he wished to maintain his position as professor, and thus, the students' lessons could not be neglected. This led him to consider Henny. After all, the course material was authored by her, and her capabilities were unquestionable. The only concern lay in her timidity. He needed her to personally overcome this hurdle, to realize her potential to teach these students successfully. With Erica's assistance, the classroom atmosphere settled into tranquility. Henny took a deep breath to steady her emotions and finally mustered the courage to commence her lecture. She spoke from notes meticulously prepared in advance, content she had long committed to memory. Soon, she found her rhythm, delivering her lecture with increasing confidence. Victor, observing the entire scene, nodded in approval. Henny undeniably possessed a gift for teaching. The students transitioned from skepticism to confusion, ultimately arriving at astonishment. They recognized that Henny's pacing was impeccable, creating an experience reminiscent of a lecture by Professor Victor himself. By the end, they were wholly absorbed in Henny's class. The classroom resounded solely with her eloquent speech and the sound of ink dancing across parchment. As Henny continued, she suddenly halted, for this segment required a demonstration of magic. Second-tier spell, Star Shatter. Given that Professor Victor was a formidable third-tier mage, Henny had crafted her lesson from his perspective. Little did she anticipate that she had inadvertently placed herself at a disadvantage. After all, she was merely a magic apprentice. Even with a theoretical understanding of this spell, she lacked the magical power to wield it. Though initially flustered, she quickly regained her composure. "Erica, would you kindly demonstrate this spell for everyone?" she implored, aware that she was taking a gamble on whether Erica would assist her once more. Fortunately, her gamble paid off. Erica calmly approached the podium, accepting the spellbook from Henny's hands, where the principles of the Star Shatter spell were meticulously inscribed. The level of detail was such that it required no deep contemplation. Merely envisioning the magical circle allowed her to effortlessly unleash it. She raised a hand and, for the first time, tentatively attempted the spell. Star Shatter. A mysterious ripple cascaded through the air, conjuring brilliant morning stars that adorned the magic circle like a painting. Yet, just as it was on the verge of materialization, it abruptly vanished into thin air. As many students looked on in confusion, a sudden flurry of tiny, sharp spikes seemed to manifest from nowhere, embedding themselves in the wooden practice dummy within the classroom. Witnessing the prop riddled with countless punctures from the shattered stars, the students' hearts collectively skipped a beat. What a cunning offensive spell! However, thanks to Erica's demonstration, their learning progressed significantly. "So that is how it works." They began to chatter excitedly, oblivious to the fact that the silencing spell Erica had cast had long since worn off. Henny exhaled in relief, exchanging a smile with Erica. The class concluded swiftly in an atmosphere of focused ease, and as the bell rang, no student expressed dissatisfaction. This lesson had proven immensely beneficial, simultaneously fostering a deep respect for Henny. Truly, she was deserving of her role as Professor Victor's assistant. Not every lecturer could convey knowledge so adeptly. Professor Victor's assistant was indeed exceptional. Yes, indeed. Henny approached Erica, eager to express her gratitude to the girl who had bravely stood up in class. "Thank you, Erica. Without you, I would have been utterly embarrassed. Erica shared a private smile with her, waving her hand dismissively. It was nothing, she replied. Henny whispered softly in Erica's ear. I truly don't understand why the professor insisted I teach. It is clearly his duty. Erica, hearing this, felt a tinge of confusion herself. Yet, mere curiosity would not resolve their questions. Erica had already intended to visit Victor's office to inquire about the day's events, and thus, the two decided to seek clarification together. Meanwhile, Victor sat at his desk in the office, sipping coffee while perusing a spellbook. Having noted Henny's adjustment, he had stealthily returned to indulge in a moment of leisure. The tranquility of dusk mingled with the soft rustle of turning pages, a delightfully pleasant experience. Yet, peaceful moments are often fleeting. At the behest of the Mage Tower, he consented to the teleportation request from Henny and Erica. The residual glow of the teleportation magic gradually faded away. In the next moment, two youthful and enchanting girls appeared before him. Professor Victor's voice remained timid, as though he might inadvertently consume her. The rustling of turning pages persisted, and Victor did not lift his gaze, casually inquiring, as if engaged in idle conversation. Today's lesson was rather good. How do you feel? Henny, stroking her chest, released several sighs of relief. Thanks to Erica, it went smoothly. If there is another chance, I certainly won't be so fearful. Erica, who was feeding Vigo, turned her head and exchanged a knowing glance with Henny. It was then that Henny recalled her purpose. She was not there to seek Victor's praise. Professor, why have you asked me to conduct this class in your stead? With a soft thud, Victor closed the book, placing the elegantly bound volume on the table. He regarded Henny with his usual calm demeanor and replied, I must step out for a while. It will take some time for my return. Upon hearing this, Henny remained unperturbed. However, Erica, still feeding Vigo, inadvertently dropped some birdseed onto the table. Hey, young lady, if you're going to feed me, do it properly. Vigo protested, but alas, Erica was oblivious to his complaints. She ignored Vigo's incessant chatter and listened intently. Thus, I intend to assess your capability to fulfill the role of our class's instructor. Henny stood frozen in place. Professor, you are testing me? Victor nodded, offering her a faint smile, the slight upward curve of his lips almost imperceptible. You performed admirably. I believe you will become an excellent lecturer. Professor, sob. Seemingly overwhelmed by unexpected validation, Henny could no longer contain her emotions and burst into tears. Meanwhile, Erica remained in a state of confusion. Huh, what? Victor is leaving? How long will he be gone? For reasons unknown, the news of Victor's impending departure left Erica feeling somewhat disheartened. In the twilight following class, she had been eager to absorb knowledge from Victor. Yet, if he were to leave, it seemed she would lack a reason to be there. Although Victor was not truly departing, merely stepping out for a few days, her spirits still dipped. However, another voice within her whispered, How splendid! This wretched soul is leaving. Good riddance, out of sight, out of mind. She quickly regained her composure, shrugging her shoulders. Even without Victor's guidance, she remained a brilliant mage. By the way, Victor turned his head to glance at Erica. What question have you brought today? Hurry up. Once I finish teaching you, I can clock out. He even remembered to inquire about her questions. Suddenly, it felt as if a crack had formed in the psychological fortress Erica had painstakingly built. She lowered her head and approached Victor with the questions she had long prepared. Yet, for some reason, she found her mind wandering. That evening, Leah entered Victor's study. The shop had already been refurbished. In recent days, Leah has been occupied with managing her shop in the royal capital. Thus she has not returned to her territory and has instead taken residence here. However, she already possesses a room in this establishment. Victor closed his book, intending to discuss pricing with Leah. She responded, 1,000 geos. This price, while not inexpensive for consumables sold in the capital, is nonetheless exceedingly reasonable. The potion is undoubtedly worth this amount. If 50 bottles could be sold in a single day, it would yield an impressive 50,000 geos. The cost to produce it is merely a fruit from a tree, which, though rare, would not exceed 10 geos. This is truly a lucrative venture. Victor nodded in agreement. As this price fell within his expectations, any higher would be unjustifiable, while any lower would not reflect its extraordinary efficacy. By the way, remember the restriction. Each person is limited to purchasing 2 bottles per day. Why? Leah inquired, puzzled, given the potion's already high price. The initial question was whether anyone would buy it at all, and now there were limitations? Was he not concerned about being left with unsold stock? Victor provided his rationale. It is preferable to earn less initially, ensuring the potion's effects are disseminated widely. As awareness grows, so too will profits. Listening to his explanation, Leah's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and she exclaimed, I now perceive you as more of a merchant than I. It was as if she were meeting Victor for the first time in over a decade. She stifled a yawn, seemingly recalling something, and casually asked, Oh right. Are you really going to that volcano with Gwen? Indeed, Victor nodded. Very well, Leah murmured dismissively, waving her hand. Don't perish out there. I would rather not spend money on your remains. With that, she slapped her cheeks lightly and turned to leave Victor's study. Upon her departure, Vega lifted his head, his gaze once again imbued with a semblance of humanity. Is your sister actually concerned for you? I had thought your relationship was strained. Indeed, it has been, but it has improved somewhat in recent days, Victor replied, tapping the table as a bottle of blue potion appeared in his palm. How did you manage that? Vega inquired. Puzzled, Victor placed the blue potion on the table and simply stated, Because I know how to make money. Chapter 13. Are you deliberately provoking me? In the early morning, Victor leaned against the carriage, idly waiting for Gwen to emerge from her home. As she pushed open the door, she held a slender silver sword in her hand, ready for her morning practice. Upon stepping outside, she caught sight of Victor's carriage and momentarily froze. Meanwhile, Victor, leaning beside the carriage, nodded in acknowledgement. You're here quite early, Gwen remarked, feeling that it was impolite to have him standing outside. Contemplating briefly, she added, Care to join me for some practice? I am a mage, Victor replied, his gaze fixed on the slender silver sword in her hand. Gwen's face flushed crimson as she turned away, stammering an "Oh." Come inside, she said, before hastily making her way to the training grounds to commence her morning exercises. Victor, feeling somewhat bored, stood beside the training ground, fixated on her. The night's morning exercises consisted merely of swordplay and various combat techniques, repeated incessantly to hone their bodies. After a while, Gwen, feeling somewhat self-conscious under his gaze, offered an explanation. Knights must train daily, day in and day out. I didn't ask you, Victor replied succinctly. Thus, they silently observed one another's practice. After the morning drills, Gwen wiped the sweat from her forehead, preparing to quench her thirst from a nearby water pouch. A slow voice drifted over. Drinking water immediately after vigorous exercise is detrimental to the body. Gwen set down the water pouch, believing that Victor would elaborate further. What was wrong with him today? Was he unwell? With the morning exercises concluded, breakfast beckoned. Gwen glanced at Victor and hesitated before inquiring, Have you eaten? No, Victor answered her plainly. Then let us eat together, Gwen suggested. Upon hearing her invitation, Victor promptly made his way into the residence, his demeanor unflustered. Gwen attempted to assess Victor with a sense of righteous judgment, yet every action and word from him resonated with sincerity. How peculiar, she muttered, shaking her head to dispel any unwarranted thoughts. In the dining hall, Victor dined gracefully, slicing his food with a knife and delicately bringing it to his lips with a fork. While eating, Gwen observed him, reluctant to admit that he was indeed quite handsome. Even sitting beside him, watching him eat sparked an appetite within her. His comportment was nothing short of exquisite. If Victor could not be deemed a nobleman, then perhaps true nobility was non-existent in this world. Comparing herself to him, Gwen felt somewhat disheartened. Despite being a girl, she appeared somewhat coarse while eating. She found it perplexing that such a dignified nobleman could act so thoughtlessly, referring specifically to that young lady who had declared her affection for the Duke. Never mind. It has nothing to do with me, she concluded, recalling Victor's assurance that he would handle such matters. After their breakfast, Gwen donned the knight's armor. The silver-white armor accentuated her porcelain skin, while her exquisitely perfect visage exuded an air of aloofness, reminiscent of a Valkyrie emerging from the ice. Victor, noticing the white horse she led, inquired, Shall I also ride? Gwen suddenly remembered that Victor was a mage. It would be impractical for him to traverse on foot. How careless of her. She had completely overlooked that detail. In her recollection, Victor had never ridden a horse. What to do? Would they need to share a mount? Gwen wrestled with her thoughts for a moment. But during that brief time, Victor had already summoned a servant from her household to fetch a suitable horse for long journeys. A knightly lineage was never lacking in fine steeds. Gwen observed him preparing to mount another horse, and just as she was about to speak, she noticed Victor skillfully vault onto the saddle with remarkable ease. It appeared he was no novice to horseback riding. Victor chose to ignore her. After all, Gwen could discern the truth in his words. Too much talk often leads to missteps. Nevertheless, Gwen's assessment was indeed accurate. Victor was far from inexperienced. He was a seasoned gamer, having even ridden dragons within the realms of the game. As the two of them set off on their journey, one ahead of the other, Gwen was on her way to report to the Night Order, with Victor trailing closely behind. An uncomfortable silence enveloped them, and Gwen felt an unnatural tension in the air. Glancing back at Victor, she found him maintaining a stoic poker face. When he sensed her gaze, he turned to meet her eyes, prompting Gwen to quickly avert her gaze. Once they arrived at the Night Order, they found that the knights preparing for this expedition were already assembled, standing in neat rows, awaiting Gwen's commands. In that moment, as Gwen stood at the forefront, she was reminded of the formidable and perfect Grand Knight she had encountered in the game, radiant and full of vigor. As was customary, Gwen directed the knights in a drill. After its conclusion, she addressed the assembly from her elevated position, announcing, "The accompanying mage we applied for last time has been located, and I believe some of you are already acquainted with him." Taking a step back, she gestured for Victor to step forward. Victor, summoned, approached the platform at a leisurely pace. Victor Clavenna. At that instant, the name echoed in the minds of nearly every knight present. His notorious reputation was well known. Not a single self-proclaimed righteous knight was unaware of him. They harbored a deep-seated disdain for this rogue, and if given the chance, many would relish the opportunity to challenge him to a duel. However, upon seeing him in person, the knights found themselves somewhat unnerved. They recalled their earlier bravado. After all, he was a third-tier mage. Should he decide to unleash chaos here, who could possibly restrain him? Perhaps Grand Knight Gwen might attempt a confrontation. But rumors suggested she was betrothed to him, intensifying the knights' reverence for Victor. Observing the respect bestowed upon him by the knights, Victor's expression remained impassive. Yet he felt a slight heaviness in his heart. He had anticipated a more confrontational scenario, one where the knights would question his authority, leading to an opportunity for him to assert his prowess and establish his dominance. It seemed he had overestimated the situation. As a figure who inspired fear, his mere presence was enough to command respect. On Victor's shoulder, Viga remained silent for a moment before quipping, "Are you truly anticipating such absurd developments? I merely seek a bit of amusement. Otherwise, it becomes rather tedious." Once Gwen reconfirmed the roster and found everything in order, she prepared to announce their departure. Suddenly, a youthful voice broke through the air. A small boy, clearly young in both stature and age, clad in armor, sprinted towards her, brandishing a sword. "Sister Gwen, you forgot your sword." While running, he shouted aloud. The sword was nearly the same size as him, its hilt obscuring his vision. Consequently, he stumbled over a stone. Thud. He fell. The silver sword flew outwards, its tip aimed directly at Victor. The knights were all taken aback, dodging that could be fatal. Just as they intended to warn him, they saw Victor extend his hand. What was he doing? Was he going to use magic? No. It possesses formidable magical resistance. Gwendolyn shouted in haste. Yet, Victor remained motionless. Under the terrified gazes of all present, he suddenly seized one end of the sword. In a swift movement, he pivoted his body. The silver sword, which should have flown far away, was effortlessly pulled back. This action was so smooth and fluid that all the knights were left dumbfounded. Victor nonchalantly performed a flourish with the sword, leaving the members of the Night Order in a state of astonishment. What? Gwendolyn's sword was being toyed with in his hands? Is he truly a mage? Gwendolyn was equally stunned, her body still frozen in the motion of attempting to intervene. She blinked, gazing at Victor, rendered speechless for a long while. After toying with the sword for a moment, Victor returned the silver blade to Gwendolyn, humbly offering an apology, stating he hadn't handled it in quite some time and just wished to play with it for a bit. Gwendolyn stared intently at Victor, suddenly recalling their conversation from that morning, and with a hint of resentment remarked, "You can wield a sword." Victor shrugged, his expression neutral. "I am a mage. Of course." He added silently to himself, "A full-time mage." Upon witnessing the collective shock among the knights, Viga turned to cast a glance at Victor, seemingly understanding his intentions. Because pretending to be serious was quite enjoyable, Gwendolyn snatched the silver sword, sheathing it and ignoring him, as she commanded the Night Order, "All knights, mount up, depart." Today marked the grand opening of the item shop, and Laya was eagerly anticipating it, taking personal charge of the store. She had also invited many industry professionals for promotion. However, the results were less than satisfactory. Sitting inside, she observed the passing mages outside. Some paused, intrigued by the few bottles of magical potions displayed on the cabinet outside. But upon seeing the prices, they inevitably hesitated. "So expensive," remarked nearly every passing mage. Laya remained patient. As long as someone recognized the value of the potion, everything would fall into place. Yet, things did not unfold as she had hoped, instead attracting many unwelcome guests. Is this the shop? Leia turned to see several burly men with various tattoos outside, looking quite menacing. She stifled a yawn. Here they come again, troublemakers. Leia touched the mage's hand she wore. A gift from Victor. Strangely, at moments like this, she found herself thinking that Victor wasn't so bad after all, at least when conducting business in that territory. No one ever dared to covet the affairs of the Clavina family. A chilling female voice pierced through the air behind her. Do you need me to drive them away? Miss Leia? Please don't. Leia replied with a hint of amusement as she observed the thuggish intruders. If we send them away, who will help us make our name known? Outside, a voice rang out. Let us smash it. Chapter 14. Is your establishment crafted from gold? A hulking brood outside seized a weapon and began to wreak havoc upon Leia's shop. Even the magical potions displayed at the entrance did not escape their wrath. Shattering into a million pieces, the azure liquid flowed onto the ground, saturating the air with the scent of wealth. Leia watched the chaos unfold with an air of indifference, maintaining a calm demeanor. Miss Leia, don't you think we should intervene? The voice behind her grew anxious, knowing the value of those potions. The loss of a single bottle represented a significant blow. Yet, Leia remained unperturbed, seated leisurely in her chair, observing the ruffians continue their rampage. It's fine. Let them destroy. The more they break, the more they will owe. Of course, Leia was acutely aware that these individuals were likely just a group of hired thugs. They would never be held accountable for their actions. Sensing the moment was right, she touched the mage's hand on her right, preparing to step outside. What are you doing? A commanding voice erupted from outside, halting the chaos. Leia felt a moment of surprise. Was someone stepping in to help? She peeked outside and saw a blonde lady radiating an air of nobility, standing by a carriage, vehemently reprimanding the tattooed men. Who could that be? Leia squinted, recognizing the familiar face of the blonde girl, and an answer formed in her mind. The daughter of the Duke? What brings her here? Is she merely passing by, or has she come with purpose? Lady Erica, the Duke's daughter, renowned for her exceptional talent since childhood, continued to hold a prominent reputation. Many believed her future accomplishments would undoubtedly surpass those of the once celebrated genius, Victor. In fact, if Victor had flirted with any other noblewoman, it would hardly have made the headlines. Yet, Erica's public influence was immense. Leia mused, surely, her benevolent appearance here will spark yet another wave of sensational news. In truth, Erica had not contemplated much. Although today was a day of rest, following Victor's departure, she found little desire to study at the academy. The other instructors were woefully inadequate, hardly matching her own capabilities. Thus, she seized the opportunity of a day off to indulge in some leisurely shopping, seeking a respite for her spirit. While wandering, she overheard a domestic servant mention that the Clavina family had opened a prop shop in the eastern district of the capital. Clavina, she recalled Victor's surname. However, the eastern district was quite distant from her residence in the central district, which was populated with nobles like herself. The capital is vast, so expansive that she could not traverse the central district in a single day. Nevertheless, she resolved to explore it. What wares might be available at Professor Victor's shop? After a lengthy carriage ride of over half an hour, she arrived, only to witness a group vandalizing the establishment. Above the storefront hung the crest of the Clavina family, confirming it was indeed Victor's domain. Its modest size paled in comparison to the more opulent shops nearby, a factor that would undoubtedly detract from its appeal. However, she was not there to critique. Upon witnessing the destruction, a surge of indignation welled up within Erica. What are you doing? She exclaimed, disembarking from the carriage like a radiant star amidst the night sky. Many passers-by caught sight of her and gasped in awe. It's Lady Erica Ducloy. In simple terms, there was no one who did not recognize this benevolent young lady, known for her generosity towards the impoverished, often providing them with food and coins to alleviate their hardships, and never yielding to malevolence. The Duke's daughter. Run. The ringleader, upon spotting Erica, shouted to his companions, who hastily fled in terror. Leia exchanged a knowing glance with the shopkeeper behind her, and in an instant, she felt a gust of wind sweep past her from behind. Looking back, she found the area deserted. Once the ruckus subsided, she adorned her face with a welcoming smile. Lady Erica, thank you for your assistance. As a mere woman, I was truly frightened by this incident. Had you not arrived, I wouldn't have known what to do. While listening to Leia's lamentations, Erica scrutinized her. The woman before her was strikingly beautiful, tall and slender, with features that could only be described as exquisitely perfect, especially the air of maturity about her, which made Erica still in her youth, feel a twinge of self-consciousness. Initially inclined to dismiss the gratitude, Erica's gaze suddenly halted as she noticed something on Leah's hand. Was that Victor's glove? She distinctly recalled seeing it when Victor first arrived. As it was adorned with numerous magical stones, this was the first time she had encountered such a glove, and she had taken special note of it. Since then, she had not seen it again. How curious that this glove now adorned the hand of this woman, while Erica could not be certain it was the same one. Given the disparity in their hand sizes, could she be a relative of Professor Victor? Contemplating this, Erica felt a pang of sympathy for the woman before her. Surely, those ruffians sought retribution due to Victor's infamous reputation, yet it was this young lady who bore the consequences. Observing the scattered debris and the spilled potion, she resolved to offer compensation to soothe Leah's distress. I apologize that such an incident transpired in the capital. In the name of Ducloe, I shall compensate you for all your losses today. Please, tally the damages of these items, and should there be any remnants, I shall purchase them all. Oh dear. Upon hearing such a generous declaration from Erica, Leah supported her chest with one hand while gently caressing her face with the other, a smile gracing her lips. Duke Roy's inherent charm in winning hearts was indeed befitting of a scion from a noble family, despite her tender age of merely 17. Miss Erica, may I confirm your intent to compensate for my losses? You must understand, the price is not trivial. Before Leah could receive a response, Erica had already summoned her accompanying maid, prepared to settle the payment. With a beaming smile, Leah stated her price, 1,000 geo. Such a loss, 1,000 geo? To the average person, that would indeed seem exorbitant. However, Erica found it reasonable and gestured for the maid to retrieve the funds. Just then, she heard the maid add, 1,000 geo per vial. What? The maid hesitated momentarily in her task. Erica was taken aback, feeling as though she had misheard. Not only Erica but even bystanders were bewildered. Was it truly a jest that a single vial of potion commanded a price of 1,000 geo? Was the liquid within the vial crafted from gold? The maid calculated the cost, momentarily astonished, and Erica's expression turned troubled. For her, such an amount was merely a month's allowance. Yet, money could not be spent so ambiguously. At that moment, she began to comprehend why Victor had garnered such resentment. He was nothing short of a swindler. Before she could respond, Leah, appearing somewhat conflicted, remarked, though I am eager for you to make recompense. The master has decreed that one person may purchase only 2 vials per day, no more. Such a rule? This was the first time Erica had encountered a limitation on sales. Especially when seeking restitution, the other party was unwilling to demand more. A moment of contemplation revealed that the master referred to Victor. However, the limitation of 2 vials piqued Erica's curiosity. Could this item possess some extraordinary effects? Thus, she picked up a vial that remained undamaged and inquired of Leah, what effects does this potion possess? Leah smiled at her and explained. It is used to restore magical energy. Erica found it difficult to believe. She had never heard of such an item capable of replenishing magical power. She wished to purchase several for further study, yet the fragments scattered around made her hesitate. Nevertheless, Erica soon solidified her resolve. Once words were spoken, they were as irrevocable as water spilled. Furthermore, Victor had imparted so much knowledge to her. Today, spending this money for compensation would merely serve to balance her account with Victor. Thus, she declared, I am a student of Professor Victor Clivenot. Having witnessed the damage to his establishment, I cannot remain indifferent. I shall compensate for the cost of the potions plus the labor involved in their creation, with one stipulation. Leah raised an eyebrow at Erica's words. I wish to purchase all the remaining potions. When it came to matters related to magic, she was more attentive than anyone else. Hence, she intended to take them back for her own research. Upon hearing this, Leah glanced back at the remaining stock on the shelves. Only 10 bottles remain, all intact. Upon seeing this, she dismissed the rules Victor had mentioned and nodded in agreement. Victor had asserted that he was unafraid of anyone deciphering the potion's ingredients. For no one, but he could replicate them. Leah believed that such concoctions could only be crafted through unique magic. Moreover, given his confidence, she felt no concern about any trade secrets being divulged. Since Miss Erica was so generous, she would not decline the offer. Thus, considering labor and production costs, each shattered potion would be priced at 300 geo, while the remaining bottles would be sold at their original price. Upon hearing this, Erica readily consented. The deal was struck. Leah handed the 10 bottles over to Erica's maid and received the compensation and payment for the remaining potions. Observing Erica before her, Leah marveled at the extravagant spending, all because she was Victor's pupil. One could only wonder what sort of enchantment that dark-hearted individual had cast upon this young lady. After Erica departed, Leia retrieved another 50 potions from the store, still priced at 1,000 geo, and continued her sales. Passers-by, upon seeing her produce yet another 50 bottles, were left in a state of disbelief. So you still have stock? In the alley, the earlier assailants lay scattered in disarray, each one barely clinging to life. Their bodies bore various wounds, painting a gruesome scene. Who sent you? A cloaked figure, revealing only the upper half of her face and her striking emerald eyes, held a wooden sword directed at the leader among the tattooed brutes. He lay on the ground, his limbs broken, the agony overwhelming him to the brink of unconsciousness. Yet, with the wooden sword hovering above him, he managed to scream in panic, "It's Duke Rivy." He was eager to divulge the mastermind behind their actions in hopes of securing a sliver of mercy from the masked figure. Thud! The wooden sword struck down, and the tattooed leader finally succumbed to unconsciousness. The cloaked figure then grasped his foot and began to drag him away from the alley, one deliberate step at a time. Chapter 15. Aren't you two a couple? Sharing a room shouldn't be a problem, right? Splash. The icy water splashed upon the man's face, jolting him awake as his eyes widened in shock. Gasp! Gasp! The man struggled for breath, attempting to move his body, only to find himself in excruciating pain. His limbs secured to a frame. Motionless was his only state. The masked figure placed the basin on the ground and leaned against the wall, arms crossed. She maintained her disguise, cloaked entirely, save for her piercing emerald eyes that regarded him with an unsettling intensity. He vividly recalled how all of his comrades had been effortlessly taken down by her agile and formidable skills. Awake? Let's have a chat, she said. The man scanned his surroundings, searching for the source of the voice. This was a dim and damp basement, and soon he located the woman seated in a chair, idly toying with her nails, while the table before her was cluttered with implements that would never pass inspection. In the haze, he discerned a woman adorned with a uniquely designed glove, embellished with several gemstones, though he could not ascertain their exact count. A wise adage states that those who comprehend the times are indeed the true heroes. The array of torture instruments before him, I surmised, would undoubtedly pry the truth from his lips. Cold perspiration enveloped him instantly as he frantically writhed, attempting to escape his restraints, yet to no avail. In desperation, he shouted, "I will speak. I will tell you everything." With a sudden crack, the masked figure before him delivered a sharp slap to his face. "I have yet to inquire. What is it you wish to divulge?" Leah toyed with the pliers in her hand, her laughter ringing out. This crisp slap jolted the man from his dazed state, igniting a flame of fury within him. "Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Kidnapping, torture. You will be apprehended. And what of it? When you lie dead in the gutter like a wild dog, who will care about who took your life?" Leah rose, her gaze frigid, suggesting she had long since lost count of such encounters. The man struggled fiercely once more. "Damn it! How dare you do this? What gives you the right?" Leah regarded him as one might a fool, replying, "Because I possess wealth." With that singular statement, he fell silent. "Is being wealthy so remarkable? Does it grant you power?" "My brother is Victor, a nobleman and a third-tier mage," he retorted, but the words faded into silence. Leah rapped the table with the pliers and continued. "Since you are aware of the Clavina family you have provoked, you should be prepared for the consequences. Speak, who orchestrated this?" "It was the Duke. The Duke commanded us." He maintained his previous confession, seemingly eager to convince Leah, offering an address. "That is our stronghold. You may go there and investigate. The Duke provided us with a substantial sum to demolish your family shop today. I am not lying. You must believe me." As the man became increasingly frantic, the masked figure leaned closer to Leah, lowering his voice. "He claimed the same. Could it truly be the Duke's doing?" Leah scoffed dismissively, a clumsy attempt at deflection. "Had you not insisted so fervently, I might have entertained doubt regarding the Duke, but your insistence has only diminished his culpability." The man was momentarily taken aback, and in that fleeting instant, Leah noted his reaction. Unable to restrain herself, she burst into laughter. Her melodious laughter gradually subsided as she clutched her stomach, lifting her alluring gaze to him, grinning as she said, "You truly believed me? I was merely deceiving you. However, based on your reaction, it appears it was indeed not the Duke's doing. I had surmised that a Duke would not resort to such base tactics." The man opened his mouth, seemingly poised to utter more, but Leah simply waved her hand dismissively. "Enough. Deal with him, Leon. Do not forget to extract his organs. They could fetch a price. Oh. And his accomplices, eliminate them all. Leave not a single one behind." Leah gently patted the man's face, her smile reminiscent of a devil's. The man trembled uncontrollably, struggling in fear, desperate to utter something. Yet in the next moment, Leah deftly flipped her palm, revealing a vial of potion. The azure liquid shimmered under the light, casting a dazzling glow. Alas, even if you sold every organ in your body, your worth pales in comparison to a single item from my household. She gazed at him with a mischievous grin, the potion swaying before his eyes. Indeed, this item valued at 1,000 geos holds no more significance to me than you do. Worthless. With a sudden crack, the vial shattered against his face, the sound echoing in the air. He felt a torrent of liquid cascade down his numbed visage. The red and blue potions intertwined, rendering it impossible to discern whether it was blood or elixir flowing forth. You lunatic, you're insane. Let me go, let me go. The man's voice quivered, his eyes wide in terror. Under the dual torment of mind and body, he had long since lost his former appearance. Seeing the expression on his face, Leah could not help but laugh. Her beautiful smile, though, seeped into the heart like that of a demon. In the midst of his bloodshot gaze, she yawned and casually turned away, saying, "Finish it quickly." Hours later, Leon had taken care of everything. She stealthily climbed through the window into Victor's study. With Victor absent, Leah sat at the desk, attending to recent accounts. The room was devoid of any other presence, and Leon removed her hood, revealing a cascade of light golden hair and elongated ears. The very sight of those unusual ears was sufficient to reveal her identity. An elf. Miss. Everything has been tidied up, Leon stated. Without lifting her head, Leah recognized the visitor and replied with a smile, "You've worked hard." "It is my honor, Miss Leah." Leon continued, "I collected quite a sum from those individuals. I even raided their hideout. They recently acquired a substantial amount of wealth, approximately 5,000 geos." Leah accepted the money pouch Leon handed her, weighing it before setting it aside. Indeed, there was a considerable amount. The man was not lying. Leon hesitated before inquiring, "Are you certain the Duke is not behind this?" Leah paused, chuckling softly as she closed the ledger and looked at her. "You believe that?" "What?" Leon asked, puzzled. "Even if the Duke's suspicion has lessened, it does not absolve him of blame. We have merely introduced another avenue of suspicion. Yet the fact that the Duke harbors animosity toward us remains unchanged. Perhaps someone is sowing discord between us, the Clavina, and the Duke, allowing a third party to profit. Or perhaps the Duke simply dislikes us. After all, a kingdom does not require two of the youngest third-tier mages." Leon, not comprehending the intricate calculations of the nobles, paused before asking the question that weighed heavily on her mind. "Why did you not continue to interrogate him?" "He would not speak. For he does not even know who the instigator is." Leah lightly tapped her coin pouch, and the sound of jingling geo resonated within. The use of currency for transactions indicated that the other party was not a significant member. Thus, she firmly attributed the incident to the Duke. Leah continued, "Why do you think the Duke's daughter has returned to the Eastern District and coincidentally encountered that group vandalizing shops? Ultimately, why must she pay a hefty sum to compensate for our shattered potions?" Upon hearing her words, Leon furrowed her brow. She had heard that Erica spent over 10,000 geo in compensation, which she found rather perplexing. Could a person truly possess such benevolence? "I cannot place my trust in her assertions," Leah remarked, raising her hands in exasperation. "Having lived with Victor for over a decade, I know precisely what kind of person he is. Although he possesses a talent for learning magic, it would still be an eternity before he could teach others. During his time at the academy, he likely relied on the assistant's written speeches, merely delivering them casually. Erica claims to be his student. What could Victor possibly teach her?" Meanwhile, far away in Sanchel Town, Vega sneezed. Victor cast a glance at him, wondering if a crow could even catch a cold. However, he had no time to concern himself with a potentially ill crow at that moment. They arrived at a small town at the foot of Mount Vesuvius, where only one inn was available. The knights were not overly concerned about their accommodations. They could even sleep beside their horses at the post station. Nonetheless, Gwen, being a woman and their esteemed knight commander, necessitated that the knights ensure she spent the night in the inn to recuperate. Similarly, Victor, as a mage, required a suitable environment for restorative sleep. Thus, the two were compelled to proceed to the inn together. Although they had originally planned for 2 rooms, the innkeeper lamented, "I truly have only 1 room left." Gwen appeared anxious, an expression that Victor found rather amusing. It was his first time witnessing her in such a state. At that moment, she seemed as if she could conjure a new dwelling on the spot. The innkeeper, equally helpless, replied, "My lord knight, how could I dare deceive you? There is genuinely only 1 room with a large bed remaining. Moreover, judging by your companionship, it seems appropriate for you to share a room." Gwen, still eager to speak further, was interrupted by Victor, who decisively stated, "This room will suffice." Upon hearing Victor's words, Gwen's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at him. Chapter 16. Playing both father and mother. Gwen and Victor stood at the threshold of the room, peering inside. "Why did you agree to this?" "We should inquire further, or perhaps wait," she said. Victor cast a glance at her and replied, "Remember the purpose of your visit. You are not here for a holiday." At his words, Gwen shook her head, regaining her composure. However, it was evident that spending the night alone together in one room was somewhat inappropriate, especially with only one large bed available. Gwen furrowed her brow in contemplation for a moment before suggesting, "I shall sleep on the floor." Victor nodded in agreement, responding affirmatively. "Very well." Gwen hesitated briefly, for although she, as a knight clad in armor, could rest anywhere, Victor's reaction left her feeling somewhat displeased. She could not quite comprehend the reason for her discomfort. After all, her understanding did not encompass notions of humility or selflessness. Victor, being a mage, was inherently more fragile than she, and thus it was only fitting for him to occupy the bed. However, after a long day of travel, Gwen felt the uncomfortable stickiness of her armor. To speak candidly, she longed for a bath. She had endured lengthy missions before, yet this time, the presence of a man in the room made her acutely aware of whether she might have an unpleasant odor. She patted her cheeks, striving to dismiss the trivial thoughts swirling in her mind. Gwen was not one to impose upon others, given the modest size of the inn and the late hour. It was evident that a hot bath was beyond her reach. Yet, with such perspiration clinging to her, what if she indeed bore an odor? She found herself in a quandary, even forgetting that she was encased in armor, every slight movement producing a clattering sound. Meanwhile, Victor, employing magic to survey their surroundings, did not neglect to cast a soundproofing spell at the door. Upon confirming the absence of any threats, he was startled by the clinking of her armor and turned to see Gwen, beset by her inner turmoil. She was biting her fingers, her expression clouded with worry. "Why haven't you removed your armor yet?" he inquired. Gwen, hearing his words, became shy, lowering her gaze, her cheeks subtly flushed. "Are you suggesting that you wish to bathe? In a place like this?" Victor sat on a chair, resting his forehead upon his hand. There were no partitions here, let alone a ready-made bathing facility. The room was sparsely furnished with merely a large bed, 2 chairs, and a table far too rudimentary. To voice a desire for a bath under such circumstances seemed rather capricious. Upon hearing Victor's words, Gwen felt even more embarrassed, though she had merely been voicing her thoughts. She had half a mind to sleep in her armor. It would indeed be uncomfortable. As a knight, she could endure a bit of odor, and she could manage until she returned home. She found herself yearning for the warmth of her own bathroom and the comfort of her spacious bed. Suddenly, an emerald light flared before her. Gwen lifted her gaze to see Victor's hand suspended in the air, crafting a wondrous magical array upon the floor. The green luminescence began to overlap, and intricate runes gradually coalesced. First-level magic, wood carving. In an instant, as the magical array took form, tendrils emerged from the floor, and wooden strips sprouted forth, entwining themselves to create the shape of a bathtub. The magic also polished the surface of the tub, rendering it smooth and glistening with a dark sheen. Gwen blinked in astonishment at the sudden appearance of the coveted bathtub on the floor, while Victor continued his incantation without pause. Between his hands, the blue and red magic circles whirled and intertwined, alternately illuminating the room, causing the air to grow increasingly torrid. As Victor clasped his hands, the 2 circles converged, forming an entirely new formation. A double magic array? This was the first time Gwen had witnessed such an advanced technique of multicasting, for she was no mage. Yet, what was Victor endeavoring to accomplish? The intention was unmistakable. The air became slightly humid as water materialized within the magic array, coming into contact with the warmth of the red circle. Almost instantaneously, the temperature of the water surged dramatically. Scalding hot water cascaded into the bathtub as if squeezed from a sponge of air. Gwen stared in utter disbelief at the spectacle before her, blinking in astonishment. Was this truly the work of magic? She had encountered several mages before, but none had ever exhibited such effortless mastery as Victor. For the first time, she perceived magic as an incredibly convenient ability. "If you trust me, then feel free," Victor remarked, snapping his fingers. A small black array emerged from the ring on his hand, and a curtain of black mist surged forth, isolating the space around them. The 2 realms became obscured from one another. Witnessing Victor's actions, Gwen felt a sudden wave of reflection. Having a mage by her side during missions might indeed be rather advantageous. She was not one to be overly sentimental, Given Victor's prowess, she too embraced her righteous spirit. Thus, she shed her armor and undergarments, submerging herself in the tub. In that moment, she felt enveloped in bliss. Viga lifted her eyelids, gazing incredulously at Victor, who sat reading, her expression tinged with disdain. I find it hard to fathom you expending your mental energy merely for such trivialities. Victor retrieved a vial of blue potion and downed it in one gulp. The minuscule amount of magical energy expended was swiftly replenished. Out in the world, he needed to remain vigilant, ensuring he was always in optimal condition. Setting the empty vial aside, he replied to Viga, "You do not understand." "All right, I do not understand," Viga retorted, imitating him with an impassive tone. "I must say, it's my first time witnessing you exhibit such concern for a woman." Victor shook his head, recalling the Valkyrie Gwen from the game. Her fierce demeanor, capable of vanquishing gods and demons alike, remained vividly etched in his memory. She was undoubtedly the most formidable opponent he had ever encountered. Who would wish to oppose her if it could be avoided? Contemplating this, the rustling sounds from the adjacent room reached Victor's ears. In a certain sense, he is a normal man, he mused. The disturbances from next door disrupted his thoughts, and the contents of the book seemed to elude him entirely. His mind was fraught with irritation. Was it too late to cast a soundproofing spell now? Gwen would undoubtedly perceive it. He merely lowered his head slightly. First-tier magic, self-suggestion, his eyes glimmered briefly before extinguishing the flame. Having finished washing, Gwen peeked her head out from behind the curtain, saying, "By the way, I also washed my clothes." Before she could finish, Victor activated the magic circle once more. First-tier magic, hot wind, a bright red magical array illuminated Gwen's side. She glanced back, feeling a warm breeze behind her. "Thank you, I can dry them now," Gwen said, slightly embarrassed, withdrawing her head. Victor, maintaining a cold expression, clung to the last shred of rationality in his mind. "By the way, don't you need a bath?" Gwen inquired from the other side. He pressed his forehead with one hand, a look of irritation etched on his face. "I have a wind-repelling spell on me, so I won't pick up any dust. Furthermore, if you wish me to use the water you've bathed in, I would be heading over to your side right now," Victor retorted coldly, eager for Gwen to quickly don her clothes and emerge. "My apologies. I got a bit carried away." Calm down, the mantra echoed in Victor's mind. "I've thought it over. Perhaps I require a bed, or else my freshly washed clothes will become soiled." It seemed Gwen suddenly recalled something, presenting yet another request to Victor. "Gwen, I am not your parent. Do you hear me? I cannot attend to your every need." Once Gwen was dressed, she settled down comfortably on the sole large bed, while Victor sat impassively on a chair. Nevertheless, he took action. First, he hypnotized Gwen with magic, then gently levitated her to the bed. That Gwen should be ruthless and unfeeling. The Gwen he had encountered executed the royal decrees with chilling indifference, akin to a merciless machine of destruction. Yet now, she had not reached that point. Despite her aloof demeanor, she still existed as an ordinary person, harboring unnecessary emotions. She would incessantly question her superior when only one room remained. Even after he had assisted her, she cautiously continued to voice her needs, careful not to overstep his boundaries. When she made a mistake, she would apologize. Her demeanor not as resolute as he remembered. Indeed, she was formidable, yet she was not the Gwen he recognized. He turned to gaze at the slumbering Gwen and shook his head. However, that thought lingered in Victor's mind, refusing to dissipate. Gwen stood at the front of the ranks, directing the knights on how to proceed. "Today, we shall investigate the volcano. If any anomalies arise, do not act impulsively. Report in a timely manner." The knights regarded Gwen, sensing her renewed vigor upon waking. Moreover, she appeared somewhat cleaner. The knights were oblivious to the events of the previous night. While Gwen shifted her gaze to Victor beside her, the knights seemed to exhibit expressions of realization. Upon seeing that Gwen had organized the troops, Victor turned to depart. "Victor, where are you headed? We can escort you to your destination, or you may choose to accompany the knights." "No need." Victor raised an eyebrow, gazing at the distant, silent volcano. He was acutely aware that a colossal beast lay dormant within, his emotions a tumultuous blend of heaviness and exhilaration. "I will proceed to the crater ahead of you." Chapter 17. Quarrels at the head of the bed and at the foot of the bed. "Why?" Gwen inquired, somewhat perplexed. Victor had joined the knights, and yet now he expressed a desire to separate and act independently. She found it difficult to comprehend. If Victor did not require the knights' protection, then why had he traveled with them? Or rather, what was his true purpose in visiting Mount Vesuvius? "I intend to reach the crater first," Victor stated. Under Gwen's unwavering sense of justice, all lies would be laid bare. Yet he was not lying. which indicated that Victor truly planned to venture to the crater. Gwen recalled the reasons Victor had initially accompanied them. Could it be that the monstrous creature you spoke of is at the crater? Victor paused, his mind conjuring the image of the fearsome beast. Thus, he replied, sort of. What do you mean by sort of? The fact that he was not lying piqued Gwen's curiosity, although she was not one to pry into others' private matters. After all, this was a dormant volcano, and Victor had claimed to be well acquainted with the terrain of Vesuvius. There should not be any issues. Gwen nodded in agreement with his request to depart. I will seek you out once I have completed my tasks. No sooner had Victor spoken than a blue, starry magic circle appeared beneath his feet. With a flash of blue light, he vanished without a trace. The abrupt disappearance of a living person left Gwen momentarily dazed. A knight who had witnessed their exchange approached Gwen, noticing her dazed expression. Captain, did you two have a disagreement last night? Gwen turned her head, opening her mouth to respond. No, it's not what you think. Before she could finish, the knight continued. It's perfectly normal for couples to argue. I often quarrel with my wife, yet our son is already 8 years old. Quarrels at the head of the bed and at the foot of the bed, there are no lingering grudges between spouses. The more she listened, the redder Gwen's face became. Enough nonsense. Let us hurry and depart. She scolded the knight and hurried away. Captain Gwen, I didn't say anything wrong. Today us young ladies are so sensitive. It's clear I hit the nail on the head. The knight's further comments faded as Gwen's embarrassment consumed her. Her complexion was flushed, resembling a young girl whose secret had just been uncovered. Yet in reality, she was acutely aware that there was no connection between her and Victor. Just as she could never develop feelings for him, Victor could not possibly harbor feelings for her. As Gwen mounted her white horse, she pondered gloomily. If all goes as anticipated, she is likely destined to marry Victor, for the betrothal between their families has long been established. Gwen, being the second daughter of her family, can do little but acquiesce to their decisions, unable to alter the course laid out for her. Reluctant to wed, especially given Victor's past behavior which left her feeling utterly disheartened, she reflected bitterly. How could I ever marry such a scoundrel? This thought flitted through her mind as she suddenly recalled the events of the previous night. He had appeared as an elegant nobleman, each movement reminiscent of a true gentleman. Unbeknownst to her, he had even relinquished the sole bed to her. Upon waking, she found Victor quietly seated in a chair, engrossed in a dense tome of magic. Having kept vigil throughout the night, guilt washed over her, yet Victor reassured her, stating that wizards possess their own means of rest, requiring only silence in their surroundings. Was he truly a scoundrel? Gwen pondered. Aspiring to be a paragon of justice, she had never harbored genuine disdain for anyone, not even for Victor. I should have been quite quiet last night, she mused, shaking off the excess thoughts in her mind. Raising her silver sword, she thrust it forward. Onward. A cascade of cerulean light fell from the sky, forming a teleportation array in midair, revealing Victor's silhouette. He opened his eyes, observing the stark transformation of the scenery around him. The desolation was palpable, with only a few charred stones standing resiliently on the hillside. He found himself midway up the volcano, having arrived significantly ahead of the nightly order. This location marked the maximum range for teleportation magic. Achieving a direct ascent to the summit in one go was indeed unrealistic. With no one in sight, his companion Vega squawked. Why did you choose to part ways with them? The route of the nightly order should align with yours. Traveling with them would ensure your arrival here eventually. Victor patted Vega's head, explaining, their company is unnecessary. There are matters I must investigate alone, without the need for others to be informed. Vega was puzzled. Victor appeared as though he had been plotting this for some time. Recalling Victor's keen interest upon hearing about Mount Vesuvius, Vega could not help but suspect he knew something more. As the man and bird traversed the slopes of Vesuvius, they noted that it had erupted once in the past. However, following that event, the volcano had lost its vigor, becoming a dormant giant. The inhabitants below had established a town here, which had flourished for several centuries. After enduring centuries of wind and sun, the ground had transformed into a chalky, charred landscape, riddled with cracks and weathered volcanic rock. To spot any vegetation in this barren expanse would prove quite challenging. Yet, after centuries, there was no longer concern regarding the volcano's potential to erupt again. Standing at several hundred meters in height, Victor soon reached the summit area. The closer he approached the peak, the more he could distinctly sense the potent essence of fire elements. He was not alone in this sensation. Vega felt it too. He turned his head, casting a subtly inquisitive glance at Victor. How intriguing. I am genuinely curious to unravel the workings of your mind that led you to this place. You have discovered a calamity. Victor's expression remained remarkably impassive, and Vega understood that he had long been aware of the presence of something here. A calamity. More precisely, this refers to the specific name of the furnace beast recorded in history. There are 6 types of calamities in the world, each corresponding to a distinct magical element: wind, wood, fire, earth, water, and thunder. The one currently sealed within Mount Vesuvius is the fire calamity, Gulitan. Its massive form looms like a titan, engulfed in the flames of the furnace, resembling a god of fire. It is designated as a calamity because its emergence incites natural disasters and chaos upon any land, possessing an overwhelming power that instills terror in all. Their existence brings nothing but misfortune to any living being. Thus, they are aptly named calamities. I'm quite curious as to why you seek it out when it appears to be peacefully slumbering here, Vega inquired of Victor, gazing down at Gulitan within the volcano's maw. To collect a bit of interest in advance, Victor stood at the volcano's edge, looking down into its unfathomable depths, raising doubts as to whether anything existed within. Scorching air erupted from the crater, enveloping him in its astonishing heat. His gaze suddenly hardened with resolve. The cold wind mingled with the searing heat, rustling his coat, and at that moment, standing at the apex of the volcano, even Vega's voice was scarcely audible. What are you doing standing there? Are you truly considering jumping into this abyss? Victor did not respond, and Vega fell silent for a moment. You are not really going to jump, are you? Its methodical inquiry bore no fruit, for Victor had already uttered, "Hold on tight." With that, he leapt into the depths of the volcano, which plunged 100 meters down. You could have at least sought my opinion. The surrounding rocks, glowing red from the heat, fell away as Vega clutched Victor's clothing tightly with its beak. In that moment, it even forgot that it was still a bird with wings. The scene before them swirled chaotically, and finally, after a flash of white light, the 2 figures vanished into the air. After being a deity for so long, I have never felt such madness before. When Vega opened its eyes, it seemed to have arrived in another realm. Surrounding it was an impenetrable darkness, with only the floor visible to the naked eye. How dark it is, Victor? Victor? Victor was right behind it. Upon seeing the raven awaken, he lifted it and placed it on his shoulder. Vega was about to ask Victor to ignite a flame to illuminate the surroundings, but before it could utter a word, a tremendous snore resonated from the darkness before them. It was enough to nearly deafen the raven. Damn it, who was snoring? Vega fell silent. It had located the source of the snoring, or rather, at that moment, it was right before Vega, sleeping with its eyes closed. How should one aptly describe it? It stands like a colossal pillar soaring into the sky, reminiscent of a mountain in its imposing grandeur, evoking both awe and terror. The fiery calamity, Gulitan, manifested before them. A cold sweat beaded on Vega's brow, and his hair bristled with tension. Are you truly contemplating a challenge against it? Do not jest. At this moment, I am merely an ordinary bird, incapable of assisting you. Victor, undeterred, ignited a flame at his fingertips, illuminating the path ahead and revealing the true form of the beast. Do not underestimate yourself. You are my greatest ally in overcoming it. In the next instant, the rumbling snores of the wind subsided. The immense crimson eyes of the creature opened wide, akin to astonishing light bulbs. A thunderous roar erupted, resonating throughout Mount Vesuvius. Chapter 18. Dare to display your health bar before me? Scorching lava dripped from Gulitan, splattering within the volcano and sending molten rock soaring several meters into the air. The emergence of Gulitan cloaked the sky above the volcano with burning black clouds, as embers of ash floated through the air. Long exposure to intense heat had rendered its hardened armor a dazzling crimson. Its myriad of fangs seemed poised to consume everything atop the volcano. The monstrous creature let out a deafening howl, shaking the very ground of Vesuvius itself. Vega, establish a link with me. What? A link? Are you joking? Do you truly intend to confront it? I have no desire to court death. Vega cried out desperately from the sky. His heart sank. Had he known Victor was this reckless, he would have never considered a contract with him. Following Victor could very well lead to his demise, quashing any hopes of resurgence. Yet, having come this far, it seemed there was no alternative but to forge a connection. Reluctantly, Vega extended a wing to touch Victor's forehead. Instantly, a clearer link manifested in Victor's mind, linking with the malevolent god Habika, synchronizing. Synchronization successful, Victor observed a raven icon appear beneath his status bar. Immediately realizing the connection was established. Why not take this opportunity to enhance your teleportation magic and escape? Don't say I didn't warn you. Vega buzzed around him, persistently urging him to flee. However, Victor paid no heed to Vega's counsel for retreat. Instead, he felt a surge of exhilaration in the face of the volcano's searing heat. Flee? A proud smile spread across Victor's face, and to Vega, he appeared utterly insane. Yet Victor was not mad. He had long yearned to challenge this calamity. The moment he heard the name Mount Vesuvius, he understood he must come. Just as he envisioned, the furnace beast Gulitan was sealed at the very depths of the crater. This realm existed in an alternate space. Regardless of the scale of their battle here, it would scarcely impact the outside world. It was, in essence, a natural arena for combat. After being defeated for the first time, Gul'dan was resealed within this space, transformed into a challenge akin to a dungeon for players to confront. Thus, the entity still under seal possesses a strength comparable to that within the confines of the dungeon. Victor, gazing at the monstrous figure blocking the sky, felt an unwavering confidence within. He had defeated this foe countless times before, and now, he wielded an even more potent form of Victor, enhanced skills at his disposal. Moreover, he had the assistance of Vega, an invaluable ally. He had not exaggerated when he stated that Vega was an indispensable source of formidable support for Victor. With boundless mana, this advantage was unparalleled, particularly for a mage. As Vega's singular eye began to shimmer with a blue luminescence, Victor sensed an immense surge of magical energy within him. Akin to an ocean, with his mana bar skyrocketing, it surged beyond the limits of 10,000, 20,000. Victor understood that this was the maximum mana capacity permitted by the game. Victor, 39, 1,000, 99999999999. With such an abundance of mana, victory was within reach. Gul'dan was still stirring, its long slumber having encased its body in a colossal armor of rock, yet this also hindered its movements. It would take a considerable time to break free from its bindings. This moment was Victor's opportunity. With both hands raised, he conjured a magical array in the air. Intricate formations filled the surroundings. Vega, observing from above, marveled at Victor's arcane prowess as endless arrays began to whirl into line. Once Victor completed the setup, he did not cease his motions, instead casting several transparent crystals into the hexagonal mouth of the volcano. Victor, are you intending to utilize the entire volcano as your array? Victor remained silent, but Vega correctly inferred from the smile on his face. The volcano was inscribed with cryptic runes, countless arrays rotating in the sky. The hexagonal crystals gradually connected, runes began to manifest upon them, intertwining, bending, and leaping. A massive magical formation descended like a lid upon the volcano's mouth. With a flick of his fingers, variously colored and shaped magical energies transformed into wheels encircling Gul'dan. Victor glanced at the status bar beneath Gul'dan. Frozen, poisoned, weakened, agitated, an array of negative statuses began to affix themselves to the beast. With a gentle stomp, dozens of glimmers erupted from the formation, infusing Victor's body. Attack power increased. Water attribute attack enhanced by 7 levels. Fire resistance. Victor felt the chaotic energies coursing through him. The effects of the enhancements were profound. He sensed his muscles fortifying, his reflexes sharpening. He could even discern the molten lava dripping from the creature. Having completed all preparations, Victor looked up. At that moment, the already towering Gul'dan displayed a health bar overhead. However, its length would evoke despair in an ordinary person, stretching an astounding 100 meters or more. Victor, empowered by an augmentation, perceived the ominous end of his health bar of 50. In the realm of gaming, a phrase often reverberates. Revering the elite players, dare to reveal your health bar, and even gods shall fall before me. A crimson gleam flickered in Gulitan's eyes, illuminating the horizon. It activated. The surroundings grew perilously treacherous. The temperature soared, flames igniting sporadically in midair as heat waves swept over the volcano. This was the calamity invoked by Gulitan, scorching earth. A crow perched upon Victor's shoulder, offering a reminder. Victor was acutely aware of the unfolding events, yet he nodded symbolically towards Vega. 10 identical azure magic circles manifested at his fingertips, subtly stirring. A magnificent azure castle flickered in the air, its center erupting with waves that engulfed the heavens and the earth. Third-tier magic, tidal sanctuary. Gwen, accompanied by the knightly order, ascended the mountain path, effortlessly dispatching a magical beast. She glanced at the fallen creature, resembling a crab, its body encased in a searing rocky shell. Even in death, its pincers snapped relentlessly at the air. Moments later, the shell shattered, revealing a rolling red crystal. Quick-witted, Gwen seized the luminescent red gem, scrutinizing it closely. She recalled Victor mentioning his need for such crystals to craft magical items, piquing her interest. Everyone, remember to collect these crystals when encountering such beasts. She displayed the red gem for the knights to memorize its appearance. Indeed, the knights responded in unison. After all, Victor had aided her considerably the previous night, and she wished to repay his kindness by assisting in gathering magical components. A thunderous rumble resonated from the mountain's peak, reaching the ears of every knight. Gwen abruptly raised her gaze towards the volcano's mouth, where a plume of black smoke billowed upward. Suddenly, a formidable roar echoed from the summit, reverberating through the air. She fixed a serious stare upon the mountaintop and inquired, "Did you hear that? That tremendous roar?" Uncertain, she merely sensed it sounded like a colossal bellow. The knights exchanged glances, shaking their heads in disbelief. "Captain, you must have misheard. It's likely just the noise of the volcano expelling ash." Gwen shook her head at his words, unconvinced, pondering, "Am I the only one who can hear it? What could it possibly be?" In a flash of insight, a thought struck her. Victor had mentioned he was heading to the volcano's mouth. Could he have discovered something there? All knights quickly advanced to the volcano's mouth. "We must locate Victor." Upon receiving the command, the knights swiftly organized themselves, marching in unison towards the summit. However, after circling the volcano's mouth, they found nothing amiss. The knights reported to Gwen that the heat was intensifying, reaching an abnormal level. Split up and search. Gwen, upon witnessing the dire situation, promptly commanded her knights to divide into 5 teams and commence the search for Victor. After an extended period, the knights returned one by one, panting heavily and drenched in sweat. "Commander, we have not spotted a single figure from Team 5. The horses can no longer endure the heat and can only rest midway down the mountain." Gwen, her forehead glistening with perspiration, felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. How had this dormant volcano suddenly become so unbearably hot? Could it be that this extinct volcano was on the verge of an eruption? She shook her head, realizing that her mind could no longer entertain such thoughts. Both the horses and the knights were increasingly unable to withstand the rising temperatures and had no choice but to descend for respite. Even though her armor was specially crafted with a first-level heat resistance, it was still nearly intolerable. Just as Gwen waved her hand, preparing to lead her knights away, a column of fire erupted violently from the volcano's mouth, shooting directly towards her. "Everyone, down." Upon receiving the command, the knights, though puzzled, swiftly dropped to the ground. And even the horses obediently knelt on the mountainside. Gwen turned her head as the fire column gradually dissipated into sparks that rained down, the astonishing heat causing all present to feel an overwhelming tightness in their chests, as if their airways were ablaze, making it difficult to breathe. A volcanic eruption? How could it spew such a substance? The more she pondered, the more perplexed she became, but there was no time for further contemplation. The volcano was highly likely to erupt. We must evacuate the townsfolk below. With a decisive wave of her hand, she issued the command, and the knights hurriedly descended the mountain towards the town. Gwen gazed anxiously at the increasingly agitated volcano, her heart heavy with concern. "Victor, where could you possibly be?" Chapter 19. That year, my hands in pockets at this moment, Victor found himself at the very bottom of the volcano, within a sealed, otherworldly space. With his hands tucked into his pockets, his cloak billowed in the heat wave. A phrase automatically flashed through his mind. That year, with my hands in my pockets, I knew not what a true adversary was. A formidable column of fire surged towards him, yet Victor remained calm, as a barrier of runes swiftly rose beneath his feet, effortlessly deflecting the attack. Empowered by an array of intricate runes, he teleported and maneuvered with ease, as if riding the crest of a tidal wave. The massive creature before him appeared merely as an oversized and entertaining toy. Gulitan's body gradually ascended, bearing the weight of a small mountain. Lava erupted from its form, accompanied by a torrent of sand and stone. The debris pierced through his body, yet it felt as though it had struck a curtain of water. As a cascade of water fell, the original Victor vanished from sight. Second-tier magic, water mirage, and the next instant, the real Victor emerged behind the beast, wielding a spear forged from flowing water, aiming it at Gulitan's rear. Due to elemental weaknesses, Gulitan felt the impact of the water spear acutely. Enraged by the pain, it unleashed another torrent of lava towards Victor. Observing Gulitan's increasingly fierce onslaught, Victor, utilizing his unparalleled agility, deftly evaded the lethal strikes. The moment Gulitan raised its hand, Victor could easily anticipate its next move. Gulitan thrust his twin palms into the ground, unleashing a towering pillar of fire that erupted beneath Victor's feet. Instinctively, Victor waved his hand, casting second-tier magic, water screen, instantly conjuring a translucent azure barrier that thwarted the fiery assault. Observing Victor's effortless defense, Gulitin squinted, his heart swelling with frustration as he let out a long, anguished howl to the heavens, releasing his pent-up dissatisfaction. Despite the prolonged battle, Victor remained as composed as he had at the outset. However, Gulitin's health had only diminished slightly. Witnessing Victor's ease in handling the situation, Wigga fell into deep contemplation. Could this individual truly be human, managing to hold his own against such calamity? Unable to fathom it, Wigga abandoned her thoughts and called out to Victor, "Hey, it's been hours. Are you really planning to continue this fight?" Upon hearing Wigga's words, Victor paused to reflect. He recalled the first time he encountered Gulitin in the game, where he had fought alongside the player coalition for 3 grueling days and nights. Then led S-Battle for another 3 days, he resolved, eagerly anticipating the exhilarating clash ahead. Second-tier magic, Galavis's Ice Storm. Second-tier magic, Death Ritual. Second-tier magic, Still Water. A multitude of spells cascaded from Victor's fingertips, with magic circles illuminating the sky like stars beneath a darkened cloud. Wigga watched in awe as Victor unleashed his spells, utterly stunned. Good grief, this guy is insane. This is hardly the prowess of a third-tier mage. Countless waves of colorful energy continued to erode the towering monstrosity. The surrounding rocks crumbled under the immense pressure of the onslaught. Gulitin felt as if he were being pierced by a barrage of sharp thorns, though not fatal. The pain was excruciating. With a fierce flick of his tail, he cleaved a significant portion off the narrow volcanic rim, sending it crashing into the lava below, resulting in a towering splash. Victor stood upon a black magic circle, vanishing into a shroud of darkness. He reappeared at the opposite side of the intact crater. Seizing the opportunity to continue his assault, Gulitin bared his fangs, gathering a sun-like fireball in his throat, ready to unleash it. Boom! The fireball erupted violently, striking the nearby mountainside, shattering the rocks and sending clouds of dust skyward. Victor formed a magic circle, swapping positions with the ice shell that lay hidden nearby. The ice shell absorbed the unexpected fireball, transforming into steam that dissipated into the air. Second-tier magic, Ice Decoy, with his remaining long-range teleportation spells on cooldown. Victor expertly utilized the maximum evasion distance of the ice decoy. Debris flew up, barely grazing his garments. He emerged unscathed, the attack passing him by. Victor clasped his hands together, and a massive, glowing white door appeared behind him. Third-tier summon, White Spirit's Malediction. As Victor commanded, the grand marble door slowly creaked open. A billowing mist instantly engulfed the entire volcano. Before Wei Jia, a sudden veil of white mist enveloped the surroundings, prompting him to shout at the top of his lungs. "Victor! Victor! I am still here. Do not let the entity you summoned attack me." With his extensive knowledge, Wei Jia was acutely aware of what Victor had called forth. The White Spirit, with its venomous words, showed no distinction between friend and foe. Gulitin, shrouded in this mist, flailed its massive claws in a futile attempt to disperse the fog. Yet, the mist clung to it like a spider's web, resisting every effort to be torn away. From within the fog, slender, pallid arms, as frail as withered twigs, extended toward Gulitin, grasping its head and pulling relentlessly towards the threshold. However, the weight of the lava demon proved too great, rendering the White Spirit powerless to move it. Consequently, the white door began to tremble ominously. The first part of the White Spirit to emerge was a head, or something resembling a head, adorned with 7 eyes encircling it, each gaze inducing a profound sense of dizziness in Gulitin. Its form continued to unfold, the lower half entwining like 3 colossal serpents, obscuring the molten lava beneath the volcano. From the back of its neck, the skin ruptured, revealing a third arm that emerged forcefully. It drew forth its spine, morphing it into a sharp blade that cleaved through Gulitin's rocky armor. Witnessing the collapse of the white door, Victor could only sigh and shake his head in exasperation. This creature remained as reckless as ever. The summoned entity, though inferior in strength, possessed the singular advantage of resilience. Amidst the struggle with the White Spirit, Victor managed to extricate himself, casting a series of weakening spells upon the beast in preparation for his next magical onslaught. He retrieved various materials from his backpack, crafting magical items on the spot and hurling them into the fray, though their effects were minimal. Better than nothing, he reassured himself. Soon, Gulitin's health diminished by approximately 10%. Its fiery eyes blazed with intensity, and the molten rocks surrounding it began to recede rapidly. A fierce conflagration enveloped its hands, while rock spikes gradually formed at its tail. A surge of excitement coursed through Victor as he felt a familiar thrill of battle. Under this new form, Gulitin's defenses were significantly enhanced, along with its skills, which was the true reason behind its moniker as the Furnace Beast. Flames transformed into magma, covering the ground and leaving Victor with no solid footing. The environment, now bolstered, caused the white spirit to shriek in agony. With no place to stand, Victor declared, "Then I shall create my own." With that, he sketched a precise square in the air. A snap of his fingers summoned a block of ice, vaporized into a high-density mass, suspended in midair. The battle raged on, and Victor stood atop the ice, continuing his incantations. Meanwhile, the external Vesuvius volcano exhibited astonishing activity. Knights had already descended to the town at the foot of the volcano to evacuate the populace, leaving only Gwen and a few knights midway up the slope, vigilantly observing for any unusual occurrences. Just as Gwen had intuited, something extraordinary indeed transpired. They raised their heads, gazing at the surface of the volcano gradually turning crimson, with wisps of steam rising from the crater, akin to a shell shedding to reveal its true colors within. "Commander, the crater is as heated as an iron plate," one of the knights cautioned. Gwen's expression grew grave as she turned to notify several knights. "Quick, report to the capital immediately and request reinforcements." The knights nodded and dashed towards the town to contact the capital using magical crystals. In the Duke's residence, Erica sat in her room, cradling a vial of blue potion, her gaze vacant. She felt as though all the knowledge she had acquired in her lifetime had been in vain. Previously, she would have deemed spending so much on a mere few vials of potion a folly. Could this single vial truly be worth 1,000 geos? Yet now, her mind fixated on the thought, this peculiar item is priced at merely 1,000 geos? She stared blankly at the vial in her hand, her thoughts a chaotic swirl. Suddenly, her mind jolted, as if something were threatening to shatter her sanity. Erica hastily covered her head, feeling an excruciating pain in her brain, accompanied by a strange voice whispering in her ear. Mother, what is happening?" Someone was speaking to her. "My lord, do you require me to inform the young lady of your departure?" Suddenly, the voice of a servant outside the door snapped Erica from her pain, and she eagerly rushed out of her room. However, the Duke's response left her somewhat bewildered. "No need. Tell her I must embark on a journey and will not return for several days." Standing at the door, Erica heard the entire exchange, halting in her tracks. The Duke, noticing that his beloved daughter had overheard, wore a wry smile. "Erica, the Emperor has issued a mission requiring urgent support." Confused, she couldn't help but inquire, "Father, as a Duke, why must you go personally?" The Duke beckoned her closer, and obediently, Erica approached. He gently ruffled her hair, explaining tenderly, "My dear daughter, this matter is of great importance. All third-tier mages in the capital must be dispatched, and naturally, second-tier mages are included as well. Given your youth, you will not be summoned by the royal family." Erica suddenly recalled Victor, who had set out on a mission a few days prior. He was also a third-tier mage. Now, with his father called upon, were they destined for the same location? What could possibly be occurring that necessitated such a multitude of mages? A surge of questions arose within her, and concurrently, that voice echoed in her ear once more, this time more distinctly. This strange voice. Could it be linked to the place to which my father and the others are headed? Feeling an unusual curiosity, driven by the desire to explore, Erica exclaimed, "I want to go too." Upon hearing her declaration, the Duke's demeanor shifted to one of sternness, and he promptly declined. "No, you are still young, and you must continue your studies. I am no longer a child. I am now a second-tier mage. If all the second and third-tier mages in the royal capital are to depart, it is only natural that the academy would follow suit. Am I to seek out the dean for personal instruction?" She is well aware that the dean would not easily abandon the royal capital, for he is the only fourth-tier holy mage in the realm. As for others, Erica, with her characteristic arrogance and confidence, believes that aside from Victor, no one in the academy could teach her further. Even so, the Duke reflected carefully for a moment, hesitating. As Erica pointed out, she is no longer young, at 17. She will come of age next year. He cannot keep Erica sheltered forever, for that would render her perpetually a fledgling. Erica harbors her own aspirations, and thus, when the time comes, he must also let her go. He cannot allow his excessive paternal affection to stifle his daughter's proud wings. "Very well, Erica. I grant you permission to accompany me. Our destination is Mount Vesuvius, as the Royal Knights have issued a call for rescue. To be precise, it appears that Mount Vesuvius may be on the verge of eruption." Chapter 20. The Dignity of the Celestial Age. 4,000 Grand Chapters. Natural disasters, such as volcanic eruptions, can only be mitigated by the intervention of mages. The impending eruption of Mount Vesuvius is particularly alarming. given that the prospect of a fire column soaring 100 feet from the crater is an anomaly in any era. Should lava flow for hundreds of miles upon eruption, villages and crops would face devastation. This would not only inflict severe economic losses upon the royal capital, but also threaten the lives of countless creatures inhabiting the vicinity of the volcano. The royal capital is taking this matter with utmost seriousness, promptly summoning all available mages within the city. The Imperial Army is dispatching waves of mages to Mount Vesuvius. Duke Rivi and Erica are no exception. After nearly a day of arduous travel, the entire party is somewhat fatigued. In the early hours of the morning, the group finally arrives at their destination, where all take a moment to rest. Due to the collective evacuation of the knights, the townsfolk of Sanchel have gathered outside the town. Even livestock, such as chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep, along with various cats and dogs, have been herded out. Outside the town, chaos reigns, resembling a scene of utter disarray. Villagers, witnessing the influx of soldiers and mages into the town, remain oblivious to the unfolding events. At this moment, the atmosphere around the camp is tense to the extreme. Mage Rivi is among the last groups to arrive. As he dismounts from the carriage, many mages from other noble families greet him with warm smiles, eagerly approaching. How long it has been! Duke Rivi, a silver-haired nobleman, leaning on a cane, strides toward him, accompanied closely by other noble mages. Indeed, it has been quite some time, Mr. Baker, Duke Rivi replies courteously, since the last kingdom summons. I fear we have not crossed paths again, Baker reminisces. The Duke nods, smiling in agreement. And this must be your esteemed daughter. She is truly a vision of grace. Not at all. You flatter me, replied Beck, noticing the emblem of the second-tier mage adorning Erica's chest. Adjusting his glasses, he continued, Indeed, your daughter has reached the second-tier stage. It seems the Academy's words hold true. Erica understood that these were merely pleasantries exchanged among adults. However, hearing such praise from renowned mages brought her a certain joy. After all, no one despises compliments, and having grown up amidst accolades, Erica was particularly fond of them. Duke Rivi observed his daughter with a smile, a testament to his pride. Ah, your daughter's magical talent truly evokes envy among us old men. The adults chuckled amongst themselves before gradually settling down. In the realm of mages, familiarity was commonplace. Duke Rivi was among the few third-tier mages, with the remaining third-tier mages also being nobles. Within the Calencia Empire, high-ranking mages were nearly monopolized by the aristocracy, making it exceedingly rare for commoners to produce even a second-tier mage. At that moment, a silvery figure emerged before the gathering. Duke Rivi cast a glance at her. Recognizing the second daughter of the Derlin family, currently serving as the captain of the Royal Knights in the capital, Gwendolyn approached to report. As the mages observed Gwendolen's somber demeanor, a knot tightened in their chests. Could the volcano's condition be dire? Esteemed mages, ever since the volcano exhibited abnormal changes yesterday, it has remained relatively stable, Gwendolyn stated, gripping her silver sword tightly as beads of sweat trickled down her forehead. The mages released a collective sigh of relief upon hearing her news. The elder mage patted his chest, his grip on the staff loosening considerably. Thus, they would only need to exercise caution rather than expend excessive energy confronting a natural disaster head-on. Meanwhile, Erica stood quietly beside Duke Rivi, observing the unfolding scene. Father, who is this? She inquired. Duke Rivi whispered in her ear, This is the current captain of the Royal Knights. Erica nodded, taken aback by the revelation that the captain was a woman. Unfamiliar with Gwendolyn, she was unaware that she was Victor's fiancée. However, Gwendolyn recognized her. The nation was abuzz with tales of the magical prodigy, and Gwendolyn had certainly heard of her. Moreover, the incident involving Victor had etched Erica's name firmly into her memory. Gwendolyn gazed at the golden-haired maiden before her, musing, Is this truly Duke Rivi's daughter? She is remarkably beautiful. No wonder Victor was so impulsive in his confession. Having previously only seen Erica in newspapers, this personal encounter left Gwendolyn momentarily captivated by her presence, evoking an inexplicable sense of infatuation. So, Captain Gwendolyn, what transpired with the volcano? Gwendolyn succinctly briefed Duke Rivi on the Knights' investigation since their arrival at the volcano. What? You say you heard a tremendous roar from halfway up the mountain? After the Knights investigated the mountaintop, the temperature of the volcano immediately surged, followed by the eruption of a towering column of flames reaching 100 meters high. Beck and the other third-tier mages were momentarily taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances and questioning one another. What is happening? I have no idea. Do you? I am equally in the dark. I have never heard of such a thing. The group of mages looked at each other, rendered speechless and uncertain. Duke Rive listened intently to Gwen's account, lost in thought, much like the mages, utterly mystified by the unfolding events. Gwen recalled something and remarked, "We requested an accompanying mage who had gone ahead to the mountaintop to investigate certain matters. But he has since gone missing, and his whereabouts remain unknown." What? This revelation left them all in a state of shock, as such claims easily aroused suspicion. Upon hearing this, Erica was momentarily taken aback, seemingly realizing something significant, and for the first time, she proactively inquired, "Who was that mage?" Gwen glanced at her in confusion and replied, "You should all be familiar with him. He is Victor Clivener." The moment this name was uttered, it incited a considerable uproar among the mages present. Several who harbored animosity towards Victor seized the opportunity to proclaim with righteous indignation, "It must be Victor's doing. Indeed, he has committed other heinous acts in the past. This must undoubtedly be his handiwork." Everyone present was well aware of Victor's notorious reputation, and whenever an opportunity to malign him arose, they spared no effort in doing so. Duke Rive remained perplexed but urged the other mages, "Let us not panic. The most pressing concern at this moment is to prevent the volcanic eruption and minimize potential damages." Upon hearing the Duke's words, the mages ceased their quarrel. As Rive had aptly stated, at this juncture, uncovering the mastermind was of little consequence. Surmounting the immediate crisis was of utmost importance. Roar. In the midst of their discourse, a furious roar suddenly erupted from the volcano, clear and resounding. Everyone distinctly heard it. The mages collectively turned their gaze towards the mountaintop. Rendered mute. Was that sound produced by a creature? "Madam, you cannot approach." The voices of the surrounding knights drew the attention of many, and everyone turned to see. An elderly woman was attempting to breach the knights' blockade to enter the stronghold. "Someone has angered the volcano god. It must be that someone has provoked the volcano god," she shouted amidst the guards. "It is all over. We are all doomed." The mages exchanged glances, and Duke Rive waved his hand, addressing the knights. "Allow her to enter." Yes. The knights ceased their obstruction, and the elderly woman quickly broke free from their grasp, limping forward with the aid of her cane. "Grandmother, what is the volcano god?" Duke Rive inquired kindly, yet the surrounding mages, having just witnessed the erratic demeanor of the elderly woman, began to chatter amongst themselves. "This old woman appears to be mad. What could she possibly reveal? What volcano god? I have never even heard of such a thing. It seems that Duke Levi is here to disrupt the order. It would be prudent to send her away promptly." However, Duke Levi did not heed the mage's advice. With a gentle demeanor, he turned to the elder and inquired, "My dear lady, if you have something to convey, please feel free to share." The elderly woman scrutinized the Duke from head to toe, her previously erratic demeanor transforming into one of enigmatic gravity as she began to speak. "Centuries ago, a fiery demon was sealed beneath a volcano, an act that incited the wrath of the volcano god, resulting in an eruption. Yet, for hundreds of years following that cataclysm, the volcano remained dormant. Now, with the recent disturbances, it is evident that the slumbering volcano god has once again been provoked. It is on the verge of breaking free from its confines, threatening to incinerate both sky and earth." The assembled mages were taken aback, hastily interjecting, "Your Grace, do not be concerned. These are merely folktales." Nevertheless, Duke Levi's expression was grave. He sensed a familiar resonance within her tale. At that moment, Erica cast her gaze toward the summit. She placed a hand on her chest. Once more hearing that voice, as if in contemplation, she turned to Duke Levi and said, "Father, I wish to ascend to the mountain's peak. I sense something awaits there." "Absolutely not," Duke Levi responded firmly, waving his hand with a commanding tone. "Erica, I can grant you many things, but this is non-negotiable." Unwilling to concede, Erica persisted, pleading for her father's consent. "Father, I am now a second-tier mage, capable of standing on my own. Unless your power surpasses mine, I cannot allow you to set foot near the volcano." Faced with her father's unwavering stance, Erica fell silent. It was an unreasonable demand. Her father had immersed himself in the studies of a third-tier mage for over 30 years. It was commonly said that if a new fourth-tier saint mage were to emerge, it would undoubtedly be Duke Levi de Clois. Erica reflected on her own limitations, realizing that if she could not even surpass Victor, how could she possibly leap 2 tiers to reach the 4th? Yet, a sense of unease loomed over her. Amidst her father's fierce proclamation, she had heard a voice that uttered, "It hurts." Meanwhile, Duke Levi began issuing commands to the mage contingent. The volcano's unrest was growing increasingly pronounced, Third-tier mages arranged themselves in formation, with second-tier mages providing auxiliary support, taking turns to channel their magic. They aimed to create a magical array to summon powerful war magic to blanket the entire Vesuvius before it erupted. At that time, regardless of whether it was molten lava or whatever emerged from the volcano, they would eliminate it all. Had he finally sustained an injury? Vega gazed vacantly at Victor. Disbelief etched upon his face. His current condition was far from favorable. Half of his cloak had been incinerated, and the wounds inflicted by the lava continued to smolder with flames. Remarkably, this was merely Victor's first injury after a day of relentless battle. A monster. It could only be described in such a manner. Confronted by calamities akin to natural disasters, he managed to withstand the onslaught for an entire day and even inflicted damage upon it. During this ordeal, he sustained injury only once, a consequence of momentary distraction that led to a grazing from an astonishing pillar of fire. This singular encounter inflicted considerable harm upon him. Had he been struck directly by the fiery column, it is likely that not even his bones would remain. Indeed, perhaps he was pushing himself too hard. Nonetheless, this injury certainly did not bode well, indicating a decline in Victor's stamina as fatigue began to envelop him. The prolonged battle gradually eroded his ability to concentrate. Perhaps it would be prudent to retreat while he still possessed sufficient magical energy to teleport away. Vega urged him in his ear, fully aware that Victor was not one to concede easily. Yet, his condition was far from optimistic. Victor offered no reply, instead focusing on casting a spell to enhance his fire resistance and staving off the burns while evading yet another formidable pillar of flame. If I were to leave now, that monstrous beast would surge forth from Mount Vesuvius in an instant. At that moment, true devastation would ensue. Vega, do you comprehend? Vega was momentarily taken aback. Once he finished speaking, Victor remembered that Vega was a malevolent deity and continued, I apologize. I forgot that you might be indifferent to such matters. However, I care. Victor discarded his tattered and utterly ruined cloak, allowing it to drift away with the wind and into the molten lava. The garment disintegrated into countless sparks in the air, vanishing entirely. I do not aspire to be a hero, yet I refuse to let this unstoppable behemoth break free from its confines. He had already reduced Guillotin's vitality by a third, a testament to his prowess in battle. As long as he could breach the beast's defenses, there was nothing he could not slay. Victor remained steadfast, gazing at the enraged Guillotin with renewed fervor. It was only in such intense combat that he felt a semblance of his true self returning. Just one injury does not equate to defeat. This is a battle that stakes his dignity as a skilled fighter. Chapter 21. Your daughter is truly remarkable. The sorcerers summoned from the royal capital congregated at the mountainside of the volcano, encircling it completely. The mages raised their arms, their burgeoning magical energy intertwining as they gradually formed a colossal magical array around the volcano. Glimmering with ethereal light, it extended majestically for miles. Numerous magical steel spikes embedded in the volcano responded to the array's influence, causing the magical chains above to jingle and resonate, delving deeper into the mountain. Runes were inscribed upon the array, its magnitude increasing, perpetually spreading outward for miles. Second-tier mages stood below the third-tier mages, continuously channeling their magical energy to them. As the first group of second-tier mages grew too fatigued to continue, the second group took their place. Once the initial batch of second-tier mages had recuperated, they re-entered the fray, and the cycle continued. A dozen third-tier mages concentrated their efforts, beginning to chant towards the center of the array. O God of desolation, weep. Gather the world's chill. O God of compassion, beseech. Sing of the sorrowful tears from the abyss. Although Erica is the daughter of a duke, she receives no special treatment. She is assigned to the ranks of second-tier mages like everyone else. After the knights evacuated the civilians, they stood guard nearby to protect these mages from disturbances. Magic attracts monsters, and thus they defended the mages, slaying any approaching creatures. This magical formation, which envelopes the entire Mount Vesuvius, grows increasingly potent the longer it is maintained. Duke Rivi, a third-tier mage, exerted all his efforts to refine the formation, hoping to delay the eruption of the volcano. If given a day to adjust the great array, he could undoubtedly prevent the eruption entirely. This continued for an hour, as one group of second-tier mages descended, while another ascended. Erica was among this new contingent. Standing behind Duke Rivi, she began to softly chant, channeling her magical energy to her father. As Duke Rivi recited incantations and traced the formation, he observed Erica's every move, feeling a sense of pride as he realized she could handle herself. Erica, you've grown. As the second group of mages descended and the third was about to ascend, Erica remained at her post. She secretly drank a vial of blue potion purchased from Leah, instantly feeling her mental acuity restored. Duke Rivy, surprised that Erica continued, felt a swell of joy. He had not anticipated such a reservoir of mental strength within her. At her age, he had been far less capable. Another hour passed, and after the third group of mages descended, the fourth group arrived. Erica remained at the formation, continuing to supply her father with magical power. She discreetly consumed another potion, her energy fully replenished once more. If Duke Rivy had been merely surprised before, he was now utterly astonished. Erica's talent was truly formidable. Her astounding mental strength surpassed that of many third-tier mages. As her father, he was only now realizing his daughter's immense power. Soon, the fourth group of mages exhausted their magical energy and began to descend for rest. Erica stealthily drank another vial, continuing her support. All the third-tier mages surrounding Duke Rivy became aware of Erica. For hours had passed. Where could she possibly be drawing such vast reserves of magical energy? Did this talented young girl harbor an ocean of magic within her heart? Unable to contain their curiosity, the mages inquired of the Duke Rivy. Is your daughter a prodigy? How can she possibly have such a terrifying reserve of mental energy? I've never seen any beast plow continuously for such an extended period. Duke Rivy began to worry, fearing his daughter might be overexerting herself, risking irreversible damage to her health. Yet, seeing her appear so at ease, he hesitated to voice his concerns. What could possibly explain this? He found himself perplexed. 5 time periods later, the first group of mages from the second round descended the mountain to rest, while the second-tier mages, who were supposed to be in formation with Erica, ascended the peak once more. To their astonishment, they beheld the Duke's daughter. She stood within the magic circle beneath Duke Rivy, radiating a resplendent glow like a brilliant bulb, emanating a powerful magical aura. Do you not require rest? Indeed, Erica would secretly consume a potion after each group of mages departed, ensuring her magical energy remained at a relatively relaxed level. She sensed their shock and amazement in their gazes, swelling with pride at her actions. Thanks to the potion crafted by Professor Victor, I can endure. Her father must surely see me in a new light, she mused dreamily. Yet the Duke's thunderous roar struck her like a hammer, bringing her back to reality. Erica, go and rest. For the first time, she witnessed her father's fury directed at her, causing her to instinctively shrink her head and descend with her gaze lowered. Nevertheless, her reputation had already spread throughout the ranks of the second-tier mages. Who understands? She's a freak. When I descended for the first time, she remained. When I returned the second time, she was still up there? You mean the Duke's daughter? I saw her too. Her mental prowess could rival that of a third-tier mage. Even Victor would find it hard to surpass her. Erica, possessing keen hearing, caught these whispers of admiration, feeling a swell of pride within her. Some even compared her to Victor, and upon hearing this, her heart surged with joy. Yet, Erica was acutely aware that without those potions, she could not have sustained herself for such an extended duration. That miraculous elixir was indeed the creation of Victor. Contemplating this, the compliments directed at her suddenly felt strangely grotesque. It was clear that she could not measure up to Professor Victor. Perhaps throughout her life, she would never glimpse his shadow. A thunderous roar erupted once more from the mouth of Mount Vesuvius, causing boulders to tumble down, while ash rained down upon the earth. The dark clouds above the volcano appeared to be shattered, revealing fiery cracks within. The mountain began to tremble, and the magma within stirred restlessly. Look, what is that? A knight shouted, pointing at the searing raindrops falling from the sky. Countless fire raindrops struck near the volcano's mouth, causing rocks to explode as if detonated by bombs upon contact. All the mages and knights stood alert, with mages swiftly inscribing temporary magic circles to counter the crisis, while knights began to imbue their armor and silver swords with magical enhancements. Was the volcano about to erupt? Suddenly, a voice echoed within Erica's mind. It hurts, it hurts. That voice again. What was happening? She distinctly heard the sound emanating from the summit of the volcano, and an overwhelming desire to ascend the peak surged within her. Perhaps Professor Victor was there. Erica recalled the disparaging remarks of the mages regarding Professor Victor. She did not wish to consider him the orchestrator behind the volcanic eruption. However, given the current circumstances, anyone would suspect Victor. The missing Victor and the impending eruption of the volcano, this could not stand. I must devise a plan to reach the volcano's crater. With this thought, Erica noticed the knights guarding the nearby formation. Among them stood the only female knight, strikingly beautiful. the second most enchanting woman she had encountered, aside from her mother. The first had been the sister at the Clavina shop, in stark contrast to that sister's demeanor. This knight radiated an aura of icy detachment, as if she had emerged from the very heart of winter. Her mere presence evoked a sense of distance, an unmistakable barrier to the uninvited. Erica had heard that this knight was none other than Gwen, the current leader of the Royal Knights. She resolved to approach this sister and beseech her for permission to leave the confines of her post. Directly mentioning the volcano would surely be futile. Erica paced thoughtfully, when suddenly, an idea struck her. She feigned urgency and rushed to stand before Gwen. As she had hoped, her actions captured the knight's attention. "Excuse me, dear knight, may I be excused to use the restroom?" she implored. "No," Gwen replied with unyielding finality. "I must ensure the safety of all present here, Miss Erica. Please bear with me." Oh, the cold and rigid knight, so devoted to following orders. Erica muttered under her breath, returning in a huff. Yet her anxiety deepened. The sound from the summit and the missing victor seemed to be nudging her towards something vital. She had to leave this place and ascend to the peak. Just then, Duke Rivy appeared by her side, placing a hand upon her shoulder. Startled, Erica flinched like a frightened rabbit. The Duke spoke gravely. "My dear, I require an explanation." Chapter 22. We are all girls. Surely you can understand me. Duke Rivy materialized behind Erica, his expression stern as he rested his hand on her shoulder. The sudden appearance of her father sent a shiver down her spine, and she feared her attempt to sneak away had been discovered. Her gaze wandered as she contemplated her response, just as the Duke inquired, "Could you explain how you managed to endure within the formation for so long?" Upon hearing her father's question, Erica breathed a sigh of relief, her tense smile transforming into one of ease. "Ah, so that was what he meant." She circled around the Duke, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. "That is because I possess a treasure." "A treasure?" Duke Rivy inquired, somewhat perplexed, curious about what extraordinary artifact could amplify Erica's mental prowess so remarkably. Erica proudly informed her father, "It belongs to Professor Victor." "What? Victor's?" At the sound of that name, Duke Levi was utterly taken aback. He was well aware that Victor was a prodigy, having attained the status of professor at such a tender age. Could it be that Victor has actually crafted an artifact capable of enhancing mental strength? No, that is not the crux of the matter. The significant question is, why has Victor's artifact found its way into Erica's possession? Did Victor bestow such a thing upon Erica? Was it an attempt to curry favor? Duke Levi's anger surged within him, a fiery blaze igniting in his heart. Darn Victor, how dare he still harbor intentions for Erica? He felt an overwhelming urge to twist Victor's head off at that very moment. Anyone who dared to covet his beloved daughter must learn the price of such audacity. However, he suddenly felt something amiss. Wasn't Erica supposed to despise Victor? Why did she now seem so proud at the mention of his name? The more Duke Levi pondered, the more he sensed that Victor was ensnaring his daughter. Observing Duke Levi's reaction, Erica retrieved a small blue vial from her bag. "What is this?" Duke Levi inquired. Curiosity piqued at the sight of the potion, which he had never encountered before. It was purchased from Professor Victor's artifact shop, costing a mere 1,000 geos. Duke Levi's misunderstanding was swiftly resolved. He had initially feared that Victor was seducing Erica while at the academy. Now, it appeared that reality was far from his assumptions. He gazed in astonishment at the vial in Erica's hand. "Wait, Erica, you said this cost how much?" Duke Levi questioned, doubting his own hearing. Surely he must have misheard the price of 1,000 geos. With her chest held high, Erica proudly reiterated, 1,000 geos. Duke Levi thought to himself, when had he raised such a spendthrift daughter? Nevertheless, he reassured himself, she is his own flesh and blood. Taking a deep breath to quell his rising ire, he forced a smile that barely masked his discontent and remarked to Erica, "It seems I never taught you the value of money." Upon hearing her father's remark, Erica immediately retorted, "I did not spend recklessly. Your mental strength is no longer sufficient to sustain the magic array, is it?" Duke Levi nodded in agreement. Just as Erica had stated, although countless second-tier mages provided magical energy, his mental strength was nearly depleted, necessitating rest. This was a predicament every mage faced. Even with formidable magical prowess, lacking mental fortitude rendered one incapable of channeling magic, setting arrays, carving runes, or unleashing spells. If someone could cast magic continuously for 3 days and nights without collapsing, such notions would be absurd. Enough of this discussion. Let us simply engage in a grand duel. There is no need for such outlandish boasting. Though such words were spoken, Rivi could not help but recall Erica's remarkable display of unwavering magical energy, sustained for 5 consecutive hours upon the magic array. Was there a correlation with this substance? To give this a try, Erica opened the vial, offering it to her father. Duke Rivi scrutinized the small bottle containing the azure potion, his brow furrowing with a hint of reluctance. It certainly did not appear to be of good quality. The liquid resembled nothing more than industrial waste infused with colorants. Could this possibly be palatable? Please, drink it quickly, Erica urged him impatiently, yielding to his daughter's insistence. Duke Rivi suppressed his aversion and took a gulp. In an instant, a luminous cerulean glow enveloped his form. Almost immediately, his mental energy rejuvenated, restoring a significant portion of his strength, sufficient to continue casting spells. The weariness that had weighed upon him dissipated momentarily. Rubbing his forehead, he noted that the earlier fatigue had nearly vanished. As a high-ranking mage immersed in the 3rd tier for over 30 years, he was well aware of the extraordinary effects of this concoction. Seizing the opportunity while they were alone, he discreetly stowed away the now-empty vial. Bending down to shield Erica and whispering softly in her ear, "This matter must remain confidential, at least for now. Tell me, how many vials do you have left?" Erica began to count on her fingers. She had purchased 10 vials in total, wasted 1 at home for testing, consumed 4 while continuously casting spells on the array, and her father had taken 1 to restore his mental energy, leaving her with 4 remaining. Duke Rivi grasped Erica's shoulders, lowering his gaze to speak earnestly. "Before we return to the capital, you must keep this a secret. Should this information be divulged, it may attract the attention of those with ill intentions. You cannot manage this. It is better entrusted to me, for I can handle it." Hearing her father's insistence, Erica sighed and shook her head. "No. I spent a considerable amount of my allowance to buy this. Once we return home, your allowance will double," he countered. Erica mused to herself, considering that since this was created by Professor Victor, she could simply ask him for more upon seeing him at the academy. Surely, Professor Victor would acquiesce to her request. Feeling quite pleased with the profit she had made from her father, Erica readily handed over 3 vials. If not for her father's caution to keep 1 for herself as a precaution, she would have willingly given them all away. Duke Rivi, cradling the potion, departed with utmost care. Watching her father's somewhat comical demeanor, Erica couldn't help but chuckle. Soon, Duke Rivi returned to the mountainside, resuming his position atop the grand array to continue channeling his magical energy. A few 3rd-tier mages, still resting, observed Duke Rivi's return and could not restrain themselves from asking, "My lord, do you not require a respite?" Turning to face them, Duke Rivi offered a warm smile. "Ah, my mental energy is still adequate. You may rest. I can maintain the array on my own." A group of depleted 3rd-tier mages stood frozen in place. "Just moments ago, it was your daughter who stood resolutely for 5 hours, and now you find yourself unable to descend? It seems that all members of the Duke Cloy family are rather peculiar." At this juncture, Erica was utterly delighted. Had it not been for the need to distract the Duke, she would never have relinquished the potion, even for 10-fold her allowance. She aspired to reach the mountaintop. But now, she could only devise a plan involving Gwen. Thus, Erica approached Gwen once more, feigning shyness as she implored, "Sister, I can no longer endure. We are both girls, surely you can understand my plight." With tear-filled eyes, she gazed at Gwen, pleading silently. After a moment of contemplation, Gwen's cheeks flushed slightly. It appeared she comprehended the nature of Erica's request. However, today was precisely when it had arrived for her. This matter pertained to a girl's dignity, and after some deliberation, Gwen reluctantly agreed to assist Erica, as her reasoning was difficult to dismiss. Initially, Erica was overjoyed, nearly bursting with excitement. But she quickly recalled her previous statements and resolved to maintain an appearance of enduring great discomfort. Soon after, Gwen remarked, "For your safety, I shall accompany you." Erica immediately felt deflated. With such a formidable knight by her side, her chances of escaping under her watchful gaze seemed bleak. Yet, Erica had not given up. If an opportunity presented itself, she could still find a way out. Before long, the two found themselves in an uninhabited stretch of land. The volcanic surface was barren, with scarcely a shelter in sight. After a considerable search, they located a solitary stone that could barely provide any cover. With her eyes darting about, Erica blushed and requested Gwen to step back a bit, feeling somewhat bashful. Gwen, puzzled, responded, "We are both girls. What is there to be shy about?" Nevertheless, she took a few steps back. Erica crouched behind the stone, preparing to unfasten her trousers, when she lifted her gaze to find herself locking eyes with Gwen. Embarrassed and indignant, she called out, Could you please turn around and not look at me? Gwen, after a moment of silence, stepped back further and turned away. If she wouldn't look, it was all the same. In that brief moment of Gwen's turned back, a blue light illuminated the volcano, and she caught a glimpse of the faint edge of the azure glow, causing her to spin around in an instant. The teleportation circle had formed, and Erica stepped into it, a smile gracing her features as she waved goodbye to Gwen. Please tell my father I will return safely. Gwen rushed forward, attempting to intervene. But the distance was too great, and she was too late. With a swift motion, Erica vanished. Gwen was left grasping at air, her gaze cast downwards as she muttered, "Teleportation magic? Where could she possibly go?" A memory of Erica's earlier inquiry flashed through her mind. Who was that mage? Victor Clavenna. The name surged through her consciousness, and her gaze swiftly turned towards the mountaintop. In the next instant, it felt as though a whirlwind had risen beneath her feet, propelling her upwards at an astonishing speed toward the summit. Chapter 23. It's open. What? We have it too. At last, Erica successfully made her escape. Overwhelmed with joy, she realized that there was no way to elude Gwen through conventional means. To avoid being captured, she had diligently commenced her preparations for a teleportation spell well in advance. Seizing the moment when Gwen was momentarily distracted, she activated the spell instantaneously. Fortuitously, Professor Victor had taught her the proper use of teleportation magic during his first visit to the academy. Although she could not teleport vast distances like a third-tier mage, she was still capable of traversing several kilometers. Perhaps Gwen believed she would teleport far away, instead of aiming for the mountain summit. Erica teleported a few kilometers to the halfway point, effectively reaching the opposite side of the mountain. The surrounding landscape remained somewhat desolate, showing little change. As she began her ascent towards the volcano's peak, the rising temperature became increasingly palpable. Not long into her climb, she found the heat to be unbearable. The rocks around her emanated steam, the moisture in the air evaporating due to the extreme temperatures. Ascending further, she could even see various stones shattered by the intense heat. Observing the scene around her, Erica felt a twinge of trepidation. Nevertheless, she pressed on through the sweltering heat. She also recalled the heat-resistant spell she had cast upon herself. As a mage, she understood that this phenomenon was a result of the overwhelming fire element present within the volcano. I knew this was not merely a simple volcanic eruption. A typical eruption could not possibly unleash such an abundance of magical elements. Erica reaffirmed her hypothesis, realizing that only by climbing higher could she uncover more truths. Her father and his colleagues were content to rely solely on magic to seal everything off, never considering a solution that addressed the root of the problem. Those stubborn old mages. She muttered to herself, then recalled Victor, the youngest third-tier mage, whose record had yet to be surpassed. Was the volcanic disturbance truly instigated by Victor? As she pondered this, a sound of crushed stone echoed from behind her. What was that? She whirled around, only to see a red hedgehog emerging from the ground. Its body enveloped in a faint flame, charging directly at Erica. A second-tier magical creature. The flame hedgehog. Erica swiftly conjured a magic circle aimed at the creature. Second-tier magic. Water cannon. With that, a massive sphere of water began to swirl in her hand before erupting forth. The flame hedgehog was propelled several meters away. Landing on its back, its flames completely extinguished, resembling charred remains. It was evident that it had perished. The strength of a second-tier magical creature could not possibly match that of an elite mage who had trained for years. Its swift defeat was entirely to be expected. So simple. Erica could hardly believe it. This was her first victory against a magical creature in the wild. It turns out I am not so weak after all. She felt a surge of pride for her bravery. Mount Vesuvius was indeed a perilous place. The realm of fire creatures is notably expansive. As one ascends, the number of these beings increases correspondingly. Not only does their quantity grow, but so too does their strength. Initially, she found them manageable, but as she climbed higher, the struggle became increasingly pronounced. The closer she approached the summit, the more formidable the monsters became. While Erica could barely handle them, an unsettling feeling nagged at her. Despite having encountered these creatures during her time at the academy, their strength now seemed vastly superior to what she had been taught. Suddenly, another fire hedgehog sprang forth from the ground, and this time, Erica expended several spells before she could vanquish it completely. Compared to the previous creatures, its claws were sharper, and the flames upon its back burned more fiercely, resulting in a heightened aggression. Were these monsters enhanced? The thought flickered through Erica's mind. The dense fire elements surrounding her had indeed augmented their power. The intensification of the fire elements was no mere coincidence. She felt compelled to continue her ascent, convinced that answers awaited her at the summit. Yet, the terrifying heat began to induce a sense of delirium, and the increasingly powerful monsters deterred her progress. Even her magic began to falter against the searing flames. Erica paused to gather her thoughts and contemplate a strategy for reaching the peak. Suddenly, she recalled the lone bottle of magical potion remaining in her pack. She gazed at the potion, then lifted her eyes toward the summit. A spark of inspiration ignited within her. I have a plan. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mountain, Gwen sprinted toward the summit, undeterred by the sweltering heat that dripped from her. The silver sword in her hand felt as frigid as ice, slicing through the monsters that obstructed her path. First Victor, and now the Duke's daughter. Why did they all seem intent on courting trouble? Did she not desire to confront Victor? Of course she did. In fact, the longing was driving her nearly to madness. She yearned to confront Victor and demand answers regarding the volcanic disturbances. Should he admit to it, her fist would soon land squarely upon his face. However, Gwen was bound by duty. She must protect all the mages and safeguard the residents. Victor, just you wait. Swiftly, she severed the heads of the monsters in her way and dashed toward the summit as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Before long, she encountered an obstacle. An astonishing surge of magma gushed forth from the fissures in the volcanic surface before her, as though the volcano itself were bleeding from a grievous wound. Consequently, she found herself unable to advance. The scorching heat of her armor became unbearable, forcing her to retreat a few steps as she contemplated her next move while gazing at the peak. It had to be gravely injured. It was undoubtedly suffering. Vega mused continuously. Before it, the shell of the fire calamity crumbled, revealing wounds from which an astonishing volume of magma flowed. This was the essence of the fire calamity. An immense amount of magma poured from within it, akin to its very blood. What a terrifying creature it was, Vega remarked, and it was referring to Victor. Third-level magic, torrential downpour. Third-level magic, sandstorm and mudslide. A myriad of formations spiraled in the sky, as 5 distinct patterns continuously unleashed their arcane energies. Below, the volcano roiled with magma, while the surrounding rock walls crumbled, releasing specks of molten lava. Victor tirelessly weaved spells, bestowing upon Gul'dan a plethora of debilitating enhancements. As the cumulative damage rendered Gul'dan gravely wounded, its movements became sluggish to an excruciating degree, leaving it incapable of even grazing Victor. This confrontation was poised to alter Vega's perception profoundly. Oblivious to the feathers igniting upon its body, it remained fixated, scarcely blinking. Could it be that victory was truly within reach? Should Victor triumph, it would gladly bestow upon him the title of the mightiest human it had ever encountered. Yet, even in the event of defeat, Victor's formidable prowess had already surpassed the realm of imagination. To be precise, what he possessed was not merely overwhelming strength. The chasm between Gul'dan and Victor was akin to an insurmountable divide. Gul'dan, colossal and formidable, needed only to strike Victor once to obliterate him entirely. Yet, it found itself incapable of doing so. Victor, who required multiple victories, faced a single defeat to claim victory. Nonetheless, this starkly disparate battle allowed Victor to transmute the impossible into the possible. After nearly 3 days and nights of relentless combat, Gul'dan had only managed to scratch Victor once. Meanwhile, Victor appeared to glide through the fray with effortless grace. To him, Gul'dan's strikes seemed to unfold in slow motion, rendering some superfluous attacks unnecessary to evade through teleportation. A mere few steps sufficed to sidestep them. The injuries he had sustained appeared to have no bearing on his state. Rather, they ignited his fighting spirit. During this interval of injury, his mastery of magic became even more fluid. At long last, someone had succumbed to a state of weakness. Yet, it was not Victor who faltered, but rather Gul'dan. The calamity that humanity could never hope to vanquish was, for the first time, cornered by a mere mortal. Its health had dwindled to 30%, an undeniable state of vulnerability. Its shell lost its luster, and its strength and speed diminished considerably. Vega was bewildered. Just moments ago, it had been unable to land a single blow on Victor, and now it found itself ensnared in weakness. Did this not imply that Victor was destined for victory? Vega glanced at Victor, only to find that he did not share this sentiment. Far from relaxing, his expression was grave, and he stood poised for action, muttering incantations. An imminent attack was approaching. An attack? Which attack? Vega paused, then was nearly thrown off balance by an astonishing tremor that reverberated through the air. The volcano quaked violently, causing the ground to tremble. The earth began to fracture, the magma gradually subsiding as a colossal entity surged forth from beneath the layers of molten rock. The entire volcano teetered precariously, and Gul'dan's eyes blazed like twin suns, radiating a searing light. A pillar of fire erupted, piercing through the layers of lava, melting the very stones, engulfing the surroundings. Countless firestones enveloped in magma fell from the sky like meteorites. The wrath of the flame. Victor was acutely aware of what this was and slowly uttered the name of Gul'dan's final spell. Vega, while evading the rapidly descending firestones, gazed at the fiery column poised to break free from the confines of the volcano's mouth, exclaiming, "The calamity of fire. You can't be serious. How is one supposed to avoid this?" Avoid? Victor scoffed. He had never considered retreat. In a moment of imminent peril, Victor's eyes ignited with a brilliant azure hue. Terrifying magical elements enveloped the entire base of the volcano. In an instant, a colossal phantom castle manifested in the sky, as if to suppress the entire crater. The castle radiated multiple grand magical formations. Buzzing, 1, 2, 3. Three formidable barriers swiftly began to construct, interlinking with one another. Their intricate patterns intertwining to form a towering arc at the center of the immense array, akin to a sacred tree bud bursting into bloom. An inexhaustible force allowed Vega, suspended high above the volcano, to sense the impending danger. The sun-shielding formation gradually descended, piercing through layers of ominous clouds, suddenly revealing a vast expanse of azure sky. A powerful pressure enveloped all beings save for Victor. The enormous Gul'dan's feet sank into the ground, its head barely able to rise. Vega, too, was overwhelmed by this oppressive force and fortuitously landed on Victor's shoulder. Warfare magic? When the hell was this set up? Vega gazed at the massive formation descending from the heavens. The fiery stones, laden with lava, vanished like mere pebbles in the face of the war magic. Once again perched on Victor's shoulder, he found himself speechless, internally lamenting, "Isn't a war formation supposed to require a multitude of mages to unleash? This freak can do it alone. Isn't that a bit excessive?" In the next moment, a pillar of fire erupted from the ground, colliding with the arc in the sky. Two cataclysmic forces clashed, rendering Vega unable to hear anything around him. Only blinding waves of light and an overwhelming aura remained. The tremendous clash of energies even tore apart sound itself, as the air currents ruptured the mountainside, cascading downwards. In a daze, he seemed to hear Victor's incantation whispering in his ear. The fall of the arcane arc of the imperial capital. With a flash, brilliant white light surged heavenward, enveloping all. Chapter 24. I understand the principle, but why can the raven speak? A blue formation materialized above the volcano, from which a figure gradually became tangible. It was Erica. Without interrupting the formation, she simultaneously increased its casting range. One must admit, this was indeed the most effective method she could conceive at this moment. The disparity between second and third-tier mages when utilizing teleportation magic lies primarily in their magical reserves. The amount of magical energy stored ultimately determines the distance of the teleportation. Erica took a sip of the potion, regaining a modicum of her magical power, just enough to barely conjure a teleportation circle at a sufficient distance. Now, she stood atop the volcano. Before her lay the crater. The temperature at the summit had escalated to a level intolerable for human touch. As soon as Erica set foot on the ground, the oppressive heat instantly induced a splitting headache. Had she not previously employed some anti-inflammation spells, she would likely have succumbed to unconsciousness in the staggering heat. She patted her chest, glancing down at her feet with a look of lingering shock. With her hands pressed together, a white magic circle began to rotate in her palms, emanating a chilling aura. She cast the spell upon herself, managing to maintain her body at a stable temperature. Once this was accomplished, Erica turned her gaze to her surroundings. Nearby, there was nothing but emptiness. The volcano's crater appeared as if it had just erupted, the surrounding heated rocks glowing like red-hot iron. In the sweltering heat, even the air seemed to warp. Erica yearned to uncover some answers atop the mountain, yet the scene before her was far from what she had hoped for. The oppressive heat left her dizzy and drained, a pervasive fatigue enveloping her entire being. Perhaps I must leave this place, she thought. She still possessed enough magical energy to cast a teleportation spell to escape. Even if it meant descending only a short distance, it would be preferable to remaining at the summit. Her hands glowed faintly as the magic circle took shape. Suddenly, her heart jolted violently. The nascent magic circle dissipated in an instant. A deep, mournful wail emanated from the volcano's crater. The pain felt as though it had transmitted directly to Erica's heart, rendering her unable to bear it as she knelt upon the ground. Her knees met the searing surface, resulting in excruciating burns. What is happening? Erica struggled to utter those few words, feeling as if something were constricting her heart in agonizing torment. The mournful cry, audible only to her, persisted. In a daze, the volcano trembled, and a surge of molten lava erupted from its mouth. Observing the slowly flowing crimson lava, Erica perceived it as akin to the blood expelled by the volcano in its agony. And now, it threatened to become the instrument of her demise. Erica gritted her teeth. In the face of life and death, she swiftly made a decision. The remainder of her magical energy surged forth, forming a barrier that separated her from the encroaching lava. She was not ready to die, at least, not in such an unclear and suffocating manner. Yet, the scant magic she had left was insufficient to sustain the barrier. The lava began to seep through, inching perilously close to her legs. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Almost in the next moment, a flash of white light seemed to burst forth from the volcano's crater. Erica, momentarily forgetting the impending crisis, fixated her gaze upon the brilliant light emerging from the volcano. What could that be? In Sancher Town, both the mages and knights on the mountainside took heed of the intense upheaval now occurring within the volcano. This is a portent of an imminent volcanic eruption, a mage suddenly exclaimed, though it was evident to all present. The lava erupting from the mountain's summit served as the most compelling evidence. The expressions of all the third-tier mages were grave, standing ready to unleash their fearsome war magic at the command of Duke Riviere. This formidable magic could entirely suppress the volcano. The Duke was filled with confidence. Just as he prepared to cast his spell, he contemplated having Erica continue to channel her magic for him. But could Erica endure? He habitually inquired, yet no one answered. When Duke Riviere turned to look, Erica's figure was nowhere to be seen. Erica? Erica? Panic surged within the Duke as he frantically searched the encampment, finding no trace of her. How could she have vanished at such a critical moment? The Duke grew increasingly restless, especially as the activation of the war magic loomed. If she had ascended the volcano, she would be in grave danger. Reluctant to believe Erica could be so reckless, he continued his search halfway up the mountain. All the mages poised to release their spells stood bewildered. Why had the Duke suddenly halted the operation of the magic array at such a crucial juncture? Many of the third-tier mages anxiously addressed him. My lord, if we do not activate the array soon, the volcano will erupt in its entirety. There will be no time left. The Duke nearly shouted in response, No, we absolutely cannot activate the array. My lord, what on earth is happening? The crowd, perplexed, urged him for an explanation. Erica is missing. The Duke's declaration left everyone frozen in disbelief. If Erica were atop the mountain at that moment, the instant the magic array was unleashed, she would likely be obliterated by the overwhelming magical pressure. Yet, if they refrained from casting the spell, the eruption would escalate into a catastrophic disaster. Duke Riviere's eyes blazed with intensity. If forced to choose, he would willingly forsake all his honor and status, even neglecting the salvation of innocent lives to bring Erica back. At this critical juncture, everyone implored the Duke. If they could avert disaster even by a second, it would be worth it. However, as long as the Duke, the orchestrator of the magic, remained silent, the array would remain stagnant. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of white light erupted from the volcano's mouth, soaring into the heavens. All gazed in awe as this radiant light tore through the dark clouds, illuminating the sky. In an instant, the heavens revealed their true visage, casting a warm moonlight that pierced through the pervasive gloom, showering every astonished face. Drip, drip, drip. Soon, raindrops descended like ethereal sprites from the sky, cascading down in torrents. The rain poured down upon the mountain, splashing against the flowing lava, as if imbued with magic, landing upon Mount Vesuvius. At this very moment, the volcano had lost all its vigor. The astonishing temperature plummeted sharply. The entire volcano resembled molten iron doused with a bucket of cold water, emitting fierce steam. No one felt warmth any longer. On the contrary, beneath the sudden deluge, they found themselves shivering. The flowing lava gradually solidified, the fiery stones reverting to their original black hue. Had the eruption of Mount Vesuvius ceased? A wizard voiced the shock that resonated in the hearts of all present. Raindrops soaked the hair of Duke Levi as he squinted towards the heavens, his expression a complex tapestry of thoughts unknown. Near the summit, Gwen, feeling the droplets fall, lifted her gaze to the sky, where the moonlight shone serenely, and let out a sigh of relief. She had been perilously close to that blinding light, acutely aware of the terrifying power it wielded. The obstructing lava had cooled. Rising to her feet, she grasped her silver sword with unwavering resolve and charged towards the peak. Erica stood frozen in place, staring up at the sky, her mind a blank void. She had been closest to that magical force when it manifested. That was, without a doubt, a power beyond human capability. Kneeling in the rain, She closed her eyes, allowing the water to drench her. At that moment, any sense of crisis had evaporated. Underneath that astonishing magic, it felt as though all peril had been entirely neutralized. The eruption of Mount Vesuvius seemed like a delightful jest from the heavens to all present. Its erratic behavior led everyone to believe it was on the verge of erupting, yet in the end, just as tension peaked and all were on high alert, the volcano fell silent. Its prank had succeeded, capturing everyone's attention. Tears streamed down Erica's cheeks, and in that moment, she could not discern whether the liquid on her face was rain or her own sorrow. Fear enveloped her. She had come perilously close to perishing atop this volcano. Just a hair's breadth away, she could have left behind no trace but bones. Just a moment away, she had almost paid the price for her own arrogance. Her sobs attracted a fire hedgehog, which, amidst the astonishing rainfall, emanated steam from its drenched body, blending seamlessly into the surroundings. It bared its fangs, closing in on Erica, a mere sprint away from severing her throat with a swift strike. At that instant, Erica, depleted of magic and weary in spirit, found herself devoid of any capacity to resist. She had been weeping incessantly, oblivious to the encroaching danger. In the next heartbeat, the fire hedgehog lunged at her with a terrifying shriek. Erica's instincts kicked in, yet her frailty rendered her powerless to mount any defense. She was doomed. Dad! Boom! A fire serpent, as searing as lava, grazed Erica's cheek and struck the fire hedgehog. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. The fire hedgehog was instantly reduced to ashes, leaving not a trace behind. Erica stood frozen in place, her tears forgotten as she gazed blankly at the scene before her. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from behind. I should have taught you, mage, to always prioritize your own safety. She whirled around to see the unsteady figure of Victor. Professor! She exclaimed, her heart swelling with joy. But before she could utter another word, she noticed the astonishing flow of lava cascading from Victor's body. The molten rock struck the ground and cooled rapidly, creating a billowing steam. In the next moment, Victor collapsed, unconscious, at the edge of the volcano's mouth. In a daze, Erica rushed to his side, reaching out to touch him. Ouch, that hurts. The intense heat radiating from Victor was enough to inflict burns with the slightest contact. Victor, what happened to you? Victor. Ignoring the peril of severely burning her hands, she summoned the last vestiges of her magic, enveloping her palms in a thin layer of frost as she attempted to lift Victor. The searing heat caused her hands to throb with pain, yet she relentlessly endeavored to support him. In the next instant, the strain proved too much for her burned legs, and with a thud, both collapsed onto the ground. Fortunately, the volcano's temperature had significantly dropped. Otherwise, they would have been seared into a charred mass. In that fleeting moment, a wave of despair surged within Erica. She loathed herself, despising her arrogance, and, even more so, her current powerlessness. Everything she had learned at the Magic Academy felt like a burden. Yet, stubbornly, she attempted once more to lift Victor, even as her body endured the scalding heat. Erica detested her own frailty, but she would not regret having ascended the mountain. If she were not here, who would notice the gravely injured Victor? He would surely perish here. Again and again, she tried, rising, falling, rising, falling. The distance she could cover was hardly more than 2 meters, yet she persevered. Without magic, she was left to rely solely on her physical strength. Victor had saved her, and now it was her turn to save him. Little girl. A sudden voice pierced her thoughts, causing Erica, struggling once more to lift Victor, to pause in surprise. She looked around, searching for the source of the voice. But no matter how diligently she looked, there was no one atop the mountain. Only a one-eyed raven stood at the volcano's edge, Victor's loyal companion, ever by his side. Erica had once fed it. Abruptly, Erica's eyes widened. No matter how fiercely the rain fell, the raven's feathers remained untouched by a single drop. Its plumage appeared polished and smooth, making it a unique presence amidst the downpour. The one-eyed raven opened its unsightly beak, its blue glimmering eye exuding an aura of wisdom. Do you truly wish to save him? Chapter 25. I understand the reasoning. But why is the raven so large? Erica stood transfixed before the crow, momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. Could a crow truly speak? Vega tucked its wings against its chest and bowed politely. The gentlemanly demeanor momentarily captivated Erica, yet she could not overlook the fact that it was, indeed, a crow. Permit me a brief moment for self-introduction, Mississippi. I am the malevolent deity Habika. The malevolent deity Habika? Erica murmured this name. Yet it was evident that she had never encountered it before. She was well versed in the history of the Empire, which had never recorded such a divinity. Of course, It matters not whether you recognize me. You may simply call me by my current name, Vega. Now, may I inquire once more, do you genuinely wish to save Victor Clivena? At last, Erica responded, in that moment. She cared not for the identity or capabilities of the being before her. It was as though she had grasped the last straw at the edge of despair. And she nodded fervently, yearning for the malevolent deity to rescue Victor. Vega closed its eyes and let out a soft chuckle. The ritual is not yet complete. To save him, you must harness your own strength. Worship me, become my follower, and I shall assist you in realizing your wish. The black magic circle unfurled like venomous serpents, coiling upon the ground and gathering at Erica's feet. A dark aura began to rise around the circle, enveloping her. She had never witnessed such magic nor such a circle, and it filled her with foreboding. Was it the influence of a malevolent deity? With no other options available, Erica could only nod in agreement. If becoming its follower meant saving Victor, that was her sole thought, and without hesitation, she declared, I promise to worship you and become your follower. Vega regarded the devout Erica, a sense of triumphant arrogance gleaming in its singular eye. Excellent, I acknowledge your sincerity. Its gaze flickered towards the already unconscious Victor. Internally, it mused, could it be that a girl would go to such lengths for you, Victor? You have unwittingly garnered something precious. In an instant, mist emanated from Vega's form, as if infusing the circle with some arcane power. The black magic circle began to thrash wildly, its edges extending slender tendrils that danced upon the earth, and then it erupted into a radiant glow, enveloping both Vega and Erica. In the next moment, the light shattered like a broken mirror, and the magic circle vanished. Erica opened her eyes, attempting to discern any strange sensations within herself. Yet, nothing transpired. There was not even a single mark upon her. Was this the ritual of contract signing? Had Vega been privy to the thoughts of the young girl before it, it would have laughed uproariously, for it possessed no teeth. The signing of a contract had never been a mere formality. This dark magic circle was merely a one-sided connection to the follower. Do you wish to enter into a contract with it? At the very least, you must sign a formal agreement akin to that of Victor. Will this suffice? Erica gazed at it with perplexity, her voice tinged with palpable urgency. Would this indeed save Victor? She was resolutely convinced of it. Vega observed her, smiling silently, and with narrowed eyes inquired, before we endeavor to rescue him, I must ask you a question. Why have you come here? What brings you to the summit of the volcano? Erica hesitated for a moment, weighing her words, and ultimately confessed the truth. I heard the volcano's lament. It spoke of its pain. Oh. Vega cast an intrigued glance at Erica, suddenly comprehending everything. It chuckled softly, as if using words to coax her step by step. And what else do you hear now? Upon hearing Vega's question, Erica furrowed her brow and shook her head. I hear nothing at all, she replied. That is to be expected. Vega turned its head away, unable to suppress the thoughts swirling in its mind. The calamity of fire had been subdued by that dreadful man into a deep slumber. It was a memory that might never fade. When the final magical arc descended into the depths of the volcano, the surging flames and magma seemed to freeze in time. The arc consumed everything, including Gulitin. In truth, Gulitin could have withstood such an assault. At its peak, it would not have been harmed by that were magic. However, at that moment, Gulitin was gravely injured, its body coursing with lava, and its once proud defenses were all but obliterated. Gulitin ultimately transformed into a lifeless rock, shattered within the volcano, forced into an involuntary slumber. As for why it was slumber rather than death, it is because calamity does not perish. As long as magical elements exist in the world, calamity will endure. Victor's current state is, in essence, not a result of injury. Having witnessed his battle against the calamity of fire, Vega felt there was nothing that could truly harm Victor now. At this moment, he was ensnared in a state known as magical overload. Victor had been engaging in a relentless struggle with Gulitin for 3 days and nights, utilizing the magic borrowed from Vega without a hint of burden. Yet that power was ultimately not Victor's own. The magic Vega permitted him to wield was not limitless and was bound to a threshold. Under normal circumstances, the degree of consumption would not reach that threshold. But Victor could hardly be described as normal. Therefore, at the final moment when his magical energy was depleted, the connection between him and Vega was forcibly severed. Yet, this alone was insufficient to render Victor unconscious. Even more maddeningly, before Gulitin succumbed to slumber, he forcibly stripped a fragment of Gulitin's core magical essence and fused it with himself. This explains why Victor's body appeared to flow with lava. He was digesting Gulitin's magical essence. Having already exhausted his own magical energy, he had audaciously accepted an astonishing external source of power. If he were not to faint, then who would? However, it is not a matter of great consequence. At most, a few days of rest will suffice. Presently, what captivates Viga's interest more is the young girl before him. How intriguing it is, indeed, to converse with a maiden capable of dialogue with Calamity. She likely remains unaware of the astonishing worth she possesses. This is a remarkable stroke of fortune, just as Viga revels in this thought. A sudden sound of hurried footsteps reaches his ears. Is someone approaching? With a beaming smile, Viga turns his gaze towards the hillside, where his extraordinary vision detects a silver figure. He naturally recognizes who it is, yet now is not the time to reveal himself. To safeguard both himself and Victor from potential troubles, he flaps his wings and descends before Victor. With his beak, he grasps Victor's collar, while his voice continues to resonate in Erica's ears. You have rescued Victor. I shall ensure he knows of this. Little girl, until we meet again. No sooner had the words escaped his beak than Viga's form began to swell before Erica's very eyes, the dark raven transforming into a magnificent black-feathered giant eagle. He clutched Victor's collar and, with a powerful flap of his wings, ascended into the sky. A fierce gust of wind erupted, scattering the surrounding debris. In an instant, he vanished from Erica's sight. Victor's dark silhouette against the sky dwindled, becoming increasingly indistinct until it finally faded from her view. Late to arrive, Gwen found herself too late, unable to seize Victor to inquire further. Instead, she beheld the black in the sky growing ever smaller, her expression heavy with concern. Victor? What in the world is happening? Then, her attention shifted to Erica. The girl bore numerous burn marks upon her body, kneeling on the ground, struggling to muster a smile. As if expending her last ounce of strength, she collapsed with a soft thud, losing consciousness. Gwen approached, gently lifting Erica into her arms. Looking skyward once more, all that remained was the relentless downpour of rain. Chapter 26. I am not a god of medicine. In a joyful turn of events, the volcano did not erupt. A villager stood rooted in place, quietly observing the large raindrops cascading from the sky above Sanchal town. The volcano did not erupt. How wonderful. No eruption. Amidst the crowd, an exuberant cheer erupted from an unknown source, igniting a wave of joy among the villagers. Wonderful. No disaster. Praise the heavens. No. It is the mages from the royal capital who have saved us. This miraculous rain seemed to erase all threats. The mages and knights, gradually returning to Sanchal town, relaxed their furrowed brows, yet their spirits remained heavy. Each individual fell into a profound silence, akin to marionettes devoid of strings. The oblivious townsfolk ventured out from their safe havens, returning to their village, expressing gratitude to the heroes who had rescued them. However, not a single mage could muster the pride to utter the words, "No need for thanks," in their presence. They did not rescue these innocent residents. In fact, they themselves almost perished beneath the fury of the volcano. Yes, it was a mere hair's breadth away. The magical array ultimately did not unleash its power. Had the volcano erupted in its entirety at that moment, all the mages dispatched from the royal capital would have met their demise beneath that cataclysmic deluge of lava. As the torrential rain poured down, the residents gradually returned to their homes. The army began to escort the mages back to the royal capital, while Duke Rivi stood amidst the downpour, allowing the tempest to lash against his face, until the final contingent of mages departed. Count Becker cast a distant glance at Duke Rivi and shook his head. Farewell, Duke. He nearly forced himself to utter this final remark, his tone laden with evident discontent, his hand trembling upon his cane. Duke Rivi, I comprehend your deep concern for your beloved daughter. However, before acting recklessly, I implore you to consider your own position. Upon your return to the royal capital, you may face numerous impeachments from the ministers. I hope you will exercise caution. With that, the noble mage boarded his carriage and departed under the protection of the army. Throughout the entire exchange, Duke Rivi did not lift his head to respond. The surrounding knights worried that he might fall ill in this deluge, for the physique of a mage is not as robust as that of a knight. Thus, they urged him, My lord, please take shelter in the carriage. Sir Gawain is searching for your daughter. Duke Rivi did not reply, standing resolutely amidst the storm, silent and unyielding. His gaze was vacant, devoid of life. Suddenly, amidst the tempestuous night, a silvery figure emerged, akin to dawn breaking through the night. She cradled the golden-haired girl in her arms. Upon seeing this, Duke Rivi's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope. Gwen brought Erica before Duke Rivi and entrusted her to him. I have fulfilled my duty, my lord. Duke Rivi's trembling hands received Erica, drawing her into his embrace. His eyes filled with shock and sorrow. "Erica, Erica." It seemed that the gentle call roused Erica from her slumber. She slowly lifted her eyelids and beheld the visage of her most familiar father, managing to muster a faint smile. "Father, I have returned." In that moment, this powerful man of the Calencia Empire shed tears. Once towering and indomitable, he had failed to protect his own daughter. He was overwhelmed with shame. Duke Rivi held his daughter tightly, yet all he received in return was a pained whimper from her. It was then that he noticed the numerous burns adorning Erica's body. In a flurry of panic, he sought to heal her with magic, but to little avail. Not every mage possesses the extraordinary prowess of Victor, who could master hundreds of spells with remarkable finesse. Duke Rivi's healing magic could only mend minor wounds, rendering him powerless against the severity of his daughter's burns. Desperately, he scanned his surroundings, searching for a proficient healer among the mages, but all that remained were the knights standing by, awaiting orders, with no mages in sight. Observing the anxious demeanor of Duke Rivi, Gwen hesitated for a moment before producing a vial of crimson elixir. The potion, resembling blood with its deep red hue tinged with black, emitted a faint, ethereal glow. This was the healing draught gifted to her by Victor. Yet she had never dared to use it. Uncertain of its efficacy, she recognized that if Erica did not receive timely treatment, the injuries could result in irreversible consequences. It was a gamble she had to take. Gritting her teeth, Gwen resolved to trust that Victor would not deceive her. "Your Grace, perhaps we should try this. Should any complications arise, I will bear the consequences," she offered, handing the potion to Rivi, who accepted it with urgency. Upon seeing the potion's color, he paused in astonishment. Could this blood-like elixir truly be ingested? Yet there was no time to deliberate. Erica's wounds could not afford delay. He uncorked the vial and gently brought it to Erica's lips, casually inquiring, "Where did you acquire this potion?" "It was given to me by my betrothed," she replied. As the liquid spilled from the vial into Erica's mouth, Duke Rivi's hand trembled slightly. "Gwen's fiancé? Victor Clavina?" "Yes," Gwen said, lowering her gaze with a hint of embarrassment, aware of the tensions between the Duke and Victor. However, this was not the moment to dwell on such matters. Then, a miracle unfolded. As Erica consumed the elixir, she appeared to be graced by the goddess of healing. The burns on her skin began to mend at an astonishing pace. As if new flesh were sprouting forth, her skin regaining its former pristine quality. The Duke stood frozen in disbelief. First, it was the azure potion. And now this scarlet restorative. What sorcery was at play? Gwen, too, watched in wide-eyed astonishment, never having used the potion herself, nor imagining its effects could be so remarkable. Such a terrifyingly effective remedy could surely revive one even from the brink of death. However, despite the restoration, Erica did not open her eyes. Her strength was utterly depleted. Merely awakening in the Duke's embrace had been a miracle in itself. As the pain dissipated, she was finally able to slip into a deep, restful slumber. Duke Rivi gently placed Erica into the carriage for her rest, and upon emerging, he bowed deeply to Gwen. "I am profoundly grateful to you, Sir Gwen. Please allow me the opportunity to express my thanks more thoroughly upon our return to the capital, which will naturally include my gratitude to your fiancé as well." Taken aback by the Duke's words, Gwen watched as he boarded the carriage, which then began to move slowly, departing alongside the surrounding troops. Taking a deep breath, she turned her gaze toward the stable, where a white horse awaited, unclaimed by any owner. It continued to graze quietly, entirely unaware that Victor had vanished. "Victor, where have you gone?" The relentless rain showed no signs of abating as she donned her helmet, shielding herself from the storm, and mounted her steed. Before departing, she cast one final glance at the solitary white horse. "If you still possess a shred of conscience and remember me, then ride that horse back to find me," she implored. "It shall not perish, at least not before we meet again." She turned the horse's head, leading the knightly entourage away. Following the cacophony of clashing armor and the thundering of hooves through the mire, tranquility returned to Sanchel Town. After the cleansing deluge, rays of sunlight pierced the gloom, revealing a boundless azure sky. In a matter of days, the townsfolk resumed their ordinary lives, seemingly having forgotten the harrowing days that had just passed. However, the area before the inn was anything but peaceful. "Hey, that white horse is magnificent. How about you give it to me?" A burly man glowered at the innkeeper. They had coveted that horse for days, and with no one coming forward to claim it, they believed it to be ownerless. Yet the innkeeper remained obstinate, firmly rejecting their impudent demands. "A noble knight has paid a substantial sum for us to safeguard this horse." The man erupted in laughter. "Those from the capital have been gone for 4 or 5 days. This horse has surely been abandoned." "Exactly. Our boss knows what he's doing, echoed his companions. If you offer a higher price than hers, I may consider it, the innkeeper proposed, casting a disdainful glance at the ruffians. The man exchanged glances with his comrades and inquired, "What did she pay you?" The innkeeper raised a hand, displaying a single palm. 50? Huh. I'll offer 100. The innkeeper shook his head, and the man hesitated before asking, 500? The innkeeper remained silent, his gaze unyielding. 5,000, he finally declared. At this proclamation, the thugs erupted in fury. Are you out of your mind? 5,000 euros for a mere horse? Are you trying to extort us? With that, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to strike, but the innkeeper raised his hands defensively, stepping back. The punch never landed. Instead, a scream pierced the air. The innkeeper's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld a colossal hand, encrusted with lava, lifting the leader off the ground. The man was suspended in midair, utterly bewildered, unaware of what transpired. His terrified accomplices followed the enormous hand to its source, a cloaked figure, accompanied by a peculiar one-eyed raven perched upon his shoulder, chattering incessantly. Extending from behind him was an arm seemingly forged from molten rock, adorned with crimson patterns that appeared to flow like lava. That is my horse. Do you have a problem with that? Chapter 27. Are you hiding someone? Before the lifted man could comprehend the situation, he was abruptly hurled away by the giant hand. Bang! The sound of a heavy thud resonated, causing a tremor in the hearts of all present. Before they could utter a word, Victor slightly raised his head, his cold gaze piercing through them like a steel needle. Leave. The moment the command left his lips, his subordinates hastily fled, not daring to resist in the least. Once they had all departed, Victor retracted his molten hand, which seemed to meld seamlessly into the folds of his overcoat. Having completed this, he turned to the trembling administrator and stated coldly, "I am here to retrieve my horse." The administrator, realizing Victor's intent, stood up shakily from behind the counter, scrutinizing the man before him. How can you prove this is your horse? Prove your identity." Victor regarded him with a look of appreciation, as if acknowledging the man's courage, and replied with a calm demeanor, "I am Victor Klevener. The individual who left this horse should have recorded that name." Upon hearing this, the administrator meticulously checked the registry and nodded quickly, "And no problem. You may take the horse." He then retrieved a pouch of coins from beneath the counter and handed it to Victor. The knight deposited 5,000 geo here. This is the remaining balance after deducting the care fees. You may take it. Victor accepted the pouch without hesitation, weighing it slightly before stowing it away. 5,000 geo. One could only say that Gwen had little regard for money. Spending such a sum to board a horse was enough to feed it for a lifetime. Victor approached the stable and gently patted the sturdy white steed. It seemed the horse had been well treated in recent days. The white horse leaned forward and nuzzled Victor's hand affectionately. After stroking its soft mane for a moment, he led the horse out and skillfully mounted. Vega glanced down at Victor and whispered softly, "With your current strength, you could reach the capital in just a few teleportation circles. Why must you ride?" Vega was not exaggerating. Victor could now traverse 100 kilometers at will using teleportation magic, having ascended to the ranks of a Saint Mage at the age of 29. Achieving the 4th tier. In the annals of the Empire's history, had anyone truly accomplished such a feat? Upon hearing Vega's inquiry, Victor chuckled lightly. "This horse is not mine. It is borrowed and must eventually be returned." Following his battle with the fire calamity, Victor had gained a substantial amount of experience. Although the prior experience was sufficient to elevate him to the 4th tier, he had controlled his advancement, refraining from a hasty promotion. It was only after his confrontation with Ghoul-Eaten, which yielded an overwhelming amount of experience, that his experience bar burst due to overload. Victor Klevener, level, 41 health, 2,000 mana, 148,000 150,000. Having ascended 2 levels consecutively, his maximum mana had increased by 10,000 compared to before. This seemingly formidable attribute did not lead Victor to arrogance. Level 40 was merely the beginning. His current prowess pales in comparison to Victor from the 2nd chapter of the original game. However, at least in the capital, he no longer needs to fear being overshadowed by others. Moreover, his gains extend beyond mere upgrades. Victor's cloak shimmered with a crimson stripe, a symbol of the power of Ghoul-Eaten. He had absorbed the primal essence of fire from Ghoul-Eaten, acquiring a portion of its abilities. One such ability was the solidification of fire elements. Victor could transform fire magic into a tangible, molten heat, even solidifying it into lava. The molten giant hand he conjured earlier was a product of his whimsical solidification through magic. Simultaneously, he could imbue himself with the primal essence of fire. significantly enhancing his resistance to fire-based elements. Most importantly, he could shape it into any form he desired. The cloak he once cherished had been destroyed during his battle with Gulitin. Now, using Gulitin's primal essence of fire, he had fashioned the cloak draped over him. This was nothing short of a wasteful act. Yet for Victor, this appearance suited him perfectly. Strength may be a matter of versions, but style is eternal. I can understand your obsession with the cloak, but Vega, having dropped a delicate hourglass pendant from her wings, turned to Victor and inquired, "Could you explain to me what this is?" Victor took it, glancing at it. Item name: Exiled Epicurus, world-class item. Nature: consumable item. Effect: causal disturbance. Capable of converting specific causal events that ought to occur at a particular point in time. Just a glance revealed the item's information before his eyes. World-class items could only be obtained by players who achieved world-class feats within the game. Naturally, Victor had never acquired one. Each world-class item possesses its own astonishing effect, transcending the rules of the world. Such items can only be used once, vanishing immediately after use. Furthermore, world-class items are bound to specific individuals, even if others possess them. They cannot be activated. This was the very reason Vega could not comprehend it. Achieving the first kill of World Gulitin in the game undoubtedly qualifies as a world-class accomplishment, especially since he did it solo. It would be unreasonable for the will of the world not to reward him with a world-class item. Upon Victor's awakening, this item had automatically appeared in his player inventory. Intrigued, Vega borrowed the pendant for research purposes, but evidently, she derived no insights from it. Victor donned the hourglass pendant around his neck. "Did you already know what this was?" Vega asked suspiciously, to which Victor maintained a stoic expression, responding, "I don't know." Hearing Victor's nonchalant reply, Vega felt a surge of irritation. To speak candidly, it now harbors a profound envy for Gwen's remarkable ability to discern the truth from falsehoods in others. It yearns for such a gift. Victor cast a sidelong glance at it, scoffing, "Don't even think about it. You are devoid of righteousness." Vega, seething with indignation, wished she could peck apart Victor's mind and retorted, "No wonder you are so utterly insufferable." The nocturnal capital was enveloped in an eerie stillness, as the moonlight quietly ascended the rooftops. Outside Victor's study balcony, however, a figure traversed the moonlit expanse and slipped through the window into the study. Leah leaned against the edge of the table, gazing at the moonlit night, her thoughts a mystery to herself. Leon leapt inside, pulling back his hood to reveal his pointed ears. "Miss Leah, I have shadowed Duke Rivy's steward for a week and can confirm that the monetary transaction was orchestrated by the steward of the Duke's residence. The steward had no motive to provoke the Clavena family. I suspect this was the Duke's directive." Upon hearing Leon's report, Leah offered a subtle smile, her lips curling with a hint of disdain. Moonlight cast an icy glow upon her face. At this juncture, Duke Rivy was already entangled in his own peril. Whether he was culpable in that affair had become inconsequential. Leon paused, perplexed, and inquired, "What? What transpired?" Leah traced her fingers along the dark wooden table and slowly articulated. "Recently, the mages journeying to Mount Vesuvius collectively petitioned the Emperor to impeach Duke Rivy, alleging that the Duke intended to eliminate all attending mages." Leon found himself baffled by her explanation. How could Duke Rivy possibly engage in such reckless acts that would tarnish the royal reputation? Yet, he indeed did. Duke Rivy had acknowledged that, as the master of war magic, he ceased to uphold the magical formation. Had the volcano erupted then, all present mages would have perished. Leon, still puzzled, asked, "But the volcano did not erupt in the end, did it? Why then did they still impeach the Duke?" Upon hearing his words, Leah could only shake her head with a wry smile, exclaiming, "You truly fail to grasp the nature of humanity." In the eyes of these noble mages, life was something to be grasped firmly for reassurance. Yet, their most trusted Duke Rivy betrayed them at the moment of utmost crisis. Regardless of whether the volcano erupted, the mere act of its cessation of the magical formation constituted a grave offense. They were merely fortunate this time. The volcano's eruption was seemingly averted by an extraordinary force. What if it had truly erupted? A glimmer flickered in Leah's eyes. In that eventuality, the toll would not merely be the mages' lives, but countless innocent souls residing in the valley below. Leon experienced a moment of enlightenment, yet Leah seemed unfazed, even playful. What a pity, though. All these mages are preoccupied with impeaching the Duke, and not a single one has come to procure potions from me. I had hoped to earn a tidy sum before Victor's return. Leon noted the droop of Leah's eyelids, realizing she genuinely felt regretful. He opened his mouth, intending to speak, but hesitated. Thus, Leah extended her hand, gently rapping his head, and laughed, saying, "Are you attempting to suggest that I should not keep waiting? Surely, Victor will not return?" Lewin held her head in silence, yet her gaze betrayed her thoughts. A saying among humans persists: good people do not live long, while evildoers endure for a millennium. Victor embodies the latter. Unless someone presents his corpse directly before me, I shall never believe he is deceased. Absolutely not. Lewin yearned to utter something to persuade L.A., but suddenly, she sensed a powerful and familiar aura at the doorway. Her ears twitched. A signal detected by L.A., indicating someone was approaching, as perceived by the elves. It was Victor's presence. He has returned. Look, L.A. beamed with a radiant smile. I told you he would not die. Lewin lowered her head, readjusted her hood, and nodded at L.A., concealing her figure. She maintained an aura entirely undetectable by others, and leaped directly from the window. At that moment, astonished voices from outside echoed. Master, you have returned? Yes. Lead this horse away and take good care of it. Indeed, I shall attend to it at once. As the footsteps grew nearer, they abruptly halted, followed by the creaking of the study door. L.A. leaned against the desk, smiling as she gazed at Victor. Welcome home. Victor, with an impassive expression, nodded slightly as he stepped into the study, glancing around. Ultimately, his gaze locked onto L.A. Are you hiding someone? L.A.'s smile froze, then gradually crumbled. Chapter 28. Do I resemble that sort of villain who knocks on a girl's door in the dead of night? Victor, do you crave reprimand so desperately? A thunderous roar resonated throughout the estate. The servants outside flinched, pulling their necks in. They whispered to one another, Mr. Victor is quarreling with the young lady again. It has been a while since such a dispute arose. They shook their heads, accustomed to this scenario. Whenever Victor was home, Miss L.A. would inevitably engage in an argument with him. L.A., with fury, pointed an accusatory finger at Victor, chastising him. I have waited for you for so long, yet your first words upon returning are to question whether I have hidden someone in the house? How narrow-minded can you be to even conceive such a notion? Victor stood at the doorway, his expression remaining stoic, absorbing L.A.'s tirade without retort. After a while, as her frustrations spilled forth, L.A. sighed, rubbing her head. Although she initially believed it unnecessary to clarify, inexplicably, she found herself offering an explanation. It was a subordinate from the territory, here to report some matters. By the time you returned, they had already departed. Victor nodded. I understand. Upon entering the room, he had detected a delightful fragrance wafting through the air, one unmistakably not emanating from a man. He intended to add a few words after his initial question about hiding someone, to prevent L.A. from forming any unnecessary misunderstandings. Alas, L.A.'s rapid-fire chastisement was akin to instinctive reflex, leaving him momentarily stunned and on the receiving end of her scolding. And then, he simply allowed L.A. to continue her tirade. If the other party could vent their frustrations by berating him, Victor would certainly not mind being scolded a few times. This could be considered a form of communication between the two, one to which he had long since grown accustomed. Upon returning to his desk, he refrained from inquiring whether Leah had encountered any difficulties recently. He trusted that she could manage everything adeptly. Should any issues arise that she could not resolve, Leah would undoubtedly voice them herself. Indeed, although Victor had not asked, Leah somewhat shyly broached the topic of the shop. The situation at the prop store was less than ideal. Contrary to expectations, the anticipated surge in business had not materialized. What on earth is happening? Victor tapped his fingers on the table, finding this turn of events rather surprising. He was keen to hear Leah elaborate on the reasons behind it. Leah reported on the store's financial performance. Aside from a few sales on the first day, no customers had been attracted in the subsequent days. Victor felt puzzled. Based on his marketing strategies, such a scenario should not have occurred. There should always be discerning individuals eager to make a purchase. Leah mentioned that potions had indeed sold on the first day. Word of mouth from those using the potions should have created a wave of demand. Was there an issue with the player's potions? That seemed highly improbable. Could it be a problem with the management of the store? Unlikely. For if Leah could not sustain such a shop, she would not have been able to develop her territory so successfully. Thus, it must have been an unforeseen circumstance. What had transpired? Leah began to explain. On the first day of opening, the Duke's daughter had purchased some potions. Upon hearing this title, Victor's gaze sharpened slightly. Erica de Cloy? Leah glanced at Victor, teasingly retorting, Oh, still thinking about your beloved little crush? You remember her name so clearly. This jest did not amuse him, and he promptly interrupted Leah's mockery. With her arms crossed and a slight pout, Leah continued, I had thought that, given Erica's reputation. The effectiveness of the potions would soon become known, attracting a multitude of mages. However, the very next day, Mount Vesuvius erupted. At this point, Leah noticed Victor's hand, which had been tapping the table, had come to a halt, providing her with some answers to her suspicions. Nevertheless, she patiently continued explaining to Victor. A large number of mages had rushed to the volcano, leaving only a handful of ordinary first-tier mages in the capital. Setting aside whether they could afford the potions. Even if they could, such items would be too extravagant for them. To put it simply, first-tier mages were unworthy of using such products. Days passed, and when the mages returned, they united to collectively impeach the Duke. Even the Emperor personally intervened, summoning the Duke and the noble mages to reach a final conclusion. At this point, Leah sighed in exasperation. The primary target audience for the potions was the mages, yet with the recent turmoil in the capital, they were all too preoccupied to visit the shop. Victor listened impassively to all that had transpired. He had been embroiled in a fierce battle with Gulitin within the volcano, utterly oblivious to the events transpiring in recent days. It was no surprise, then, that upon emerging at the volcano's mouth after his confrontation with Gulitin, his eyes fell upon Erica, leaving him to question whether he was merely hallucinating. After all, he had no recollection of what transpired thereafter. It was only when he regained consciousness that Vigga explained the cause of his fainting spell. He resolved to minimize the use of Vigga's abilities in the future. Victor mused over the fact that he had been unconscious for a full 4 days following the conclusion of this battle, adding the 3 days spent fighting Gulitin. It amounted to precisely 1 week. However, he had not anticipated that their clash would have repercussions on the volcano in reality. Although the volcano had not erupted, the ramifications of the event had extended to the royal capital. At that moment, Leah was nearby, scoffing. Others claimed that Duke Rivi ceased the release of the magical array due to his daughter's disappearance. How absurd. Setting aside whether a war spell could indeed tear his daughter apart, wouldn't Erica, still on the mountain, also perish if the volcano were to erupt? Victor remained silent but inwardly concurred with Leah's assessment. During that critical juncture, Erica had ascended the volcano, undoubtedly courting her own demise. The distinction lay in the fact that under the war spell, only Erica, who appeared atop the summit, would meet her end. Conversely, if the volcano erupted, all the mages and residents below would share in the tragedy alongside Erica. He found it hard to believe the Duke was unaware of this truth. After expressing her thoughts, Leah shrugged and added, "By the way, there is one more thing. The Emperor's decree has arrived at our doorstep, summoning you to the palace on the appointed day. Your timing for return is fortuitous. Had you delayed another day, you would have missed it." "Why?" Victor inquired, curiosity piqued, although he had already formed a suspicion. "Do you seek a reason?" "Very well. Who was the sole accompanying mage that vanished without a trace before the volcano's eruption?" As expected, although Victor's expression remained unchanged upon receiving the answer, Leah ceased her inquiries and yawned, making her way to the door. "It seems you have your plan. I shall retire now. I'll ensure the door to my room is secured. So do refrain from sneaking in at midnight just because it's been a while since we last met." With a resounding bang, she shut the door behind her. Victor thought to himself, "Do I truly strike one as the sort who enjoys knocking on young ladies' doors in the dead of night?" Upon reflection, he realized he had indeed done so before. Perhaps Gwen had mentioned something to Leah. He dismissed the thought, as his curiosity lay more with the Duke's motives behind his actions. Suddenly, Vigga's voice broke the silence unexpectedly. If the volcano were to erupt, all within its vicinity would perish, including Duke Rivi himself. Yet that young girl alone would survive. However, should the magical array be unleashed, she would undoubtedly perish. Victor narrowed his eyes, inquiring coolly, "If I were to fail and the volcano erupted, Gulitin would also be unleashed. Do you believe a young girl of merely second tier, already wounded, could withstand the calamities wrought by such a disaster?" Vigia raised his head, his gaze penetrating as he looked at Victor. "She can converse with calamity." Upon hearing Vigia's statement, Victor was momentarily taken aback. This time it was he who felt perplexed. Vigia swiftly seized upon Victor's reaction, a glimmer of delight in its demeanor. "It is the first time I have witnessed you so astonished." Vigia clearly possessed knowledge that eluded others, for it was confident that Erica would not meet her demise. "In truth, I am quite curious about what manner of being the Duke's progeny truly is. By the way, have you ever encountered that young girl's mother?" Victor fell into a deeper silence. Once, within the narrative of the game, this Duke's daughter was also a remarkable prodigy. If all went as anticipated, she would, at the age of 19, merely 2 years hence, ascend to the rank of a third-tier mage. surpassing Victor's record of genius and becoming the youngest third-tier mage in the annals of the Empire. It was precisely for this reason that, amidst the upheaval of imperial power and the ascension of a new emperor, Erica Ducloe, due to her extraordinary talent, preserved the Duke's family, who had supported the Grand Prince. For the time being, these were the only plot points Victor could contemplate. Yet, upon Vigia's remarks, he found it was indeed the first time he noted such a detail. A figure of considerable repute, yet no player had ever encountered her mother. Not even the background story held a hint of her existence. Had she perished? Or was it merely that Victor had too little information to speculate? Vigia regarded his expression with satisfaction, relishing the fact that there were indeed matters Victor remained unaware of. It opened its beak and began to chirp. So, what do you intend to do? Tomorrow's summons require not only the Duke's presence but yours as well. Perhaps you should contemplate how to navigate this predicament. No one will be able to assist you. Victor gazed out the window, the moonlight cascading over his cold, handsome features, tinged with melancholy. Those who are virtuous receive support, while the unworthy find themselves abandoned. Such is the nature of existence. In any case, in the realm of fatherhood, Duke Liwei is truly remarkable. Indeed, he halted the grand formation, choosing to sacrifice himself and the mages to the oncoming disaster, even willing to forsake innocent civilians, all to ensure his daughter's survival. Moreover, the Duke's actions were undeniably infuriating. The Emperor would not allow his long-serving subjects to feel despondent. Yet he must also provide accountability to all. The worst outcome would simply be the stripping of his title and a return to the fields, all without my intervention. Vigia, intrigued by Victor's final remark, responded with an inquisitive "Oh, do you wish to assist him?" This is akin to providing timely aid. A cunning glimmer flashed in Victor's eyes, reminiscent of a shrewd merchant. Chapter 29. My Lord Duke, you surely do not wish for your beloved daughter. Early in the morning, the royal capital appeared somewhat chaotic, akin to a newborn stirring in its slumber. One carriage after another formed a precise line, making its way toward the imperial palace. Shopkeepers opened their doors only to witness carriages racing past, stirring up clouds of dust. Passers-by scurried to the sides, retreating into shops for a casual browse, seeking refuge from the onslaught of carriages. What has transpired? Uncertain of the situation, it seemed something significant was afoot. Soon, an exceptionally lavish carriage came to a halt before the castle gates. Duke Rivi disembarked gracefully, surveying his surroundings. The mages had largely gathered, yet without exception. Each one regarded him with a hostile gaze. Had their stares manifested as bullets, Duke Rivi would have been riddled with wounds. His reputation had plummeted to the nadir within the mage community following the volcanic incident. There were no rumors, no slanders, all judgments were born of first-hand observation. No one approached the Duke to offer a greeting, not even the relatively close noble of the Beck family, who simply shook his head in resignation. He stood alone at the entrance, poised yet unyielding. After a while, the towering castle doors creaked open, unleashing a fierce gust that caused the garments of all mages present to flutter violently, as if a ferocious beast sought to devour their pride. A knight accompanied a nobleman with silver hair as he emerged. The man appeared to be under 30, youthful and resplendent in his attire, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. Many recognized his visage, bowing in deference. The Duke, standing at the forefront, also inclined his body in respect before this esteemed figure of the Empire. One of its most illustrious men. His Highness the Second Prince, he acknowledged. The Second Prince nodded toward the Duke, raising a hand to signal that everyone might rise and dispense with excessive formalities. Now that all are present, let us proceed inside. Upon receiving permission, the mages began to enter in succession, but when it was Duke Rivier's turn, the Second Prince halted him. With a smile that barely concealed his intentions, the Second Prince proposed, "Duke Rivi, shall we converse elsewhere?" Duke Rivi regarded the Second Prince's disingenuous smile and replied, "Your Highness, I would not wish to keep His Majesty waiting." The Second Prince shook his head, persisting in his persuasion, "My father is advanced in years and requires ample rest. Should you enter now, you two would be obliged to wait for a while. Moreover, I genuinely wish to engage in dialogue with you." Leaning closer to Duke Rivi, he lowered his voice, covering his mouth with a hand. "Perhaps I can assist you in extricating yourself from your current predicament." Duke Rivi listened impassively, offering no response. The Second Prince, sensing the lack of retort as tacit agreement, smiled more freely. "Duke, please follow me," he instructed. Under the protection of the knight's escort, the two did not enter through the main door, but rather took a side path leading to a palace. "This is my domain, Duke Rivi. Here you may speak candidly." The Duke cast a glance at the guards beside the second prince, recognizing them as his allies. He gestured for his subordinates to bring forth a seat for Duke Rivi. Without hesitation, the Duke sat down, their eyes locking in mutual appraisal. Duke Rivi then chuckled, remarking, "Your Highness, is it not a bit premature for you to begin cultivating your confidence? His Majesty is still very much alive." The Duke's inquiry carried a chilling undertone, causing the second prince to shudder slightly. He wore an expression of helplessness and responded with a smile, "My Lord Duke, I do not wish to meet an untimely demise without reason. From my position, the decision to strive or not is not solely mine to make." The Duke fell silent, offering no reply. The atmosphere between them plummeted to an icy stillness, enveloping them in mutual silence, breaking the stalemate. The second prince spoke first. "Let us not dwell on that, my Lord Duke. The current situation is decidedly unfavorable for you. There are far too many calling for your impeachment, and it is likely that my father will not withstand the pressure. To speak candidly, this is precisely what I wish to discuss with you." Before the Duke of Livy could respond, the second prince took a sip from his teacup and continued, "I have heard that your daughter will come of age in a year." Upon hearing this, the Duke slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes cold and laced with a hint of mockery. "And so what?" The second prince set down his cup, surveyed the surrounding guards, and offered a graceful smile. "My Lord Duke, you truly compel me to speak plainly. Should I form an engagement with your daughter? It would establish a familial bond between your house and the royal family, providing my father with ample justification to protect you." Crack. Before the second prince could finish his thought, the teacup in his hand shattered instantaneously. The knights, startled, drew their swords, aiming them at the Duke of Livy. However, the second prince displayed no fear, instead clapping his hands to rid them of the shards, calmly observing the Duke with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. "My Lord Duke, we are within the palace. Surely you would not wish for your daughter to lose all prospects due to your recklessness." The Duke of Livy rose, and the formidable magical pressure dissipated the moment he stood. The second prince's smile faltered slightly, his mind reeling at the precision of the Duke's magical control. Suddenly, the Duke inquired, "Your Highness, how old are you this year?" 29. "Does that suffice for your daughter?" He replied, "Is that so?" 29. The Duke mused, as if comparing some unspoken metric. Soon, he posed another question. "Your Highness, having watched you grow, I must ask, have you made any progress in these past 2 decades?" The frigid words pierced the second prince's heart like daggers, leaving him feeling vexed, as if a boulder weighed heavily upon his mind, his smile freezing on his lips. "Indeed, you are clever, adept at leveraging the resources around you, and skilled at discerning the hearts of others. Yet, you lack true strength. The resources you can command are merely a reflection of your bloodline advantage." Though the Duke did not state it outright, the second prince understood, the implication being that he thrived under the shadow of paternal protection. Without that bloodline connection, he would be nothing. The prince's smile gradually faded, replaced by a cold, mocking expression. And then, "I am a prince. Is there anyone more fitting, more exceptional than I?" Suddenly, he paused, for a thought struck him. Indeed, there was someone. The Duke of Livy also smiled, casting a glance at him that was rife with overt disdain. "It is advisable for you to speak directly with the master of Clavina." The second prince, in a fit of rage, slammed his hand upon the table and exclaimed, "He is merely a viscount. Moreover, he is already dead. Do you comprehend this? He is deceased." As the second prince continued, his agitation intensified to the point where he nearly seized the Duke of Rivi by the collar, intending to point an accusatory finger at him and reveal the truth. However, he refrained, for as the second prince, he was obliged to uphold the decorum befitting his station. Even in moments of unrest, he could not behave like a wild beast. This was the final shred of dignity he possessed as a member of the royal family. He inhaled deeply and then addressed the Duke of Rivi. "He has vanished forever into that volcano. This is a truth known to all." "Dead," the Duke of Rivi responded, as if he had heard the most ludicrous jest, bursting into laughter. He shook his head, casting a glance filled with pity upon the prince. "In my eyes, your arrogance pales in comparison to his merit." With that, the Duke turned and exited the chamber without a backward glance. The second prince's countenance darkened as he ran his fingers through his silvery hair, taking a deep breath to compose himself. "Let us proceed to the great hall. I am eager to see whether he can maintain this composure when confronted by the scrutiny of the crowd." The palace was already thronged with people. Knights clad in heavy armor wielded their swords, maintaining order in the vicinity. Gwen stood near the throne, for as the captain of the royal knights, her duty was to protect the emperor. The man seated at the forefront, kneeling, was the Duke of Rivi. Upon seeing him, Gwen's expression became somewhat complex. She was certainly aware of the troubling circumstances surrounding this high-ranking minister today. It was undoubtedly a dire situation. Nonetheless, one could not deny his deep affection for his daughter. Gwen quickly diverted her gaze, scanning the assembly of mages. He was not present. She could find no trace of Victor. He had not returned, for reasons unknown. A pang of discomfort stirred within her heart, perhaps because Victor had been a familiar presence in her life since childhood. Suddenly, amidst the eunuch's proclamation, the emperor ascended to the throne, accompanied by a throng of supporters. Oberlissel, the 8th emperor of the Kalinxia Empire, appeared quite aged, his hair flecked with white. Although this emperor was only 60, he was not significantly younger than the Duke of Rivi. All the mages present knelt on one knee, paying their utmost respect to the emperor. With a wave of his hand, Emperor Oberlissel permitted them to rise. Only the Duke of Rivi remained unmoved, still kneeling in place. The elderly king observed the Duke, closed his eyes, and let out a heavy sigh. He gazed at him intently and asked, "Rivi, did you halt the magical array as the volcano was on the brink of eruption?" "Yes," the Duke of Rivi replied without hesitation. The emperor inquired further, "Rivi, it has been said that you intended to eliminate all the mages, including the inhabitants below, to accompany your daughter in death. What do you have to say about this?" "Your Majesty, I have no explanation." The emperor silently regarded him, releasing a deep sigh, filled with sorrow as he looked upon Rivi. Once, they were the best of friends and comrades. Yet now, while Levi appears as youthful as ever, he is already embarked on the perilous journey between life and death. He had intended in these final years to safeguard his long-standing companions. However, Levi's actions have tarnished the royal reputation. Failing to impose severe consequences would only dishearten others. "Levi, understand me, forgive me." He closed his eyes, preparing to deliver his final judgment upon Levi. Suddenly, every knight outside drew their swords. A towering vortex of flames erupted from beyond the hall, capturing everyone's attention. The intense heat rendered them unable to open their eyes, and as the scorching wave subsided, the attending mages slowly blinked awake. A figure emerged from the light. Gwen stared intently, a glimmer of recognition flashing in her eyes. "Victor?" Victor stood before the assembly, his crimson-striped cloak billowing in the heat. He regarded the emperor, not kneeling but merely bowing in deference. "My apologies, Your Majesty. I am late." Chapter 30. Do you say my strength is insufficient? Victor appeared amidst the astonished crowd, his deep red cloak exuding an aura of danger. "Your Majesty, Victor Clavina has arrived." A eunuch informed Emperor Aubrey. The surrounding mages exchanged bewildered glances, questioning one another. "Victor Clavina? Is he not the head of the Clavina family? Was it not said that Victor sought to unleash a volcanic eruption, only to perish within its depths? Yet he stands here, alive?" Suddenly, one mage directed his voice toward Victor. "Victor, you wretched sinner, how dare you come to the palace to meet his majesty?" Upon hearing those words, Victor's demeanor turned cold. "A crime? What crime have I committed?" He turned to regard the source of the voice. His icy gaze pierced the heart of the mage like a dagger of frost, leaving him feeling as though he had plunged into a glacial abyss. Soon, however, a surge of searing rage coursed through his body, as if he had been transported to the depths of Mount Vesuvius. The overwhelming heat constricted his breath. Was this magic? How could anyone wield such a terrifying pressure of sorcery? Suddenly, Victor withdrew his gaze and turned back to the king. "Ha! Ha!" The mage clutched his throat, gasping for air, desperately yearning for the gentle breeze. Revenge. This was Victor's retribution. His heart raced in turmoil, drenched in sweat. Yet even so, he felt compelled to confront Victor. "You, who nearly triggered a volcanic eruption. Even if you have not perished, you have committed the grave sin of fleeing from justice. How dare you return?" "Ha!" Victor scoffed disdainfully, no longer sparing him a glance. "I come at the behest of the emperor, yet you question my right to return? Do you presume to wield greater authority than his majesty?" The mage hastily closed his mouth. Some matters required him to take the initiative, but this was one he dared not contest. However, his objectives had been accomplished. Certain words would be articulated by others on his behalf. The other mages swiftly seized the opportunity to speak, their rhetoric brimming with hostility towards Victor. "Your Majesty, the head of the Clavina family is nothing but a nuisance. He makes no mention of his own transgressions while slandering both us and your Majesty. We implore you to render judgment." Emperor Aubrey waved his hand, prompting the surrounding eunuchs to immediately proclaim silence. Within the grand hall, all present obediently fell silent. Yet, their eyes still glared at Victor, seething with resentment. as if they longed to flay his skin and drain his blood. Such was the fate of Victor Clavena, a figure already despised by many. The second prince, amidst the throng, shook his head. It was regrettable that they had not forced Victor into a corner. Nevertheless, it was astonishing that he had not perished within the volcano. The second prince recalled the numerous accounts exchanged among the mages at that time. An astonishing energy had erupted from the volcano's mouth, instantaneously quelling the impending eruption. Had Victor truly been within the volcano, attempting to provoke its eruption, he would have had no chance of survival beneath that force. Alas, what a pity. The emperor extended his hand towards Victor, and the eunuchs within the hall promptly announced, "Victor Clavena, step forward for questioning." Victor approached the emperor's side, awaiting inquiry. The emperor fixed his gaze upon Victor and inquired, "Did you provoke the eruption of Mount Vesuvius?" Upon hearing this question, all present instinctively craned their necks, curious about how Victor would respond. Or rather, they secretly hoped for Victor's cunning rebuttal. Gwen, too, was intrigued. Yet she yearned for Victor to reveal the truth, an unequivocal declaration that this matter bore no relation to him. Gwen stood beside the emperor not merely as a guard, but as an essential figure, possessing a heart of justice that enabled her to discern truth from falsehood effortlessly. Thus, as the emperor questioned Victor, her gaze remained fixed upon him, her sense of justice ignited. "It was indeed my actions that caused the volcanic disturbance," Victor candidly admitted. A collective gasp rippled through the assembly, and Gwen's heart skipped a beat. She could scarcely believe the veracity of his statement. Yet her sense of justice assured her Victor was not lying. Gwen spoke, affirming Victor's authenticity. This proclamation nearly ignited the emotions of everyone present. They erupted like a volcano that had been silent for too long, directing their fury at Victor, hurling accusations. "Scoundrel, do you comprehend the magnitude of your actions? You, who nearly brought death to us all. The eruption of a volcano, such a catastrophic disaster. Do you grasp the weight of your responsibility?" Within Gwen's heart, an unbearable turmoil surged. Victor had become the harbinger of the volcanic eruption, and the one who found this most intolerable was her. Gwen felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Should disaster strike, she would be the greatest sinner of all. She did not refuse Victor's company, ultimately nearly causing a disaster. Yet, it was I who prevented the volcanic eruption. Suddenly, Gwen lifted her head, her gaze revealing unmistakable horror. Victor, who had remained expressionless while kneeling on the ground, abruptly raised his head. As Victor incited everyone's ire, his next utterance silenced them all. Accompanied by Gwen's righteous judgment, his words fell like a millennial shard of ice, sealing the volcano's fury and plunging all present into an abyss of silence. Every mage in attendance witnessed that moment clearly. At the precipice of the volcano's eruption, an astonishing beam of white light ascended, ruthlessly quelling the volcano. Such power was beyond human possession. Yet, in that very moment, Victor claimed that he had halted the eruption. Such audacity was unimaginable. Yet, Gwen astonishingly asserted that Victor was not lying. Aubrey observed the crowd's reactions and turned his gaze back to Victor, inquiring, "Victor, what is your reason for this action?" Victor understood that any falsehood would be discerned by Gwen. He chose not to overthink and directly revealed the truth about the volcano. "Honesty is the ultimate weapon. Your Majesty, beneath the volcano lies a terrifying beast named Ghoul-Eaten. If we do not resolve this creature now, in a year and a half, it will break free from its seal, causing the volcano to erupt completely. At that moment, the calamity will be vast enough to engulf the heavens and the earth." The emperor narrowed his eyes, fixating on Victor as he asked, "So, you dealt with this beast?" Victor placed his hand on his chest and bowed slightly. "I did not fail my duty." At that moment, even without Gwen's confirmation of his truthfulness, the mages grew anxious. "Your Majesty, do not trust Victor's lies. This must be a fabricated excuse to evade responsibility. Pure slander. How could a beast be sealed beneath the volcano? Even if it existed, how could a creature of such power be dealt with by Victor alone? We all witnessed the magical energy at that time. It was beyond human capability. At the very least, it was not something a third-level mage like Victor could achieve." The surrounding mages once again directed their accusations toward Victor. "In our view, Victor is lying." Only a few third-level mages, including Count Baker, remained silent. He looked out at the few mages he was friendly with, and they too gazed at Baker. They all recalled the mad old crone from Sanchel Town. The legend of the volcano god is indeed true. The king glanced at Gwen, who nodded, indicating that Victor was not lying. "Sir Gwen, if I recall correctly, you are betrothed to Victor, are you not?" the second prince remarked, stepping out from the crowd. Gwen, taken aback by his question, nodded in affirmation. Even during the expedition to the volcano, Miss Gwen had requested the company of Victor as her accompanying mage. Victor, however, had been missing for 7 or 8 days. Are you truly unaware of his actions? The second prince bore a smile, yet his words were laced with pointed insinuations. At this moment, many mages began to grasp the implications. Gwen, undeterred, fixed her gaze upon the second prince and retorted, "Your Highness, are you questioning my integrity?" Upon hearing this, the second prince smiled slightly and nodded. "Please understand, such skepticism is entirely reasonable." The emperor then interjected, asserting, "Gwen's sense of justice has never erred." The second prince bowed slightly to the emperor. "Father, permit me to speak candidly. Indeed, a heart of justice can discern truth from falsehood in others' words. Yet, who can distinguish the veracity of Gwen's own statements?" The other mages suddenly appeared enlightened. Indeed, Gwen was Victor's fiancée. They had nearly fallen prey to this duplicitous couple's machinations. The second prince's reasoning was sound. How could they determine the authenticity of Gwen's words? The mages felt immense relief. Had it not been for the second prince's timely intervention, they might have been led astray by Victor and his wife. Truly, the second prince was astutely intelligent. Gwen opened her mouth to explain, but faced with the relentless skepticism from the surrounding mages, she found herself at a loss for words, her eyes reddening in frustration. As a knight, she could defend her homeland and engage in battle, but when it came to verbal sparring, she would always be outmatched by these eloquent mages. Then, "Your Highness, are you questioning my strength?" At that moment, Victor spoke. He did not turn to face the second prince, and none of the mages behind him could discern his expression. The second prince narrowed his eyes, smiling with an air of confidence. "Lord Victor, your talent is known to all present. Yet, in your attempt to conceal your actions, you have concocted a fabricated beast. Lord Victor, you are but a third-rank mage. Is it not somewhat lacking in thought to boast so?" His words struck a chord. With so many third-rank mages present, none would believe that Victor alone could halt a volcanic eruption. They could not achieve such a feat, nor could Victor, as their pride forbade them from accepting that he might surpass their own capabilities. Thus, disbelief prevailed. Yet at that moment, Victor, who had been standing still, inexplicably vanished. All eyes widened in astonishment as they sought to locate Victor. In his place, a conflagration erupted into the air. Where had Victor gone? In an instant, numerous intricate magical arrays began to materialize above the second prince's head, whirling incessantly. The sheer number rendered all present unable to discern a single line. What manner of formation is this? Why are the lines so chaotic and disordered? The complexity is beyond comprehension. What on earth is happening? The assembled mages were utterly astonished. Their intentions to intervene and comprehend the unfolding events thwarted by a sudden surge in temperature within the chamber. In that moment, they found themselves incapable of calming their minds to channel their magical energies. Abruptly, a voice rang out. "Look quickly. Is that Victor?" One mage, with a tremor of fear, pointed towards the heavens. There, Victor stood, enveloped in flames, his form gradually morphing into a fiery effigy that reached the ceiling, burning with the intensity of the sun, radiating brilliance. The overwhelming heat ignited the walls surrounding the hall, and even the floor above began to crack under the oppressive temperature. His gaze, icy and piercing, bore down upon the second prince, whose very presence was suppressed, rendering him breathless. "You claim my power is inadequate?" Without warning, flames ignited upon the prince's garments. Smoke began to rise, yet under the fierce heat, he was oblivious to the fact that he was engulfed in fire. Gwen positioned herself protectively in front of the king, her enchanted armor shielding him from the searing light emanating from Victor. "Then let us let our strength speak for itself." A cacophony of magical sigils resonated, drowning out the murmurs of confusion from those present, gradually merging into a singular sound. Suddenly, one mage, his voice trembling with terror, shouted towards the sky. "That is fourth-tier magic." Chapter 31. "My Lord Duke, I have a fiancée. That is fourth-tier magic." An elderly mage pointed in horror at Victor, suspended above. Instantly, the hall fell into a profound silence. Fourth-tier magic? Could it be that Victor had ascended to the rank of fourth-tier mage? Impossible. No one among the gathered mages dared to accept this revelation. A nobleman from the Beck family rubbed his eyes, and when he reopened them, the blazing sun remained in the sky. This was no illusion. If Victor alone had managed to stave off a volcanic eruption, it had merely affected their mental state. But now, the ability of Victor to wield fourth-tier magic instilled a sense of despair. Throughout the long history of the Empire, no one had ever achieved such a feat. 29 years old, a fourth-tier mage. The richness of his magical energy and the astonishing intensity of his power compelled them to believe Victor had indeed become a fourth-tier mage. This was now an undeniable reality. The second prince squinted, gazing up at Victor, whose form resembled a demonic deity amidst the flames, as if he were poised to consume him entirely in the next moment. The terrifying heat continued to escalate. Before them lay a meticulously prepared magical array. With the mere flick of his finger, Victor could incinerate all present, including the second prince. Such overwhelming power could not possibly belong to a mere third-tier mage. Suddenly, the second prince smiled with a newfound sense of relief, extending his hand to extinguish the flames upon him. He then bowed low to Victor. "I believe in you now. I apologize, Mr. Victor, for my earlier suspicions. I hope you and Sir Gwen can understand that, under such circumstances, all doubts were entirely reasonable." The temperature within the hall plummeted abruptly. Victor retracted the magic array and landed gracefully on the ground, his flames transforming back into a flowing cloak. His mastery of magic left all the sorcerers in awe. In that moment, Victor's prowess earned unanimous recognition from those present, even eliciting an appreciative gaze from the emperor. Many sorcerers seemed to have an epiphany, quickly donning smiles of submission towards Victor. Mr. Victor is truly a prodigious talent. A fourth-tier sorcerer at the age of 29 is surely unparalleled beyond the Empire. The Empire's holy sorcerers number only a handful even now. With this, our Empire gains another holy sorcerer, strengthening our national power. The sorcerers who had previously expressed doubt soon transformed their demeanor, showering Victor with compliments. Only a few proud old sorcerers remained silent, their gazes fixed on Victor. These individuals had spent decades solidifying their craft at the third-tier level, only to find themselves at the foot of the mountain upon encountering his peak. Even when Duke Levi reached the fourth tier, they harbored no envy, offering only genuine blessings. But who was Victor? The infamous genius sorcerer. The thought that the very person they had resented had surpassed them first and ascended to become a holy sorcerer incensed the old sorcerers to the point of nearly grinding their teeth in frustration. How infuriating! Gwen observed this unfavorable turn of events as Victor's fortunes suddenly shifted, blinking in disbelief. How had he become so formidable so quickly? She yearned to approach him for an inquiry, yet the moment was not right. With the second prince's display of weakness, the outcome of the court meeting was effectively sealed. After 9 years, Victor had once again made the world aware of his genius. "O Visser, you may leave," the emperor gestured, revealing the second prince's true name. Signaling him to depart, the second prince cast one last glance at Victor before bowing. "Yes, father." He swished his long robe and exited the grand hall. "Victor." The emperor beckoned Victor with a curl of his finger, eager to behold the visage of the Empire's youngest holy sorcerer. Victor stepped forward, meeting the king's gaze with confidence, unwavering even in the presence of a powerful fourth-tier sorcerer. The emperor's eyes remained steady. Victor respectfully bowed. "I beg your pardon, your majesty." "No matter," the emperor replied, inquiring. "You mentioned defeating a magical beast. Does that mean the volcano will not erupt?" Upon hearing the emperor's question, Victor shook his head, explaining, "I cannot kill that beast. I can only defeat it and reseal it within the volcano. For at least a period of time, the volcano will remain dormant. Of course, should it break the seal again, I will still defeat it." The emperor nodded, a look of joy spreading across his face. "Excellent. You have addressed a significant threat to the Empire. I must reward you handsomely. What do you desire? Status, power, or wealth?" Now, Victor has ascended to the rank of a fourth-tier mage. Such a formidable sorcerer should not merely hold the title of a viscount. He is worthy of a higher station. Yet, Victor shook his head and replied, "I have not yet decided. Therefore, I hope your majesty will allow me to retain this reward." The emperor nodded in agreement, increasingly admiring Victor, exclaiming, "You surpass even your father." Victor dismissed this comment with indifference. His father had long since passed, and even if he were alive, he would not be the true paternal figure in Victor's life. Lowering his gaze, Victor observed Duke Rivy, who knelt on the ground, head bowed, resembling a sinner awaiting judgment, just as he had at the outset. Victor spoke, "Your Majesty, there is another matter. I wish to vindicate Duke Rivy." The Duke suddenly raised his head, disbelief etched across his features as he looked at Victor. The Emperor, intrigued, responded with an inquisitive, "Oh, speak freely, Victor," he encouraged. With permission granted, Victor nodded and stated, Duke Rivy was equally informed about this affair. "The Duke and I had previously arranged that I would confront the magical beasts within the volcano while Duke Rivy would oversee the magical array from outside. Should I fail, it would be Duke Rivy who would unleash the war magic to subdue the beasts. The Emperor lifted his head, casting a commendatory glance at Victor. Thus, you succeeded. This statement was not merely a response to Victor, but also addressed all the mages present. Yet, some mages still struggled to comprehend the situation. One among them shouting from the crowd, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible! You and the Duke are not related. There could be no possibility of communication between you." Victor turned his head, casting a disdainful glance at him, coldly replying, "Erica Ducloy is my most esteemed pupil. Do you have further inquiries?" The mage found himself at a loss for words. At this moment, everyone recognized Victor's additional identity, the youngest professor at the Royal Academy of Magic. Victor's meticulous planning was flawless, intricately devised. However, there remained a glimmer of hope for a turnaround. Those mages who had anticipated trampling the Duke felt a surge of expectation as they glanced at Gwen. Their hopes were dashed upon hearing Gwen's chilling words, "Your Majesty, Victor did not lie." The Emperor chuckled, radiating vigor from his throne as he declared the final judgment, "Rivy, not guilty." Victor exited the palace with an impassive expression, and not a single mage dared to disturb him. At the entrance, a black crow perched upon the railing. Awaiting him, Victor approached and stroked the bird's head. Victor Clavenna, Duke Rivy emerged, calling out upon seeing him. Upon hearing his name, Victor turned to acknowledge the Duke with a glance. Duke Rivy, typically amiable, appeared somewhat aloof even in the presence of Victor, who had aided him. "State your purpose." Victor paused, his hand resting gently on the bird's head as he placed Vega upon his shoulder, locking eyes with the old man who bore a resemblance to Erica. "What purpose does His Grace have in mind for me?" Rivy regarded Victor with a somewhat dangerous glint in his eyes. With a sigh, Victor replied, "Your Grace, overzealous affection for one's daughter is not necessarily virtuous. Rest assured, I have a fiancée." The Duke of Rivy recalled the knight who had dared to lie publicly in the presence of numerous mages and the Emperor. He himself had not anticipated that the renowned knight, celebrated for his sense of justice, would resort to falsehoods for Victor's sake. Whispers in the world often spoke of a poor relationship between the two, yet it appeared otherwise in this moment. His demeanor relaxed slightly. "However, since you have stated such, Your Grace." In the midst of contemplation, Victor's voice broke the silence. The Duke gazed at Victor, sensing a trace of calculation in his eyes. "It seems I cannot refrain from making a move regarding Erica." Chapter 32. This cannot be. He cannot possibly have feelings for me. The Duke of Rivy glared at Victor and departed in silence. As for Victor, he had no intention of offering explanations. Assisting the Duke was merely a matter of convenience. While he indeed required the Duke's influence for certain endeavors, such matters were unnecessary to disclose. Victor had more suitable candidates in mind. He waited outside the city gate for a brief moment before soon spotting Gwen hurrying towards him. Gwen appeared as if she were in pursuit of someone, coming to a halt only upon seeing Victor. "I have been waiting for you," he remarked, as if he had anticipated her arrival. Yet, Gwen did not bestow him with a pleasant expression. "Do you not have anything to explain to me?" Victor noticed several mages lingering nearby, casting glances in their direction. "Let us discuss this later," he signaled to Gwen, indicating that they were in a crowded place and that some matters were better kept private. Gwen acknowledged his hint with a nod. "Let us board my carriage." "Very well," Gwen acquiesced without further thought. They proceeded in unison towards the carriage, where Victor extended a hand to Gwen. Puzzled by his gesture, she hesitated momentarily. Observing her confusion, Victor shook his head and clarified. "This is a necessary basic etiquette when inviting a lady." "Such bothersome formalities," Gwen grumbled, failing to notice the curious stares from those around them as she placed her hand upon Victor's. Under his guidance, they both ascended into the carriage, which soon departed after the door was shut. Victor gazed out the window, taking satisfaction in the myriad of complex expressions displayed on the faces of the onlookers. He then drew the curtains closed. Surely, after this encounter, the discourse of tomorrow would shift in a new direction. He turned his attention back to Gwen, who was the first to retrieve a pouch from her waist. "This is what you requested." She handed the bag to Victor, who, though somewhat puzzled, accepted it nonetheless. Upon opening it, he discovered an assortment of red crystals, each varying in shape. Suddenly, he recalled the reasons he had discussed with Gwen earlier. Victor was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Gwen would remember these details. He indeed required such items to craft some rather unique magical artifacts, but these were merely a secondary concern. As he left the volcano, he regretted not having collected some, yet it had become inconsequential. To his surprise, Gwen had gathered a portion on his behalf. A warmth surged within Victor's heart, yet he was not one to indulge in sentimentality, so he placed the bag into his inventory. "Thank you," he said. Gwen regarded him with a hint of amusement, her tone laced with sarcasm. "I never thought you would actually say thank you. Now, it's your turn to explain." Victor nodded and replied, "I have already spoken before the Emperor. You were present. You should know whether I spoke the truth." Gwen's demeanor shifted abruptly as she coldly retorted, "You should understand that this is not what I am asking." Having grown up alongside Victor, she could not believe for a moment that he would wish to prevent the volcanic eruption to save everyone. Victor had always displayed a ruthless side. If a necessary sacrifice had to be made, even at the cost of an entire town, he would prioritize his own interests. "What is your objective in provoking the volcano's eruption?" Victor pondered this question. Why had he decided to follow Gwen upon hearing she was heading to the volcano? He could have gone alone later. Without the presence of the Night Order, perhaps he could have accomplished everything with greater secrecy. By the time the capital discovered it, everything would have been concluded, thus avoiding the ensuing uproar that had even drawn the attention of the third-tier mages of the entire capital. "But perhaps it is because of you." "Because of me?" Gwen was momentarily taken aback, her sense of justice trembling slightly. Under the vigilant gaze of her conscience, she discerned that Victor was evidently not lying. This indicated that he indeed harbored such thoughts. "Wait a moment, if it is because of me." He had ventured alone to the volcano's mouth solely to confront the magical beasts within. Was it truly for her? Gwen found it difficult to comprehend. Did Victor believe she might encounter some danger? The very notion that Victor would think this way was astonishing. She placed a hand on her chest, acutely aware of her heart racing. No matter how emotionally obtuse she considered herself, certain conjectures began to form in her mind. Could it be that Victor harbored feelings for her? Otherwise, how could one explain all of this? He had learned of her perilous journey to the volcano and had rushed out in the dead of night just to accompany her. They shared the same room, and he had acquiesced to so many of her unreasonable requests. To avert danger from the volcano, she personally ventured forth to subdue the beasts lurking beneath it. This, Gwen's rational mind admonished her, was an improper thought. Victor could never harbor feelings for her. He was undeniably a selfish individual. Yet, her sense of justice had never led her astray. What if he truly did have affections for me? Gwen's heart became tumultuous. Meanwhile, Victor was lost in contemplation. Indeed, it was due to her presence. On one hand, he genuinely desired to confront the forge beast, eager to test his current prowess and ascertain how long it would take to vanquish it. On the other hand, Gwen's mission required her to be away from the capital for an extended period, a perilous endeavor for him. If Gwen remained within the city, he could glean her whereabouts through Leah. However, should she venture to the volcano, who could predict the opportunities that might present themselves? Victor dared to speculate. Perhaps Gwen might inadvertently tumble into a chasm, awakening the slumbering forge beast, resulting in a confrontation from which she could harness some of its power. Such an outcome was not beyond the realm of possibility. Given that the in-game Gwen had survived until the end, it was reasonable to conclude that her undertaking would be devoid of mishaps in his absence. To stave off a potentially fatal conclusion, he resolved to keep Gwen under close surveillance. He needed her to operate within his sight to feel secure. Thus, it was indeed because of Gwen that Victor chose to accompany her to the volcano, determined to confront Gul'dan early, not merely a casual assertion. Their thoughts diverged. Victor remained unaware of Gwen's musings, yet he believed this explanation would suffice to convince her, as it was his genuine sentiment. "Do you have any questions?" "No, that is not right. Where have you been these past few days?" Gwen suddenly inquired. This was the question she most wished to pose. During Victor's disappearance, nearly everyone assumed he had fled in fear of retribution, with some even spreading rumors of his demise in the volcano. In his absence, the situation for the Claven family had similarly deteriorated. They faced relentless assaults from rivals in business, and their estate was besieged daily by individuals hurling various objects into their courtyard. It was evident how deeply Victor was resented, to the extent that even after his presumed death, many sought vengeance against him. Leah had valiantly held the fort alone for so long. "I was injured and sought a place to recuperate," Victor explained. Strictly speaking, this statement was not a lie. The 3-day battle with Gul'dan had indeed left him wounded. Although the injuries were not severe, the rationale for healing was entirely reasonable. Furthermore, he had genuinely been unconscious for 3 days and nights. As long as the truth held, one's sense of justice would not deem it a falsehood. Was that beast truly so formidable? Gwen pondered, unable to fathom that Victor, with his prowess, could have sustained such grave injuries requiring an extended recovery period, clearly indicating the beast's terrifying strength. At that moment, she suddenly recalled the words spoken by the old woman in Sanchal town. Within the volcano lies a sealed deity of fire. Such tales may not serve as concrete evidence. Yet the very notion of a being deemed divine surely warrants respect. Victor closed his eyes, conjuring a vivid image of the scene for Gwen through his magic. Red magical energy began to swirl around her, and Gwen felt the surroundings transform rapidly, the sky darkening dramatically. It was formidable. The sensation was transferred to Gwen, enveloping her in an overwhelming presence. The temperature within the carriage surged, and in that instant, Gwen felt as if she were witnessing the monstrous entity firsthand. Flames roared as if a demigod had descended. As Victor dispelled the magic, Gwen found herself momentarily dazed. Victor had, for her sake, confronted such a being. Words escaped her. "Then, I shall escort you home," Victor declared, effortlessly casting a first-tier spell as if sprinkling water. A stream of green magical energy shot from his fingertips, entwining around the wheels of the carriage. The carriage pivoted, heading towards Gwen's abode. This was the advantage of a mage, seated within the carriage. There was no need for a driver. The two remained silent, and soon they arrived at Gwen's estate, where Victor watched her disembark. "Ah, before you go," he called out to her. "Thank you for helping me maintain my ruse in front of the king." Gwen turned, about to utter a reply, but the carriage had already turned away. She stood at the entrance, dazed, her emotions a tumultuous blend. The maids, upon seeing Gwen alight from the Clavina carriage, exchanged astonished whispers. Isn't she the one who despised Victor the most? Yet here she is, returning in his carriage? Their chatter grew fervent, reaching a pivotal point. Their cheeks flushed. Unbeknownst to them, footsteps approached from behind. "What are you discussing? If it's something delightful, why not share it with me?" The maids turned to see a smiling woman emerge from the house, hastily bowing her head. "Yes, my apologies, milady." The woman maintained her cheerful demeanor as she continued. Now, we mustn't stray from our duties. I'm off to greet my sister whom I haven't seen in ages." Chapter 33. Let us choose an auspicious day for the wedding. Gwen, head bowed and wearing a countenance of uncertainty, stepped through the grand entrance. In her distraction, she collided with a soft body. Gwen paused, looking up. "Sister." The woman before her, beaming with joy, was her elder sister, Kawavladrin. She was a beauty of a different style than Gwen, with long, light purple hair, enchanting features, and a smile that could light up the room. Her demeanor exuded grace and nobility with every gesture, reminiscent of a noble violet. Gwen's impression of her elder sister remains rooted in the past. Back then, Kefra's hair mirrored her own silvery hue. Has she dyed it? Gwen felt a flicker of curiosity. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that after so many years within the family, the bond between the sisters was exceptionally strong. Even after a prolonged separation, Gwen could hardly conceal her delight upon their reunion. Her face radiated joy, and her demeanor was starkly different from before. Upon seeing her sister, was she not going to embrace her? Kefra extended her arms and smiled warmly. Like the bright moon illuminating the night, anyone in her presence felt an instant sense of closeness. Gwen blushed and nodded, enveloping her sister in a heartfelt hug. At that moment, Kefra, still smiling, inquired, "I just heard from the servant that you returned in someone else's carriage. Who might that be?" "Sister." Gwen stamped her foot, feigning annoyance. Observing her sister's reaction, Kefra nodded knowingly. I already figured it out. That must have been Victor, right?" Gwen lowered her gaze, remaining silent. Her mind was a whirl. She had only just grasped Victor's intentions, and now her sister, who had not been seen for years, was teasing her. What on earth was happening today? Upon reflection, it had indeed been a long time since she had last seen Victor, and she wondered if he still bore that arrogant demeanor. Should she take the time to pay him a visit? Kefra mused aloud, prompting Gwen to turn and curiously ask, "Sister, what brings you to the capital?" "Oh, naturally to see my beloved little sister," Kefra exclaimed, pulling Gwen into a tight embrace and playfully tousling her hair. Gwen, slightly annoyed, pushed her away. "You know I can discern the truth from deception. All right, you've caught me. I can't fool you, can I? Using my abilities on family, I show no mercy. Little Gwen is growing clever," Kefra teased, sticking out her tongue before adopting a serious tone. "Though I had planned to visit the capital, I heard from friends that some troubling events have occurred recently, so I decided to arrive early. You haven't been affected, have you?" Gwen shook her head, replying, "It has been quite impactful, mainly concerning Duke Rivi and Victor." Kefra tilted her head, a flicker of evident confusion crossing her features. How is Victor involved with Duke Rivi? Gwen took a moment to gather her thoughts and began recounting the events that had transpired over the recent period. What? A volcano nearly erupted? There's a volcanic god hidden beneath? Victor managed to defeat such a formidable creature? How infuriating. If it weren't for family matters, I would have loved to partake in such thrilling events. You must be sure to include me next time. As Gwen narrated her tale, Kefra's eyes sparkled with excitement. She bit her lip, visibly upset about not being a part of the adventure. Gwen, observing her sister's reaction, felt a sense of helplessness. Sister, such an occurrence is unlikely to happen again. Even if it were, I wouldn't wish to endure it once more. Kefra, adopting a mature tone, earnestly instructed her. You do not comprehend, Gwen. This is a rare adventure. Though fraught with peril, it is simultaneously laden with opportunity. Upon hearing Kefra's words, Gwen was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling the formidable presence and striking prowess exhibited by Victor earlier that day in the palace. Opportunity? Indeed, it is opportunity. Kefra crossed her arms, nodding seriously as she continued. If you aspire to grow stronger, relying solely on rigorous training may not be entirely unrealistic, yet the gradual pace may easily dishearten one. I am not concerned that you will give up, she added, but Gwen had already ceased to listen. Victor's sudden surge in strength. Could it be that he had seized some rare opportunity as well? Lost in thought, Kefra's voice broke through her reverie. Thus, the Duke halted the war magic for the sake of his daughter. Perhaps I should express my gratitude. Gwen felt a pang of confusion from the perspective of the Empire's interests. Should a volcanic eruption occur, the repercussions would be unimaginable. This was contingent on Victor's success, but what if he failed? Surely, her sister ought to prioritize the welfare of their family and the capital. Sensing Gwen's inner turmoil, Kefra sighed and playfully tapped her on the head. Gwen winced, clutching her head as a few unbidden tears escaped. Sister, do you not realize your own strength? My apologies, I simply could not help myself, Kefra replied, affectionately ruffling Gwen's hair. But consider this, you were on the mountain that day as well. If the Duke had unleashed the war magic, how would I have faced your grave afterward? Gwen was taken aback. She had never contemplated this question. At that time, not only was Erica atop the mountain, but Gwen had also pursued Erica there. As Kefra had pointed out, it was fortunate that the magical array was led by the Duke, who chose to cease the war magic. Had it been released, she would have been unable to escape its consequences. In that moment, Gwen recalled Victor's words. He had conquered the god of volcanoes for her, even without his own awareness. Victor truly saved me. Her mind grew increasingly tumultuous, and she found it difficult to discern her current emotions, her expression becoming more intricate. What is it? What are you pondering? Kefra asked, smiling as she surveyed Gwen's head. She likely did not exert much force. She should be uninjured. Gwen shook her head. Having accepted another's kindness, it was only right to reciprocate. Once she had reconciled her thoughts, her internal conflict began to dissipate. Kefra nodded with a smile, suddenly struck by inspiration. Since little Gwen has not yet removed her armor, would you care to spar with me for a while? We haven't engaged in combat for so many years. Gwen regarded Kefra with a mixture of surprise, skepticism, and reluctance. Sister? You? Before she could voice more, Kefra grasped Gwen's hand and led her towards the training grounds. Come on. We are heading to the training grounds. Do we not need to wear protective gear? No need. Gwen knelt on one knee, one hand barely supporting herself with a sword to prevent her from collapsing. She was drenched in sweat, her stamina nearly depleted. In stark contrast, Kyvra stood effortlessly across from her, wielding only a standard knight's sword and adorned with no armor whatsoever. She appeared entirely at ease, as if she had not exerted herself at all. Kyvra stretched languidly, sheathed her longsword, and hung it back on the wall. It has been ages since I indulged in such a thrill. How delightful. With great effort, Gwen managed to rise and suddenly inquired, Sister, why did you choose to abandon the path of knighthood? Kyvra turned her head, resting a hand on her chin, as if she were pondering deeply. It must be out of necessity. After all, my family needs my talents. Gwen felt a heaviness in her heart. Her sister, Kyvra Delrin, as the eldest, possessed remarkable gifts and immense strength. A decade ago, she already exhibited prowess rivaling that of royal knights. Yet, she had relinquished her martial pursuits. Instead, she redirected her focus towards a political career, diligently honing her social skills and navigating the corridors of power. This too was a form of resignation. As a member of the influential Delrin family, known for their military might, They required a leader capable of establishing a firm foothold in politics to steer the family clear of crises. Despite their father's numerous disciples spread across the realm, there were still those who regarded the Delrin family as a thorn in their side. Kyvra, with her vivacious nature, exceptional emotional intelligence, and remarkable social acumen, became a beloved figure among people, embodying a stark contrast to Victor. Thus, Kyvra Delrin set aside her cherished weapon, sacrificing her desires for the sake of her family. Beneath her cheerful exterior, she perhaps concealed an indescribable sorrow. However, a sense of foreboding lingered little Gwen. Suddenly, her sister's voice jolted Gwen from her reverie. She blinked in confusion. Kyvra, observing her keenly, lamented, "To be honest, I am rather intrigued by your abilities during my visit to the capital. It seems you have made little progress." Upon hearing her sister's words, Gwen tightened her grip on her sword. Indeed, she could not surpass her elder sister, even after Kyvra had forsaken the path of knighthood for many years. Yet, she resented the notion that her skills had stagnated in recent years. Kyvra then exclaimed, "Oh dear, little Gwen, if this continues, it is quite possible that father will summon you back home for further training. What shall we do?" With a feigned look of distress, Kyvra's eyes darted around, observing Gwen's expression. Eureka! Gwen lifted her gaze to Kyvra. It seemed her sister had conceived a brilliant solution. "Why not choose an auspicious day for you and Victor to wed? This way, father will certainly allow you to remain here." Gwen blinked in surprise. Huh? Chapter 34. Obey. "Let me take a look." Kyvra continued her explanation. "Once you marry Victor, you will become a member of the Clavina family. In that case, even if your father wishes to summon you home, you possess ample justification to decline." Gwen, under the bewildered gaze of her sister, Kyvra continued to pace back and forth, chattering incessantly. "It's fortuitous that I've returned. Let us set the date, and I shall serve as your officiant. Considering your ages, it is indeed high time for you both to wed. Procrastinating until now is simply inexcusable." Unable to contain herself any longer, Gwen exclaimed, "Sister, I have no intention of marrying yet." Upon hearing this, Kyvra feigned confusion and glanced back at her. "What is this? Does Victor not fancy you? That cannot possibly be true." Reflecting on her conversation with Victor earlier that day, Gwen intended to assert that he did not hold any affection for her, yet inexplicably found herself altering her response. She lowered her gaze, her voice dwindling to a whisper. "Well, that settles it." Kyvra laughed heartily, playfully patting Gwen on the shoulder. With a beaming smile, she continued, "Little Gwen, you surely don't wish to return home, do you?" Gwen sensed an ulterior motive in Kyvra's words. Yet she indeed harbored no desire to go back. The thought of her stern father and her insufferable elder brother filled her with dread. In that household, only her mother and sister occupied her thoughts. Beyond them, she felt no attachment whatsoever. Noticing Gwen's growing silence, Kyvra took a step back and chuckled softly. All right. I was merely teasing. I won't send you back." Gwen lifted her head, gazing at Kyvra in confusion. She observed her sister deep in thought. Then Kyvra mused, "However, if you choose not to return, you must devise a suitable excuse. Victor would suffice. I noticed you returned in his carriage. I'll inform the family that you are currently in a passionate romance with Victor. That should suffice, don't you think?" As Gwen listened to her sister's absurd suggestion, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She opened her mouth to refute, but realizing that Kyvra was merely trying to assist her, and lacking a better excuse herself, she merely pouted in frustration. Her sister remained blissfully unaware of the true nature of her relationship with Victor. "Oh, by the way," Kyvra leaned closer to Gwen, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "I actually returned to the capital to resolve an important matter, initially intending to keep it from you. However, seeing your rapport with Victor, I thought to enlist his help." "Help?" Gwen was taken aback. What could possibly require Victor's assistance? "Well, indeed, he is a mage. And from what you've told me, a remarkably powerful one at that. Thus, I would appreciate it if you could relay a message to him." Suddenly, Kyvra's demeanor shifted. Her playful spirit vanished, replaced by a somber air, as if she had transformed into a serene violet, deep and enigmatic. "Be cautious of the unsavory elements that have infiltrated the capital." Gwen, startled by her sister's serious tone, watched as Kyvra returned to her previous playful self, wrapping her arm around Gwen's shoulders. "In any case, just remind him, if he can locate that object, it would be of tremendous assistance." Gwen was intensely curious about the unsavory substance her sister had mentioned, which prompted her to seek the assistance of a mage named Victor. However, before she could inquire further, a hand brazenly ventured into the crevice of her armor at her waist. A surge of warmth radiated through her, and her cheeks flushed crimson. Just as Kevla's voice whispered in her ear, "You've worked up quite a sweat, little Gwen. How about sharing a warm bath with your sister? It would be an opportunity for her to check on your development." Gwen, blushing fiercely, vehemently declined. "Sister, I have long since reached the age where my growth should have ceased. Be obedient. Let me take a look. Do you desire power?" The pages of the book twisted and contorted, revealing a few ominous black letters that beckoned like a demon. Yet, Henny could only feel a sense of frustration. This was the fourth occurrence today. Since morning, these bizarre black letters had inexplicably surrounded her, on her desk, on the walls, even as she walked through the campus. Passing by the flower bed in the garden, she could not fathom whose prank this might be. Indeed, she had always dismissed it as a mere jest. After all, who would take such an old and sinister trick seriously? Henny had tolerated it for the previous instances, believing that the perpetrator would eventually tire of their antics. However, she was taken aback by their relentless persistence. This time, she could no longer endure it. Sitting at her desk in the library, preparing for her day's lessons, the peculiar script manifested on the very page she had just written on, obscuring her freshly penned thoughts. Infuriated, she could only simmer in silence. As an ordinary apprentice mage, she was burdened with theoretical knowledge, yet lacked the ability to cast any spells. Devoid of talent, she could only watch helplessly as this vexing prank ensnared her. Thus, she inscribed a few words upon the page. "I'm sorry, I refuse." After completing her message, she tore the paper, now filled with her writings, and discarded it into a nearby trash bin. Gathering her books, she left the library. Although she could commit the content to memory, her cautious nature made her feel far more secure with the words inscribed on paper. Henny intended to return to the Mage Tower and visit Victor's office, where she could calmly rewrite her notes. Victor had granted her access to the office prior to his departure, allowing her unfettered entry into the Mage Tower. On her way, the cobblestones by the roadside once again bore those ominous black letters. "Do you desire power?" "I'm sorry, I do not. Please stop bothering me." Henny exclaimed her refusal loudly, clutching her books as she hurried away without looking back. Before long, she arrived at the Mage Tower, breathless and panting, having seldom engaged in strenuous activity. Even a short run left her feeling slightly lightheaded. After a moment of recovery, she reached out to touch the Mage Tower. "Identity verification successful, Assistant Henny." "Welcome back to the Mage Tower." With the sound resonating, the teleportation array swiftly descended. In the next moment, she found herself in Professor Victor's office. The air within the room was fresh, and everything was immaculate. A vibrant little flower pot sat on the windowsill, a gift she had bestowed upon Professor Victor. He possessed a certain fastidiousness, favoring a clean and orderly environment. Henny had always kept this in mind, diligently tidying the office each day. Rather than taking a seat in Victor's chair, she opted to move a different chair to the desk before settling down. After placing her books, she began to write fervently. Aware of her limited talent, she resolved to compensate through persistent study. An hour later, the pages were filled with notes, encapsulating the entirety of the day's lessons. The pile of words had not reappeared, confirming her suspicions. Indeed, it had been a prank. Henny felt a swell of pride in her cleverness. Only authenticated individuals could enter the Mage Tower, let alone gain access to Victor's office. The absence of the words reaffirmed her thoughts. Such a prank was hardly believable, even to a child of 10. Calculating the time, she realized it was nearly class time. Grasping the book filled with her notes, she glanced back at Victor's chair. Setting down the book, she cautiously approached the chair, extending her arms to embrace it, as if lost in a daydream. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of longing as she inhaled the lingering scent of the chair. Moments later, she released her hold, adjusted her attire, and set her gaze resolutely. "Professor, I will not disappoint your expectations." With that declaration, she picked up her book once more and hurriedly made her way out of the Mage Tower. As she walked along the corridor, Henny's spirits lifted. Regardless of her earlier mood, returning to the Mage Tower always rejuvenated her. Clutching her book, she ambled cheerfully through the hallway. However, as she turned a corner, her eyes caught a glimpse of a garment's edge. Henny intended to step back immediately, but there was no time. With a resounding thud, she collided with the other person. Pain shot through her as she fell to the ground, yet she clutched her book tightly. Before her stood a stout man with a small mustache, his face clouded with displeasure as he glared down at Henny. Quickly, she sprang to her feet, disregarding the dust on her clothes, and bowed in apology. "I'm so sorry, Professor Devon, I wasn't paying attention." "Of course, you weren't paying attention. Had you seen me, would you have crashed into me?" The man, known as Professor Devon, appeared to be in a foul mood, delicately stroking his mustache as he reprimanded her. You, covered in cheap filth. I truly wonder why you are still at the academy. Henny bowed her head, remaining silent. In truth, she had seen him at the corner and intended to step aside to let him pass. However, his ample girth had left her no room to retreat, resulting in her unfortunate fall. Despite the fault lying with the other party, why did she choose to apologize? Henny endured the insults without retort. Such occurrences had often transpired in the past. All she needed to do was bear with it. She could not inconvenience Professor Victor. Suddenly, Devin cast a cold smile at the textbook in Henny's hands. What is this? Are you, a mere assistant, going to teach a class again? Chapter 35. Pain. Henny clutched her textbook and patiently explained to Professor Derlin. This is an action permitted by Professor Victor. He is currently absent, and I have been entrusted to conduct the class in his stead. However, her explanation was met with derisive laughter. You are merely an assistant, not even having crossed the threshold of a first-tier mage. What level of instruction can you provide? Moreover, you are teaching the best class in the academy. Do you comprehend the magnitude of this task? If the students' grades decline, can you bear the responsibility? The primary students of the Royal Academy of Magic mostly hail from nobility, particularly in the most gifted classes, where commoners are scarcely found. To Devin, it was as absurd as a beggar extolling the virtues of steamed buns to an emperor for someone like Henny, who barely qualified as a commoner to teach such a class. Professor Devin shifted his corpulent body, feeling fatigued from merely a few steps and sentences. He produced a handkerchief from his pocket, wiped the sweat from his brow, and returned it. Observing his state, Henny instinctively took a step back. Nevertheless, Devin continued, the first class should have the finest teaching resources. You, teaching their magic course? A refugee who barely qualifies as a commoner. What right do you have to instruct? I suggest you scurry away from the academy like before. I do not wish to see you again. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, spittle flying from his mouth. Fortunately, Henny stood far enough away to avoid it. Unable to hold back, Henny retorted, this is Professor Victor's class. Since he is not present, I, as his assistant, naturally have the obligation to prepare the course. Do you have any objections? Upon hearing Henny mention Victor's name several times, Devin's expression darkened, and he coldly replied, you, little brat, seem to know quite a bit. However, refrain from mentioning that scoundrel Victor in my presence. Henny's face flushed, her heart raced, and sparks seemed to flicker in her eyes. Professor Devin, you are insulting Mr. Victor. He is the youngest third-tier mage in the academy, immensely knowledgeable. On what grounds do you speak of him so? On what grounds do I speak of him? Professor Devin's voice suddenly rose, laced with derision. You would do well to understand what he has been up to during his prolonged absence before addressing me. As he spoke, he tossed a magical stone into the air. The stone hovered, rotated, and gradually illuminated, revealing a scene before their eyes. Within the scene, the volcano exhibited signs of unrest, poised to erupt. Countless mages stood on the mountainside, preparing to invoke war magic. The volcano suddenly trembled, akin to a wrathful beast ready to unleash its fury. A blinding white light erupted instantaneously, engulfing the entire landscape. Subsequently, the magic stone lost its luster and fell to the ground, rolling to rest at Professor Devin's feet. As he shifted his body, he noticed the magic stone beneath him and picked it up once more. With a sardonic demeanor, he inquired of Henny, what do you perceive? Henny, perplexed, recalled the recent exodus of numerous mages from the royal capital. However, she had no knowledge of the impending volcanic eruption, as someone of her humble status had not been privy to such information. Thus, she remained oblivious to the recent turmoil in the royal capital. At that moment, Professor Devin elucidated, the volcano is not a product of natural eruption. It is a deliberate act by someone. Henny shuddered at his words. Do you wish to know who it is? Henny, caught in the cold gaze of Professor Devin, felt a flicker of suspicion, but quickly dismissed the thought. Yet, Devin seized upon her hesitation and mockingly declared, indeed, it is none other than your esteemed Professor Victor. His actions angered the forces of calamity, leading to the eruption. And thus he has paid the price. He perished in the volcano. Upon hearing this, Henny shook her head vehemently, hastily retorting, impossible. How could the professor commit such an act? He is so powerful. How could he meet his demise in a volcano? Professor Devin disdainfully shook his head and continued, indeed, the refugee remains a refugee. He nearly instigated an uncontrollable disaster. But what of you? You seem primarily concerned with whether he is alive or dead. Trash, indeed. Ought to remain amidst the refuse rather than come to the Magic Academy to disrupt the environment. Henny's gaze grew vacant as she stood rooted in place, repeatedly uttering the words impossible. Unfazed by her astonishment, Devon continued, "This is a fact acknowledged by all mages. Soon, the Emperor will declare Victor's crimes." Suddenly, Henny realized that Professor Devon was one of the few second-tier mages who had not departed recently. Thus, he had not witnessed the events firsthand. With a tremor in her voice, she asked, "So you have not truly seen Professor Victor perish, have you? And what of it?" He retorted, "His crimes are irredeemable. Even if he is not dead, he has lost all face to remain in the royal capital." At the mere thought of Victor's fate, Professor Devon became animated, beads of sweat forming as his thin clothing became damp. I shall petition the dean. Tomorrow, Victor's classes will be entrusted to me. As for you, pack your belongings and vacate the academy." Professor Devon strutted away, resembling an arrogant rooster, casting a disdainful glance at Henny. Left alone, Henny clutched her books, quietly standing at the corner. Her mind was in disarray, and she instinctively made her way toward her class. As she stepped into the classroom, the previously subdued chatter fell into an eerie silence. The students observed the familiar teaching assistant, Henny, yet none reacted excessively. In recent days, Henny's teaching prowess had garnered universal acknowledgement from all students during Professor Victor's absence. However, today, the assistant seemed somewhat amiss. The usual ease and warmth had vanished, replaced by a distracted demeanor and a countenance marked by sorrow. Henny walked heavily to the podium, placing a thick volume upon it. Her gaze swept over the students below, deliberately landing on the frontmost seat, Erica's, which at that moment was conspicuously empty. Just like Professor Victor, Erica had not attended school since the mages departed from the capital. They seemed to have vanished in unison, leaving Henny without even a single person to converse with. She was desperate to uncover the truth, including whether Victor was truly dead. However, with Erica absent and lacking any source of information, Henny could only muster a strained smile and commence the lesson. Regardless, the student's education could not be neglected. Today, we shall discuss the composition of the imperial traditional magical patterns. Soon, Henny regained her composure, and the students below listened intently. Everything appeared to proceed smoothly. Midway through the lecture, while Henny was engrossed in the literature, she suddenly froze. A line of black text obscured the content of the book, writhing as if it possessed life. Startled, Henny slammed the book down onto the podium. The black text extended tendrils that spread outward, seemingly poised to ensnare Henny in the next moment. The scattered words upon the pages began to thrash wildly, desperately yearning for something. The text remained unchanged. "Do you desire power?" Henny could no longer endure it. She abruptly struck the lectern and exclaimed in anger, "I do not need it." At that moment, the classroom fell silent, the students frozen, bewildered by the sudden intensity of Henny's emotions. After venting her frustration, Henny realized her outburst. Bowing her head to the students and muttering an apology, she then picked up the book and hastily concluded the lesson, her mind elsewhere. When the bell rang, she did not announce the end of class but hurriedly exited, clutching the book. As she walked, Henny kept her head down, silent. She sensed numerous gazes upon her, which unnerved her. Suddenly, she turned around to look. The passers-by were either hurriedly moving along, engrossed in their books, or engaged in light-hearted conversations, none of them staring at her. Perhaps the words of Professor Devon earlier that day had influenced her mindset. Henny struggled to suppress thoughts of Victor, still harboring the hope that he was alive. In this academy, the only person who cared for her was Victor. She came to a halt. A voice, cold and haughty, suddenly echoed from behind. Henny's body shuddered as she turned around. What she beheld was Professor Devon, who, with an air of arrogance, thrust a contract before her. Henny picked it up, unable to believe her eyes. Clearly inscribed upon it was the statement that, due to Professor Victor's prolonged absence from the academy, Professor Devon would henceforth assume responsibility for Class 1's curriculum. Upon reading this, Henny trembled slightly, her complexion paling significantly as she gazed incredulously at Professor Devon. The professor, with a triumphant demeanor, addressed her. "As a professor, I possess the authority to expel a mere assistant like you, who is hardly even a mage. Starting tomorrow, you need not return to the academy." Suddenly, a remarkable flame erupted from the book in Henny's hands, surging like a venomous serpent, ravenously consuming all in its path. No matter how fervently she flailed, the searing pain in her hands rendered her attempts futile. Desperation nearly brought her to tears as she cried out with a quivering voice, "No, please no." Yet the magical flames proved not easily extinguished. Ultimately, in her futile resistance. Henny sank to the ground in anguish, her body cloaked in dust, while the tome brimming with her knowledge was reduced to ashes. That book represented her soul labor, her wisdom, her aspirations, all consumed by the flames. Onlookers gathered by the roadside, their numbers swelling, yet none ventured forth to offer solace. No one cared for a mere assistant, particularly one as disheveled as she. Professor Devon, having publicly humiliated her, departed with satisfaction, never once regarding Henny as worthy of his attention. This was the hostility others bore towards Victor. After Henny became his assistant, their animosity towards him had been redirected at her, despite her being an innocent bystander. To them, Henny was merely a visible outlet for their frustrations, and they harbored no guilt in their mistreatment of her. At that moment, the ground seemed bewitched as dark letters re-emerged. Profound and ominous. Unlike before, they appeared more ferocious, more twisted, and more torn apart, resembling ominous harbingers, reappearing before Henny. Do you desire power? This time, Henny's response was resolute. I yearn for power. If it is within reach, I wish to possess strength. She loathed her own helplessness, her frailty. She felt she had hindered Professor Victor. She could no longer endure this state of being. After her declaration, the dark letters seemed to freeze, ceasing their writhing, dissipating like a gust of wind. Thus, Henny awaited. She hoped for a surge of power to descend upon her, wishing to no longer be so easily victimized. She yearned to better assist Professor Victor and those who cared for her. Finally, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, Look, she truly believes. I had anticipated this. Just as the German professor asserted, a talentless wretch like her, upon discovering a shortcut to power, would undoubtedly cling to it. Those who aspire to gain without toil, day by day, are consumed by thoughts of their potential strength, yet they are unwilling to invest even the slightest effort. Mocking laughter erupted from the surroundings as several students emerged from the foliage, clutching their bellies in raucous laughter before Henny. Their laughter pierced through her innermost being like a series of scornful daggers. An indescribable grievance surged within her throat, rendering her speechless. Henny lowered her head, burying her face in her robe. Don't cry, she thought, amidst the onlookers and the derisive laughter. It felt as though she were being sliced repeatedly. She could not feel the pain, yet it was as if her heart bled. Don't cry, Henny. Don't cry. The tears she had suppressed could no longer be contained. They cascaded down like pearls, falling to the ground, soaking the ashes and dampening her robe. Her sharp, hoarse cries echoed by the roadside, as if to sever the indifferent disdain of the mocking laughter entirely. Chapter 36. Victor, it is time for you to work. Victor, did you not attend the academy today? What is the matter? Victor sat at his desk, leisurely perusing a tome on advanced magic for entertainment. He responded to Leah's inquiries while flipping through the pages. I have entrusted my duties to my assistant. She is quite capable. Leah, exasperated by his nonchalant demeanor, rested her forehead in her hand and sighed. You should see for yourself. She produced a letter filled with writing from her pocket and tossed it onto Victor's desk, casting a glance at the somewhat helpless Leah. Victor slowly closed the book and picked up the letter. Upon reading it attentively, a frown creased his brow. Professor Victor, you have been absent from the academy for over 7 days. Have you encountered any difficulties? Or do you find the task of teaching excessively tedious? If you are unable to return, the Academy will retain your professorship and await your return to reinstate it. Royal Magic Academy, Rachel Azure. Rachel Azure is the name of the dean. As the only 4th-tier holy mage in the capital, well, now there are 2. The dean dedicates his entire energy to the construction and development of the Academy. Such an official correspondence is automatically dispatched by the dean's ability. Natural Sparrow. This is a spell crafted by the dean himself. This natural sparrow is shaped from the elements in the air. It could be a leaf or a mote of dust. These natural entities, imbued with the dean's will, serve as his instruments. Naturally, the dean does not possess the time or energy to comprehend the various occurrences in Victor's life recently. He can only sense that Victor Clavina has not returned to the academy for classes in over 7 or 8 days. Thus, the natural sparrow automatically activated, delivering to him this official correspondence, serving as a clear reminder. Victor, it is time for you to return to work. Livia stood nearby, observing Victor's impassive countenance, which remained unchanged. Even with the prospect of losing his professorship, he exhibited an unsettling calm. She remarked, "This letter arrived at our doorstep before I returned home last night. That implies you attended the morning assembly, yet spent the rest of the day lounging at home? You did not even step outside?" Although it could not be said he remained entirely indoors, considering he had visited Gwen's residence. Victor remained silent for a moment, setting the letter back on the table, aligning it meticulously with the edge. Witnessing Victor's nonchalant demeanor, Livia felt a surge of frustration. Did he possess no sense of duty? Unable to contain herself, she began to vent her emotions toward Victor. Do you have any idea of the sacrifices I have made for your title as a professor? I have been away from home for too long. I wish to spend more time here. Before she could finish, Victor interrupted her. Though it is rather impolite to cut you off, I feel it necessary to clarify. Moreover, I wish to express my gratitude. My prolonged absence has placed a burden on you regarding household matters. This time, it was Livia who fell silent, as if a half-formed thought had lodged in her throat. She felt a twinge of embarrassment, her lips curling into a reluctant smile, yet it was evident she was striving to suppress it. Turning away, she began to pace the room, muttering, what is going on? It seemed Victor possessed a modicum of self-awareness. His recent disappearance had indeed made life rather difficult for the Clavina household. However, it also presented an opportunity. After all, Victor had numerous enemies. Although Livia had eliminated a portion of them, many others had remained concealed, too fearful of Victor to reveal themselves. Once Victor vanished, or even when rumors of his demise circulated, these individuals emerged in droves, united in their animosity toward the Clavina family. Livia understood perfectly. They had come to settle scores. While she had been troubled by these adversaries lurking in the shadows, they now presented a chance for her to address them after Victor's departure. With Leon's assistance, they discreetly dismantled numerous shops, acquiring valuable goods in the process. In summary, the Clavina family managed to earn a modest profit during this period, filling the void left by Victor. Of course, overt challenges remained. It was an undeniable fact that many merchants seized this opportunity to undermine the Clavina family's business. And this open hostility was a matter that Leon and the others could not address lightly, as it bore significant implications, particularly concerning the newly opened prop shop, which had already been struggling. The situation had worsened, leaving it devoid of customers. Indeed, while fantasies may be delightful, reality proves to be harsh. Who was it that once vowed with unwavering certainty that they would make a fortune? Leah cast a disdainful glance at Victor, her eyes brimming with evident contempt. So, what of it? What is the outcome today? You must be fine, but I was referring to the Duke. Victor met her gaze with a subtle indifference and replied. He remains unscathed. Leah, perplexed, furrowed her brow and inquired, was there not a long-standing, intricate enmity between you and the Duke? She alluded to Victor's declaration of affection for Erica. How could the Duke, a devoted father, possibly reconcile with you? Leah found herself baffled, wondering if Victor had employed some underhanded tactic to coerce the Duke. It would not be out of character for him. For certain matters, I had to act in such a way. In any case, you need not worry about the shop for the time being. Upon hearing this, Leah began to speculate, asking, are you perhaps intending to leverage the Duke's influence to enhance the reputation of our products? Victor tapped the table lightly. Initially, that was indeed my intention. However, I do not plan to exploit the Duke. After all, his reputation is currently rather tarnished. Even if the charges against him were to be absolved, his actions before the public remain undeniable. Under such circumstances, the esteemed reputation he once amassed within the mage community has been largely obliterated in an instant. Since our primary clientele consists of mages, utilizing the Duke's name would be tantamount to closing the shop altogether. It would be more prudent to employ his daughter instead. What are you scheming? Leah found herself increasingly perplexed, utterly unable to comprehend Victor's actions. She shrugged, dismissing her concerns. Ultimately, she was only interested in the results. As if a thought had struck her, she added, oh, by the way, Gwen contacted me today, requesting that I relay some information to you. Victor responded, intrigued. As Leah continued, she mentioned that her sister advised you to be wary of the unsavory elements infiltrating the capital. Her sister? Unsavory elements? Is that all she conveyed? Indeed. There was nothing more. Leah observed the complex change in Victor's demeanor and rolled her eyes. Never mind. You may continue your reading. I shan't disturb you further. With that, she swayed her hips and departed the study. Victor remained engrossed in profound contemplation, not raising his head. In his recollection, there was only one sister of Gwen, and that was her elder, Kevrodrin. However, this character had never appeared in the main narrative, as she had perished prior to the main storyline, in the prologue, falling victim to a demonic invasion. Victor closed his eyes. In the first chapter of the game's narrative, the Kalinxia Empire faced a demonic incursion. A multitude of inhabitants became mindless, shambling husks, all under the control of malevolent forces. Countless lesser demons roamed the streets, scattered throughout the Kalinxia Empire. In the early stages of the game, the novice monsters players were required to vanquish were not slimes, but rather these diminutive demons. For the players, those little demons were merely ordinary experience points. It was not until the mid-game, after they had vanquished the mid-level demon of the first chapter, that the Kalinxia Empire returned to normalcy. What was that demon's name again? Let me think. The greed demon Yem. Hey, kid, what unfriendly thing did you just utter? Viga suddenly began chattering on his shoulder. Merely hearing the true name of that entity sent shivers down its spine as an evil god. So? Just a demon? How did you come to know its name? Viga's singular eye fixed intently on Victor, questioning him. I merely mentioned it in passing. I don't believe you. Viga was entirely unconvinced by his fib. Who casually mentioned something so repulsive? Indeed, repulsive, exceedingly so. As a being of divine nature, Viga despised demons reeking of filth. Victor cast a curious glance at Viga. It was undeniably disgusting, yet it was surprising that even an evil god would feel nauseated by it. Aren't you an evil god? I thought you would have much in common with other demons. Why do you associate gods with demons? Viga proudly lifted its head, as if proclaiming its noble identity. I, a god, demand tribute. So, is that vile thing the dirty object the little girl mentioned? Viga expressed its distaste, saying, perhaps you should confine me in a cage. Dispose of it, and then release me. Victor shook his head at the suggestion. In Viga's eyes, since Victor had uttered that name, it implied he possessed some knowledge. I'm not certain yet. To be honest, Victor also loathed such entities. Different demons employed various means, but invariably, they relied on human emotions to satiate their desires. The greed demon, Yim, thrived on exploiting others' avarice, repeatedly bestowing upon them what they craved, until the moment they could no longer repay. Plunging the greedy into an abyss of infinite debt, Victor opened his eyes. Truly disgusting. Penny was in Victor's office, organizing her belongings. She was preparing to leave. To depart from this academy and venture elsewhere. The only person who cared for her was no longer present. Her dreams had been reduced to ashes. Penny felt no lingering attachment. Little girl, you seem rather unhappy. A deep, magnetic voice resonated in the darkness, causing Henny to whirl around. There was nothing there. Another prank? Henny pondered. How trivial for someone to indulge in mischief at such a time. Oh, I apologize, my dear. You appear to be in distress. Is there anything I can assist you with? Chapter 37. Let me think about how to deal with you today. A shadowy figure oozed from the crevice of the wall. Like ink spilling onto the floor, it began to rise gradually until it enveloped the entire room. Hernie was startled and took a few steps back, unable to discern the creature amidst the inky darkness. In a flurry, she fumbled in her pocket for a box of matches, eager to ignite one. Just as she struck it, a flicker of flame appeared, but before she could raise her gaze, the flame was extinguished by the encroaching shadows. Why has it returned? Is not a couple of taunts sufficient? Hernie inquired, her emotions teetering on the brink of despair. The pitch-black figure fell silent, merely fixating its gaze upon her. Indeed, it was simply observing her. It seemed to pierce through Hernie's thoughts, then opened a cavernous, ink-black mouth, its voice echoing like a sinister melody in her ears. I know what you seek, little girl. Remain here, awaiting my arrival. The voice abruptly ceased, and with its cessation, the darkness within the room dissipated instantaneously. The office returned to an eerie stillness. Hernie lifted her head, kneeling feebly upon the ground, her expression betraying no sorrow or joy. Soon, the previously vanished shadow returned. Suffocating blackness once again enveloping the room. It swept through the wizard's tower like a breeze. Hernie raised her gaze to the shadow, suddenly struck by an epiphany. She recognized this place. It was the wizard's tower, accessible only to those with the appropriate permissions. Why was this shadow capable of manifesting here? Before she could ponder further, the shadow began to take on a distinct form. Though she could not discern precisely what it was, she could vaguely see the creature stretching its maw wide, thrusting its arm into its own throat and stirring. After a series of gurgling sounds, the shadow extended a massive hand, retrieving 3 luminous orbs from its belly, akin to glimmers of hope amidst Hernie's despair. Little girl, the shadow spoke again, followed by a series of grotesque noises. You seek power, do you not? Hernie trembled slightly, utterly bewildered by the events unfolding before her, disregarding the repulsiveness of the creature. Come now, this is the power you desire. Touch it, and it shall be yours. A sense of foreboding washed over Hernie, yet each of the shadow's words resonated with an enticing allure. Compelled by an unseen force, she extended her hand and touched the orb. The shadow's grin widened further. The following morning, Victor disembarked from the carriage, standing at the entrance of the academy. He had returned, after a long absence, to this familiar institution. In truth, had it not been for Laya's irate shouts that morning urging him to leave, Victor might have lingered at home for the entire morning. Should he have sent her back to the estate? He pondered, then dismissed the thought. Even if he were to send her away due to business matters, Laya would undoubtedly continue to flit back and forth between the capital and the estate, inevitably leading to further quarrels. As Victor entered the academy, he felt a gaze sweeping over him. It was the principal's spell, Natural Sparrow. In his days as a third-tier mage, Victor had yet to sense this natural force. Upon ascending to the fourth tier, he distinctly perceived the discordant flow of magical energy permeating the air. Victor lifted his gaze towards the sky, where countless natural sparrows flitted about the academy. The headmaster's gaze enveloped the entire institution, swiftly diverting away from him, presumably to ascertain his identity. An announcement had been made by the royal court, declaring both Duke Rivi and Victor innocent. Naturally, only a handful of nobles were privy to this information, which stemmed from the events surrounding the near eruption of the volcano. Thus, Victor's return did not incite any commotion within the academy. He strolled along the path, oblivious to the stares of those around him, entirely engrossed in contemplating how to transition the upcoming lessons. Students passing by him, initially brimming with excitement for a new day, were abruptly halted in their tracks upon encountering Victor's expressionless visage. Their words faltered in the wake of his presence. Victor remained utterly unaware of the profound impact his mere appearance had on the surrounding students. Who is he? What an intimidating aura. Indeed, as he walked past, I nearly felt as though my magical essence was being siphoned away. One student abruptly yanked the others aside, whispering urgently, "Are you all insane? That is Victor Clavenna. Do not let him overhear us speaking ill of him. He is the infamous rogue mage, is he not? How terrifying." As Victor traversed the campus, maintaining his impassive demeanor while inhaling the crisp air, he soon encountered an unpleasant situation. A commotion ahead captured his attention. It was at the student dormitory, where a group of students had gathered, witnessing three others, pallid and unconscious, being carried out from within. Something was amiss. "Viga," he heard a whisper in his ear. "These unconscious students have lost their magical energy." Upon hearing Viga's words, Victor sought a source of information and spotted an individual clad in a white coat, the academy's physician. A chill swept through the surrounding students as they observed the figure approaching. "What has transpired?" Victor's voice resonated, causing the physician to turn around in shock. Nearly dropping his glasses, Victor bent down to assist him, retrieving them and handing them back. The physician, well acquainted with Victor's identity, was acutely aware of his notorious reputation, not to mention the significant incident recently circulating among the noble circles of the capital that involved him. Yet, this individual, deemed guilty by many, had been pronounced innocent by the royal court. Numerous uninformed mages found this hard to accept. However, valuing their own safety, they maintained a facade of politeness towards Victor. "Professor Victor, what brings you here? Answer my question." Victor's emotionless expression made the physician tremble slightly. The physician, flustered, explained, "There are no physical issues detected in these students. However, they remain unconscious, seemingly trapped in a state from which they struggle to awaken. The three individuals reside in the same dormitory, and no one knows what transpired. By the time they were discovered by their neighbors, they were already in this state. We are preparing to take them to the infirmary for a magical examination to ascertain if there are any underlying issues." Victor nodded, moving aside, allowing the other party to leave with a sigh of relief. Clearly, they were unaware of the circumstances. With no one around, Victor turned to his companion, Vija, explaining, "The act of absorbing another's magical essence is a vile tactic that readily evokes thoughts of filth. It seems their infiltration is alarmingly swift." Vija was indeed referring to those demons. Victor felt a sense of resignation. Upon returning to the academy, he was met with such a significant dilemma. However, if demons were to manifest, it would be prudent to address the matter promptly. Setting aside the despondency their presence brings, such encounters also present opportunities for experience. Victor chose to divert his attention, leading Vija back to his office. Identity verification successful. "Professor Victor, welcome back to the Mage Tower." After completing the identity verification at the Mage Tower, the teleportation array illuminated, and Victor stepped into his office. The office remained largely unchanged since his departure, save for the absence of a flower pot on the windowsill. That was a gift from Henny, who had a fondness for the plant and often used the pretext of watering it to gain access to the Mage Tower. Had she taken it back to the dormitory? Victor had been away for several days, so Henny had no reason to visit his office. Frequent trips to the Mage Tower, coupled with the considerable distance, made it practical for her to care for the flower at her residence. Seated at his desk, Victor noticed a few books were missing. Likewise, they were left behind by Henny. During her leisure hours, she would often clutch those well-worn volumes, perusing them repeatedly. Victor dismissed the absence, just as he had with the missing flower, crafting an explanation in his mind. Henny no longer needed to come to the office, so naturally, she had taken the books to read at home. He retrieved a spell book from his backpack that he had yet to finish reading, immersing himself in its pages to pass the time. Hours slipped by, and before he knew it, it was noon. The soft rustling of pages filled the otherwise tranquil air. Vija, standing at the desk, dozed off, only to be jolted awake when his head met the surface of the table. What? Oh, she hasn't come, has she? At this hour, Henny would typically frequent the Mage Tower. She almost always arrived with a hefty tome, eagerly sharing what she had written in her lessons, invariably stirring Vija from his slumber. Thus, waking at this time had become a habit for him. Yet this time, Henny was absent. Vija glanced at Victor, who remained engrossed in his reading, seemingly lost in his own world. Suddenly, Vija recalled Victor's return to the academy. That young lady was likely unaware of it. He shrugged off the thought, feeling drowsy once more, and succumbed to sleep. Time spent in slumber always seemed to pass remarkably quickly. In the afternoon, soft sunlight streamed through the window, casting elongated shadows. Vija, it's time to leave. Huh, where to? Awakened from slumber, the raven blinked its eyes, still shrouded in drowsiness, as it observed Victor closing his book. It was time for class. Oh dear. Vija flapped its wings, perched upon Victor's shoulder. To be candid, it harbored a certain anticipation for the afternoon. What reaction would a timid little girl exhibit upon seeing Victor? Would she flee like a startled fawn? Or perhaps shy away, avoiding his gaze? Alternatively, might she exuberantly gather around Victor, joyfully exclaiming, "Professor Victor, you have finally returned." Regardless of the response, Vija found the prospect exceedingly intriguing. The teleportation array descended upon Victor, and both man and bird vanished within the confines of the Mage's Tower. Upon their reappearance, they found themselves in the corridor of the teaching building. The hallway was eerily quiet, occasionally punctuated by the sounds of lessons from other classrooms. Victor's footsteps echoed crisply in this hushed environment. Tap, tap, tap. On the foundation of this array, they moved forward. Suddenly, Victor's steps halted. His gaze, profound and penetrating, was fixed ahead. There lay the classroom, where the voice of the professor lecturing resonated within. Vija, equally focused, fixated its single eye ahead, its tone devoid of emotion. This truly bodes ill. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps resumed, though this time they bore a weightier demeanor. At last, Victor arrived before the classroom door. The sounds from within grew increasingly distinct. He pushed the door open. Instantly, the room fell into silence. Who dares to enter without knocking during class time? The abrupt cessation of sound was as jarring as a strangled duck. Victor turned his gaze towards the source of the noise, locking his eyes upon the individual standing at the lectern. Truly, he resembled a swine, Vija remarked in a whisper. Victor offered no reply, perhaps tacitly acknowledging the observation. His expression remained impassive, his tone flat, yet it conveyed an unspoken fury that was palpable. Let me think. You are called Devon. Devon Reiser, correct? Chapter 38. How cool. The man before him recited his name and surname in a monotonous manner, while Professor Devon stared blankly at the doorway, swallowing hard. Victor? How have you returned? He was aware that the royal decree had declared Victor innocent, indicating his survival, although a twinge of guilt nagged at him. The knowledge that he had legitimately secured this class bolstered his confidence. What is the matter, Victor? Are you not aware that the dean has issued a notice? This class has already been taken over by me. He made a point to invoke the dean's authority, casting a self-satisfied glance at Victor. Professor Devon believed that no matter how arrogant Victor might be, he would not dare to confront the dean, especially within the academy's precincts, rather than on his own turf. Therefore, he emphasized, Victor, remember your place. You are merely a third-tier mage. Victor's expression remained unchanged. Under the deliberate concealment of the royal family, the incident of Victor preventing the volcanic eruption was not widely disseminated. Such natural disasters, once made public, could easily incite panic among the populace. Thus, this matter circulated only among a select few nobles within the royal court. The official statement merely declared Victor innocent, asserting that he had no connection to the volcano. Under this orchestrated narrative, few, aside from the mages present at the time, were aware that Victor had already ascended to the rank of a fourth-tier mage. The current Devon Reiser, of course, remained blissfully ignorant of this fact. Regarding your usurpation of my class, I shall formally petition the dean for reconsideration. The students below brightened at this announcement, their thoughts resonating in unison. Finally, we can be spared from this tedious pig's lectures. His teaching is indeed dreadfully dull. And he even makes mistakes. Has his mind turned to mush? To have Devin teach? What a farce. I could do it myself. In the eyes of these exceptional students, the disparity between Devin and Victor was akin to that between refuse and the sublime. Devin, visibly perturbed, let out a contemptuous hiss. His acquisition of this class had indeed been facilitated by Victor's absence, and now that Victor had returned, the lesson would naturally be entrusted to the superior mage. Devin found himself powerless to thwart Victor's return. Victor extended 2 fingers before him. Now, for the second matter. When I departed, I entrusted my assistant to teach in my stead. Where is she now? At this, Devin's expression turned smug. Oh, are you referring to your filthy assistant? That repugnant creature who doesn't even qualify as a refugee, and yet dares to educate? Don't be absurd. As a professor, I hold the authority to give orders to the assistant in your absence. What is the matter? I dismissed her. Do you have any objections? In an instant, Victor's cloak ignited with a brilliant crimson light, enveloping the entire classroom. An intense heat surged forth, causing the temperature to soar dramatically. Even the hallway felt the oppressive warmth. A colossal hand of molten lava swiftly seized Devin by the throat, lifting him into the air as if he were a pig prepared for roasting. The students in the classroom stood frozen, unsure of how to react. The water in their cups began to hiss and evaporate. This was their second encounter witnessing Victor's power, and this time, it was directed at another mage holding the title of professor. What did they behold? Professor Victor, with a mere gesture, rendered Professor Devin immobile. It was utterly magnificent. One student exclaimed in awe, only to promptly realize the unsettling atmosphere around him, quickly silencing himself and bowing his head. Meanwhile, Victor remained unfazed. While the surrounding students nodded in agreement with expressions of admiration, Devin struggled incessantly, attempting to pry apart the molten grip with his corpulent hands. But his efforts were in vain. He was suffocating. He could scarcely breathe. A profound sense of panic surged through Professor Devin's mind. Akin to a fat pig thrashing wildly before slaughter, striking at the molten giant hand without regard for the searing pain that reddened his skin. Just as he felt himself on the verge of fainting, Victor released his grip, gasping for breath on the ground, drenched in sweat. Devin fearfully glanced up at Victor and shouted, "Victor, how dare you deliberately harm someone within the academy? Do you truly dare to kill me?" A flash of crimson flickered in Victor's eyes, and the molten hand grew significantly larger. Why do you think I would hesitate? The immense hand inched closer to Professor Devin, the intense heat threatening to tear apart his lungs with each breath. It became indistinguishable whether the perspiration rolling down his forehead was due to fear or the oppressive heat. The molten hand seized Devin by the collar, and Victor pulled him before him with a chilling tone. At this moment, I shall spare your life. I hope the truth I seek will save you. A foul odor reached Victor's nostrils as he observed Devin's already shriveled lower region. Suddenly, a burst of flames erupted beneath him, eliciting a scream from Devin akin to that of a slaughtered pig. His member had been charred. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, Devin finally lost consciousness. A shiver ran through all the students, particularly among the male cohort. Victor's giant hand held Professor Devin aloft, resembling the dragging of a dead pig. Before departing the classroom, he turned back and coldly declared, "This lesson will be self-directed." "Yes, Professor Victor." The classroom echoed in unison, as Victor wandered aimlessly through the campus. The giant hand still grasping Devin, he seemed to publicly execute the professor. Wherever he went, curious glances followed him. After all, such a sight was bound to attract attention within the academy at any hour. Numerous students without classes observed the scene, hurriedly averting their gazes for fear of Victor noticing their curiosity. What on earth is that giant hand behind Professor Victor? It's so incredibly impressive. They almost forgot that just yesterday, the hefty figure had mercilessly humiliated a lowly teaching assistant right in that same spot. Of course, they would not remember. No one cared about a mere teaching assistant. Even the events of yesterday would merely transform into fodder for light-hearted banter over tea later that evening. In moments of boredom, they would bring it up, recounting the pitiable state of the dismissed assistant, reflecting on how humiliating it must have been. They might even coldly muse that if it were them, they would have long since wished to leave this country. Victor meandered for nearly half an hour, traversing much of the academy. Suddenly, a voice resonated through the air. "Professor Victor, you have crossed a line. The magical ripples in the atmosphere made Victor acutely aware of the implication. This is the natural sparrow of the Dean. Through the natural sparrow, the Dean engaged in a dialogue with Victor. However, Victor did not respond verbally. Instead, he established a magical link in the air through the comparison of magical ripples. Actively connecting to the natural sparrow, this was the punishment he deserved. I hold you in high regard, Dean. So I kindly ask that you refrain from interfering with my actions. The ripples in the air remained unresponsive for a prolonged moment. It was merely Victor's exquisite maneuver that made the Dean instantly aware. Victor had detected the natural sparrow. The 29-year-old holy mage? Lord Victor, you truly astonish me. The ripples of the natural sparrow gradually dissipated. I understand your curiosity. The natural sparrow has revealed everything to us. Therefore, I implore you once again. Please do not let your anger manifest upon the innocent students. If you are prepared, I invite you to the Dean's office for a discussion. The ripples in the air returned to tranquility. Vega cast a glance at Victor. Did you already anticipate that the old man would come seeking you? You deliberately employed this method to ascertain the whereabouts of that girl from him. Victor did not respond. He simply continued to carry Devon towards the Dean's office. If you witnessed something that incited your wrath, what would you do? Victor glanced back at the unconscious Devon, a flicker of malice rising in his tranquil gaze. Excellent. I appreciate your approach. Let us proceed. I am quite intrigued to discover what this fat pig has done. Chapter 39. The watermelon that speaks with eyes is truly distressing, Dean. Upon hearing Victor's voice, the Dean closed his notebook and rubbed his eyes. Come in. Victor complied and entered, while the lava giant hand unceremoniously dropped Devon onto the floor. The Dean shook his head at the sight of Devon and sighed towards Victor. Professor Victor, the Academy will not condone your actions. Victor, with his hands in his pockets and a tone devoid of emotion, replied, It matters not. I do not require the Academy's protection. I will bear the consequences of my own actions. The Dean nodded and rose slowly, leaning on his obsidian cane. Then, please follow me. Dean Rachel conjured magical energy out of thin air, and a blue light began to dance in his hand like a brush. The air before him twisted at a visible pace, resembling a canvas. Soon, the Dean retracted his magic. Vega whispered in Victor's ear, This old man's magic is quite fascinating. Let me see. A special teleportation magic, fixated here, embedding magical runes. Victor followed Vega's instructions, and the air in front of him began to distort. In an instant, Victor felt the scenery around him becoming increasingly hazy, blue light cascading down. When the surroundings became clear again, it was a completely different scene. Here, petals of various colors floated in the air, rolling in waves. The garden is a floating island, its ground adorned with countless petals. The refreshing fragrance envelopes Victor, soothing his previously discontented demeanor. To think that such a hidden space existed here, unnoticed even by me. Vega, standing beside Victor, marveled at the sight, only to notice that Victor displayed no sign of surprise, as if he were already aware of it. Indeed, this is the clandestine map known among players as the Dean's Secret Garden, accessible only after mastering magic from Dean Rachel. Although he had encountered it numerous times in the game, the experience of being here in person still evoked a sense of wonder within him. Victor mused that this place bore no difference from its depiction in the game. The Dean appeared before him mere seconds later, regarding Victor with an appreciative gaze. With just a glance, he discerned the usage of the magical array and unraveled it, truly deserving of the title of Genius Mage. Welcome to my Sea of Knowledge. Professor Victor, you are the youngest guest I have ever received. The full name of the Dean's Secret Garden is Rachel's Sea of Knowledge. It harbors all of Dean Rachel's magical wisdom, accessible only to those who possess true knowledge. Fortunately, Victor was accompanied by Vega, a divinity of profound erudition. However, this was not the moment for idle conversation. He stated directly, Dean, let us get to the point. The Dean said nothing, silently leaning on his staff as he walked towards a clearing. Victor followed suit, and soon the surrounding scenery shifted dramatically. Though they had taken only a few steps, a wooden cabin emerged before them, nestled within a dense forest, as if concealed within the woods. The Dean approached the door, which opened automatically. He turned to Victor and nodded, Please, enter, Professor Victor. Upon entering the cabin with the Dean, Victor noted that it contained only a table, upon which rested a singular watermelon. Nothing else adorned the space. The Dean tapped the watermelon with his staff. The watermelon slowly turned, its deep-set eyes radiating an ancient wisdom, as if it possessed knowledge of the ages. It parted its heavy lips and spoke in a slow, deliberate manner. Viblu, what brings you here? Vega, observing the talking watermelon, felt a shiver run down its spine. even causing a few hairs to stand on end. This creature unsettled it. Casting a glance at Victor, Vega noticed that he remained unfazed, as if he were already privy to the existence of a talking watermelon hidden in this place. Quite peculiar, it pondered. Victor, however, was not at all surprised, for this was the dean's pet watermelon capable of speech. The dean addressed the watermelon. This young friend wishes to pose some questions. The watermelon, reluctant, fixed its gaze upon Victor. Vega whispered in his ear, "What is the matter with this fellow?" Victor remained silent, aware that the watermelon was scrutinizing his experiences. As he envisioned, vivid images flickered in watermelon's eyes, towering flames, swirling embers, rivers of molten rock, and surging torrents of immense magic, a breathtaking spectacle of apocalyptic proportions. It beheld the fire elements coiling around Victor, the intricate patterns of lava cascading over half of his torso, resembling a fiery deity. After a brief moment, Watermelon refocused its gaze upon Victor, reflecting, "The youth of today is truly remarkable. I know what you wish to ask. The azure natural sparrow shall enlighten us." Soon, ripples of magical energy radiated outward from its vicinity. The natural sparrows of the other world began to stir. An immersive scene unfolded before Victor. It was a replay of yesterday's events. Professor Devon, sharp-tongued and caustic, brandished the dean's handwritten letter, arrogantly expelling Henny. In the process, he incinerated her most cherished knowledge. Black letters, reminiscent of an inescapable curse, materialized on the ground before Henny. And Victor discerned at a glance that they were merely the result of a common illusionary prank. Almost immediately, 3 students emerged, mercilessly mocking the crumpled Henny, delivering her a final psychological blow. The spectators' jeers, the vile success of the prank, utterly shattered the spirit of this unfortunate child. She wept, Vega murmured. Her cries were so hysterical, so filled with despair and helplessness. In truth, it had developed a fondness for that child. The scene vanished in an instant, and Watermelon closed its eyes, feeling an overwhelming fatigue from reliving that moment. Once its eyes were shut, it reverted to appearing as an ordinary watermelon, despite having witnessed everything. Victor's expression remained unchanged. The dean squinted, exhaling deeply, his thick white beard tousled by the breath. "I feel deeply sorry, Mr. Victor. As for Henny, I am unaware of the whereabouts of your assistant. The natural sparrows act upon my will. Thus, they do not venture into places that may involve the privacy of others." The dean spoke the truth. Victor was aware of this. He had sensed no presence of the natural sparrows in the office, nor had he felt their movement in the student dormitory that morning. Victor's voice rang coldly, "Dean Rachel, please enlighten me. Why has that corpulent pig become a professor at your esteemed academy?" The directness of Victor's address left the dean exasperated. He shook his head and replied, "Professor Victor, you, too, are a faculty member of our institution." The implication was clear. You, too, have ascended through connections. So why should others not do the same? The singular distinction was that Victor possessed genuine talent, whereas Professor Devon merely coasted on his salary. Thus, Victor asserted, "When I joined your esteemed school, I was the youngest third-tier mage. What about him?" "Professor Victor, therein lies the crux of my concern," Dean Rachel replied, somewhat awkwardly. "The head of the Riser family has wed the sister of the current emperor. As you might surmise, Sol 8 is the uncle of Devon Reeser. Their relationship is rather strained. Victor is well aware that Dean Rachel has been persuading him that if this individual can be spared, he should not be killed. Otherwise, troubles will ensue. I comprehend your indignation, Professor Victor. However, murder does not resolve any issues. Perhaps you could engage in dialogue with Professor Devon, for his crimes do not warrant death. I am entirely capable of recalling Henny in the name of the Academy and bestowing upon her the title of Associate Professor. Moreover, is it truly justifiable to take the life of a royal for the sake of an ordinary person devoid of any talent?" Rachel refrained from voicing this thought but believed that Victor would grasp his kind intentions. "Dean, I shall not take his life." Victor's voice resonated softly. Rachel sighed in relief, thinking his persuasion had borne fruit. However, Victor soon narrowed his eyes, his tone serene. "But whether he meets his end at the hands of a demon is beyond my control." He articulated this with the nonchalance of recounting an utterly trivial matter. Rachel's heart jolted. He could not fathom Victor's implications. A demon? What connection could this situation possibly have with demons? Yet, upon hearing this, Vega lowered his head. "Do you think that vile creature has targeted Henny?" Victor's expression remained unchanged. Just as Vega had suggested, he envisioned 3 mischievous students, identical to the 3 who had fainted today. Their condition could only be attributed to the theft of their powers by a demon. But why would a demon steal the strength of these 3? And to whom would these powers be granted? Victor could only think of the missing Henny. He chose not to respond to Rachel, yet Rachel's expression displayed his unease. Professor Victor, you must have already perceived it. The person standing before you is not my true self. I am participating in the annual conference of the City of Mages. The being you see is merely a manifestation of the natural sparrow. I apologize for my failure to prevent such an incident promptly, allowing it to escalate instead. The natural sparrow could only act according to Rachel's will, relying on instinct. The natural sparrow assumed Victor had not attended class for several days, thus transferring the lesson to Professor Devon, which aligned with its cognitive rules. Furthermore, Professor Devon expelled Henny, a professor dismissing a magical apprentice, which also adhered to the natural sparrow's cognitive standards. Yet, this did not conform to human critical standards. This was a dereliction of duty on Rachel's part. His inadequate oversight led to irreparable consequences. Although, after the incident, Rachel felt no significant ramifications. One was a noble, the other an untalented magical apprentice. Even a fool would know what choice to make. However, the error lay in his ignorance of how fiercely protective Victor was. Moreover, the individual in question was a fellow fourth-tier mage. Thus, the dean preemptively apologized, lowering his stance and offering Victor the respect he duly deserved. Professor Victor, please remember your promise to me. Regardless of what you must do, do not involve the students. They're innocent. Victor responded with a stoic nod, his expression unchanging. And with a flicker of teleportation magic, he vanished without a trace. A heavy sigh escaped Rachel's lips, and his form gradually dissolved into twinkling starlight, merging with the air. On the mountaintop behind the academy stood a robed figure, gazing down at the valley below. The valley housed the academy, a place that had sown despair within her. From this vantage point, she could survey the entirety of the institution. The innocence and anticipation that once sparkled in her eyes had long since faded, having endured profound suffering. Henny's once placid gaze was now etched with the essence of revenge. A swirling mass of darkness coiled around her as if it were a natural habitat. The inky tendrils transforming into a robe that cascaded down to her hair, culminating in an additional hood. Little girl, is this meager power sufficient for you? If you're willing to wait, I can bestow upon you greater strength, more, and even more. Its voice oozed a terrifying allure, reminiscent of an unfathomable abyss. Yet, Henny remained unmoved. I no longer require it. Her tone was chillingly calm. The professor often tells me that I can be weak at times, struggling to learn decisiveness. But now, I shall no longer be weak. Her magical energy surged within her, so abundant that even she was oblivious to the extent of power she had drawn from this entity. Technically, Henny was still not a mage. However, possessing such an overwhelming reservoir of magic was an exceedingly ominous development. At last, Henny could manifest all the knowledge that resided in her mind. She had meticulously prepared for this moment. Commencing her incantation, she invoked the god of phantoms. As Henny's voice rose in a melodic chant, an intricate array of high-level magical formations materialized before her, with numerous minor arrays interwoven into a grand design. The city of Delirium spun around the academy, encircled by magical rings inscribed with countless runes. The patterns between the arrays began to reveal themselves, growing increasingly intricate. The exquisite arrays functioned with the precision of a masterful mechanism, surpassing the analytical capabilities of a third-tier mage. Soon, Henny swept the array across the entirety of the academy, embedding it deep within the earth. The academy's optimal geographic location also served as an exceptional site for her array. She was thoroughly prepared. Henny? Who? Upon hearing her name called, Henny abruptly turned, her gaze landing on the familiar golden hair, momentarily taken aback. The name of the golden-haired girl slipped from her lips. Erica. Chapter 40. No grudge? Is it too late to hold one now? Henny, it's truly you. What are you doing here? Erica exclaimed, her surprise evident. She had not anticipated encountering an acquaintance on the secluded mountaintop behind the academy. However, she was also curious about Henny's purpose for being there. Upon seeing Erica, Henny's earlier chill dissipated significantly, her demeanor becoming somewhat evasive, her words faltering. And no, it's nothing. I'm just here for a walk. Erica remained oblivious to Honey's expulsion, and Honey had no intention of disclosing this information, wishing to spare her friend any unnecessary concern. However, Erica's unexpected appearance surprised her, prompting the inquiry, "What brings you here? Why have you not been attending the academy?" Upon hearing Honey's question, Erica, suddenly indignant, explained, "My father seems to have lost his mind. He confined me for several days upon his return. Yesterday, he went so far as to hire several private tutors for me without any explanation. In truth, Duke Rivi had warned Erica to limit her interactions with Victor, which is how she learned of Victor's return. Under the royal decree, both were declared innocent. Yet, such matters were not for Honey's ears. Feeling slightly discontented, Erica kicked a stone at the mountaintop, which tumbled down the cliff, producing a crisp sound. I simply could not resist any longer. While my father was away, I sneaked out, hoping to see if Professor Victor was at school. Erica intended to stealthily enter the academy from the back mountain, but was unexpectedly intercepted by Honey. The mention of Victor's name made Honey's heart skip a beat. She recalled the words of the German professor, who had suggested that Professor Victor might have perished in the volcano. Though this thought lingered in her mind, she chose not to share it with Erica, who appeared blissfully unaware of the dire news. Observing Erica inhaling the fresh mountain air, Honey calmly remarked, "Professor Victor has not returned. I have been substituting for him these past few days." Erica's face fell upon hearing this. She longed to learn what had transpired on that fateful day at the volcano. After all her effort to sneak out, Victor had not even shown up for work. Reluctantly, Erica accepted the reality. "Well, I suppose I must return. If my father discovers I sneaked out, he will confine me at home indefinitely." Honey opened her mouth to say something, but hesitated as Erica continued, "I will come again tomorrow. If Professor Victor returns, please be sure to inform me." Honey nodded in agreement. She noticed the glimmer of joy and expectation in Erica's eyes as she hurriedly turned to leave. How wonderful it must be, thought Honey, a wave of envy washing over her. Erica boasted a prestigious lineage, remarkable talent, and flawless beauty. She embraced life with carefree anticipation, while Honey herself lived in constant trepidation, facing each day devoid of hope. It seemed as if the professor's words rang true. She was akin to refuse destined to linger amidst the debris. In a daze, she gazed once more in the direction Erica had departed, only to find the radiant figure disappearing from view. Shaking her head, she let out a bitter laugh, mourning her own misfortune. Tomorrow, then. It is well. She need not look forward to the future any longer. Everything, including herself, would find its conclusion by tomorrow. Carry on. A searing flame erupted suddenly from the soles of Professor Devon's feet, a momentary but intense burning sensation jolting him awake. He felt engulfed in a torrent of agony, as if every inch of his body was ablaze. "Ah!" he screamed, the pain propelling him into full consciousness. It then dawned upon him that he was bound, his body swaying precariously from the ceiling. As the flames subsided, his vision cleared, revealing Victor seated calmly in a chair, his demeanor icy and indifferent. In an instant, fear painted Devon's eyes. "Victor, what do you intend to do? Are you truly willing to kill me over a mere teaching assistant? Have you lost your mind? Do you really wish to incur the wrath of the Razor family?" Victor regarded him with a cold stare, casually inquiring, "Have we not already established enmity?" Devon hesitated, quickly retorting, "No, not until now. Believe me, Victor, there is no animosity between us." "Then why, knowing that Henny is mine, did you act in such a manner?" Devon's eyes widened in shock. "You already know?" "No. Trust me. Victor, my initial disdain was purely personal. I never intended to take it out on that Henny." Suddenly, a fireball, fierce as a tiger, hurtled towards him, crashing against the wall behind him. Trembling with fear, Devon stammered, "Henny. I remember now. It is Henny. That little girl is charming. Yes. I was envious. I was envious that she, as a teaching assistant, was able to lead a class. Did you know? After you left, many professors were envious of that class, as the position of a lead lecturer comes with great prestige and reward." Victor regarded him with an emotionless gaze. "Is it merely envy? How pathetic." Yes. I am indeed pathetic. I am aware of it. I know it." Devon pleaded desperately, "Please, Victor, spare me. There exists no hatred between us." He flailed like a pig struggling in a slaughterhouse, a comical sight that would evoke laughter from any onlooker. "Like a promise," he continued, "I will apologize. I shall offer that young girl my sincerest apologies. I can provide her with ample compensation. I could bestow upon her a title. How about a young baroness? The Razor family has the means. Believe me, Victor, if you release me, there are no irreconcilable grievances between us, are there?" A hopeful expression flickered across Devon's grotesque countenance. Victor's cold voice cut through the air. "What was it you said at the outset?" Devon faltered, tentatively responding. "You would kill me over a teaching assistant. Have you lost your mind?" Victor nodded appreciatively. "A commendable memory. And the second part? Do you truly wish to become enemies with the Razor family?" Devon, not lacking in wit, seemed to grasp the gravity of the moment. In that instant, He wholly relinquished his pride, pleading fervently with Victor. Please, Victor. That was merely a moment of folly. Victor rose, his coat glinting ominously with a hue of danger. Your disdain for me arises from your understanding of my character. Since you comprehend my essence, you ought to perpetually remember what manner of person Victor Cleavener truly is. Devon's entire being began to tremble as fear enveloped him. A lunatic. Victor is nothing but a madman. Victor. No, no, boom. A scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig erupted violently from Devon's mouth, accompanied by the sickening sound of cracking bones. He felt his limbs shatter, engulfed in excruciating pain. His lingering consciousness was a result of Victor's magical shackles, which ensured he remained aware of the torment without succumbing to unconsciousness. You claim we harbor no animosity, but that is inconsequential. Victor suddenly erupted into a brilliant smile, his expression radiant. Leaning close to Devon's ear, his voice became a mere whisper, reminiscent of a devil's murmur. Now, we are adversaries. Kill me, Victor. End my life. Devon, consumed by agony, would rather embrace death immediately than endure such humiliating torment while conscious. Yet, he found himself incapable of even taking his own life. Perhaps someone else might take your life. But that person is not I. Victor wiped his hands vigorously with a handkerchief, feeling as though he had sullied himself despite not having touched Devon at all. After wiping, he tossed the handkerchief onto Devon's face, obscuring his tear-streaked visage. Upon releasing Devon from his shackles, he instantly fell into unconsciousness. At that moment, the world fell silent. Victor squinted as he departed the mage tower. With a flicker of teleportation magic, he appeared outside the academy, inhaling deeply as he gazed at the darkening sky. The surrounding magical elements appeared somewhat chaotic. At that juncture, Viga's voice resonated in Victor's ear. Beneath the academy, someone had deliberately concealed a magical array. It could very well be the work of a demon. Victor showed no surprise, prompting Viga to remain silent. It understood that Victor would manage everything adeptly. And with a flutter of its beak, it posed another inquiry. If that girl truly succumbs to the demon's corruption of her consciousness, what will you do? Victor pondered for a moment before responding. Henny is a remarkably astute teaching assistant. Her presence alleviates my concerns. She may be a timid creature, yet she ought not to continue her pitiable existence. Viga perched upon Victor's shoulder, shaking its feathers. I appreciate your perspective. The night descended like a curtain, hastily shrouding the world as countless tiny yet radiant gems adorned the darkening sky. By the time Erica returned to the entrance of the manor, the interior was already ablaze with light. A sudden jolt coursed through her heart. Surely, her dear father had not returned already. Fear not, fear not. As long as I charm him with my affection, my father will surely forgive me. Erica took a deep breath, preparing to enter the courtyard. Just then, the grand door swung open. Her father, Duke Rivi, emerged, escorting a beautiful woman with purple hair, a smile gracing his face, exuding politeness. Erica felt somewhat bewildered. Her father was already 60 years old. From where had he met this unfamiliar woman? Are you planning to embark on a second spring? Erica pouted, resolutely refusing to allow such an occurrence. She was not about to have a stepmother appear out of nowhere. As Erica rushed forward, she overheard a conversation between two individuals. I hope Duke Rivi will remain vigilant regarding those unsavory elements. I understand the gravity of the situation, Miss Kivra. I will employ all available resources to conduct a thorough investigation. Erica stood frozen, momentarily bewildered. It appeared that the situation was not quite as she had envisioned. However, her impulsive advance had already captured the attention of both individuals. Duke Rivi turned to Erica, raising an eyebrow as he introduced her with a sardonic smile. Miss Kivra, this is my little daughter, Erica. I believe this is your first encounter. Kivra regarded Erica, raising an elegant eyebrow and narrowing her alluring eyes. Indeed, it is our first meeting, she said, her lips curling into a smile as she swiftly appeared before Erica. The speed was so remarkable that Erica barely registered a fleeting shadow. Beautiful little girl, might you tell me where you have ventured today? Chapter 41. A modicum of assistance from my brother-in-law. The inquiry from the woman with violet hair left Erica feeling somewhat uncomfortable. She was unaware of the woman's identity, but an air of mystery surrounded her. Instinctively, Erica hesitated to respond. Moreover, she could not let her father discover her whereabouts. Noticing Erica evade Kivra's gaze, Duke Rivi's demeanor grew stern as he queried, Erica, did you visit the academy today? Realizing her father had deduced the truth, she dared not lie. Her voice barely a whisper, akin to a mosquito buzzing. Yes, but I did not enter the academy. I encountered an acquaintance on the way. so I chatted for a bit before returning. Upon hearing her omission of Victor's name, Duke Rivy's expression softened slightly. Noticing this, Erica lowered her head, muttering under her breath, "He is a duke, yet he still acts so petty at his age. If it weren't for someone helping him, he wouldn't even be a duke now." Duke Rivy's expression stiffened at Erica's words, and he cleared his throat lightly, pretending he had not heard. Truth be told, Duke Rivy felt a twinge of embarrassment. Regardless of Victor's intentions, he had indeed assisted him within the palace. However, Victor's last statement had genuinely irked the Duke, implying that he had to do something regarding Erica. What did he intend to do? As a father, a sudden surge of protectiveness welled within Duke Rivy. He would not permit Victor to engage in any inappropriate behavior toward his daughter. Kivra, standing nearby, covered her mouth and chuckled softly. "I have also heard about the happenings within the palace from my sister. However, since the Duke holds his position, it wouldn't be proper to take others' kindness for granted. As for Victor, regardless of his character, he is still my sister's fiancé, making him part of the family. Certainly, Kevlar requires a certain degree of support." The Duke found himself caught between the two, his face flushed with embarrassment. Fortunately, the veil of night concealed his discomfort. He closed his eyes and cleared his throat twice, casually remarking, "I shall find a way to repay Victor." At this, Erica lifted her head, a smile illuminating her face, clearly pleased, and her fondness for the elder sister, Kevlar, grew significantly. However, who exactly is this person? A curious expression crossed Erica's face, prompting Duke Rive to immediately sense his daughter's bewilderment and introduce her. "This is Kevlar Darren, the eldest daughter of the Darren family." Darren? Erica's mind raced, swiftly recalling the enchanting young lady she encountered atop the volcano. It seemed she, too, bore the Darren name. "So, Miss Gwen is my sister then." Kevlar chuckled softly, her eyes narrowing in amusement. Erica gasped in surprise. To her, Gwen was a kind soul. The Darren family, being a lineage of knights, was synonymous with honor and integrity. Thus, the violet-haired sister before her must surely also possess a virtuous nature, albeit with an air of mystery. Observing Erica's dawning realization, Kevlar inquired, "Erica, can you now reveal to me where you ventured? Additionally, who were the acquaintances you encountered?" Without hesitation, Erica recounted her day's events in their entirety. Kevlar learned that Erica had ventured to the Academy's rear mountains, where she crossed paths with Victor's teaching assistant. The remainder of the tale aligned with what Erica had previously shared. "Oh, Victor's assistant?" Kevlar contemplated for a moment, then affectionately ruffled Erica's hair, embodying the warmth of a caring elder sister. "Thank you, Erica, but do refrain from sneaking off to the Academy in the coming days. Your Grace, you have a wonderful daughter," Kevlar complimented Erica before departing with a smile. Her violet locks shimmered enchantingly beneath the cloak of night as she gradually faded into the darkness. Boarding her carriage and leaving, Erica remained puzzled. Why did Gwen's sister inquire about her whereabouts? Moreover, why was she discouraged from visiting the Academy? Her curiosity surged. Yet as she turned, she was met with the Duke's stern countenance. "Erica, return and explain to me what you were doing sneaking off to the Academy." Erica instantly wilted under his gaze. The following morning, a somber atmosphere enveloped the Royal Academy of Magic. The sky was overcast, and the air felt heavy, nearly suffocating. Many who witnessed Victor's entrance into the Academy were filled with trepidation. Victor had become quite notorious the previous day, having dragged Devon Rather around the Academy, a spectacle that had ignited fervor within noble circles. Numerous aristocrats were keenly interested in the feud between Victor and the Rather family. Meanwhile, Devon Rather's disappearance incited the fury of the Rather family, who hastily proclaimed their intent to demand an explanation from Victor. And then, there was no further development. The Riser family appeared to be mere talkers, casually expressing their stance. The following day, Victor swaggered into the Academy. Upon returning to the Mage Tower, he dragged Professor Devon out and unceremoniously cast the nearly lifeless Devon Riser onto the Academy square, drawing a crowd of onlookers. This incident sparked a frenzied dissemination among the faculty and students. The news spread from 1 to 10, and then to 100, as many were drawn to the square by the rumors. Soon, the square was utterly congested. After all, some had not witnessed the events firsthand the day prior. They had only heard of Victor's actions. The veracity of the tales was still subject to scrutiny. After all, could they be mere exaggerations? Many dismissed it lightly. However, today was entirely different. Today, they beheld the spectacle with their own eyes. Those who had come to investigate the rumors stood in shock. To hell with the rumors. This was utterly astonishing. No one knew how the unfortunate Professor Devon had provoked Victor's wrath. Under the dreary sky, the Academy Square resembled a scene of execution, as Victor displayed Devon there for the entire morning. During this time, all merely observed. No one dared approach Victor, not even the few esteemed third-tier mage professors. It was akin to the public humiliation Devon had inflicted upon Henny. In truth, after Victor's actions, the headmaster had yet to intervene, and they had grasped the headmaster's intent to allow Victor to vent his frustrations. Moreover, the cautionary tale of Professor Devon loomed overhead. No one wished to assume the role of the next victim, provoking Victor's ire. At last, noon arrived. The sun did not break through the clouds as everyone had hoped. The crisp sound of approaching hooves echoed, capturing the attention of all present, including Victor, who lifted his gaze. The knights had arrived, led by Gwen. The order encircled the academy with hundreds of knights. At this moment, the crowd instinctively parted to create a pathway, clad in silver armor. Gwen strode forward with an air of authority, flanked by her fellow knights. She regarded Victor with a fearsome glare. "Victor Clavenna, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Inflicting harm within the academy? Are you mocking the laws of the empire?" Gwen proclaimed to Victor, her eyes devoid of any personal sentiment. As a knight of justice, even if the perpetrator were Victor, her betrothed, Gwen would neither tolerate nor overlook such transgressions. Victor quietly regarded Gwen and inquired, "Did the Reiser family send you to rescue him?" Listening to Victor's challenge, Gwen calmly replied, "The knights answer solely to His Majesty and will heed no other command. Victor has violated the law, and the consequences are dire. As a knight, I must uphold the laws of the realm and ensure that Victor is taken into custody." Yet, her hands trembled uncontrollably. She had indeed received a plea for assistance from the Reiser family, but in truth, this task did not require her personal leadership. However, she still arrived, for the one guilty of transgression was Victor. Laya informed her that this time, Victor might have committed a grave sin. Laya had numerous informants and was promptly alerted the moment Victor angered the Reiser family. Who is Devon Reiser, you may ask? He is none other than the Emperor's nephew. Furthermore, she communicated this matter to an uninformed Gwen. Even though Victor had recently averted a volcanic eruption, a remarkable feat, and was indeed a fourth-tier mage, one would expect the Emperor to refrain from arbitrarily punishing such a powerful figure in the Empire. Yet, Victor's actions had targeted a member of the royal family. Gwen, wary of the Emperor's potential harsh retribution towards Victor, sought to preemptively apprehend him, fabricating a charge of intentional harm. This, she believed, would serve to safeguard Victor to the greatest extent possible. "Victor, do not resist. Do not act impulsively." With these words, she endeavored to hint at Victor, confident that his intelligence would lead him to understand. Indeed, the final mention of impulsiveness caught Victor's attention. He gazed at Gwen, his expression devoid of excessive emotion. Yet Gwen sensed a notable relaxation on his part, just as she believed Victor would trust her and allow himself to be taken away. A sudden thud reverberated through the air. A deep, inky barrier abruptly rose from the ground, swiftly enveloping the entire academy. The already gloomy sky darkened further, the night itself paling in comparison, as if ink were spilling from the heavens. Beneath this barrier, everyone felt an overwhelming weakness, succumbing to drowsiness. Gwen experienced this sensation as well, even noticing a diminishment of her strength, her heart feeling a wave of frailty. The essence of justice had lost its potency. Those present presumed it was Victor who had cast the spell, but upon looking up, they noticed he appeared less imposing. If it truly were Victor's doing, no one would have noticed the timing of the spell's activation. It was too conspicuous, defying logic. Victor raised his head, his gaze upon the barrier revealing a glimmer of surprise and admiration. Viga's eyes widened in astonishment, her voice resonating solely in Victor's ear. What a remarkable composite magical array. For one capable of wielding magic, she might indeed be a true prodigy. Victor softly acknowledged her words. Indeed, it seems the time has come. Chapter 42. Do you know whom your son has provoked? The Royal Academy of Magic has been sealed. A cry emerged from an unknown source, plunging the students within the academy into a state of chaos. Several students, incredulous, dragged themselves to the school gates. Although the gates could be opened, a barrier effectively isolated them from the outside world. Regardless of how the students pounded against it, the barrier remained unyielding. The sudden appearance of the black barrier above the academy spread rapidly throughout the entire royal capital, its impact beyond measure. Countless reporters and mages congregated before the barrier. The dark shield emitted wisps of shadowy energy, seemingly tainting half the sky. Intricate patterns adorned its surface, an exquisite tapestry woven in every direction. Within the barrier, an insidious presence permeates, suffusing the atmosphere with filth and darkness, relentlessly eroding the vitality of the people. The pitch-black void devours everything, leaving only the chaotic sounds from within and beyond the barrier, imbued with a palpable sense of weakness. What could this entity be? Such an intricate magical array. What configuration is it? Numerous headlines have emerged, all invariably linked to the ominous black barrier enveloping the Royal Academy. Moreover, rumors have surfaced suggesting a connection between this incident and Victor. Although the Academy is entirely sealed off, preventing any communication, news had nonetheless escaped prior to the lockdown, alleging that Victor had kidnapped and deliberately murdered Professor Devin Lacer. This information swiftly reached the Duke of Loy family. Upon hearing this, Erica was bewildered. Just yesterday, she had been informed by Henny that Victor was absent from the Academy, yet today such a grave situation has unfolded. More critically, reports claim that Victor had indeed attacked Devin Lacer within the Academy yesterday, a stark contradiction to Henny's account. What truly transpired? Did Henny deliberately conceal the truth? Could she be an informant? The more Erica contemplated, the more chaotic her thoughts became. She felt an overwhelming urge to witness the reality of the situation for herself. However, she recognized the folly of such impulsiveness. The immediate priority was to ascertain whether her father was aware of this matter. She hoped he could assist Victor, mitigating the repercussions of this incident. For Victor had undoubtedly committed a grave error. Who was Devin Lacer? This incident is scarcely known even among the nobility. The Lacer family wields significant influence in the South, monopolizing much of the Southern Empire's commerce. This family possesses formidable wealth, and those within the Duke of Loy family, who hold considerable power, understand the significance of the Lacer family to the entire royal lineage. They are the primary source of royal revenue. Each year, more than half of the national treasury is dispersed to the Lacer family, who in turn contribute even more annually. In essence, every business venture the Lacer family undertakes in the South is sanctioned by the royal family. This is because the Lacer family is tied to the royal bloodline. The emperor's sister married into the Lacer family. The royal family grants privileges to the Lacer family, while the Lacer family reciprocates with financial support. It is a mutually beneficial relationship. Erica could not fathom why Victor would assault Devin Lacer, yet she understood the intricacies of politics. As the sole daughter of a duke, her father had always groomed her as a successor. Regardless of Victor's motives, the fact remains that he has harmed Devin Lacer. To protect Victor, it is imperative that this matter does not reach the Emperor's ears before the barrier at the Academy is breached. The only individual with the motive and status to preemptively engage the Emperor is Lady Cassandra. Cassandra Lacer, having taken her husband's surname upon marriage, was previously the Emperor's sister. Although the Lacer family engages in extensive commerce annually, this lady does not partake in business affairs and resides in a city not far from the capital. If she received news yesterday, accounting for travel time, she could arrive in the capital today to meet with His Majesty. Upon contemplating this, Erica immediately set off to seek out Duke Rivy. The maid, noticing her heavy expression and frantic demeanor, swiftly intervened. "My lady, please do not rush. The Duke specifically asked me to inform you this morning that if you wish to go find him, he has already arrived outside the city gates." Outside the city gates? Erica paused, her mind swirling with confusion. What could father possibly be doing there ahead of time? Could he have known something? Overwhelmed with anxiety, she felt as though she were the sole individual left in ignorance. Eager for answers, she suddenly thought of someone connected to this matter who might be deliberately concealing the truth. It could only be Henny. She must know something. Determined, Erica turned to the maid and commanded, "Prepare the carriage. Make haste. I must head to the back mountains of the Academy immediately." She recalled the spot where she had conversed with Henny the previous day, having promised to return. If Henny had not reneged on her word, she would surely be waiting there. If Victor truly intended to take action and seal off the Academy, he would not allow Henny to be trapped inside as well. What could his motives possibly be? Erica clenched her fists and bit her lip in frustration. She could not fathom the situation, nor could she investigate it herself. She despised this feeling of helplessness, reminiscent of her experience on the volcano. Meanwhile, outside the city gates, Duke Rivy stood, flanked by hundreds of knights clad in silver armor, accompanied by several hooded figures wielding magical orbs, resembling sorcerers. A palpable sense of danger pervaded the area, foreshadowing an imminent conflict. Soon, a contingent of guards arrived, escorting a carriage that came to a gradual halt. A knight opened the carriage door and lowered a step, allowing a beautifully dressed woman to descend with grace. She was stunning, well-preserved, though hints of age were evident. Yet, this did not diminish her exquisite and regal aura. Upon disembarking, she glared at Rivy, demanding, "Rivy, what is the meaning of this? Have you come to the city gates with your private army and magical legion to block my passage? You have quite the audacity." Duke Rivy offered a benign smile and nodded at her. "Lady Cassena, I trust you are well. The presence of so many here is merely to request that you remain for a while longer. I will allow you entry into the city, but not at this moment." Despite Rivy's amiable demeanor, an unmistakable tension crackled between them. "Rivy, do not forget my status," she retorted. "I have never forgotten, Lady Cassena. From the moment you used your influence to compel me into marrying you, it has been etched in my memory ever since." Beneath Rivy's kind facade lay a narrative filled with explosive history. The revelations, bordering on royal scandal, were delivered with nonchalance, leaving Cassena's guards exchanging incredulous glances, unsure whether to continue listening to the unfolding drama. However, upon hearing Rivy mention the matter, Lady Cassena was suddenly filled with indignation and exclaimed loudly, "What is the meaning of bringing this up at this point? Are you merely seeking to humiliate me? I merely wish to reminisce with you, and in passing, remind you that you no longer bear the surname Sol." Duke Rivy waved his hand, summoning a mage from behind him, who stepped forward to infuse magic into the orb in his hand. As the magical energy swirled chaotically within the orb for a while, a table and 2 chairs materialized from thin air upon the ground. "Please, take a seat," Rivy gestured, taking a seat himself first. Cassena regarded the mage, her earlier agitation calming somewhat. The mage corps of Duke Rivy, strictly speaking, a mage is a profession. They are not wizards. Yet becoming a mage is far more challenging than becoming a wizard. Supported by costly magical artifacts, they must also cultivate formidable physical strength over time to assist in combat. This is the essence of a mage. The expense involved in training a single mage is beyond the means of ordinary nobility. Within the entire capital, only Duke Rivy possesses the requisite financial resources and stature to cultivate such a legion under the Emperor's very nose. In short, should Cassena attempt to force her way in, she would find it impossible. "I am aware of your purpose in the capital, Lady Cassena. You wish to seek an audience with His Majesty." The knights behind Rivy had already prepared tea, placing it before Cassena and Rivy. Only Duke Rivy could afford to welcome guests and serve tea at the city gates. Cassena gracefully lifted the teacup and calmly stated, "Devon is my son and also his dear nephew. Given the circumstances, he will not remain indifferent. Do not act rashly." "My lady," Duke Rivy continued, having navigated the political realm for many years, his compelling presence made it easy for Cassena to regain her composure. "First, you must understand whom your son has provoked. Victor Clavenna, you must have heard of this name." Upon hearing it, Cassena's expression flickered with a troubled acknowledgement. A mother knows her child well, and she was acutely aware of her son's arrogance. Yet, Victor was merely a viscount, and now he had attained the rank of a 4th-tier mage. Lady Cassena's eyes widened in disbelief. "No, it cannot be, not even you." Duke Rivy shook his head, a wry smile on his lips. Yet the truth remained as it was. If Victor had erred, the Emperor would naturally impose severe punishment upon him. But should the one at fault be Devon Riser, I must candidly say, prepare yourself for the possibility of losing him. Chapter 43. A twist. It turns out Victor is the good one. Lady Cassena found it difficult to accept this outcome. "I must see His Majesty. I must see His Majesty. Rivy, I warn you, even if I no longer bear the surname Sol, I am still the Emperor's own sister." Lady Cassena, clearly agitated, continued, "You have no justification to prevent my entry into the capital. I shall undoubtedly find an opportunity to meet His Majesty. If you do not grant me passage immediately, I shall certainly bring my grievances before him. Why do you obstruct my way? What is your true intention?" Upon hearing Lady Cassena's accusations, Duke Rivy revealed a sly smile, akin to that of a cunning old fox. In a tone that feigned concern for her well-being, he replied, "My dear Lady Cassena, the capital is perilous at present. My refusal to let you pass is solely for your safety. Even if you choose to lodge a complaint later, His Majesty will discern the gravity of the situation and will not unjustly blame me." Before such a suave politician, each of Lady Cassena's words seemed feeble and ineffective. "Perilous. My son is currently in grave danger. His very life hangs in the balance." Her voice rose several octaves, a blend of fury and urgency. Yet, she could only remain seated, awaiting Duke Rivy's concession. However, in the next moment, His words rendered her utterly speechless. She widened her eyes and fell silent. Lady Cassandra, I assure you, I am not jesting. There have been demonic occurrences within the academy. Your son, Devon Riser, may have come into contact with a demon. You mean, a demon? Last night, Victor had been conversing with Leia in the study as usual. The filthy creature that Kepher spoke of is indeed it. Leia listened to Victor's words, her disbelief rendering her momentarily mute. She had once encountered depictions of demons in books, foul odors, viscous skin, and bulging eyes, with countless sharp teeth concealed within their tongues. They were shadows of ink, driven by insatiable greed, resembling putrid swamps that any sensible person would avoid. The texts also recounted that such a being had resided in the latrine of a remote town in a small kingdom for a time, endowing the town with prosperity. However, thereafter, its inhabitants began to vanish one by one. No one could trace their whereabouts, and what was once a flourishing town fell into desolation, ultimately fading into obscurity. Leia ceased her recollection. Even the mere descriptions from the book had begun to evoke a sense of nausea within her. Of course, both their appearance and deeds were merely recorded in history. It was not uncommon for those in power to distort facts to fortify their own positions. Yet, this also indicated that no one favored the presence of such demons. Have you found it? Leia inquired tentatively, astonished that Victor had already uncovered its traces barely a day after receiving the information from Gwen. Could Victor truly be so efficient? Victor nodded expressionlessly. That creature is within the academy. Leia, filled with curiosity, asked, Do you have confidence in capturing or eliminating it? Victor responded candidly, Not necessarily. If that demon is, as I suspect, an early game entity, then upon attaining its full form, even a fourth-tier mage may not be a match for it. After all, as the saying goes, insufficient stats require superior skills to compensate. Victor Clavener's numerical prowess may indeed pale in comparison to its counterpart. Yet, Victor is certain that he can vanquish it. If all else fails, he possesses an external advantage. However, I must lure that vile creature out, ensuring that I personally deliver the fatal blow, Victor conveyed to Leia. Nonetheless, Leia found something peculiar in his words. Did you not state that success was not guaranteed? Why, then, proceed with such certainty? Even if the probability stands at 99%, I would never assume absolute triumph. Victor's voice resonated with an ordinary tone, yet it exuded an astonishing confidence that Leia could not overlook. Yet, at that moment, another doubt arose within her. If this were commonplace, Victor would not need to divulge so much to her. After all, she could be of no assistance. Thus, there was no necessity for him to share his thoughts. He was more than capable of resolving everything on his own. In truth, during the volcanic incident, had it not been for the rumors circulating from outside, she would have remained oblivious to the audacious actions Victor had undertaken. Leia seemed to realize something, blinking her eyes in surprise. Could it be that you require my assistance in some capacity? Victor, I must clarify, I am neither a mage nor a knight like Gwen. I am utterly powerless, unable to even grasp a few bricks steadily. This task is solely yours to undertake. Victor's resolute demeanor nearly led Leia to question whether she possessed some extraordinary abilities. What precisely is this task? Devon Riser, do you know him? The portly fellow you thoroughly bested today? After pondering for a moment, Leia could not help but chuckle. How amusing. Do you realize how quickly this news is spreading tonight? The mere thought of that hapless fool being the Emperor's own nephew brought her no fear. Rather, she found Victor's actions commendable. She was oblivious to the nature of their enmity, but Victor represented the Clavener family. Should animosity exist, it was unacceptable to suffer in silence while considering this and that. If Victor were to act in such a manner, Leia would be prepared to usurp his position without hesitation. Having tarnished the Clavener family's reputation, he would no longer deserve to lead them. So what do you wish for me to do? Am I to intercept their business in the south? That is beyond my capabilities. Their factories are ubiquitous. Moreover, that is the royal family's cash cow. You may dare to offend the Emperor, but I cannot. Victor interrupted Leia's wild conjectures. Before the Emperor intervenes, we must tarnish Devon Riser's reputation as much as possible. He spoke calmly, without raising an eyebrow. Yet, Leia grasped the implication, astonished. You intend to cast the demon's filth upon the Riser family? How could that possibly work? This is utterly absurd. Setting aside whether we have sufficient manpower in the capital, no sane individual would believe it. Or have you become so formidable that you can control demons? Victor looked up at Leia, uttering lightly, the demons will cooperate with you. Leia regarded him with disbelief, a chill running down her spine. No one would willingly stand against you, Victor. You are indeed a scoundrel that even demons would conspire against. You are the true embodiment of malevolence. Victor rose to his feet as Vega flapped her wings and perched upon his shoulder. If manpower is lacking, we may seek assistance from the Duke. After all, he owes me a considerable favor. With that, he departed the study alongside Vega. Miss Lyklevna, I can only assist you in preventing Madame Cassana from entering the city gates. Duke Rivi remarked, somewhat troubled, with a wry smile. It is not that I am unwilling to aid Victor. My capabilities extend only this far. Lyak smiled gently as she sat before the Duke, replying, that is more than sufficient, Your Grace. What we require is merely time, a period during which my brother can prove his innocence. Duke Rivi remained silent for a considerable duration before tentatively inquiring, so, Devon Resser truly made contact with demons, did he not? Lyak, hearing the Duke's question, felt a twinge of exasperation. Your Grace, I harbor no intent to deceive you. But consider this. How could my brother possibly strike down an ordinary second-tier mage without provocation? Skillfully weaving useful information, Lyak crafted her narrative with grace. Duke Rivi resembled a prey ensnared in a spider's web, shrouded by this exquisite falsehood. Do not forget, Duke Rivi. The relationship between the Klevna family and the Durlin family is rather exceptional. Miss Kivra, after all, can certainly be regarded as my sister. Duke Rivi nodded. The news of the demon invasion in the capital was indeed brought forth by Kivra, thus, it would not be unreasonable to assume that Victor possesses some knowledge. However, Lyak understood that Duke Rivi did not entirely believe her. One was Victor, and the other was the ineffectual Devon Resser. Any fool in politics would know which to choose. Yet, Rivi had to contemplate the potential costs of such actions and whether the ducal family could bear them. Consequently, Lyak introduced an additional bargaining chip. If you remain unwilling to believe, she said, tapping her fingers on the table, Victor will present Devon Resser in the Academy Square today. Subsequently, unpredictable disturbances may arise within the Academy, though I cannot specify what those might entail. However, I can assure you that a demon will undoubtedly intervene to save Devon Resser at that moment. Duke Rivi straightened his posture, his expression grave as he queried. But how will this prove that it is not Victor's orchestrated performance? Lyak smiled once more. Your Grace is quite the skeptic, yet I do not resent your doubts, otherwise my preparations would be in vain. I shall have Sir Gwyn lead the Royal Knights to the Academy. At that time, hundreds of knights will be there to observe Victor. The Royal Knights are loyal to His Majesty and will witness everything in the most impartial manner. Victor stood in the Academy Square, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings as knights clad in silver armor encircled him entirely. In an instant, Vega had already discerned the effects of the spell. This astonishing magical barrier would weaken all magical forces within its radius, rendering individuals susceptible to debilitating effects. Naturally, magical power encompasses certain special functions as well. For instance, the just heart of Gwen. At this moment, Victor stands as one of the few mages capable of maintaining his footing in the square. As for the other mages, a significant portion of the students lay sprawled upon the ground, while several second-tier instructors swayed precariously. Even some third-tier mages furrowed their brows, their magical energy depleted, rendering them unable to cast spells. In stark contrast, the knights, though somewhat weakened and mentally drained, remained relatively stable in body. What precisely had transpired? The crowd was perplexed. Aside from Victor, none understood the nature of the formation they had fallen into. Suddenly, countless black tendrils emerged from the edge of the barrier, resembling frenzied poisonous serpents. Swiftly approaching Professor Devon, Vija, in perfect synchrony, flapped her wings, feigning a startled reaction. All the knights and conscious mages were drawn to Vija's exaggerated response, each fixating intently on the spectacle. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. What ghastly creature is that? Victor extended his remaining mobile molten hand, engaging in a struggle against the myriad chaotic tendrils, both sides vying for possession of Professor Devon. The tendrils gradually enveloped Victor's molten hand, the darkness resembling frenzied tongues attempting to consume him. Even in his weakened state, Victor continued to resist, as if expelling the multitude of approaching serpents. Alas, despite his efforts, Victor ultimately succumbed. His hand slackened, and Professor Devon was drawn skyward by the tendrils. The dark barrier transformed into a gaping maw, swallowing Professor Devon, rendering him invisible. In that instant, countless individuals were engulfed by terror. Victor's expression darkened ominously, his voice tinged with palpable weakness. The filthy demon has still failed to prevent you from saving him. Upon hearing these words, everyone froze in place, akin to lost and helpless lambs. What? A demon? To rescue Devin Lacer? Do you even hear what you're saying? Chapter 44. Please refrain from embracing your fiancé at this moment. Gwen stared intently at Victor. Her panic evident. The failure of her just heart rendered her unable to discern the truth behind Victor's words. How could this matter possibly relate to a demon? A demon? What is a demon? Many present had never even heard of such a being, their expressions blank as they grappled with the recent events. However, they had witnessed Professor Devin being taken, an undeniable reality. Victor had no time to explain to these individuals. He merely needed to instill doubt regarding Devin's connection to those entities. Do you know the location? Victor mentally communicated with Vija. Not far, just beyond the academy's rear mountain, Vija confidently replied, patting her chest before returning to perch on Victor's shoulder. Victor understood that if Henny had indeed been seduced by the demon's influence, she would not spare Devin Lacer. The demon would gradually amplify the negative emotions of others, with Henny's hatred serving as the finest sustenance for the fiend. Ultimately, regardless of the means employed, Devin Reiser would undoubtedly be taken away. All he needed to do was to subtly manipulate public opinion, allowing the winds of malevolence to ensnare Devin Reiser. Victor had affixed a magical mark upon Devin. Even if the latter were to leave the capital, Vega would still be able to sense the location of the mark through the link they had established. It would be effortless to locate that individual. Now, Victor's task was complete. He merely had to wait. Once the demon revealed its fangs, he would personally deal with it. Suddenly, Victor was seized by a wave of dizziness. Supporting his forehead, he swayed unsteadily, his form faltering as if he were on the verge of collapsing. Gwen, observing Victor's unsteady posture, instinctively felt the urge to reach out and steady him. However, the gazes of those around her caused her to hesitate. At that moment, one of the knights nearby also appeared faint, stumbling and colliding against Gwen's shoulder. Caught off guard, she staggered forward, finding herself directly in front of the disoriented Victor. As she lifted her gaze, she was met by the sight of Victor, swaying before her. Gwen found herself momentarily bewildered, trapped in a state of indecision. Yet, recalling Victor's earlier display of weakness, she mustered her courage. It was merely a matter of offering support. After all, he had once saved her. With her resolve in place, she stepped closer, her hands reaching out to steady Victor. Victor, are you all right? As she supported him, Victor felt a stiffness seize his body. He turned his head, his expression betraying surprise as he beheld Gwen. What was happening? Was he merely feigning weakness? Although the magical barrier had a slight effect on him, it should not have rendered him this incapacitated. Yet, having only recently engaged with the demon, it was clear to outsiders that his strength had waned. Wishing to explain, Victor reconsidered and allowed himself to lean into Gwen's embrace, feigning a voice that was weak and strained. Support me a bit. Don't misunderstand. This is not an advance. This was merely a tactic to further alleviate suspicion from him. At first, Gwen hesitated, her cheeks flushing with urgency in the presence of so many onlookers. However, hearing Victor's feeble voice ignited her innate compassion. Surely, he must be exhausted. Despite facing the scorn and vitriol of the masses, he offered no explanations, even if it meant being misunderstood by all. A few of the more composed mages inquired, what exactly has transpired? What of the demon? Does this imply that Professor Devin is the one at fault? How can this be? My mind is in disarray. It feels as though this barrier has affected my intellect. What did we have for lunch today? No. Why are Knight Gwen and Victor embracing in public? Silence. One knight bellowed, commanding the assembled mages to quiet their chatter. Gwen knelt down, cradling Victor in her arms, striving to ensure his utmost comfort. Subsequently, she addressed the assembled mages before her, stating, any inquiries you may have will be answered in due course once the matter is thoroughly investigated. For now, I implore you all to remain quiet within the academy and await assistance. Furthermore, allow Victor a moment of respite. The multitude of mages fell silent. Some nobles, aware of the couple's engagement, felt puzzled. How could it be said that Victor and Gwen had a troubled relationship when they appeared so affectionate? Whence came such rumors? Utter nonsense. Vigga stood nearby, observing the unconscious Victor with a bemused expression. Life is but a play, reliant on performance. I am curious to see how you intend to exit this scene. Suddenly, Vigga lifted his head, as if sensing something, narrowing his eye. The faint blue light flickered beneath his single eye, scanning the surroundings. Victor, do not succumb to slumber just yet. The Duke's daughter is approaching that entity. As the first to lend her strength to Vigga, a distinct one-way connection existed between him and Erica. Vigga could instantly sense Erica's whereabouts. though she remained oblivious to his presence. Through this connection, he swiftly discerned that she was nearing the back mountain. That young girl was my only current follower. You mustn't let her perish. Victor was well aware of the predicament Viga had exposed before Erica and had unwittingly entangled himself with a follower under the pretext of needing rescue. Truly, he was a source of concern. In his mind, Victor responded to Viga, then struggled to open his eyes. Gwen, please extend your hand. Huh? What? Gwen was flabbergasted, her face flushed, and her words became jumbled. Victor, what are you saying? In my coat, there lies a potion. Boom. Like a colossal bomb detonating. Gwen's mind was instantly engulfed in a void. It took her a moment to realize her misunderstanding. She hastily closed her mouth and began to feel around within Victor's coat. With a mere thought, Victor transferred a blue potion from his inventory into his coat. Gwen quickly found it, retrieving a small blue vial. Is this it? She examined it closely. The design seemed nearly identical to the potions Victor had previously gifted her, albeit in a different hue. Just as she was about to hand it to Victor, she recognized that he was now so weakened that he could scarcely lift his arm, prompting her to hastily bring the potion to his lips. Victor, open your mouth. Victor complied, and Gwen gently poured the potion into his mouth. After completing this task, she exhaled in relief, only to lift her gaze and find countless eyes upon her. This included those of the knightly order under her command. Gwen blinked and inquired of the surrounding knights. What are you staring at? And nothing, my lady knight commander, one knight stammered. It's just that, well, it seems that Lord Victor is quite fortunate. At this moment, Gwen realized the absurdity of her actions. However, Victor in her arms stirred slightly. Gwen barely had time to contemplate, astonished as she witnessed Victor rise to his feet, seemingly revitalized. Victor, are you all right? Thank you, Gwen. He stood up, adjusting his trench coat. Everyone was once again left in stunned silence. Just moments ago, he seemed on the brink of death. How could he suddenly appear so restored? What elixir did you consume? How outrageous. Even if it were a performance, one should at least maintain some semblance of realism. Suddenly, Victor mentioned several names: Professor Nair, Professor Dissun, and Professor Gaia. The individuals he named were among the few third-tier mages in the academy. The professors exchanged glances with Victor. Professor Victor, is something amiss? Victor succinctly explained. As you can see, the academy is ensnared by demonic power. It won't be long before our strength vanishes entirely, and at that point, each of you will become fodder for the demons. The mages shivered at his words, and the professors named hurriedly rose to their feet. If you do not wish to sit idly by, join me in breaking the formation. Upon hearing this, the professors exchanged glances filled with resignation. Professor Victor, our magical energy is being drained. We simply cannot recover. We may wish to help, but we lack the strength. No sooner had the words left their lips than Victor produced several vials identical to the potion he had just consumed, deftly tossing them to the mages. They caught them hurriedly, and before they could discern the color of the contents, Victor commanded, "Drink up." Remembering that Victor had consumed one earlier, they hesitated briefly before tilting their heads back and gulping the contents down. Soon, they exclaimed in unison, "What? Damn!" The reactions of the mages were remarkably similar. They stared at their bodies, now emanating a luminous blue glow. Their magical energy had instantaneously replenished by nearly half. It's an elixir. Initially, they had doubted Victor's sincerity. Acting, what nonsense. He needed no pretense. His authenticity was the most potent weapon of all. As the mages reveled in the extraordinary sensation, Victor's voice drifted to them. One vial costs 1,000 geo. The knights are watching, so don't attempt to renege. The mages stood in a daze. How much? 1,000 geo? Many students and mages present displayed expressions of dismay. Yet, the professors who had consumed the potion almost chorused, "That's incredibly cheap." Professor Victor, sell me a few more vials. No, 10 vials. 20 vials, if you please. Professor, where shall we go now? I assure you I shall not stray west if you send me east. Today, even if it involves confronting demons, I am with you. As several professors appeared to be invigorated as if fueled by some ecstatic energy, the few alert individuals present were left in a state of bewilderment. Gwen remained kneeling on the ground, momentarily unable to respond. After a considerable pause, she tilted her head and blinked in confusion. Chapter 45. If you do not kill him, I shall assist you in his demise. Devin Lacer slowly opened his eyes. As the darkness before him dissipated, he beheld a gray, overcast sky, mirroring his current predicament, utterly devoid of light. He found himself outside the academy. You are awake. A voice resonated behind him, and upon careful discernment, Devon realized it did not belong to Victor. Startled, he jolted, attempting to escape this desolate place, only to discover that his body remained ensnared. The sluggishness of his physical response momentarily masked the pain he ought to have felt. Gazing down, he noticed his form was ensnared by a viscous, ink-like substance. It was this very liquid that had entirely bound him to this spot. How does it feel to be confined? Henny's voice sounded beside him, her expression neutral. Devon looked up at her, his face awash with shock. Who are you? Henny, she replied, effortlessly conjuring a magical array, causing the surface of the water to rise in the air, reflecting her visage like a mirror. Mysterious, mud-like patterns coiled from her neck, winding their way to her forehead, where they were adorned with intricate runes. These patterns and runes seemed to quiver with a life of their own, and even Henny struggled to recognize herself. No wonder that repulsive, corpulent figure failed to identify her. Professor Devon indeed has a tendency to forget. It is only natural for one of my insignificance to fade from memory. Would you like to see me more clearly? Henny completely removed her inky hood, locking eyes with Professor Devon. Countless images flashed in her gaze, and he stood frozen, his memories suddenly sharpening. Burning tomes, malicious humiliation, the muffled cries of a girl who, despite her efforts, grew increasingly hoarse, and the grotesque figure of his past reveling in his triumph as he departed. Yes, it is you. That damned assistant of Victor. You and Victor both wish to torment me until I am no more, do you not? Henny paid no heed to Devon's words, for his attitude led her to believe that he had long harbored animosity toward Victor. It could only be said that she had underestimated him. Now, the power over Devon's life and death lay firmly in her grasp. She could take her revenge at any moment. Yet, Henny did not experience the exhilaration one might expect from enacting vengeance. Ultimately, she had relied on borrowed strength to achieve her ends. The execution of her plan encountered no resistance. Everything unfolded with remarkable ease. She had seized control of the entire academy and forcibly confined Devon Lacer within its walls. It felt almost like a tale progressing seamlessly. This realization struck Henny with a newfound understanding of the vulnerability inherent in being a mage. While knights could rely on their formidable physical prowess to confront crises, a mage rendered devoid of magic was rendered utterly powerless. Within the academy, there are numerous third-tier mages, yet none could thwart her from sealing off the institution. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude to you, Professor Devon, for enlightening me to the fact that succumbing to weakness invites perpetual bullying. Henny remained motionless, her hands concealed beneath her robe, unwilling to reveal them. Suddenly, a dark ink-like substance surged forth, racing along her shadow and ensnaring Devon. He was taken aback, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, as an ominous sensation enveloped him. What on earth is this? Devon forced a smile, hastily uttering, Miss Henny, perhaps we could reach an understanding. If you would only spare me. No need for explanations, Professor Devon. Henny interrupted, her yellowish eyes shrouded in an astonishing darkness, rendering her pupils invisible, resembling an emotionless harbinger of doom. After settling our grievances, I shall turn myself in. The black tendrils surged with newfound enthusiasm, disregarding the violent clashes that threatened to rend them apart, swiftly reconstituting themselves and swaying menacingly toward Professor Devon. His eyes widened in terror, his heart racing to his throat. I am doomed. Henny. The tendrils abruptly halted, poised mere inches from Devon. Gasping for breath, he felt the chill of death closing in, rendering him nearly breathless. A familiar voice pierced the tension, prompting Henny to turn. Erica stood before her, panting heavily. The unfamiliar visage startled Erica. What has happened to you? It is merely a side effect of the magic. Do not concern yourself, Henny replied dismissively, unperturbed by her current appearance, even if she suspected it was grotesque. Yet Erica appeared perplexed. Henny, can you wield magic now? Henny did not respond, instead turning away. Upon witnessing Professor Devon ensnared by countless black tendrils, Erica was utterly astonished. Professor Devon? How did he end up here? Wasn't he supposed to be restrained by Professor Victor? Hearing Erica mention Victor's name, Henny froze, disbelief washing over her as she approached Erica slowly. The lines etched upon her face began to fade, and her heightened emotions revealed her true visage. Erica. What did you say? Who bound Devon? It was Professor Victor. Henny recoiled slightly, struggling to comprehend. The professor, is he still alive? Erica, taken aback, stood in stunned silence, opening her mouth in confusion. Who told you Victor was dead? Her gaze involuntarily shifted to the trembling form of Professor Devon. Astonishingly, Such events had transpired. Then you now. Erica observed Henny's unfamiliar demeanor, and a realization dawned upon her. She understood that demons often seize the opportunity to possess individuals in their moments of greatest vulnerability, feeding on their negative emotions to thrive. Suddenly, she grasped the nature of the filth that Kaifla had mentioned. Erica slowly approached Henny, gently patting her shoulder and saying, "It's all right, Henny. Let us seek out Professor Victor. He surely possesses the means to exorcise these afflictions from you." Henny stepped back, offering a wry smile as she shook her head. "It is too late, Erica." A semblance of cheer returned to her countenance, as if the mere mention of Victor had rekindled her spirits. Yet, simultaneously, a flicker of resignation darkened her features. "I have borrowed too much power. A barrier capable of enveloping the entire academy would require extensive preparation. Even for a saintly mage like the headmaster. Do you believe the demon would spare me? It would devour me whole if it could." Listening to Henny's lament, Erica felt a tremor of fear. "So, you knew all along that the demon had targeted you, did you not?" Henny nodded. "Once I have avenged myself, I shall turn myself in. For someone like me, who garners no attention, dying in prison would not impact anyone." She smiled with a sense of release. As the surrounding tendrils began to sway once more in a frenzy, Devin Lacer trembled in terror. Had he foreseen such dire consequences? He would never have dared to bully this young assistant. Regret washed over him too late. Erica fell silent for a moment, then cast a fierce glare at the immobile Devin Lacer. "How do you intend to exact your revenge? Shall you kill him?" "I would support that." Henny looked at Erica in confusion, a light laughter escaping her lips. "Erica, how could you think that? He incinerated a decade's worth of my knowledge and shattered my dreams. In return, I would merely erase all his knowledge. For a professor. Is that not the most agonizing punishment?" Erica and Devin Lacer fell silent, the tendrils ceasing their movement. Perhaps even the demon found her words baffling. Undeterred, Erica stepped closer to Henny, grasping her shoulders earnestly. "Devin Lacer publicly humiliated you, did he not?" Henny nodded. "He burned your life's work, incited students to harass you, played pranks that tarnished your reputation, and ultimately expelled you from the academy." "Indeed," Henny confirmed. Erica began to shake Henny's shoulders insistently. "Awaken, Henny. You are trading your life for the demon's favor, and all you wish for is to see this glutton's knowledge vanish? If that is all, you might as well render him a fool." Devin interjected. "Your current demeanor is unmistakably that of a villain. If you are to embrace villainy, then fulfill your role splendidly. Is it not better to kill him?" However, Henny lowered her gaze in contemplation. "To so easily snatch away a life, how does that distinguish me from the demon?" Meanwhile, Devin frantically gestured with his only movable appendage, his pig-like head, while Erica seized an inkwell from the ground and smeared it across his face. To her, Devin Lacer's visage was more repugnant than any of the writhing tendrils. "Help?" Erica pressed her hands against her head and let out a deep sigh, feeling a wave of frustration wash over her. Henny's worldview was in stark contrast to her own. As a member of the aristocracy, belonging to one of the most distinguished families, Erica had long been acquainted with the darker facets of society. However, Henny was different. She had not witnessed the intricate machinations and deceit that characterized noble life. The concepts of life and death remained distant abstractions for her. To casually determine the fate of another seemed utterly implausible in Henny's eyes. Perhaps she was being overly simplistic, after all, having lost her job. She thought it only fair that Devin Lacer should lose all his knowledge as well, imposing upon him an equal measure of punishment. Henny was still too naive indeed. To an extreme degree. "Very well. If you will not kill him, then I shall take it upon myself. Once he is gone, you can return to the professor's side with me. He will undoubtedly find a way to ensure your survival." With that, Erica summoned a terrifying inferno in her hands, invoking second-tier magic, Fireball. Before Henny could reach out to stop her, the dense fireball hurtled towards Professor Devin's face. Just as it was about to make contact, 3 silver-white blades shot forth, dispersing the flames and severing the magic, clattering to the ground. Erica stood frozen, staring at her disrupted spell, before swiftly turning her head. A beautiful woman with flowing purple hair smiled warmly at the two of them, waving a few silver-throwing knives. "What are you two lovely girls up to? Would you like to share with your sister?" Chapter 46. Do not underestimate me, you scoundrel. Miss Kaifla. Erica was taken aback, never expecting the visitor to be Gwen's sister. Henny, too, appeared puzzled upon seeing the striking purple-haired beauty. "Erica, who is this?" "This is the sister of Sir Gwen from the Royal Knights." Seeing Henny's bewilderment, as if trying to piece together the connections, Erica waved her hand dismissively. Never mind. It's too complicated to explain right now. Kaifla, overhearing their discussion, narrowed her eyes and chuckled softly. So, Erica, could you enlighten your sister on what you were doing here? And playing with fire is not advisable. Her remark naturally referred to Erica's earlier display of magic. Devin Lacer breathed a sigh of relief. He had just moments ago feared for his life. Thankfully, this sudden arrival had spared him from an untimely demise. With the immediate threat to his existence alleviated, he resumed his previous haughty demeanor. Hey, whoever you are, you must help me. I can offer you anything you desire. Before he could finish his sentence, several blades suddenly pierced the ground around him, mere inches from his head. I did not ask for your opinion. Kindly keep your mouth shut, she warned. Not even glancing at Devin. Terrified, Devin immediately fell silent, not daring to utter another word. The world around them grew quiet as Kaifla turned her gaze to Henny, a dangerous glint flickering in her eyes. Then, my dear lady, do you not intend to offer an explanation? Henny felt a palpable sense of dread as she sensed the overwhelming hostility emanating from the other party, instinctively taking a step back. Observing this, Erica quickly interjected between them. It was Devin Reiser who first humiliated Henny. He has committed numerous egregious acts. Such a scourge must not remain in the academy. However, before she could finish, Kyvra interrupted her. Enough, Erica, there is no need for further elaboration. In truth, the fate of that foul pig is of no concern to me. At these words, Devin Reiser's tension heightened. The implication was clear, his demise was still a possibility. Yet, at present, no one seemed to care for him. Kyvra regarded Erica with a serious demeanor, devoid of her usual smile. He should be dealt with by others, not you, Erica. Your father's position is precarious, especially after the last incident. Should you err this time, Victor will not come to your aid again. Hearing Kyvra's admonition, Erica felt a surge of panic. She wished to avoid bringing trouble to her father and certainly did not want to rely on Victor for everything. Thus, she hastily replied, we can easily attribute his cause of death to demons. The moment demons were mentioned, Kyvra's gaze transformed, becoming chillingly cold and sharp. It seems you indeed know something. Erica's body stiffened, every hair on her skin standing on end as she sensed the imminent danger. Even during the volcanic incident, she had not felt such a level of threat. This was the oppressive aura emanating from Kyvra. She was frightfully formidable. It was as though the usual mask she wore had been removed, revealing her true self as a terrifying hunter. Did Kyvra intend to kill me? No, that was not correct. The palpable intent to kill was not aimed at her. It seemed to brush past her, the murderous intent firmly fixated on the individual behind her. Erica swiftly turned her head, her gaze locking onto Henny. Henny. Almost simultaneously, Henny appeared to lose her sanity. The tendrils surrounding her writhed restlessly, as if reacting to the astonishing bloodlust. Indeed, she is a vessel for demons. Kyvra's expression began to morph into one of madness. Just yesterday, she had caught a whiff of the scent that clung to Erica, a foul odor emanating solely from demons. It was unique and difficult to distinguish. Yet, as a seasoned demon hunter, Kyvra had slain countless demons and their hosts. Bathed in demon blood, the vessel would enter a state of distress under such intense murderous intent, leading to a loss of rationality. Now, Henny's condition confirmed everything. In that moment, Erica also grasped the reason for Kyvra's presence. So, your inquiry about my whereabouts yesterday was to track down this demon, was it not? She opened her mouth, yearning for an answer from Kyvra. However, Kyvra was too consumed by her bloodlust to respond. It surged forth like a tidal wave, frenzied and unrestrained. A head of purple hair radiated a faint, ethereal glow. Kaifla licked her lips, a manifestation of her excitement in the presence of prey. Yet, she did not forget to caution Erica. Erica, keep your distance. There was no need for further elaboration. Anyone could discern that Henny's current state was far from normal. The inky shadows on the ground seemed to respond to an unseen command, swiftly converging to envelop Henny. Soon, a figure cloaked entirely in darkness encased her, though her face remained faintly visible. In an instant, several silver daggers on the ground suddenly coalesced, forming ripples that confined her to the center. An exquisite silver magic circle materialized before the onlookers. Long ago, Kaifla had pursued this demon, tracking her from distant lands to the royal capital. And now, she had finally cornered her. There was no way she would allow her to escape again. Henny, sensing pain, cried out, and the surrounding magic circle rippled as spells began to manifest around her. Survival instinct compelled her to resist. Erica, taken aback by the abrupt turn of events, anxiously observed the standoff and stamped her foot. "Professor Victor, please, come and help." In the next moment, Kaifla and Henny collided. Countless tendrils, akin to whips armed with barbs, sliced through the air with ferocity, tearing through layers of atmosphere and aiming for Kaifla. Swiftly, Kaifla wielded her silver twin blades to fend off the onslaught. Yet her fists proved inadequate against the multitude of tendrils. 2 tendrils slipped through the gaps in her defenses. A sharp pain pierced Kaifla's lower abdomen. Looking down, she saw a crimson gash inflicted by the 2 tendrils that sought to penetrate her body, intent on eviscerating her. Seizing a moment of Henny's vulnerability, Kaifla retreated, twisting her blades to sever the 2 tendrils. The injured tendrils dissolved into puddles of liquid on the ground. Kaifla hastily consumed a sip of a crimson potion to replenish her strength and swiftly wrapped a bandage around her wound. "Kaifla," Erica exclaimed, filled with concern. But in the current predicament, she found herself unable to intervene. Once more, Kaifla surged upward, the dark tendrils from Henny lunging towards her again. She deftly leaped over one tendril, which predictably curved back to pursue her. A glint of cold determination flashed in Kaifla's eyes, and in an instant, she moved like a shooting star, her form flickering wildly. In a burst of white light, she appeared behind Henny. The silver daggers, seemingly imbued with a unique power, effortlessly sliced through the black membrane enveloping Henny's body. 2 deep gashes appeared, and crimson droplets trickled from her back. Henny cried out in pain, the sensation seemingly restoring her awareness. Yet, the next moment, darkness enveloped her, and she fainted completely. "Henny," Erica gasped, the sight of Henny's unconscious form filling her with an overwhelming sense of unease. However, Kaifla executed a flawless somersault, distancing herself from Henny, and landed gracefully on the ground. The clumsiness of her opponent's combat skills was evident, attempting the same maneuver twice. Kaifla twirled her dagger with finesse, deliberately exposing herself to injury in order to seize the moment of her adversary's attack. Indeed, her ruse worked. Kaifla tore away the bright crimson bandages adorning her body, revealing her waist. The formidable regenerative abilities of the demon hunter had completely healed her wounds, leaving no trace behind. Suddenly, the surrounding tendrils began to writhe aimlessly. As if driven to madness, Kaifla positioned her dagger protectively before her, her expression gravely serious. Something was amiss. Any demonic vessel struck by her duel, enchanted daggers would forcibly detach from its host. Kaifla's seemingly harmful strike against Henny was, in fact, aiding her escape from the demon's control. Yet now, the demon's true form not only remained tethered to its host but appeared to have grown even more ferocious. She could not comprehend this, and the next moment, a denser ink-like substance enveloped Henny. A resonating sound, reminiscent of the abyss, echoed from Henny's being. Truly impressive, Demon Hunter. At the sound of this title, Erica froze in disbelief. "Miss Kaifla, you are a demon hunter?" The demon hunter, known as the Bane of Demons, instilled a sense of dread. No wonder Kaifla had posed such inquiries to her. Perhaps, from the moment she laid eyes on her, she had already sensed the demonic essence emanating from Henny. Upon realizing that her identity had been discerned, Kaifla showed no surprise. Instead, a fleeting, uncontrollable rage flickered within her violet eyes. The blood of the demon hunter surged, making it arduous to restrain her emotions in the presence of such a vile creature. It was the instinct to hunt demons. Where she had managed to maintain her composure before, now, with the demon's true form revealed, her rationality began to slip away. Henny's body mechanically rose, akin to a marionette, as the shadow behind her expanded relentlessly. In an instant, a torrent of ink engulfed Henny entirely. Erica stood frozen, unable to believe the unfolding scene before her. The dark, colossal figure gradually emerged from the inky depths. Henny's diminutive silhouette could scarcely permit the demon's true form to manifest. Thus, it extended a gaping maw, voraciously consuming the boundaries of the shadow. Instantly, the silhouette grew to an exaggerated size. What emerged was a horned head, devoid of eyes and nose, featuring a colossal cranium with a tongue stretching 100 meters long. It spewed forth a stream of ink towards the sky, shrouding the already somber atmosphere in utter darkness. The body appeared to be squeezed forth from the black clouds, as gelatinous masses of flesh began to rise from the shadow, forming a small mountain. The frenzied expansion of its form forced Erica and Kaifla to retreat several meters. The two gazed in awe at the monstrous entity before them. Kaifla, invigorated by the sight, trembled with excitement, embodying the essence of a wild beast. Erica gazed upon the towering, ominous hand and the frenzied Kaifla, her mind momentarily shrouded in a fog of disbelief. This was an entity far beyond their capacity to conquer. The demon's grotesque form abruptly tore open a vertical fissure, revealing a cavernous maw filled with countless jagged teeth, accompanied by the repugnant stench of viscous slime intermingled with the remains of various creatures. These were the trophies of the demon. Kyvra could no longer contain herself. Hunters of demons do not cower before any fiend. This reality, however, culminates in one of two fates for a demon hunter. Either they never encounter a demon in their lifetime, or they are slain by a formidable demon while pursuing one. Undeterred, she transformed into a streak of white light, shooting forth with explosive speed. Yet, she underestimated the demon. The moment she set foot upon its grotesque form, a powerful, shadowy hand seized her by the throat. As she contorted in agony, the demon reveled in her suffering, its laughter piercing and shrill, reminiscent of an abyssal terror that assaulted Kyvra's eardrums. You seem to enjoy that, little one. Now, it is my turn to strike. Chapter 47. Battle commences. The sky above the royal capital descended into darkness, akin to a somber abyss. What transpired? The crowd beheld the spreading inky darkness that gradually enveloped the heavens, devouring their hopes. Within the academy, certain mages attempted to conjure sparks to illuminate their surroundings, yet no matter their efforts, not even a flicker of flame emerged. This is dire. Magical turbulence, a mage suddenly exclaimed. The sense of dread intensified, surging toward the mages with greater ferocity. Those who had previously stood firm now faltered, one by one collapsing to the ground. A growing unease settled in Gwen's heart. Her instincts warned her that perhaps the crisis extended beyond the academy. It was conceivable that the entire royal capital was on the brink of peril. Look, what is that? Several students cried out, pointing toward the rear mountains of the academy. While a wave of fear swept through the crowd, the increasingly translucent barrier allowed them glimpses of the outside world. Yet the sight that met their eyes would be etched in their memories for eternity. The demon's form began to swell rapidly, engulfing all it encountered. The rear mountains of the academy, unable to withstand the violent pressure, began to crumble. Yet, instead of rocks plummeting to the ground, they were ensnared by the demon's tongue and drawn into its unfathomable maw. Even the sky was not spared, as a portion was devoured, shattering like glass, leaving nothing but emptiness and a haunting sound. Was that the demon? The one that had rescued Professor Devon? Panic rippled throughout the academy. Even the outside world witnessed this cataclysmic chaos unfold. For the first time, the royal family acknowledged the disaster, dispatching troops and a multitude of mages and carriages racing toward the academy for support. In that moment, screams, the clatter of carriages, and the sound of collapsing mountains filled the royal capital. Kefra, akin to a kite severed from its string, was cast forth, shattering several stout trees before succumbing to silence. The demon observed the fallen demon hunter alongside its own burgeoning form, cackling with delight. Thanks to you, my dear girl. Although I still require a bit more. I mustn't be overly greedy. The dear girl referred to by the demon was, of course, Henny. It had never anticipated that a seemingly ordinary person would possess such profound knowledge of magic. This was, for the demon, an extraordinary gift. Under its seductive influence, Henny borrowed immense power from it, establishing a magical extraction array at the human academy that even the demon could scarcely fathom, composed of innumerable different formations. This complex array would require considerable time for even a fourth-tier mage to decipher. Henny utilized this array to siphon an ample amount of magical energy, enabling her to exact her desired revenge. However, all of this ultimately benefited the demon. As long as the array persisted, those mages would continually serve as sources of its magical power, allowing it to grow ever stronger. In that moment, the demon found itself reluctant to consume Henny. The knowledge within her mind ignited an unprecedented greed for knowledge within the demon. Typically, demons do not hastily eliminate their traitors, especially someone as adept as Henny. At this moment, it emitted a faint luminescence, a testament to the countless mages at the academy who were continuously providing it with magical energy. Its internal reservoir of magic swelled, far surpassing what it had bestowed upon Henny. In a sense, Henny had already repaid her debts. There was no need for the demon to taste her essence. Suddenly, a brilliant white light flashed, and Kefra emerged unscathed, wielding her silver blade with both hands as she charged at the demon. The demon hunter received enhancements when confronting demons, yet this came at the cost of some rationality. However, in battling a demon, instinctual combat proved far more advantageous. The demon's massive maw was instantly torn asunder, a multitude of black tendrils erupting from between its jagged teeth. Impatient, it swatted Kefra away, sending her tumbling hundreds of meters. Yet she remained resolute, repeatedly launching herself at it, each time inflicting minor damage with her weapon forged from a unique metal. Though the harm was minimal, the insult was profound. The demon began to grow increasingly irritable. Despite its overwhelming power, it felt as if a mere fly was incessantly buzzing around, impossible to swat away. At that moment, a glimmer of magic ignited. A purple array gradually formed between Elika's hands, each line and rune meticulously inscribed. With her hands clasped together, the space around the demon was suddenly rent asunder, releasing a cascade of ethereal starlight clouds from which dozens of purple chains erupted, piercing into the demon's very being. Second-tier magic, nebula chains, it worked. Elika was filled with astonishment and joy. Fortunate was she to have once learned this magic from Victor. And little did she expect that her first deployment would be against such a formidable foe. The demon suddenly sensed a hindrance to the magic coursing through its being, diverting its attention to the iron chains severing its magical conduits. Those bothersome sorcerers. With a violent effort, it broke free, causing the surrounding mountains to tremble and dislodge immense boulders. In mere moments, the chains shattered. Yet, this brief respite was sufficient. During this fleeting interval, Erika meticulously inscribed several minor magical arrays, each designed to confer magical enhancements upon Kefra: speed, attack power, resistance, and resilience. Each aspect was to be amplified. Erika deftly shaped the formations, her incantations flowing seamlessly. She had thoroughly studied these spells, having received numerous and valuable suggestions for improvement from Victor. Employing these minor enhancements came as naturally to Erika as breathing. With a sufficient array of buffs applied, Kefra's movements became swifter. Seizing the moment when the demon broke the chains, a flash of white light surged forth, cutting through countless tendrils and sharp fangs, delivering a savage blow to the demon's neck. The demon recoiled in agony, the enchanted silver blade inflicting an extraordinary wound, as it felt its magical essence seeping away. It thrashed wildly, innumerable tendrils falling away from its form. The fallen Professor Devon gazed up at the terrifying scene before him, trembling in fear, and with all his strength, he managed to roll away, narrowly avoiding the descending tendrils. The demon grew agitated, its vicious fangs retracting, and the multitude of tendrils gradually calmed. Only its massive maw remained, voraciously consuming its own colossal body, blood and a foul stench erupting forth. The noxious odor corroded much of the surrounding forest, and Erika felt a piercing pain wash over her skin. She hastily dropped to the ground to evade the malevolent aura swirling in the air. As the demon consumed itself, its head grotesquely expanded, and when it finally ingested its entire form, the glistening mixture of slime and blood seemed poised to explode. Ultimately, all that remained was a wildly swaying head, spewing forth an inky torrent. Drops fell to the ground, rising into countless tendrils that stood like towering pillars. With a single strike, the tidal wave of ink, soaring to heights of 100 meters, engulfed everything in its path. Erika was swept away by the ink, colliding heavily against the jagged remnants of rock, a shard piercing her arm, sending waves of pain throughout her body. Kefra, submerged in the ink, struggled yet continued to sink deeper. The demon opened its gaping maw, its tendrils snatching Kefra to deliver her to its cavernous mouth. Suddenly, an eerie smile crept across Kefra's lips. With a flick of her finger, the shards of silver blades hidden beneath the ink shot skyward, striking directly into the demon's massive head. The demon let out a howl of pain, and seizing this opportunity, Kefra broke free from its grasp, executing a swift maneuver as several silver daggers embedded themselves into the demon's skull. The demon writhed in agony as Kaifla seized the opportunity to escape its clutches. "Die, demon," she cried. The daggers embedded atop the demon's head ignited with a searing white brilliance, resonating with a metallic hum that echoed across the sky. One by one, the daggers detonated upon the demon's form, unleashing visible ripples that expanded outward. The demon shrieked in torment as its head erupted, transforming into an exceptionally dense cloud of black mist. The fierce energy obliterated the surrounding trees, reducing them to mere dust, shrouding the sky in a veil of smoke. Kaifla's body weakened, and she collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. "We won." Suddenly, a voice, as if emanating from the abyss itself, reverberated through the air, causing Kaifla to tremble. "Are you done playing?" She lifted her gaze, watching as the endless black mist coalesced into a grotesque and repulsive head. One eye opened, resembling a bulb, fixated upon her, filled with greed and madness. Kaifla stared in disbelief at the scene before her. A tongue, stretching over 100 meters from the demon's head, lashed out from the ink-like ground, sweeping her and Elika 100 meters away. The terrifying blow left their bodies feeling loose and engulfed in immense pain. The demon's tongue slowly advanced toward them. Yet suddenly, a dreadful sense of weakness surged within the demon, causing it to freeze in place. Its magical energy was draining away. No, what is happening? This is not right. The demon concentrated, attempting to siphon the Academy's magic. However, despite its efforts, not a trace of magic flowed into its body, only the relentless loss of its own power. It turned its head to glance back at the Academy. Unbeknownst to it, the black barrier above the Academy was gradually dissipating, becoming transparent. Someone had broken the magical formation. But this should not have been possible. Even if it were broken, such a magnitude of magical backlash should not occur. The demon's feeble mind could not bear to contemplate further. It lowered its gaze, sweeping its eyes over Elika and Kaifla. There was no time left to savor these two humans. In its fury, it unleashed all its wrath upon them, violently whipping its tongue to hurl them away until they vanished from sight, entirely lost in the air. The troublesome insects were swiftly dealt with, and it dragged its form, step by step, toward the Academy. It intended to seize the entire Academy as its stronghold, to summon a portal of demons, allowing its progeny to completely conquer this place and transform it into its own empire. Suddenly, it lowered its head, sensing a life force below. It was Professor Devon, and fear coursed through it as it attempted to shrink its body, trembling in terror. Thus, the demon grinned widely and erupted into manic laughter. Ha ha. So, you're not dead after all, foolish creature. Are you the enemy of that little girl? The demon was unsure of what thoughts occupied Henny's mind, but it decided to spare this creature's life for the moment, leaving it for Henny to deal with. Let this be a tribute from Henny to her inexhaustible reservoir of knowledge. Thus, her tongue unfurled the trembling German language, akin to a missile, propelling toward the Academy. Simultaneously, the mages within the barrier exhibited expressions of relief. Indeed, it was there. Under Viga's guidance, Victor inscribed the final magical rune. Soon, the magic array began to dissipate. Countless mages felt the surge of magical energy returning, overwhelmed with excitement and unable to contain their joy. Victor, too, felt a pang of sentiment. Henny, truly gentle. Upon unraveling this magical array, he noticed a reverse formation left by Henny. Should someone successfully decipher the array, the magical energy would begin to flow back at the same pace, returning from the caster to the drained individual. Henny seemingly anticipated that demons would exploit her knowledge to gain greater power. Thus, she preemptively left a flaw in the array. If the demons proved as uncontrollable as she feared, breaking the array would become the mage's sole chance for a turnaround. This was Henny's final piece on the chessboard. Her ultimate gambit as one possessing knowledge, yet lacking magical talent. While everyone celebrated the gradual return of their magical energy, lavishing praise and gratitude upon Victor, they remained oblivious to a dark shadow suddenly converging from all directions. The Academy's stone slabs began to fracture, and numerous structures were devoured, teetering on the brink of collapse. Several mage towers swayed precariously under the demon's gathering, erupting with a thunderous crash. The towering academic buildings crumbled like fragile earth, collapsing with a resounding crash. In mere seconds, the Academy underwent a cataclysmic transformation. Once a radiant institution, it was now reduced to a state of utter ruin. Countless individuals instinctively raised their heads to behold the giant-like figure. A demon. It seemed to bring forth endless terror, casting a shadow over all. It extended its long tongue, casting the German professor to the ground, like discarding an innocent, lifeless dog. At this moment, countless souls were plunged into sheer horror. This terrifying aura, reminiscent of the dread that had just dissipated from the mountaintop, signified everything. The demon had arrived at the Academy. The greedy demon drooled with filth, as if intent on devouring all that the Academy encompassed. Just then, a colossal azure magical array surged from the ground once more, enveloping everyone within its embrace. Third-tier magic, realm of magical power, effect, significantly restores magical energy within range, greatly enhances magical damage. Victor's calm voice resonated nearby, echoing with certainty. Well then, it is time to engage in battle. Chapter 48. It matters not. I shall act. At the instant the barrier dissipated, all present beheld the grotesque visage of the demon. Panic-stricken screams, anguished cries of despair, and a cacophony of negative emotions surged through the Academy. A few reckless journalists, in pursuit of their own agendas, relentlessly recorded everything around them with magical stones. Duke Rivy received a message from the sorcerer by his side. He waved his hand, and a sorcerer stepped forward to present him with a magic stone. The transparent stone shimmered, barely containing the energy of the images it held, seemingly on the verge of bursting forth. He took it, smiling as he placed it on the table, and addressed Lady Cassandra, saying, "Madam, I shall refrain from unnecessary words. Please, see for yourself." As his words fell, the magic stone emitted a faint glow, revealing an image within. The most striking feature was the colossal demon obscuring the sky, beneath which was the imprisoned Professor Devon. It was hard not to suspect a collusion between Professor Devon and the demon, as he seemed to seek his last refuge beneath its shadow, surrounded by fully armored knights and mages, including the figure cloaked in a long coat, Victor Clavenna. Lady Cassandra opened her mouth, intending to speak, but Duke Rivy interjected, "Lady Cassandra, this is a live broadcast. If you are interested, you may enter the city at any time and visit any news agency. I dare say this image has already spread throughout the royal capital." Lady Cassandra bit her lip. Looking at Rivy, "What do you mean? Are you now willing to let me into the city?" "Of course." Rivy stood and bowed to her. "The capital is in peril, and as a duke, it is my duty to render assistance." With that, he nodded to Lady Cassandra, preparing to turn away, but she called out to him. A flicker of indecision crossed her eyes. Is it truly impossible to save Devon? Duke Rivy maintained a smile, but inwardly sighed. She was hesitating. When Lady Cassandra began to waver, it indicated that she was contemplating whether the Wraith family should pay too high a price for one Devon, sacrificing the pawn to save the king, severing the tail to survive. Moreover, Devon Wraith was hardly a significant figure within the Wraith family. He was more of a useless parasite. Otherwise, Lady Cassandra would not have gone to the trouble of sending him to the academy in the capital for gilding. Thus, Rivy elucidated the pros and cons. Lady Cassandra, please think carefully. Your son's collusion with the demon is no trivial matter. I believe that His Majesty's close relationship with the Wraith family cannot absolve him of the crime of conspiring with a demon to rebel. Madam, I urge you to consider this thoroughly." With that, he turned away, waving to Cassandra. The sorcerer beside him gestured with his magic orb, and a flurry of stars erupted in the sky, enveloping the sorcerer's troop and Duke Rivy in a blue glow. In the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace. The knights sheathed their weapons, donned their helmets, and gradually departed amidst the clatter of hoofs. Lady Cassandra slumped onto the sofa, covering her forehead, tears streaming down her face as if she were grappling with a momentous decision. The demon gradually opened one eye, which was situated on its forehead, the only means it had to observe its surroundings. The immense azure magic circle gradually ascended beneath their feet, and the repugnant scent it emitted made them feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Suddenly, a bolt of yellow lightning shot forth, crashing against the demon with a resounding bang. Yet it yielded little effect. A mage's attempt had failed, but it only served to enrage the demon further. In a fit of rage, it extended its tongue and devoured the hapless mage whole. The chilling sound of crunching bones mingled with the grotesque sounds of chewing for what felt like an eternity until, with a sickening gulp, the demon swallowed its meal. The mages had never witnessed such a brutal spectacle. Many were so terrified that they screamed in horror. Even the self-proclaimed righteous knights nearly lost their grip on their weapons and shields. A cacophony of terrified cries filled the air, as many questioned in panic, "What on earth is this creature?" No one could provide an answer. Though the gathered crowd recognized it as a demon, the reality of its presence overwhelmed them, leaving them hesitant to accept what they saw. It bore no resemblance to the demons of their imagination, resembling instead a world-ending fiend. A third-tier mage stepped forward, shouting, "Do not panic. Stand upon the magic circle. Our strength is gradually returning. With so many of us gathered here, we shall surely vanquish this wicked demon." As his voice sought to calm the crowd, the mages remained unresponsive, their morale and actions unchanged from moments prior. The demon, observing their futile attempts, erupted into laughter. "Cowardly humans! Do you think you can defeat me?" Suddenly, a figure leapt into the sky like a shooting star, capturing everyone's attention. In stark contrast to the demon, she appeared diminutive, yet inspired a flicker of courage within many. It was none other than Knight Captain Gwen. Some recognized her and gasped in astonishment. In her grasp, the silver sword seemed to channel a potent force, erupting in a brilliant white light, akin to a blade cleaving through mountains. With a fierce swing, she struck the demon, leaving an astonishingly long white gash across its hide. The demon recoiled in pain, its gaze fixing upon Gwen. "Well done," it snarled, as if recognizing her, "just moments ago. I disposed of someone remarkably similar to you. It appears you, like her, are exceedingly vexatious." Gwen's expression instantly shifted, her instincts leading her to believe the demon referred to Kayla, and an overwhelming fury consumed her. Yet, in the next instant, the demon's colossal hand came crashing down towards her. Gwen did not flinch, as if possessed by rage. She transformed her sword into a radiant white blade stretching dozens of meters, cleaving towards the demon with unrestrained ferocity. Crash! The demon swatted her aside as one would a mere fly, sending Gwen crashing to the ground, rendered unconscious and defenseless. "Captain Gwen," many knights cried out in concern. Even Victor, who maintained the magic circle, furrowed his brow. The demon's laughter echoed once more. "It seems you are far weaker than her, hardly more than a fly." Yet, Gwen's actions had afforded the mages precious time. Not everyone would be captivated by the demon's personal display. A myriad of magical formations gradually ascended from the air, continuously manifesting in various colors when a commanding voice resounded. Just as one would learn in the academy. "All units, fire!" At the command, an array of elemental magic arrows surged toward the demon, bursting forth like a dazzling firework display. Yet, the demon merely extended its tentacles, effortlessly blocking the onslaught of magic. Its appendages bore not even the slightest mark of damage. The assembled mages, witnessing its unscathed form, could not help but exclaim in awe. The demon's thick hide is indeed remarkably resilient. The first round of volleys yielded no results, leaving many mages disheartened. However, in the next moment, a notably more authoritative voice echoed from above. "All units, first round of fire." The crowd turned to see it was Duke Rivy, who had arrived with his legion of magicians in support. The magicians, strategically positioned in all directions, completely encircled the demon, their crystal orbs radiating in astonishing magical brilliance. Boom, boom, boom. Even more potent spells erupted as elemental projectiles blasted forth from the crystals, and this time, the demon appeared unable to withstand the assault, swiftly reforming their ranks. The second wave of magicians replaced the first, unleashing their pre-prepared spells in unison, leaving the demon no opportunity to retaliate. "It is Duke Rivy. Duke Rivy has arrived with his legion of magicians." A voice cried out from the crowd, and in an instant, the morale of all surged. Soon, more and more mages from various parts of the royal capital rushed to provide assistance. Countless formations were continuously constructed in the air, growing in number and potency. The relentless barrage of magical attacks prevented the demon from escaping, and for a moment, all felt victory was within their grasp. However, this seemed merely to erode the demon's patience. The demon began to grow impatient. Thud, thud, a powerful heartbeat reverberated, akin to a colossal drum being struck. The demon opened its immense maw, as if intending to swallow everyone present whole. A storm-like vacuum drew in knights and mages who were perilously close, their terrified screams echoing. Yet they were utterly powerless to resist, unable even to flee. The demon's gaping mouth resembled a meat grinder, mercilessly tearing flesh and blood, each piece falling to the ground like a gluttonous specter wasting food in its ravenous consumption. Fear once again spread overhead like a dark cloud. "It's over. Our attacks have proven futile. How terrifying. Is this truly a demon? Help! Where is the headmaster? Where is the headmaster to save us? Who among us can possibly vanquish it?" Many mages and students began to spiral into a vortex of helplessness, some even curling up on the ground in tears. Suddenly, a few third-tier mages froze in place, exchanging bewildered glances, and began to shout in confusion. "Where is Victor? Where has Professor Victor gone?" The third-tier mages are fully aware of the formidable presence that Victor embodies. The engagement of a fourth-tier mage in battle could significantly alter the tide of war. Yet, it seems as though Victor has vanished into thin air, plunging many into utter despair. However, at that very moment, what is that? Is that Professor Victor? As several students pointed skyward in astonishment, everyone turned their gaze toward the heavens. Unbeknownst to them, Victor had appeared above the sky. His cloak billowed behind him, shimmering with an astonishing crimson light. Flames ignited, engulfing half the sky, consuming the tainted ink of the atmosphere and erupting into a brilliant dawn. It was as if Victor had set the very heavens ablaze, draping them over his shoulders. The temperature within the city began to surge dramatically, an unbearable heat enveloping the surroundings. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, their eyes wide as they gasped in disbelief. What in the world is that? This time, everyone clearly witnessed a colossal, incandescent meteor plummeting from the sky, its target, the gaping maw of the demon. Chapter 49. Cataclysm. The rapidly descending meteor seared through the air, transforming even the towering academy spire into mere sand under the intense heat wave. The fierce friction ignited flames that gradually enveloped the massive rock, resembling a fiery sun descending toward the earth. Fourth-tier magic. Falling sun. A gaping hole was burned into the sky, rays of light cascading downwards. Victor hovered in the sky, resembling a divine being gazing down upon the demon. The magical prowess of a fourth-tier mage is potent enough to reach cataclysmic levels, which is the origin of the title Holy Mage. In truth, this also serves as an alternate name for fourth-tier mages, denoting their profound and formidable mastery of magic. Cataclysm Mage. Duke Rivy, on the ground, lifted his gaze, the falling sun reflecting in his eyes, murmuring to himself. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and the astonishment on his face transformed into unwavering resolve. Everyone, prepare the defensive formation. With this command, the mage corps and knights swiftly formed a neat wall of humanity. The mages and sorcerers chanted incantations, gradually conjuring a golden citadel that encircled the students and mages alike. The knights crossed their swords and shields, a silvery glow beginning to emanate from their blades, and in an instant, several white magical shields appeared before them. The meteor's descent was cataclysmic, obliterating everything in its path. Instantly, flames erupted from the rubble surrounding them, a fierce aura shattering everything once more. The combined barrier erected by the mages and knights trembled precariously, and every individual present felt the searing heat radiating from the ground to their very minds. The light of day was extinguished, and an oppressive silence enveloped the scene. The scents and sounds of life were, in that moment, stripped away by the specter of death. One could only cling to the rays of sunlight, barely aware that they still existed beneath the cataclysmic magic. The meteor struck the demon with ferocity, its skin erupted in a violent explosion, the agonizing sounds of flesh tearing apart echoing as if it were engulfed in molten lava. Such powerful magic spares none, friend or foe alike. The buildings in the vicinity of the academy were engulfed by a fierce heat wave, and the houses of the town were reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Such terrifying fourth-tier magic. Victor, surely, you are the true demon. The thoughts of everyone present were unanimous, yet they dared not voice their sentiments. The moment they spoke, the scorching air would invade their mouths, making them feel as if their bodies were being incinerated. As the blinding brilliance faded, the barrier before the crowd began to crumble and dissipate. In an instant, dust and smoke swirled around. What now? Has the demon been vanquished? Under such potent magic, it seemed improbable for the demon to survive. Did we win? A sense of joy gradually illuminated the faces of the crowd. The feeling of having survived a catastrophe filled them with exhilaration. However, as the layers of smoke cleared, a formidable black figure emerged before them. Heh. You are truly a bunch of worms. What is this? Those who heard the demon's voice were struck dumb, unable to fathom how such a being could endure the magnitude of that magic. How could something so terrifying still be alive? Once again, the people felt as if they had plummeted from a peak of hope to a valley of despair, reduced to tears. The atmosphere of hopelessness no longer needed to be spread. It naturally took root in the hearts of those present. The demon was not a novel sight for the onlookers. There have been numerous instances of demons wreaking havoc in various places before. Yet, most demons were merely grotesque creatures that seduced humanity and siphoned their strength. In the eyes of many, demons resembled more powerful beasts. But could anyone truly conquer such a dreadfully powerful demon? Duke Rivy's expression turned grave. Perhaps the only way to defeat this demon was to prepare war magic in advance. Although Victor's fourth-tier spell was as formidable as a natural disaster, it paled in comparison to the terror of war magic. Moreover, the demon's power was gradually waning. No one knew when it would weaken to the point of being conquerable. But at least that was a positive sign. If they could stall this demon for a considerable time and prepare a magical array while it was still weak, that would be advantageous. Just as Duke Rivy was contemplating, a figure caught his eye. It was Victor. He stood alone amidst the ruins, facing the astonishing demon. His deep black cloak billowed in the dust, occasionally flashing with red patterns. What does he intend to do? Indeed, he is not dead. A glint of danger flickered in Victor's eyes. In his gaze, a conspicuous red health bar floated above the filthy demon's head. To the right of the health bar, the demon's level was displayed as 45. Its level was not particularly high. However, as a unit, it was immensely powerful. The demon's health had fallen below half and continued to diminish, albeit at a minimal rate. This indicated that the demon before them was not as unscathed as others had presumed. Its ability to endure until now was entirely reliant on the magical energy it had previously siphoned from countless mages at the academy. But it pales in comparison to its zenith. Yim, as a mid-level adversary in the first chapter of the game, succumbed to defeat primarily due to the necessities of the narrative. Demons vary in hierarchy and strength. Those devoid of consciousness and emotion are considered the most rudimentary. Yet Yim bears a name of great renown, the primordial demon. It stands as one of the most formidable beings among demons, embodying greed. Its might far surpasses that of the players at the time. Consequently, when the players banded together to vanquish Yim, numerous allies emerged to assist them. For instance, Gwen, who would appear a year and a half later. Victor cast a glance behind him. The injured and unconscious Gwen had already been shielded by his magic. A year and a half later, Gwen made her debut in aiding players, astonishingly slaying Yim with her formidable prowess. This knight harbors an immense hatred for demons, longing to eradicate every last one. The reason is painfully simple. Her elder sister, Kefladrin, whom the players had never encountered, fell to the minions of the greed demon. If all went as expected, the demon Kefladrin sought in the capital was none other than Yim. The final outcome is, of course, self-evident. The demon once again spewed ink from its maw, gradually enveloping the entire academy. In an instant, tendrils began to emerge from the inky depths, thrashing wildly. This time, unlike before, the tendrils transformed, sprouting indistinguishable organs that emitted a sound igniting the greed within the hearts of men. Numerous mages, witnessing the demon unleash its formidable power once more, trembled and collapsed to the ground, pleading for mercy. Drawn by the demon's commotion, Victor turned his gaze toward Yim, remaining utterly still amidst the storm. As the demonic melody resonated in his ears, Victor's heart remained as tranquil as a serene lake. He softly uttered, "Vijaya, I comprehend your intent." Vijaya, brimming with excitement, seemed eager to sprout hands to rub together, his feathers bristling, and his eyes shimmering with blue light. A torrent of magical energy surged into Victor's being, empowering him immensely, even more violently than before. Was it due to Vijaya regaining some strength? Victor swiftly discerned the source and ceased his contemplation. Countless shards of glimmering red crystals erupted from him, remnants previously collected by Gwen from the fallen beasts. Now, they found their purpose. Each crystal embedded itself into the ground, forming an exquisitely intricate red formation in the sky. The red crystals gradually fractured, hovering in midair, reflecting a brilliant crimson light. From the corners, red chains burst forth, intertwining to gradually ensnare the demon. These magical artifacts could amplify Victor's spells, not merely enhancing their potency, but also imbuing them with various attribute effects. Soon, Victor's hands became enveloped in runes, while magical energy surged forth from these runes, transferring to the crystalline chains. The myriad demons are utterly ensnared, and the ancient prison holds the mad god in disarray. With each incantation uttered by Victor, the chains emit a sanguine glow, and in that moment, countless souls erupt forth, drifting through the heavens. Despair, resentment, and fury manifest instantaneously from the formation. Beneath the sky, crimson flashes illuminate the scene. Correspondingly, with each verse chanted, Victor's magical reserves plummet significantly. What is his intent? The attending sorcerers gaze upward at the swirling sanguine souls, their hearts heavy with dread. They suddenly realize the sensation of greed within them has all but vanished, replaced by a crimson thread linking each to the chains. An ominous premonition envelopes them. He intends to ensnare us all as part of his ritual. Damn it, Victor. Such thoughts echoed in the minds of the assembled mages. The demons, too, descended into madness. The final monstrous maw devoured even its own head, erupting into a storm of black raindrops that corroded all in their wake. Debris dissolved, the air turned acrid. The sky, once dreary, was now marred, half clear and half shadowed, a most peculiar sight. Victor, with a deft motion of his fingers and a recitation of incantations, proclaimed, "The binding array. Compel it to the depths." With a flourish of his hands, the chains began to writhe, their links striking the crimson crystal with a resonant chime. The demonic cacophony gradually subsided, sealed within the chains, as a tremendous surge of magical energy erupted forth. The white magical essence swiftly consumed all in its vicinity, enveloping the sky as if a nuclear explosion had engulfed the entire academy. The demon, caught in the blinding radiance, widened its eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "You cannot kill me. Victor, I will remember you." For the demon exists within a vessel, even when it reveals its true form. the lethal harm is merely transferred to the host. Yet suddenly, beneath the pallid expanse, a bridge appeared to connect Victor and the demon. In this peculiar realm, the two could only perceive one another. The demon could not comprehend why. At that moment, the outside world seemed frozen in time. Victor had entered the demon's mental domain, standing before it, his voice calm and flowing like water. Resonating softly, "Do you know, Yim, I possess great skill in dealing with demons." The demon was momentarily taken aback, as if an array of shackles had seized its mind. When one utters a demon's true name, the power of the transaction shifts from the demon to the one who speaks it. Thus, Yim was compelled to acquiesce to Victor's terms. "It is time you ceased your antics. You must return to your duties, Henny." As the words left his lips, Yim felt its inner strength waning. Panic seized it, and it cried out, "No, please. Little girl, do not abandon me. I can aid you in your revenge. I can grant you greater power. I can do so much more. Do not be concerned." Her pleas bore no fruit. Her immense form was gradually stripped away, as if flesh had been peeled from her, revealing the essence of Henny within. Tears seemed to shimmer in her fluorescent yellow eyes, as if she had lost all strength and collapsed from Yimu's body, akin to falling from a great height. Yet, in the next moment, she found herself cradled in a sturdy embrace. Henny longed to hold on to her savior tightly. Even in this fleeting moment of clarity, a blinding light erupted, seemingly tearing apart the very fabric of space as the surrounding chaotic forces sought to annihilate everything in their vicinity. It consumed Yimu and everything within reach. The cacophony around them fell into an eerie silence, leaving only a singular voice, resonating clearly in Victor's ears. "Professor, I miss you." Chapter 50. The blinding light soared into the heavens, grand and majestic, like ripples radiating through the sky. Under this tumultuous power, the academy was utterly obliterated. Even the last remaining quartz slab reduced to dust. The inhabitants of the royal city seemed to sense the disturbance, instinctively gazing towards the distant academy. The astonishing beam of light pierced the clouds like a divine illumination. The shockwave, akin to a nuclear explosion, left the assembled mages in utter disbelief. Despite Victor's prior efforts to seal the academy with crystals, the released energy instantaneously devastated the entire institution. Fortunately, the range of destruction was somewhat contained. Otherwise, the fate of those within the academy would have been grim. Had the barrier been breached, the devastation would have extended even to the royal city's outskirts. However, some individuals, being too close to the magical chaos, sustained significant injuries amidst the turmoil. As the brilliance faded, a terrifyingly deep crater emerged on the ground, dozens of meters deep and astonishingly vast. The surrounding structures bore no resemblance to their former selves. An entire academy vanished from the royal city, and the demon too had disappeared. The mages, dragging their weary bodies, trembled as they beheld the scene before them. What the hell happened to the school? It was obliterated. Their bewilderment was palpable, yet the overwhelming weakness that coursed through them served as a stark reminder that this was indeed reality. In the end, Victor siphoned the magical energy from all nearby mages, unleashing a spell powerful enough to threaten the royal city. The notion of a humanoid warfare mage gained a new layer of meaning in their minds as Victor's title evolved further. Victor stood in the crater, cradling the unconscious Henny, her hood obscuring her features. Many witnessed Victor in the depths of the pit, their expressions a mix of confusion. "Victor, why is there another woman in your arms?" All attention was fixated on Victor, oblivious to the grotesque toad that leaped within the pit. It, covered in ink, struggled to crawl to the charred body of Devin Leeser. Remarkably, under the terrifying magic, Devin Leeser had survived. At the last moment of Yemu's injury, he had been swallowed whole. All the harm was inflicted upon the demon. For Yem understood that if it wished to continue to exist, then Devin Leeser could not perish. A toad crawled onto Devin's body, transforming into a pitch-black ink that coiled around him. Devin Leeser rose from the ground as if he were a resurrected corpse. His bones creaked ominously, the once loose joints now restored to their former state. His gaze was blood-red, fixated on the students before him, with foul, putrid liquid dripping from the corners of his mouth. As if overtaken by madness, he emitted guttural threats, tilting his head like a wild beast. "Isn't that Professor Devin? He is not dead." Indeed, it was Professor Devin. But wait, something seems off about Professor Devin. One observer noted the professor's vacant demeanor, voicing their bewilderment. Soon, the surrounding crowd began to recognize that something was amiss with Devin. Indeed, Devin Leeser was compromised. His appearance suggested he had been possessed by a demon. As the title of professor was stripped from him in the minds of the onlookers, Devin was inevitably seen as a villain, exploited and possessed by the demon. The truth of the conspiracy seemed to surface. Devin Leeser was that vile demon. The mages slowly raised their arms, preparing to unleash the remainder of their magic upon Devin Leeser. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Devin Leeser merely twisted his head menacingly, delivering a chilling warning to Victor. "I shall remember all of you." Suddenly, a wave of black ink rippled from beneath him, engulfing Devin Leeser in darkness as he vanished. The mages shuddered at his words. The sensation of being targeted by the demon felt like a long iron spear piercing their hearts. All eyes turned to Victor, for it was he who had vanquished the demon, and if they were to eradicate this threat, it seemed only Victor could accomplish it. However, in that moment, none dared to command Victor. Duke Rivy leaped over the rubble, approaching Victor, glancing down at the assistant, Penny, in his arms. "This is my assistant." Devin Leeser stole her knowledge to construct the previous barrier formation. A hint of surprise flickered in the Duke's eyes. Although he was not present during the formation's activation, he had certainly heard of it. Over half of the third-tier mages from the entire capital had come to assist, yet none could comprehend the intricacies of that formation, let alone dismantle it. It was Victor, alongside a few mages, who had unraveled it from within. "Your assistant is truly a rare genius." Victor turned his head, disregarding the Duke's flattery. Following this battle with the demon, Duke Rivy's animosity towards Victor had lessened considerably. After all, Victor had once again acted to protect the capital. During the first volcanic eruption, no one knew what Victor had done. Indeed, the majority of mages had harbored doubts about him. But this time, the capital's mages had witnessed his prowess firsthand. Their admiration for Victor soared, and no one would question his standing as a fourth-tier mage any longer. Victor is terrifyingly powerful. Despite his youth, Duke Livy sighed. If it weren't for Erica, perhaps he could have handled his relationship with Victor more adeptly. With this thought, the Duke shook his head. Unwilling to delve further, his daughter was his ultimate priority. He then addressed Victor. "After this incident, the crimes of Devin Reiser will be firmly established, regardless of his status as His Majesty's nephew." The Duke implied that Victor need not concern himself with the notion of committing a crime by harming a royal. Even if this resulted in the downfall of the entire academy, he would undoubtedly be hailed as a hero. If this demon were not stopped, the repercussions would extend far beyond the mere loss of an academy. However, His Majesty would not take action against the Reiser family. Victor was entirely unsurprised. The Reiser family served as a means for the royal family to amass wealth, and the Emperor's own sister was the matriarch of the Reiser clan. Should they choose to abandon Devin Reiser, the family would suffer no significant loss. At most, they would bear the label of having been lax in supervision. Victor understood that Duke Livy was cautioning him. Regardless of the circumstances, he had already made an enemy of the Reiser family. "My lord, I have enough enmities to bear. One need not be overwhelmed by too many adversaries." Victor cradled Henny and turned to leave. As he prepared to depart, Duke Livy reached out to stop him. "By the way, Victor, the demon has not perished. It has escaped." He harbored concerns that the demon might return, yet Victor assured him to relax. "It will not die. It is a part of this world." Duke Livy paused, as if realizing something, yet he refrained from voicing it. "Isn't it akin to a calamity? Calamity is an element of the world, thus it too cannot perish." Duke Livy maintained a solemn expression and replied coolly, "Calamity? I do not comprehend your words." His reaction pleased Victor, as if confirming a thought. Victor smiled faintly at Duke Livy, his mirth gradually reaching the Duke's ears. "I can only tell you that this demon is entirely unlike the ordinary demons you have encountered. It is the embodiment of greed. As long as there are sentient beings in existence, and as long as they harbor greed, that creature shall not perish. Even if one is vanquished, another will swiftly materialize." Duke Livy shuddered at the chilling implications. "You should consider yourself fortunate that it is not dead, but rather rendered incapacitated." With that, Victor, holding Henny, teleported away from the abyss. Duke Livy felt a moment of disorientation as he watched Victor's vanishing figure, suddenly questioning, where had the raven perched upon Victor as shoulder gone? Beyond the forest, Devin Reiser was racing frantically. He had escaped the royal capital, distancing himself further from the city. He had to keep running. He did not wish to vanish. Greed indeed does not disappear, but with the death of Yam, a new Yam would emerge to take its place. Consequently, memories, powers, and all that he once was would no longer belong to him. Damn it, damn it, damn it. What manner of sorcerer is this? How could he possibly know my name? How could this be? As the entity took possession of Duin Leeser, Yem's speech and actions seemed to have entirely transformed into those of Duin. Were it not for the instinct to survive, It would never have chosen to inhabit such a wretched vessel. Yet now, it found itself strangely relieved that it had not consumed this plump swine. This swine, too, possessed a sufficient greed, a greed that could be transformed into sustenance, allowing it to move with great effort. Suddenly, Duin Leeser stood frozen in place. A chilling dread surged from his feet to the crown of his head, rendering him immobile. The forest was enveloped in silence, save for the rustling of leaves. A black feather drifted down before him, and Duin gazed forward in shock. A diminutive black crow appeared before his eyes, possessing but a single eye. Situated in the middle of its forehead, Duin was momentarily transfixed. Inexplicably, he began to tremble, gripped by fear. He himself was the demon. He was the source of terror that spread far and wide. Why then was he afraid of a mere crow, a tiny crow? "Greetings, where do you wish to go?" The crow's voice materialized in his ear, causing Duin's body to shudder violently. Who are you?" "I?" Suddenly, the crow let out a sinister laugh. Its cawing echoed sharply throughout the dense forest, as if the darkness itself sought to completely engulf Duin. He blinked, almost within the blink of an eye. The crow's talons grew enormous and razor-sharp, its feathers shimmering and hardening. Inky tendrils of smoke began to pour forth from its body. In the eyes of the demon, its form appeared as a colossal shadow obscuring the heavens, looking down upon Duin with disdain. Its voice, no longer sharp, resonated with a deep and rhythmic timbre. A reverberation akin to an abyss echoed, causing the trees to shed their leaves and the birds to scatter. Only its haughty voice remained, weaving through the woodland. Chapter 51. There is a traitor. The transaction is halted. Duin was at the mercy of Viga, manipulated in midair like a pitiful clown from a circus. He could hardly endure the humiliation inflicted by Viga, constantly contemplating his escape. Viga delighted in offering him a glimmer of hope, only to cast him back to the ground once Duin had distanced himself. A massive black eagle circled above, as if weary from play, perched upon a tree, its single blue glowing eye fixated on Duin, resembling a predator observing its prey. At last, the demon could bear the humiliation no longer and, utilizing Duin's body, knelt heavily before Viga, pleading desperately, "Oh, Divine One, please grant me my freedom. There is no benefit in keeping me here for your amusement. It is merely a waste of your precious time." Viga cackled, the laughter transforming from sharp to weighted. "Why should I allow you to leave? What value do you possess that would warrant your release? No, you have none. Thus, your sole worth lies in providing me with entertainment." As he spoke, Viga seized one of Duin's feet and hurled it into the air, allowing it to plummet freely. Just as it was about to crash heavily onto the ground, Viga dove and caught it, tossing it aloft once more. It was akin to engaging in a bungee jump devoid of any safety measures. When Viga grew weary of the game, he gently placed Duin back on the ground, stretched his neck, and softly murmured, "Boring, you may leave now." Really? The demon could scarcely believe it. Its spirit had been tormented to the brink of agony. Upon hearing Viga's intention to release it, Duin did not hesitate and made a swift escape. Yet, how could Viga so easily allow its departure? After letting Duin dash 100 meters away, he flapped his wings and soared behind him, using his formidable claws to viciously tear at Duin's backside. "Run faster! Keep running!" Viga urged relentlessly from behind, forcing Duin to drag its aching body onward. Even though it was on the verge of collapse, it had no option but to flee from the looming threat of the mighty eagle. After an indeterminate distance, Duin began to recognize its surroundings, realizing that it was passing a tree it had just seen moments ago. "This creature never intended to let me go. It's a cycle. This is an illusion. I can never escape unless the caster willingly dispels it." Duin pondered, baffled by the existence of such a sadistic being. God! It had never heard of any deity displaying such disdain as this foul raven. However, Viga seemed to pierce through its thoughts, with a powerful flap of his wings. A fierce whirlwind swept Duin off its feet. Terrified into silence, Duin could only watch as Viga doubled over in laughter at its curled-up form. "What discontent do you harbor? The strong must humiliate the weak. Do you dare to defy? Then go and defeat my envoy." Duin stood frozen, a vivid image flashing in its mind, the figure of Victor, deeply etched in its memory. It was completely taken aback. That human mage was, indeed, an envoy of the divine. As if enlightenment had struck, it fell to its knees with a thud, loudly pleading for mercy. "Oh, great deity, I fully understand my offense. I beseech you, spare me. I shall never appear before you again." Though the demon had no inkling of Viga's true divine nature, fear compelled it to beg. This was the only explanation for everything. The terrifying man, why he was so powerful, so unlike any human. Why do you plead for mercy? You shall not perish, Vega remarked, as a dark mist began to emanate from his form, enveloping the majestic eagle. Soon, the black fog dissipated, and the once mighty eagle transformed into a cunning little raven. Flapping its wings before the prostrate demon, its words laced with temptation. See, I too possess greed, as do you. All wise beings in this world harbor desires. Therefore, Yem, you shall not die, so why fear me? Yem trembled uncontrollably, and a black toad emerged from Duan's body. Due to the emergence of Yemu, Devon instantly succumbed to unconsciousness. Collapsing feebly to the ground with a thud, Yemu trembled, exaggerating its quivers. It was aware, indeed, that it knew everything. It even recognized itself as Yemu, the primordial demon birthed from avarice. Raising its gaze to meet mine, Yemu shook as it lifted its head, and suddenly, Vega's eyes ignited with a cerulean glow. A piercing pain surged through its mind, and Yemu sensed its soul being ensnared. Trembling in panic, it tentatively inquired of Vega, "What have you done?" Vega opened its beak and lightly flapped its delicate wings upon its body, soothingly responding, "Do not be alarmed. I merely employed your demonic transaction mechanism to place a lock upon you. From this moment forth, your consciousness shall endure eternally, and even in death. Your memories and powers shall not dissipate." Yemu was taken aback, raising its head in disbelief as it gazed at Vega. Why? Why are you helping me?" In response, Yemu plunged deeper into a state of dread. The ease with which the other could accomplish such feats implied the potential to seize everything from it at any moment. Moreover, engaging in a pact with a demon necessitated reciprocal offerings. Thus, from this point forward, until your existence is utterly extinguished and your memories completely fade, your soul shall be at my command. Though it was a raven, Yemu could not exhibit a smiling demeanor. However, to Yemu, it appeared as if Vega were laughing maniacally. In a manner both peculiar and sinister, Yemu yearned to resist, to escape the clutches of the madman before it. Yet, with every struggle, it felt its body ensnared by chains, a sensation akin to steel piercing its heart. Observing its restless form, Vega spoke, "Then, turn back. Return to the capital. To the place that belongs to Devon Lacer, where he must face judgment." Yemu delved into Devon's orifices, regaining control over his body. It involuntarily rose, dragging the soulless shell behind it, step by step, retreating into the shadows. After a considerable time, as its silhouette faded from view, Vega preened its feathers. A teleportation array materialized before Vega, and it flapped its wings, alighting once more upon the shoulder of its companion. "Can you truly retain the memories of a demon after death?" Victor did not look at it, merely posing the question mildly. As he observed the dark trace left in Devon's wake, with a casual wave, the inky mark gradually vanished, and the surrounding weeds stood upright, concealing the path. Vega cast a surprised glance at him, shaking its feathers. "I always believed you to be astute, yet I never anticipated you would be as easily deceived as a demon." Victor received his answer and ceased further discourse. Vega elaborated, "To achieve such a degree, allow me to regain at least 30% of my strength. After all, it is a primordial demon, and behind it lie countless substitutes awaiting its dissolution to ascend." Victor gazed at the uneven clouds in the sky and continued to inquire, "And how much has been restored now?" "Less than 1%. Vega proudly puffed out his chest, as if to flaunt the immense power of his complete form. Victor, indifferent to the display, turned towards the dense forest in the opposite direction. "Tell me the whereabouts of Erica." "Oh, I thought the aloof Lord Victor would be unconcerned about my pitiful little follower." Victor, unfazed by the sarcasm, continued to walk, parting the weeds beside him as he responded coolly, "She is, after all, my student." "Wrong. Her magic is all taught by me. Suit yourself." The trees could no longer withstand the embrace of the spring breeze, and a gentle chill stirred the man's cloak. The raven perched on his shoulder held its head high, proclaiming its hard-won victory. A few knights, their armor glinting like silver, appeared to be searching for something outside the city gates. Soon, a figure in the distance caught their attention. The oblivious Devlin Riser was slowly approaching the gates. "It's Devlin Riser. Hurry and inform His Highness the Second Prince." "No need. I have already arrived." The second prince stepped out from the gates, smiling as he spoke beside him. He gazed at Devlin Riser, subtly signaling the knights beside him. One knight drew his sword, pointing it at Devlin Riser. In an instant, a crackling bolt of lightning entwined around the blade, erupting forth to strike Devlin's body. He jolted violently, regaining consciousness in an instant. Startled awake, he found himself surrounded by knights and felt momentarily lost. The second prince emerged from the ranks of knights, and upon seeing him, Devlin felt a surge of reassurance and called out, "Your Highness." "Second Prince, where am I?" The second prince, glancing at the rotund figure before him, sighed inwardly. This person turned out to be his cousin. How repulsive. However, he concealed his disdain, bending down to assist him while suppressing the noxious odor emanating from Devlin's filthy body. "Cousin Devlin, do not panic. I am here to help you. The entire city believes you are in league with demons. I know you are innocent. Please tell me everything that has transpired." Devlin's eyes reddened, as if he had found a vent for his frustration, and he recounted all that had happened to the second prince, even mentioning Victor's assistant, Henny, and her possession by a demon. After listening to Devlin's account, the second prince narrowed his eyes and chuckled. "So that is the case, cousin. By the way, the demon is still within you, are you aware?" Devlin was startled and hastily checked his body, finding nothing amiss. After fainting and waking up, he had only seen the second prince and was oblivious to the events prior. Growing anxious, he implored the second prince, "Your Highness, quickly, rid me of the demon. I am still a professor at the Royal Academy. I cannot bear the stigma of colluding with demons." The second prince nodded, promising, "Very well, cousin. I shall rid you of the demon at once. It may hurt a bit. You must endure it." Devin Lacer nodded solemnly, asserting, "I have endured enough torment these past few days. I fear not the pain. Let it come." In the next moment, his voice faltered. He widened his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at the second prince before him. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he lowered his gaze to his chest. A long sword had pierced his heart. Why had he survived in Victor's hands? Why had he also lived through Henny's grasp? Even the demon had spared him. Yet, Devin Lacer never anticipated that he would meet his end at the hands of a blood relative. His pupils began to shimmer with a gray hue, losing their luster. The second prince withdrew the silver sword, flicking the blood from its blade, and watched as Devin collapsed to the ground. Now, the demon had been expelled. A repugnant dark toad crawled out from the lifeless Devin Lacer, appearing exceedingly feeble. All the knights beheld the demon with trepidation, awaiting the second prince's command to slay it. However, the prince bent down, picked up the grotesque toad, and cradled it in his palm. The knights surrounding him were taken aback by his actions, and one knight hastily exclaimed, "Your Highness, that is a demon. You must not." Suddenly, countless black spikes erupted from the ground, impaling everyone except for this knight. As they felt their lives swiftly slipping away, disbelief filled their eyes. At that moment, the second prince's voice resonated. "David, you have followed me for quite some time. I have already advised you on certain matters. Do not speak of what should remain unspoken." The surviving knight, David, trembled, lowering his head abruptly, beads of sweat cascading onto the dust below. "Forgive me, my lord." The second prince smiled with satisfaction, lifting the dark toad and spreading it in his palm. Gazing intently at it, a sudden voice interrupted, one that did not belong to the prince. "Greed, you appear unwell. Would you like me to assist you?" The feeble toad opened its single eye, revealing a glimmer of cunning. It scrutinized the second prince, overflowing with ambition and filled with sinister desires. Delicious indeed. Chapter 52. If you delay any longer, there will be no profit. Victor found Erica amidst a dense thicket. She lay unconscious among the weeds, wrapped in a thin magical barrier, her pulse and breath exceedingly faint. Had it not been for this protective enchantment, Erica's life might have already succumbed in that battle. Yet, she remained perilously close to death. "It is too dangerous," Victor remarked. Be it the volcanic incident or the recent demon incursion. Erica resembled a naive fool who had never faced peril. She had never considered the consequences. Had Victor not dismantled the magical formation in advance, Erica would likely have been devoured by Yam. The Duke's methods of education are undoubtedly flawed. Erica constantly seeks to prove herself, yearning for the admiration of those around her, particularly her father. However, Victor's gaze shifts towards another figure, a woman with violet hair, equally marred by wounds, yet far more grievous in nature. She emanates a translucent magical glow, various enhancements preserving her life against the odds. Yet, her body is a canvas of bruises, the torn muscles beneath her skin almost imperceptible. Her injuries appear to be even more severe than Erica's. At the very least, she does not possess the cold-heartedness of her father. Without Erica, this woman would surely have fallen victim to the demons. Victor's eyes fixate on her. Her clothing is entirely tattered, revealing gaping wounds that are grotesque in their severity. Though the bleeding has ceased, the horrifying injuries still evoke a sense of dread. Has Erica's presence altered the course of fate? In the prologue of the game, players are introduced to a narrative of a demon invasion. Midway through the first chapter, Gwen will reveal to the players the cause of her elder sister's demise, Kefraladlin, who fell victim to the minions of the insatiable demon Yin. This character, whom players will never have the chance to encounter, lacks even a visual representation in the game, rendering her a true figure existing beyond the narrative's confines. Before Victor lies a woman, unconscious on the ground, who bears a striking resemblance to Gwen. Without a doubt, she is Kefralad, a demon hunter. Vijaya, standing nearby, responds affirmatively, which clarifies Victor's understanding. He nods, comprehending what the identity of a demon hunter entails. In the game, demon hunters represent a unique profession. Players can engage in conversation with those of legitimate bloodlines to undertake a class change quest, thereby becoming a demon hunter themselves. In his previous life, Victor had assisted numerous players in completing these quests, granting him insight into this profession. Demon hunters harbor an intense obsession with demons, relentlessly pursuing them to the ends of the earth until either the demon is slain or they meet their own demise. If this fervor of the demon hunter were to be translated into game mechanics, it would yield an additional 50 points of damage against demon units. Given that demons are essentially manifestations of magical energy, it follows that demon hunters would also inflict an extra 10 points of damage against mages. Mages, by nature, possess low health and poor resistances, making them particularly vulnerable. Following this numerical conversion, demon hunters emerge as a notable adversary for mages. In summary, mages harbor a deep-seated disdain for demon hunters. Nonetheless, demon hunters are not without their flaws. Unlike knights, who can utilize some magic to bolster their strength, demon hunters are, in the truest sense, a profession devoid of mana. Fortunately, Victor arrived in time. He crouches down, assessing Kefralad's condition, while Vijaya nods in agreement. Indeed, had they arrived any later, her injuries would have begun to heal. Victor, however, remains unconvinced. With a flick of his wrist, a vial of crimson potion materializes in his palm. You possess a remarkable talent for making others indebted to you, Vijaya remarked mockingly. Watching intently as Victor poured the potion into Kaifla's mouth, which she swallowed without resistance. He then retrieved another vial and administered it to the unconscious Erica. After completing this task, Victor clapped his hands and stated, "After all, I am not a true cleric, and I cannot restore them completely." This remark left Vijaya momentarily speechless. Victor resumed his act, prompting a curious inquiry. "I find it hard to comprehend how you accomplished this." The unmistakable signs of the potion's miraculous effects were evident in the two individuals, who had clearly transcended the brink of death. Had Vijaya possessed Victor's vision, he would have seen the health bars of the two potion recipients soaring dramatically above their heads. For players, as long as a single drop of health remains, they are not considered in a state of imminent demise. Furthermore, Victor's unique template allowed him to utilize player items, an absurdity that enabled him to provide assistance to others as well. This was his singular ability, unattainable by other players. Now, let us wait in silence for a moment. Victor reclined, and a chair materialized beneath him, perfectly supporting his frame. He casually grasped a spellbook from his palm, immersing himself in the knowledge he needed to acquire. Approximately 10 minutes later, Kaifla was the first to awaken. A wave of profound weakness washed over her, rendering her unwilling to move. Her injuries starkly revealed the dire state she found herself in. At that moment, the overwhelming sense of defeat ignited a suicidal impulse within her. To her astonishment, she had survived the battle with the demon. "You should thank Duke Rivi. He raised a remarkable daughter." The rustle of turning pages ceased as Victor closed the book. His deep black eyes fixed upon Kaifla. Upon hearing his voice, Kaifla froze, struggling to lift her body. The man before her sat in the chair, an enigma cloaked in a black trench coat and accompanied by a one-eyed raven, exuding an air of mystery that was extraordinarily elegant. Despite her somewhat blurred vision, she did not immediately recognize him. However, a sense of bewilderment enveloped her. A chair? Where did he procure a chair in this wretched place? Before she could ponder further, his words prompted her to endure the pain and hurriedly turn her gaze elsewhere. Erica Duckloy, though the battle against the demon had driven Kaifla to the brink of madness, her memories remained intact. Moreover, the various beneficial effects emanating from her body confirmed the events that had transpired during the fight. The demon's devastating technique had saturated the earth with ink, undoubtedly inflicting mortal damage. Kaifla, seasoned in battle, reassured herself of this. This meant that Erica, in her previous conscious state, had employed magic to preserve their lives. A sense of desolation filled Kaifla's heart. Had it not been for Erica, she would have perished at the hands of the demon. She had never anticipated the formidable strength of the demon, nor realized her own frailty. Her shoulder bore a piercing wound, yet she managed to safeguard both their lives. A truly remarkable feat. Victor's words landed heavy blows upon her heart once more. Khafra was consumed by guilt. As for that demon, she was no match for it. Realistically, unless the Emperor himself chose to intervene, no one could vanquish such a foe. Khafra lifted her head, her brow furrowing in confusion. She could not fathom the demon's might, a power that, as a demon hunter, she had never encountered before. It felt like an entity that should not exist in this world. Sensing its presence, Khafra pursued it with confidence. However, it seemed to have never regarded her as a worthy adversary. Ultimately, her pride nearly cost her life. Nevertheless, the aftermath had been resolved. Victor rose, and the chair beneath him dissipated into nothingness. He approached Khafra, and with a flourish of his coat, 2 vials of crimson liquid landed before her. Remember to contemplate more before acting recklessly. Even as a demon hunter, allowing instinct to dominate may not yield the best results. And do not forget to take your medicine. Miss Khafra, he advised, turning away. Khafra stared blankly at the man before her, clarity returning to her gaze as she suddenly recognized him. Victor, is that you? He did not turn back, but left her with a parting remark. Do not forget to bring Erica back. I wish to avoid further misunderstandings with the Duke. A gust of dark wind swept through, scattering leaves and obscuring Khafra's view. When the wind subsided and the leaves settled, Victor's figure had vanished, leaving behind a single black crow feather as a token of his visit. The feather drifted into Khafra's hands, heavy with mixed emotions. For inscribed upon it were clear words. For vials of restorative potion, 8,000 geo. Remember to remit payment. Steeling herself, she picked up the crimson vial that lay discarded on the ground. Its vivid hue, reminiscent of blood, was unlike any restorative potion she had ever seen. After a moment's hesitation, she uncapped it and poured its contents into her mouth. A luminescent green glow emanated from her body, and her injuries healed instantaneously by half. She felt an invigorating surge of strength coursing through her. She could stand once more. It was indeed a miraculous potion. She contemplated the final vial remaining, wondering if consuming it would further enhance her combat prowess. Yet, there was no need for battle now. She reserved the potion for Erica, cradling her in her arms. Uncapping the vial and pouring it into Erica's mouth. Knock, knock, knock. The door of the Duke of Lie's residence was rapped upon, prompting Duke Rivy to rush outside almost immediately. He stood at the threshold, observing as Erica and Khafra supported each other, arriving at his doorstep. Erica gazed at her father with a soiled face, bursting into a joyful laughter. Father, Sister Kyvra and I managed to hold off the demon for quite a while. Am I not impressive? Despite her frail physique, her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she spoke of the event. I am no longer a burden. Duke Rivy remained silent. His lips sealed. The atmosphere grew tense, and Erica instinctively tucked her chin, lowering her gaze in apparent apprehension. In the next moment, a sturdy embrace enveloped her, reminiscent of the warmth she had once experienced in her childhood. Her father's trembling voice whispered in her ear, Erica, you will forever be your father's pride. Chapter 53 The emergence of the demon wrought catastrophic losses upon the capital. Yet, ultimately, it was humanity that emerged victorious. The ramifications of this event were profound. Spreading far and wide without the need for sensationalized media embellishments, the news circulated among the populace of the capital. After all, many had witnessed the demon's form with their own eyes. The demon's formidable power instilled paralyzing terror, and the chaos of its myriad tentacles shattered the sanity of all present. Both the demon's frenzied antics within the academy and its cruel demeanor in the mountains sent shivers down the spine. The apocalyptic horror left an indelible mark on the lives of those who experienced it. Consequently, Victor's image, along with his terrifying magical prowess, became etched in the hearts of all. The youngest fourth-tier mage in the Empire, this fact quietly spread throughout the realm. 3 days later, Victor sat at his desk, still engrossed in that infinitely intriguing tome of esoteric magic. Vega had once teased him about his unwavering grip on that book, questioning whether it contained secrets so profound that he felt compelled to study them incessantly. However, Victor had never divulged the answers Vega sought. The report detailing the capital's losses arrived. At some point, Liao pushed open the door and placed a densely written note on Victor's desk. Victor had grown accustomed to Leah's habit of entering his study without knocking or announcing herself. He closed his book, lifted his gaze, and accepted the note. It clearly enumerated the various losses suffered by the capital, shops, streets, and sculptures. Most devastating of all was the complete obliteration of the academy. On the day following the demon's demise, that old fellow Rachel finally returned from the magical metropolis. The academy, once a thriving institution, had vanished. And he surveyed the barren land and the vast pit before him with a subdued sigh. No one knew the complexity of emotion swirling within the heart of this great mage who had devoted his entire life to the academy. Although everyone recognized that it was Victor who had destroyed the academy, no one cast blame upon him. The battle with the demon made the academy's destruction inevitable. Victor's intervention merely hastened the outcome, swiftly eliminating the demon to ensure that the losses would not escalate further and that casualties would be minimized. Consequently, the charges against Devin Leeser have been conclusively established. His lifeless body was discovered outside the city gates, alongside the remains of several fallen knights. It appears that these knights may have cornered the fleeing Devin Leeser, yet he possessed enough strength to resist. In the ensuing struggle, he inflicted considerable harm upon his foes, ultimately resulting in mutual destruction. Laya waved the newspaper in her hand, which conveyed precisely this narrative. Victor felt little emotional upheaval. For him, Devin Leeser's fate held no significance. As he was already half dead, he calmly inquired, "What of the punishment for the Leeser family?" "There is indeed a consequence," Laya replied methodically, detailing everything to Victor. "The Leeser family has voluntarily agreed to bear the costs incurred by the capital, in addition to further penalties imposed by His Majesty. Compensation will be provided for all the mages and knights who participated in this conflict. Naturally, as you are also considered a mage, you are entitled to a share of this compensation. However, I believe you may not require it, thus I have allocated your portion to Henny." Laya stated this with a sense of authority, and Victor found it entirely unsurprising. Laya was a woman of reason. Yet her business acumen had necessitated a cultivation of ruthlessness and indifference, regardless of her underlying identity and the degree of her coldness. These were merely facades she donned to make necessary sacrifices for her family. In truth, she was quite sensitive. On that day following the battle, he had left early, ensuring Henny, who lay unconscious, was returned home. He had relayed everything to Laya, including Henny's plight. Laya had listened with sorrow and vowed to Victor that she would take good care of the unfortunate child. At that moment, Laya narrowed her eyes and remarked with an undertone of implication, the Leeser family is indeed wealthy. How many participated in the battle that day?" "There were thousands of mages alone within the academy. Based on a per capita compensation, that amounts to a staggering sum." Victor picked up his book once more, seemingly unwilling to squander a moment of reading time. He simply replied, "Wealth can avert disaster." "You are right. So what shall we employ to avert our family's misfortune?" Victor lapsed into silence for a moment. "A fiscal crisis? Did you hear that, Viga? From now on, you'll have no meat, only grains." The crow on the table lifted its head, casting an unsparing glance at Victor, expressing its discontent. "I was merely jesting," he added lightly. Observing Victor's reaction, Laya felt quite pleased. Recently, she had noted Victor's burgeoning arrogance and had long desired to temper his sharpness. The shop of curiosities had reopened, and following the recent conflict with the demons, its reputation had soared. Each day, their stock would be utterly depleted by the mages. Some even inquired if more could be sold in a single day. Reflecting on this, Laya couldn't help but laugh. Potions created at nearly no cost could be sold for 1,000 geo each, with daily earnings of 50,000 geo. That amounted to 150,000 geo by month's end. In the most lucrative half-year, Clavina's earnings barely exceeded 5 million. Truly, the mages are affluent individuals. I find myself compelled to express my gratitude to that demon. Heavens, I must apologize for such thoughts. Laya excitedly waved her hand, her eyes shimmering with the allure of wealth. Victor remained silent, offering no response. Unfazed by Victor's puppet-like demeanor, Laya continued, "And don't forget, I exerted considerable effort in this matter. It would be unreasonable not to reward me." Her joy was palpable. Indeed, as Laya asserted, her contribution to the conviction of Devin Leeser was indispensable. The journalists encircling the academy, awaiting first-hand news, were orchestrated by Laya. She skillfully wielded media pressure to compel the Leeser family to confess. Even though the Leeser family had preemptively discarded the burden of Devin, they could not evade the severe repercussions from the royal family under the weight of public scrutiny. In summary, it was a win-win situation, except for the Leeser family. Victor still did not lift his gaze, calmly nodding before inquiring, "So, what do you desire?" 50%, Laya exclaimed, extending her palm to illustrate the number 5. Shaking it animatedly, "You must allocate at least half of the monthly profits from the shop to me." Victor, feeling a headache coming on, closed his book and fixed his gaze upon Laya. 80%, he stated. Laya was taken aback, her brow furrowing in confusion. "What do you mean?" I can indeed offer you 80% of the profits. I require some funds, otherwise, I have no objection to you claiming all the revenue from the shop. As it is, after all, our family's enterprise. Leia stood momentarily stunned, staring at the indifferent Victor, her mouth agape, struggling for words. Are you serious? Victor nodded. He spoke the truth. He genuinely needed a portion of the money to further his studies in the subsequent fourth-tier magic. However, there was no need to elaborate to Leia. Moreover, one day he would inevitably pass on the position of Clavina's head to her. But what if he found himself in need of funds later? He would simply ask Leia. After all, the money spent would be from their own family as coffers. Do not regard me with such naive eyes. You are, after all, managing the Clavina territory. Leia failed to grasp the underlying implication of Victor's words. She lowered her head slightly, her demeanor becoming somewhat bashful. I have wanted to ask this before, but no, forget it. Leia took a deep breath, seemingly attempting to regain her composure. Soon, she resumed her previous assertiveness. Fixing her gaze on Victor. 80% was your own proposition. Do not go back on your word. Here, take this. Leia tossed a pouch from her bosom. And Victor caught it deftly. He weighed it in his hands. It still bore a hint of warmth, the coins within clinking together, emanating a sound reminiscent of wealth. What is this money for? Victor asked, surprised, only to hear Leia casually reply, Kefra, for reasons unknown, handed Gwen a hefty sum of money, saying it was to be passed on to you. So much money. Have you extorted it from Kivra? Victor found himself at a loss regarding Leia's thoughts. Yet he accepted the money with a sigh. He casually remarked to Vega beside him, It's all right. Your share of the funds is secured. Leia, receiving no satisfactory answer from Victor, muttered, If you hadn't promised me 80% of the profits, I would have kept this money hidden for myself. However, I no longer require this trifling amount. With that, she gracefully swayed her waist and made her way towards the door. As she left, she casually added, By the way, that poor little girl still hasn't awakened, and I'm a bit concerned. If you have the time, don't forget to check on her. With a loud bang, the study door was forcefully shut. Vega's expression shifted back to one of humanity, revealing signs of anger. What do you mean, Victor? Are you going to cut my food allowance just because you're out of money? I thought you wouldn't be petty about such things. Victor merely pulled out a book again, resuming his reading. I've been asking repeatedly, what do you intend to achieve by flipping through these worthless tomes? Why not just ask me directly if you have any questions? Vega inquired, somewhat puzzled. It seemed as if he was pursuing some progress, unwilling to relax for even a moment. I am now a fourth-tier mage, Victor stated enigmatically, leaving Vega bewildered. What of it? Even if you level up a few more tiers, I can still answer your questions. Vega, naturally, was unaware. As a player, Victor could directly spend geos to learn magic. Consequently, despite being a fourth-tier mage, he was only capable of using the fourth-tier magic that his subordinate, the source of fire, had intuitively grasped. He knew none of the others. Furthermore, the cost of fourth-tier magic was exorbitant, so when the voice echoed in his mind, Read for 100 hours to acquire the skill Wisdom's Heart, Victor closed the book and said nonchalantly, All right, no need to continue reading. Vega responded. Victor glanced at the new passive line in his skill bar. Wisdom's Heart 1 reduces material and geos costs by 50 when learning skills. Indeed, Victor was grinding for skills, otherwise he wouldn't be monotonously poring over books. Go check on Henny, Victor declared as he rose. With a crow quickly flapping its wings to perch on his shoulder, Victor lamented, It's quite strange to possess knowledge yet be unable to learn magic. Upon uttering this, Vega shot a surprised glance at Victor. Honestly, I thought you had already known about this. Now it was Victor's turn to be astonished. He turned to Vega, displaying a rare look of confusion. Then Vega's voice broke the silence. Henny, she's a succubus. Chapter 54. May I embrace you? Victor was taken aback by this revelation, his body stiffening slightly as if he had witnessed a shocking sight for the first time, prompting Vega to feel somewhat surprised as well. So, you didn't know Henny was a succubus? Why would I? Victor was certainly aware of the existence of succubi. They are exclusively female beings that absorb male energy through indescribable acts to enhance their magical prowess. The more experienced the succubus, the more formidable her power becomes. Thus, the fact that Henny, devoid of any magical essence, suddenly reminded Victor of a term, the shame of a succubus. It seemed that she was oblivious to this fact. In truth be told, I only recently discovered it myself. Vega pecked at her feathers and spoke slowly, after the demon that had possessed Henny departed. The succubus aura within her began to manifest gradually. After all, in certain respects, succubi are a branch of demons. However, Victor's oversight of this detail surprised Vigga, who had assumed that Victor was already well aware of such trivialities. Yet Henny's demeanor was unmistakably that of a normal human. When have you ever seen a normal person's eyes possess yellow pupils that glow? Frankly, when she opens her eyes at night, they shine brighter than a light bulb. Vigga remarked in exasperation. Nevertheless, Henny did not exhibit any discernible succubus traits, so Vigga continued. Henny is likely a half-blood succubus. It remains uncertain what creature intermingled with a succubus to produce her, but she must be human. Succubi can reproduce asexually, for they are solely female and cannot conceive through mutual encounters with other succubi. However, they can breed with other species. While succubi can often transform into forms that appeal to any species, once a succubus mates with another creature, the offspring's appearance will adhere to that of the species. Indeed, even if a succubus were to mate with a gorilla, the result would simply be a female gorilla succubus. Victor pondered this for a considerable time. If that were the case, Henny's origins aligned perfectly. Liao had investigated Henny's background and found that she had grown up in an orphanage, devoid of parental figures since childhood. Succubi are not known for their maternal instincts. After indulging in pleasure, they tend to abandon their offspring carelessly, moving on to seek further gratification. Whether the child survives is of no concern to them. As for the father, he was likely drained of vitality long ago. In other words, Victor fell silent for a moment. Yes, it would be nearly impossible for her to become a mage through conventional means. Vigga scrutinized Victor and taunted. That's why I said, didn't you already know about this? After all, our esteemed Victor possesses quite a substantial magical strength. Victor swiftly acclimated to this revelation and regained his composure. He then said matter-of-factly, this is of no assistance to me. As a pragmatic player, Victor had little interest in matters that bore no utility. After all, as a power leveler, his focus lay on efficiency rather than experience. Thus, he naturally did not concern himself with whether Henny was a succubus. That was merely her race and bore no relevance to her individuality. Lacking magical aptitude, her knowledge was already invaluable. Upon hearing this, Vigga smiled mischievously, her thoughts concealed in the depths of her mind. Henny lay in bed, slowly opening her eyes. Her body felt weak, as if burdened by a heavy stone, and her mind was clouded with discomfort and pain. This was to be expected, given her gnawing hunger. How long had she been unconscious? She could not tell. All she could perceive was the softness of the large bed beneath her, an exquisite comfort. The spacious room was a sight she had never dared to dream of. Yet, why did everything around her seem so familiar? A faint, delicate fragrance wafted into her nostrils. Suddenly, it dawned on Henny, her eyes widening in realization. Was this the guest room of Professor Victor's home? How did she know? Because she had once slept here before. That was merely the second day after meeting the professor, yet it had etched itself into Henny's cherished memories. It was during that brief morning that she had come to view Victor as a profoundly gentle professor. In her heart, he shone like a brilliant star. Yes, Henny idolized him. Victor had fulfilled all her fantasies about a mage, powerful, composed, mysterious, and tender. The professor saved me for someone like me. In an instant, Henny felt her cheeks flush, biting her lower lip, burying her head into the soft quilt, as if lost in some daydream, her fingers clenching the fabric tightly. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. Henny instantly became alert, hurriedly lying back down, pulling the quilt over herself, her eyes tightly shut, pretending to be in a deep slumber. The door creaked open, and someone entered the room. Though she could not see, Henny's intuition told her that the person was assessing her. The footsteps drew closer, stopping beside the bed. Henny yearned to open her eyes and discern the identity of the visitor, but her earlier sense of unease held her back. After what felt like an eternity of silence, just as Henny was on the verge of losing her composure, the quilt was abruptly yanked away, sending a chill through her body. She widened her eyes, clutching a corner of the quilt tightly. Raising her head to face the visitor, she found a stoic visage, devoid of any expression, as if merely performing an ordinary task. Professor. Henny's face turned a deep crimson, and she hastily seized the quilt to cover her form. Victor, expressionless, showed no change in demeanor as he took a seat on the chair beside the bed. When did you wake up? Henny managed to cover half her face with the quilt, her cheeks ablaze like a steamy locomotive, daring only to peek at Victor with her eyes. Just now, Victor replied with a nod. Then change your clothes and tidy yourself up. Henny felt a surge of embarrassment and indignation, fearing that Victor had somehow discerned her earlier thoughts. Yet, all he said was, I had the servant prepare some porridge for you. You can only consume soft food for now, so do not forget to eat and replenish your strength. Moreover, the academy has been destroyed, and it will take several days to restore it. During this time, you need not return to the academy. You may stay with me for as long as you wish. Once we return, I will recommend you for the title of associate professor to the principal, allowing you to conduct your own classes. Victor methodically outlined the various arrangements to Henny, his tone leaving no room for refusal, too swift for Henny to process. Henny lowered her grip on the blanket, revealing her face. Due to several days of coma-induced malnutrition, her complexion was somewhat pale, invoking a sense of compassion in others. Even the slightest blush could not add any color to her cheeks. She appeared dazed, uncertain of the emotions swirling within her. She longed to extend her arms and embrace him, even though she knew the chasm between them was insurmountable. Professor. Victor's gaze remained calm as he regarded her. Gathering a modicum of courage, she lowered her head and voiced a long-held, yet audacious request. May I hug you? However, upon uttering those words, she recoiled like a startled fawn, daring not to meet Victor's eyes, hastily adding, I am sorry. Professor, my request is utterly unreasonable. Please disregard it. In the next moment, Henny's eyes widened. Before she could finish, a broad, sturdy embrace enveloped her, and when she looked up, all she could see was the dark lining of his overcoat. The scent emanating from his chest enveloped her senses, immersing her in a profound yearning. She reached out, attempting to reciprocate the embrace, wishing to freeze time in that singular moment. Yet, the hug was fleeting. Victor withdrew before she could fully embrace him. He was like an elegant gentleman, neither rejecting a woman's modest request nor overstepping boundaries with any inappropriate behavior. Henny gazed at Victor, but his figure gradually blurred. Noble was the only word that remained in her hazy vision. Elegant, mysterious, and extraordinarily noble. This term suited Victor perfectly. If there is anything else, seek the maid at the door, Victor remarked as he opened the guest room door and departed like a gentle breeze. Henny was left astonished, her face flushed with embarrassment. She buried her face back into the blanket, yet the image of Victor embracing her lingered in her mind. A warm current surged within her, filling her with immense happiness. HM? Henny felt something was amiss as she crawled out from under the covers, extending a hand with her palm flat before her. As was customary, she began to attempt to construct a magic formation with her hands. Logically, such an endeavor would lead to failure for one devoid of magical power. However, this time, luminous green patterns gradually materialized in the air, coalescing into a complete formation. A faint, small whirlwind began to swirl from her palm. A cool breeze caressed the tips of Henny's hair, carrying a hint of chill. Am I a mage now? Henny felt a slight dampness on her cheeks. Unconsciously, 2 streams of tears traced down her face. Chapter 55. Remember to close the door when changing clothes. Early in the morning, Victor strolled through the estate. Having attained the heart of the sage, he no longer needed to read to pass the time. The first level of the heart of the sage was more than sufficient for his needs. To advance to the next level would require an arduous 300 hours of reading, a daunting prospect. Furthermore, with the school having been bombed, he was free from attending classes and found himself in a state of boredom, despite often slacking off while at school. Accompanied by Viga, he walked through their garden, treading along a path strewn with pink petals, venturing deeper into the floral sanctuary. As they meandered, a familiar, diminutive figure caught his eye. It was Henny, nearly submerged by blossoms, her head occasionally peeking out from beneath a variety of flowers, resembling a lively and enchanting flower sprite. So engrossed was she in her task that she seemed oblivious to Victor's presence. Victor, too, refrained from greeting her, intending to pass by quietly. However, Viga halted him. Hey, don't leave just yet. Take a look at her. Heeding the crow's advice, Victor turned his gaze toward Henny. What he beheld was astonishing. In the palm of Henny's hand, she had conjured a small blue magical circle. A gentle stream of water flowed forth, seemingly materializing from thin air. As she employed her magic to tend to the flowers, Victor pondered, while Viga blinked in confusion, remarking nonsensically, "Do you have a male servant at home?" The answer was undoubtedly no. Victor preferred tranquility and had only brought a few maids from the estate. The manor in the capital even lacked a butler. Understanding Viga's implication, Victor recognized that a succubus could not cultivate magical power independently. Yet, how could Henny have possibly found someone to assist her in just a day? Moreover, she was not the kind to engage carelessly. Intrigued, Victor approached her. Henny continued to experiment with her magic, crafting small magical circles in her hands, akin to a child joyfully exploring a new toy. What is going on? Upon hearing the inquiry from behind, Henny was startled, causing the magical circle to dissipate uncontrollably. Victor, standing behind her, witnessed this scene unfold. He could discern that Hermione's magical reserves were alarmingly low, akin to a barrel containing only a thin film of water. After her initial shock, Hermione turned to see Victor and was visibly delighted. Eager to share her newfound joy, she exclaimed, "Professor, I have magical power now. I can use magic." It was evident that she was ecstatic, hoping for Victor's praise. However, this only deepened Victor's confusion. Hermione continued to chatter excitedly. "I don't know what happened. After you left yesterday, I just felt a surge of magic within me." Victor fell into a peculiar state of contemplation, pondering where he had encountered such a phenomenon before. The character Henny has never made an appearance in the game, leaving Victor at a loss to explain this anomaly. Could it be a misjudgment on your part? This was the only thought that crossed Victor's mind, yet Viga merely retorted, "I could never be mistaken." Stubborn Viga would never admit fault, for the divine is always correct. Victor chose not to ponder further. He lowered his gaze to Henny and nodded, offering her a compliment. "Well done." Instinctively, he extended his arm to pat her shoulder, but upon noticing the expectation in her eyes, he hesitated and instead ruffled her hair gently. A profound sense of happiness surged within him, as Henny felt a warm, comforting flow emanating from her core. At that moment, however, Viga fixated intently on Henny. Sensitive to magical energies, it sensed an enhancement of power emanating from her. What transpired? Was Victor able to amplify her magic simply by touching her head? If that were the case, why had he not experienced a similar effect from his daily interactions? Viga was eager to investigate this peculiar situation, yet Victor had already taken it away. Before departing, Henny cheerfully waved goodbye to Victor. Once they had walked a distance, Viga bent down to Victor and remarked, "Something is amiss with her. Is that what you think?" Victor retorted, somewhat exasperated. From the player's perspective, when engaging in physical contact or entering a combat state, one could see the levels of others. Lacking magical energy, Henny's level had always remained at 0. However, today, the moment Victor touched Henny, he observed her level rise to 1. Yet, as soon as his hand left the top of her head, it promptly leveled up. Victor recalled that just yesterday, before leaving, he had embraced Henny, which also constituted physical contact. Was Henny's level increase connected to his touch? Viga suggested. "It might be a coincidence, but I still recommend you test it again." Test it again? The thought of Henny potentially seeking his embrace and head pats daily, combined with her succubus lineage, struck him as rather peculiar. A pure-hearted succubus? Victor murmured to himself, dismissing the thought and exiting the garden. Upon returning to the mansion, Victor passed by Leah's room. The door was slightly ajar, and curiosity compelled him to glance inside, where he caught sight of Leah holding a dress, measuring it against herself. Suddenly, a voice called from the doorway, "Next time you change clothes, remember to close the door." Leah retorted, "You come to bother me when I'm not working? Are you unwell, Victor?" The sound of her irritation filled the room as she tossed the dress onto the bed and stormed to the door. "I am merely selecting a dress. I'm not ready to change yet. And why are you still clad in that outdated black coat? Do you not know what today is for?" Victor was well aware. To celebrate the victory of the Demon War, Emperor Oberly had arranged today's grand banquet. The banquet was unprecedented in grandeur, a spectacle typically reserved for significant holidays or the emperor's birthday. Naturally, all nobles of rank were expected to attend. Victor, however, felt little inclination to participate. His interest in such gatherings was minimal. The mere thought of the banquet brought to mind the day preceding his arrival in this realm. He pondered the circumstances that had led him to confess to Erica. Was it merely a coincidental misunderstanding, or was there a deliberate design behind it? This remained an enigma. It was also possible that the original Victor possessed a certain lasciviousness. Thus, he spoke up. "Why can't you go by yourself?" "Not a chance. Victor, I must remind you. You represent the Clavina family," Leah warned, her finger pressing against Victor's chest. "Moreover, today's banquet is centered around you. It is inconceivable for the main guest to be absent." Indeed, all the nobles in the capital were aware that although the banquet was ostensibly in celebration of the victory over the Demon War, it was, in reality, a signal from the royal family to draw closer to Victor. As the youngest fourth-tier mage capable of summoning meteors, he alone could hold the demons at bay. This established Victor's formidable and astonishing prowess in the eyes of the entire capital. The Emperor, too, would undoubtedly recognize Victor's worth. Victor understood that although he had previously declined the Emperor's offer, this time it would not be so simple. The Emperor was hosting a grand banquet to publicly bestow honors upon Victor, thereby promoting an image of camaraderie between Victor and the royal family. There was no harm in fostering a closer relationship with the royals. It could serve to benefit Victor in the long run. He was aware that the old emperor had not many years left, yet until then, Emperor Aubrey remained a valuable ally. Hurry and change your clothes. The banquet is at the palace, and we must depart this afternoon, Leia urged, her impatience evident. Why go so early? The banquet doesn't start until evening. Observing Victor's relaxed demeanor only heightened Leia's frustration. I still need to select my dress, do my makeup, and as your family member, I must also have an audience with the emperor beforehand. Furthermore, I have this month's financial reports from the territory to attend to. All these matters awaited Leia's resolution, while Victor seemed to have no responsibilities, living freely each day. In stark contrast, Leia felt a sense of despair at her own burdens, and seeing Victor still standing there only fueled her irritation. Go change your clothes. Before Leia could finish her sentence, a vivid crimson flame erupted from Victor's cloak, enveloping him in a swirling inferno. As the flames subsided, his cloak transformed into a sleek black suit. Delicate red fragments adorned the black fabric, with shimmering crimson patterns tracing the seams. A few strands of red crystal chains hung from his right shoulder, and it appeared as if tiny flames danced around him. Leia was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Victor in formal attire, lost in admiration. How handsome, she murmured. It is often said that one's appearance is greatly enhanced by attire, and Victor, already striking, exuded an even greater sense of noble elegance in his formal wear. Victor replied nonchalantly, "Thank you for the compliment." Leia's cheeks flushed slightly as she rolled her eyes and retorted, "I meant your magic. It is indeed both impressive and convenient." Victor shared her sentiment. The magic that allowed for automatic clothing changes was undeniably remarkable. The essence of fire from Gulitan could solidify fire elements into various forms, and thus, his attire was also crafted from fire elements. With the essence of fire, Victor no longer needed to contemplate the hassle of changing clothes. He could wear whatever he desired. After perusing these thoughts, Leia forcefully ushered him out of her room. All right, just hurry up and leave. You've changed, but I'm not ready yet." With a loud bang, the door slammed shut, startling Vega and causing his fur to bristle. Standing outside, Victor shrugged and adjusted his suit, scrutinizing it before asking Vega on his shoulder, "Do I look dashing?" The method of changing clothes was indeed quite stylish. In the afternoon, Victor stood in the training grounds, wielding an ordinary iron sword with ease. Each swipe was light and graceful, and to an unknowing observer, he might have seemed like a seasoned swordsman. Indeed, Victor had begun to practice swordsmanship. Having finished his reading and with little else to occupy his time, he decided to hone skills in other professions. As he practiced, he noticed Leia rushing towards him. "Finally found you." Leia exhaled in relief. Then, looking bewildered, inquired, "What are you doing with a sword? Aren't you a mage?" Victor offered no elaborate explanation. He merely sheathed the sword and hung it on the wall, turning to Leia and asking, "What's the matter?" Leia's expression was somewhat troubled as she quickly replied, "You can only attend the banquet alone. I must return to the territory for a while." Chapter 56. Oh no. I've become the imperial teacher. What happened? Victor asked, intrigued. Leia had been quite looking forward to this banquet. If it were merely a trivial matter, she would not have expressed herself so. Biting her lip, she said with some displeasure, "There have been some issues with the business on the other side of the territory. You'll need to see for yourself." As she spoke, she produced this month's financial report and handed it to Victor. He accepted the document and listened as Leia continued. "I intended to find you in the study for your signature, but you were absent. After inquiring, I discovered you had come to the training grounds to practice swordplay." Although Leia managed the territory, Victor, as the head of the household, was still required to sign off on matters in name. Victor reviewed the document and was about to sign when he noticed something peculiar in the section regarding grain revenue. The earnings were dismally low, barely shy of openly declaring embezzlement. He noted the name on the right, Chia. "Now you understand why I need to return?" Leia's frown showed no signs of easing. Contemplating that name, Victor asked, "What is the background of this individual? The name does not seem typical of someone from the Empire." Indeed, he is a merchant of grain hailing from the neighboring kingdom. The previous grain vendor returned home to raise his children, and it was he who recommended this newcomer. For the past few months, everything had proceeded without issue. However, for reasons unknown, complications have arisen this month. Victor has begun to establish some certainty regarding the situation. The name Chia, while somewhat familiar to him, leaves Victor uncertain if it refers to the same individual, as the recurrence of names is notably high. Although the game does not feature duplicate names, one cannot view the current circumstances through the lens of gameplay. After all, Henny had not appeared in the main storyline either. He cannot guarantee that the Cha who has emerged now is the same as the one from the game. In his recollections, Cha belonged to the mercenary band of the Kingdom of Kant, a soldier of the warrior class, akin to a minor lord. Victor's knowledge of him stems from encountering him during various side quests, where he initially presents himself as a downcast soldier seeking the player's assistance in reclaiming his weapons and armor. Chu appears as a Navi and righteous warrior. However, once the player aids him in recovering his armor and silver sword and then proceeds to a designated isle, they discover his true nature. There, he kills the player and takes their heart to enhance his dark magic. Victor rapped on the account ledger, his finger striking emphatically on the name in question. Is it possible to locate this individual directly? I have already instructed the subordinates of the territory to apprehend him, hoping he has not yet fled. Nodding at Leah's words, Victor acknowledged that, as a minor lord, many players have encountered him. As a professional player, he has also undertaken numerous tasks related to this character. He has lost count of how many times he has engaged with this quest. But the most vivid memory is of the equipment known as the Evil Knight that invariably drops upon his demise. This weapon is a pitch-black shield. Its patterns grotesquely twisted by magic. Despite its ominous appearance, it is renowned within the player community for its exceptional utility. It possesses the ability to deflect attacks, allowing players to strike when their adversaries lose balance. Not only does it inflict significant damage, but it also greatly diminishes the enemy's resilience, rendering them susceptible to a state of rigidity. Many players pursue this encounter solely for this prized equipment, due to its overwhelming effectiveness, particularly in ranked ladder modes. When both players equip this circular shield, a peculiar scenario often unfolds. Both parties stand motionless, shields raised, waiting for the moment to counter. Consequently, the developers weaken this item, leading to its decline in prominence. Nevertheless, if it is indeed that individual, why has he chosen to infiltrate the Empire at this time, masquerading as a grain merchant within their territory? Moreover, he audaciously embezzles substantial amounts, nearly inscribing his intentions within the financial reports, practically inviting others to capture him. This is a blatant indication of intent. Victor shook his head, unable to fathom Cha's motivations. However, since clarity eludes him, it would suffice to capture him and conduct a thorough interrogation. Victor, intrigued by his equipment, signed the ledger and returned it to Leah, casually remarking, "The gown is ready, and the carriage has long been prepared. Let us proceed to the palace." Leah, receiving the ledger, was somewhat perplexed by Victor's words. "Did you not hear what I just said? I must hasten back to the territory." Victor patted her shoulder and replied, "After we return from the palace, I shall accompany you." Leah, taken aback, watched as Victor departed ahead of her, muttering under her breath, "What madness is this?" She did not believe that Victor was concerned for her safety, nor did she perceive any imminent danger. She was no fool. She was well aware of the implications that Victor had discerned. Someone was targeting the Clavena family. Shrugging, Leah recalled the incident at the prop shop that had been vandalized. Leon had returned to the territory early to begin preparations. However, it seemed necessary to inform Leon of the change in plans. Before long, Leah had donned her gown and joined Victor in the carriage en route to the palace. Since they were to meet with the Emperor ahead of schedule, arrangements had already been made at the palace gates. A confidential envoy escorted them to a side chamber within the palace, where they found Emperor Aubrey. The elderly ruler had been waiting for quite some time, appearing drowsy from the prolonged wait. Upon noticing a young girl beside the Emperor, Victor perceived that she appeared younger than Erica, perhaps only 15 or 16. "Your Majesty, the Victor siblings have arrived," he announced. Aubrey opened his eyes and, upon seeing Victor, his once clouded gaze sharpened with clarity. He gestured for them to approach. "Your Majesty," Victor and Leah bowed in unison, adhering to the necessary courtesies before the Emperor. The old monarch waved his hand dismissively. Having reached an advanced age, he no longer concerned himself with such formalities. He drew the girl beside him closer, a remarkably beautiful child, her youthful countenance adorned with delicate features. "This is my youngest daughter, Aurelia Ansall." The Emperor's offspring were few, comprising only 3 children, 2 princes and the girl before them. "Aurelia." Victor and Leah placed a hand over their hearts and bowed again. "We are honored to meet Her Highness, the princess." The young princess appeared timid, shyly retreating behind her father. The Emperor smiled at her, explaining, "This child has lived in the palace since her infancy, seldom encountering others, despite her abundant talent. Her shyness has hindered her from attending school. We have even invited several mages to teach her magic, yet the results were lackluster. The instructors would often claim they had nothing more to teach after only a few days. Leah cast a thoughtful glance at the young princess, pondering the matter. Was it truly a case of high talent rather than the inability of the mages to instruct? Naturally, the emperor's children possessed remarkable gifts. And even if they failed to impart substantial knowledge, Aubrey would likely attribute the shortcoming to the teachers. I had considered asking Reeve to serve as Aurelia's tutor, but he consistently professes that he is not suited for teaching and has declined the offer. At this point, Aubrey chuckled, shaking his head. Naturally, he would not believe the nonsense that Levi spouted. However, Victor discerned the emperor's implicit intentions. Even Leah was taken aback, casting a surprised glance at Victor. The emperor had indeed invested significantly in winning over Victor. The notion that he could not find a tutor might merely have been a compliment. But the astute Leah quickly grasped the old emperor's scheme. Sure enough, the emperor's next words were, "Victor, may I request you to be the private tutor for this child?" Upon hearing this, Leah eagerly exchanged knowing glances with Victor, wishing fervently that she could pry Victor's mouth open and have him agree on the spot. Although she was uncertain why the emperor favored Victor, any connection to the royal family would catapult the Clavina family to unprecedented heights. Let others harbor resentment towards the nobility? They could indulge in their disdain. Yet, Victor's response was astonishing, leaving Leah fuming with irritation. "Your Majesty, forgive my boldness, but I need to contemplate this matter." The emperor fell silent, perplexed by Victor's refusal. It was an opportunity beyond the wildest dreams of any ordinary person for the royal family to extend an olive branch to the nobility. Even if Victor was a fourth-tier mage, he could scarcely have imagined such a scenario. Of course, Victor had never entertained such thoughts. If anyone believed that attaining the fourth tier would grant him the power to look down upon the empire, they were gravely mistaken. Aligning oneself with the empire undoubtedly came with myriad advantages, even for Victor. However, the crux of the matter lay in Victor's gaze, which swept over the young princess. Aurelian Soul. No, she should be referred to as Soul 9, the eternal sorceress. That would be her future epithet. If reaching the fourth tier could earn one the title of catastrophe mage, then her might would transcend any calamity. No one knew the source of her formidable strength. Yet 2 years hence, after the emperor's demise, the 17-year-old Aurelian Soul would dismantle all obstacles to ascend as the new emperor of the empire. She would be the first empress of the Calencia Empire, possessing foreign blood. Aurelian Soul's mother was the daughter of a duke from the Kant kingdom, and she was the product of a political marriage. Yet at this moment, Victor was loath to ponder the intricacies of politics. Presently, the 15-year-old Aurelian Soul appeared to be a harmless little girl. She seemed somewhat disheartened by Victor's refusal, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. However, who could discern that this was merely her fade? The deeper Victor delved into the narrative, the more apprehensive he became of this future empress. Her possessiveness was exceedingly potent. Once she claimed something as her own, she would rather destroy it than relinquish it to another. Thus, he held immense admiration for the future Victor, who would manage to engage in a delicate balance with such a formidable entity, nearly toppling the empire's regime in the process. Nevertheless, it was not Victor's style to simply decline. His pride as a seasoned player and his profound understanding of this game compelled him never to yield to anyone in this world. Moreover, he still had 2 years remaining. Thus, he addressed the emperor, saying 2.5 years. Emperor Oberly, perplexed, furrowed his brow. "I shall serve as Her Highness's private magic instructor, but only for 2.5 years. After that period, I shall voluntarily resign from this position." Chapter 57. The Empire's most influential connection. When Victor mentioned the duration of 2.5 years, Leah was momentarily taken aback. Likewise, confusion arose within her heart. Why specify a time frame if one had already consented? She yearned to inquire what Victor intended to accomplish and wished he could exhibit a modicum of rationality. Yet, upon hearing Victor's words, Emperor Oberly laughed heartily, his eyes twinkling as he regarded Victor. "Indeed, 2.5 years?" Victor offered a slight bow to the emperor and earnestly responded, 2.5 years is ample time for Her Highness to absorb all my knowledge. Beyond that, it would be impolite for me to remain." Upon hearing Victor's explanation, Oberly clapped his hands against the armrests of his chair, laughing uproariously. In his excitement, he coughed between chuckles, prompting his attendants to rush forward and pat his back. Oberly waved his hand, signaling the attendants to step back. "Victor, the more I observe you, the more I admire you. How can you be so astute?" Oberly Soul, the mightiest figure of the empire, was acutely aware of his own physical condition. In truth, He knew that within a mere 2 years, he would succumb to a lack of vitality. The brevity of his lifespan was a consequence of an ailment contracted in his youth, a hurdle that every formidable warrior must inevitably face. Unlike mages, warriors could not harness magical energy to cast spells. They relied on their own robust vitality to bolster their physical prowess, though sustenance and proper rest could replenish their vitality. The consumption was immense. Moreover, burning vitality granted warriors extraordinary strength, enabling them to challenge foes beyond their level, albeit at the cost of their own lifespan. As Emperor, Oberli's exploits had been largely unearthed by the players. At the tender age of 17, Oberli's soul had already risen to become a valiant general of the Empire. Alone, he vanquished a colossal dragon that had wrought calamity upon the land, skinning the beast to fashion armor as a reward for his triumph. In his prime, Oberli was even more formidable. He once survived a direct confrontation with a 4th-tier malevolent sorcerer wielding world-destroying magic. Though his flesh was torn and ligaments shattered, he miraculously recovered within days, thanks to his remarkable healing ability. The current state of Emperor Oberli was a result of excessive vitality expenditure in his youth without timely recuperation. Perhaps his overly combative nature contributed to this fate. The warrior profession is notoriously short-lived, and even an emperor is not exempt from this reality. This explains why his contemporary, Levi, appeared so youthful, while the aging emperor resembled a candle flickering in the wind. Nevertheless, he had never harbored regrets. He gazed at Victor with a smile and remarked, "Your father was once my most exceptional subordinate in his youth. Until the day I ascended the throne, I rewarded all my loyal subjects. However, when it came to him, he only requested a parcel of land. I inquired about his title, asking if he did not desire a higher status. He shook his head and replied that merely being a noble was sufficient for him. After that, he departed from the royal capital and returned to his fields, and we never crossed paths again." This revelation, which even Laia had never heard of, left her astonished. She had never known that her father had such a history. Victor remained expressionless as he listened to the old emperor recount the past. 20 years passed until I finally received news of his passing. Victor, you are his child. And in the end, he bequeathed that land to you. Oberlin sighed, seemingly exerting too much force, and then coughed sharply twice. You were even more exceptional and remarkably intelligent than he was, yet knowing when to advance and retreat is not always a virtue. At times, seeking favor and influence may not necessarily be a misstep. Just like the razors, regardless of the magnitude of their errors, as long as they possess justification. I shall protect them. Oberlin opened his eyes and addressed Victor. Victor, I shall present you with a choice, 2.5 years. Or, Victor placed his hand over his heart and bowed solemnly. Your Majesty, within 2.5 years, I shall do my utmost. Oberlin sighed again. Though there was a hint of satisfaction in his demeanor, he affectionately patted the little princess's head and said with a smile, Alas, this child is not fortunate. I hope that during these 2.5 years, you can fulfill your duties. The last statement was directed at Victor. Victor remained silent, and Oberlin knew he had acquiesced. You may wait for me outside. Allow me to converse with the child for a while. When I emerge, join me for the banquet. Laia and Victor agreed. Once the two had departed, Aurelia looked at Oberlin with a puzzled expression. Father, why do you want him to be my teacher? I do not particularly like him. Why? Oberlin chuckled, watching Aurelia nibble on her finger, utterly adorable. I find him rather aloof. He must be the type of stern teacher. And I do not favor excessive strictness. However, he can protect you and help you become stronger. Oberlin affectionately ruffled Aurelia's hair as he noticed her expression growing more perplexed. But I have you, father. Isn't that enough? You are so powerful. Oberlin gazed at her, his eyes filled with tender concern. My child, I cannot protect you for a lifetime. No one can. Laia and Victor patiently waited outside the door, and when they saw no one around, Laia directly asked, What you mentioned earlier about considering, do you truly intend to decline the Emperor's invitation? Victor did not respond. Laia understood and felt anxious, pressing, Why? Do you not realize that it is the Emperor's invitation? Some people spend their entire lives seeking such an opportunity, and you wish to refuse it? Laia, you are a merchant. You understand that all goods possess value. Victor took out a pocket watch to check the time and said to her, What do you believe is my worth in the eyes of His Majesty? Via paused, contemplating for a moment before responding, given your extraordinary abilities. Your worth must surely be considerable, especially since he chose you to be the princess's tutor. After all, she is a princess, a rarity to behold. What about my value compared to His Majesty's relatives? Victor inquired. Leah furrowed her brow and retorted, "That is utterly unequal. How could you even compare yourself to the Emperor's kin?" Victor adjusted the hands of the watch, and Leah caught sight of a line of tiny text within it. Words formed by magic gradually magnifying in her vision. His Majesty has but 2 years left. Leah's eyes widened in shock, and she stifled her voice. They were in the palace, and even in solitude, discussing the Emperor's mortality was forbidden. So, this 2.5 years means that for the following 6 months, I will still be the princess's tutor, Victor concluded, and in that instant, Leah understood. She was a merchant, yet as the acting lord of her family. She was equally a shrewd politician. Was Victor valuable? Astonishingly so. He had demonstrated his strength, and with the Emperor's commendation, his reputation soared to great heights. Even those who held a disdain for him were eager to curry his favor. What might the contenders for power think before the Emperor's demise? Whoever could secure the support of Clavina would possess a significant advantage. The Emperor wished to avert such a scenario. Thus, he sacrificed his youngest daughter, Aurelia, binding Victor to her as a tutor-student relationship. Consequently, neither the crown prince nor the second prince could contest Victor's allegiance. This bond was established by Emperor Aubrey, and none could defy his will, unless the Emperor were to pass. However, upon the Emperor's death, the newly enthroned monarch would no longer require Victor. Hence, Victor was destined to face reckoning. Those in power would not show mercy for the sake of their siblings. Aurelia might eventually be wed off, just as Lady Cassandra, the Emperor's sister, became a pawn in a political marriage. If Victor wished to evade this reckoning, he must prevent such an occurrence. Therefore, he had to oppose Aurelia's transition from princess status to safeguard the Clavina family. Thus, Victor designated this 2.5-year time frame. The new emperor would need to stabilize their power, and Victor would not immediately face reckoning, allowing him to protect Aurelia for another 6 months. After that, Victor would depart the palace, safeguarding his family's interests. Naturally, the new emperor would not perceive Victor as a threat. Leah pondered, realizing the depth of the emperor's words to Victor. She murmured, "How dark, truly dark." She had thought the intrigues among the nobility were already treacherous enough. Yet upon closer inspection, the royal family laid bare their hearts, all cloaked in darkness. "Do you not fear that in 2.5 years, His Majesty will hold you accountable?" Leah wished to inquire thus, yet refrained from articulating her thoughts. She was aware that Victor comprehended her intentions. Victor cast a lingering gaze upon Leah, shaking his head in response. "No, you are overly confident." Leah felt a tinge of disbelief. She had anticipated that ascending to royal status would be advantageous, only to find the reality tinged with both hope and apprehension. Naturally, she harbored concerns. The princess's tutor was a double-edged sword. If wielded effectively, the Clavina family could ascend to great heights. Conversely, failure to navigate this path wisely could lead to dire consequences once His Majesty stepped down, facing reckoning. 2.5 years is the assurance I have provided to His Majesty. Victor's calm voice resonated in Leah's ears, imbued with unwavering confidence. Leah momentarily froze, realizing that he had already brokered an agreement with the Emperor during their brief exchange. Within these 2.5 years, regardless of the antics of your progeny, no one could cast a covetous glance upon Aurelians. The same accord applied. Should anyone provoke the Clavina family, Victor would handle it himself. It was quite simple. For Victor had forged a connection with the royal family. Though the duration was but 2.5 years, he was aligned with the princess. In her name, he would settle all matters. Moreover, if he wished to elevate Clavina further, Victor abruptly interjected with an enigmatic statement. The ultimate victor has yet to be determined. Leah's eyes widened in disbelief as she regarded Victor. Did he intend to support? Before she could finish her thought, the grand doors behind her swung open unexpectedly. Aurelians emerged, arm in arm with the Emperor, exuding a shy yet sensitive aura that bore an air of mystery, while the Emperor himself radiated an aura of formidable strength. The father and daughter appeared in perfect harmony, their faces illuminated by the warmth of the night sky. Upon sighting the pair, Victor and Leah offered a slight bow in reverence. His Majesty smiled, nodding toward Victor and Leah. "Let us proceed. Victor, do not delay as your father did." Chapter 58. Has he entangled himself with a minor again? The room was aglow with light, resplendent with gold. Crimson silk drapes cascaded gracefully from above, reaching the palace floor. While the night sky filtered through the dome above, melodies from string instruments wafted through the air, enchanting every guest present. The banquet table was laden with exquisite delicacies. Awaiting the seating of the guests, nobles exchanged pleasantries and compliments, raising their goblets filled with fragrant ale in quiet anticipation of the evening's honored guest. Kefra stood beside Gwen, her wine glass raised high, her flowing purple hair complemented by her similarly hued gown, exuding an alluring charm. She navigated through the crowd of aristocrats and politicians, exchanging greetings with ease. Gwen, positioned behind Kefra, appeared somewhat uneasy, her legs tightly clasped around her gown, her body fidgeting restlessly. Noticing Gwen's peculiar demeanor, Kefra pulled her aside into a corner and inquired, "Little Gwen, what troubles you?" Gwen tugged at her gown, uneasily complaining, "Sister, why must I dress like this?" Typically clad in armor, even during her leisure hours, she felt utterly uncomfortable in the formal attire, as if subjected to torment. Moreover, "I was never informed that I should wear makeup," she grumbled at Kefra, who merely squinted her eyes and smiled benignly at her. "Come now. There's no sense in wearing armor to a banquet. You'll have to adapt to these matters sooner or later." However, Gwen, dissatisfied, pointed to her chest, exclaiming, "This area is far too constricting. It simply does not suit me." Kefra, despite the smile adorning her face, appeared less than pleased. She reached out, pinching Gwen's cheek with a forced smile, saying, "Whose fault is it that your wardrobe lacks even a single gown? This one is borrowed from your sister. Apologies if the fit is uncomfortable," she added, though Gwen, confused by her sister's irritation, fell silent, allowing Kefra to continue pinching her face like a hapless victim. Kefra finally released her grip and shrugged. "Do you not realize how lovely you appear? The noblemen are practically entranced by your beauty. If it weren't for the knowledge that you are Victor's fiancée, I dare say some would have approached you by now. I have no need for the attention of others." "Oh, but what harm is there in dressing beautifully? Perhaps when Victor sees you, his gaze will alter entirely," Kefra remarked, gently nudging Gwen. Upon hearing her sister mention Victor, Gwen felt a flush of embarrassment and turned her head away, retorting, "What Victor thinks is of no consequence to me." Kefra, aware of her sister's stubbornness, scoffed and turned her gaze elsewhere. At that moment, Duke Rivi was mingling among a group of mages, his demeanor radiating warmth. "Oh, how fair the Beck nobility." The elderly gentleman, leaning on his obsidian cane, nodded at Duke Rivi. Approaching the Duke, they raised their goblets in a toast. "Duke Rivi, it has been a while. I'm but an old relic. How could I be well? Yet you, it's hard to believe you are 60. Oh, where is your daughter?" Upon hearing the inquiry regarding Erica, Duke Rivi turned his gaze toward her, and the Beck noble followed suit. Observing Erica engaging effortlessly in conversation among the younger nobility, he smiled at the Duke, saying, "I truly envy you, Duke, for having such an illustrious offspring." Duke Rivi felt a swell of pride at the compliment. Even though he recognized it as flattery, the mention of his daughter filled him with immense satisfaction. Erica appeared at ease in the noble exchanges, her golden locks cascading over a silver gown, resembling a graceful swan adorned with a golden crown. A young nobleman was drawn to her enchanting presence. He too possessed golden locks and a strikingly handsome visage, adorned in resplendent attire. "Miss Erica, I am the eldest son of the Tia family, Peepole Tia. Might I have the honor of inviting you for a dance?" Erica did not shake her head, but rather responded politely, "I regret to inform you, Master Peepole, that I am already engaged." With a courteous nod, she departed, leaving him with a look of disappointment. In that moment, Erica returned to her father's side. Suddenly, the guests at the banquet ceased their conversations. Collectively drawn to the sound of a door opening, the music came to an abrupt halt. They lifted their gazes toward the second floor of the palace. The golden doors above slowly parted, revealing Emperor Oberly, who gradually made his entrance, accompanied by Aurelian clad in a silver gown. Following them was the head of the Clavina family, Victor Clavina, with his sister, Leah Clavina, trailing behind. Though Leah had attended numerous banquets, none had instilled such a sense of pride within her as this occasion. To walk in the emperor's wake, with the eyes of countless guests upon her, was exhilarating. The mere thought of it rendered her momentarily forgetful of how to walk. Her legs felt rigid, straining to support her and prevent her from faltering. After all, to stumble at such a moment would be an embarrassment before thousands. Leah was determined not to allow that to happen. She understood that this honor was bestowed upon her by Victor, and thus, she must not bring him disgrace. The emperor advanced to the forefront of the balcony, and many recognized Victor's familiar face. "Is that Victor?" "What?" Victor stands behind the emperor. The guests were instantly thrown into a state of disbelief. They exchanged glances, astonished by the sight. Gwen and Kefra, upon seeing Victor, were momentarily speechless. "Sister, is that Victor?" Gwen's cup trembled in her hand, her voice quivering. Kefra, though taken aback, had witnessed many grand occasions and managed to maintain her composure, merely nodding in affirmation. It must be him. To stand beside the emperor, Victor must hold significant importance. While some gazed upon Victor with envy, others cast him looks laced with hostility. Yet they dared not act, gripping their cups tightly, their thoughts a tumultuous mix. Naturally, Erica too had noticed Victor. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she fixated on the second floor. Subsequently, she turned to observe Duke Rivi beside her. His expression revealed no surprise. Rather, it appeared as though he took it as a matter of course. It seemed he had known all along. The Emperor's public commendation of Victor was an entirely different matter from merely being in the Emperor's presence. The accolades were a testament to Victor's contributions, a recognition of his deserved achievements. In contrast, the reasons behind his accompanying the Emperor could be manifold. Nonetheless, this event signified a clear message from the royal family to all nobility. The Clavina family had forged a favorable alliance with the crown. At this moment, Erica's gaze fell upon Leah, who stood behind Victor, and her eyes sparkled with delight. The beautiful proprietor she had encountered at the prop shop was indeed a relative of Victor. Only those closely related to Victor could enjoy the privilege of accompanying the Emperor. Everyone set down their goblets and bowed to the Emperor in a gesture of respect. The Emperor waved his hand, cleared his throat, and commenced his formal address. As you are all aware, the recent imperial war has brought significant losses to our empire, despite our ultimate victory. As the leader of this great empire, I am profoundly saddened. From this day forth, the demon war shall be etched into the annals of our history, and that day will be commemorated as a national remembrance of this painful lesson. Victor Clavina's contributions are known to all. He vanquished the demons and prevented the tragedy from escalating further. In the name of His Majesty's Soul 8, I bestow upon Victor the highest honor of the empire, the Imperial Medal. As the Emperor concluded his proclamation, a nearby minister approached the second-floor platform, bearing a gleaming medal. The Emperor personally took the medal and adorned Victor with it, nodding at him with a smile. Victor placed his hand over his heart and bowed slightly in gratitude. Witnessing this scene, the guests erupted into applause, congratulating Victor. The minister gradually retreated, and the Emperor turned to continue. Furthermore, Victor Clavina is elevated to the rank of Count. Upon hearing this announcement, Liao was momentarily taken aback. It turned out that the matter the Emperor had mentioned, which could not be deferred, was indeed this promotion. If the Emperor's words were to be taken at face value, the Clavina family should have been elevated long ago. The delay in his elevation to Count was due to the reluctance stemming from her deceased father. However, Victor now had no grounds for further deferral. On the other side, a minister presented Victor with a certificate of nobility, which he accepted, bowing in loyalty to the Emperor. "Thank you, Your Majesty." In an instant, the applause grew even more fervent. A smile graced Erica's face as she gazed at Victor with admiration, her eyes sparkling even brighter. Gwen and Kaifla could not help but join in the applause, congratulating Victor. With the conferral complete, the banquet commenced. At this juncture, the Emperor prepared to depart. Before leaving, he made sure to share a final word with Victor. "Do enjoy yourself, Victor. This occasion is not suited for an aging emperor like me." He gestured for Aurelia to join Victor, indicating that he would be her mentor from now on. Victor nodded in response. "I will do my utmost." The Emperor smiled and, with the assistance of his attendants, gradually made his exit. It was only after the Emperor's figure vanished that Victor turned with Aurelia and returned to the banquet. Aurelia trailed timidly behind Victor, not daring to step in front of him. She had heard of Victor's deeds, and there were many ministers who often whispered within the palace that Victor was a pervert with an inclination towards underage individuals. Upon witnessing Orlean's timid demeanor, Victor guided her to a tranquil spot to sit. He too found himself disinclined towards such gatherings. The usual cacophony of chatter that surrounded him was notably absent, leaving him to ponder the absence of Vigia. The raven, a harbinger of misfortune, was naturally barred from entering such a soiree and remained perched outside the palace railings, awaiting its master. Observing Victor's evident boredom, the princess mustered her courage to initiate a conversation. "Mr. Victor? Hello?" Victor turned to face her, appraising her from head to toe. The current incarnation of Orlean was challenging for him to fathom. Apart from a faint resemblance in her features, she bore little similarity in temperament or stature to the future eternal sorceress. Yet, Victor found himself lingering on her timid expression. Who could have imagined what lay concealed beneath her seemingly innocuous facade? "Your Highness, there is no need for such formality," Victor reassured her. "This is a celebration, and your father is not present." It is merely the two of us here. Although I am your instructor, I can also be your friend in private. He believed this sentiment would suffice to placate the child, and soon enough, Orlean began to engage in conversation with him. Gradually, she felt more at ease, her words flowing more freely. As a gentleman, Victor's measured and courteous responses instilled a sense of comfort in the princess. My father says you are incredibly powerful, and I can learn so much from you. Victor did not dispute this, responding with a calm assurance. If you apply yourself diligently, you will surpass me. While he spoke soothingly, he contemplated when he might take his leave. Meanwhile, Erica was scanning the festivities in search of Victor, bewildered by his absence. How could such a large individual simply vanish? However, upon turning around, she spotted Victor engaged in conversation with a young girl who appeared to be of similar age but evidently younger than herself. A flicker of caution ignited within Erica. Who was this girl? Rumors suggested that Victor favored the younger crowd. Could this girl be his next interest? With a cautious approach, she scrutinized the girl's features. But upon recognizing the familiar countenance, Erica was nearly startled into exclamation. Her eyes widened, and she hastily concealed herself behind a pillar. Was that truly the princess? How could Victor be associated with royalty? In that instant, Erica found herself in a quandary, torn between the desire to greet Victor and the uncertainty of the situation. It had been nearly 2 weeks since they last met. As she deliberated, an unexpected softness pressed against her back, startling Erica. An arm began to wander towards her neck, prompting her to whirl around. Upon seeing the figure before her, she gasped in astonishment. Sister Kaifla? Little Erica, what brings you here? Kafra asked, embracing Erica with a beaming smile. Oh, nothing much, Erica replied, feeling somewhat uneasy under such intimate physical contact. As she shifted her body, Kafra followed her gaze and paused for a moment upon spotting a familiar figure in the corner. Oh, what is Victor doing here? She exclaimed, recognizing her unscrupulous brother-in-law who had sold her 4 vials of potion for 8,000 geo. Beside him stood a princess, whose face was rarely seen in public, even by someone as socially adept as Kafra. However, the princess had recently accompanied the emperor in public, and Kafra had taken note of her appearance. With the realization that Erica was hiding here to observe, Kafra wore a knowing expression. Leaning down toward Erica, she smiled and said, Isn't Victor a professor at your academy? Aren't you going to greet him? Yet, Erica seemed to have spotted someone else, her demeanor shifting as she replied coolly, A greeting is indeed in order, but it will have to wait. Someone has gone ahead. Kafra responded with a curious "oh." As she looked toward Victor's position, a silver-haired man approached, holding a wine glass. Kafra's face lit up with delight. Well, if it isn't the eldest son of the Rather family. Jace Rather greeted Aurelia with a faint smile. Princess Aurelia. At the sight of him, the princess appeared somewhat frightened, instinctively retreating behind Victor. Victor remained unperturbed, glancing back at the princess before calmly inquiring, Who is he? Jace Rather. He is Devon's brother, the princess whispered, revealing his connection to Devon. Nowadays, everyone was aware of Devon's dealings with demons, which Victor had famously vanquished. Thus, the intent of the man before them was seemingly apparent. Victor did not rise, but instead asked the little princess, Do you dislike him? Even though he is my cousin. The princess replied, shrinking back further, clearly wishing to avoid Jace. I understand, Victor said, maintaining a stoic expression as he stood up. His not overly broad frame positioned itself protectively between Jace and the princess. What do you wish to convey? Jace gazed at Aurelia, and despite her visible fear, he continued to smile as if oblivious to her discomfort. I noticed the princess seated with you and grew concerned, so I thought I would come and check. After all, she is the emperor's most cherished daughter and still a minor. Victor's expression remained impassive as he replied coolly, If you have come merely to stir trouble, then I have no interest in continuing this conversation. Victor's words carried a distinct tone of dismissal. However, Jace Reeser did not depart. Instead, he squinted, his gaze imbued with a palpable sense of danger. So, my Lord Victor, could you elucidate why Her Highness the Princess is seated beside you? Victor sighed heavily, turning to Aurelia behind him and stating, Allow me to impart the first lesson. When you encounter an insufferable individual, previously, due to their status, you would extend a modicum of civility. However, now that you possess sufficient strength and a formidable backing, you may confront them directly. Aurelia gazed at Victor in bewilderment, only to see him suddenly smile at Jace Reeser. In an instant, flames erupted behind Victor, swirling around Aurelia like a ferocious serpent, halting before Jace Reeser. Begone. Chapter 59. I, too, wish to be your disciple. In that moment, the atmosphere plummeted to a frosty tension, as if swords were drawn. Many guests observed the standoff between Victor and Jace Reeser. Victor even resorted to magic as a warning to Jace. Jace's expression soured. The public humiliation left him feeling quite thwarted. Yet, this was not his primary concern. He was fervently eager to ascertain the nature of Victor's relationship with the princess and why the emperor so readily permitted her to be in his company. Gwen, too, witnessed this scene and, lifting her gown, attempted to approach, only to be swiftly restrained by the onlooker, Kefra. "Hey, Gwen, what are you doing? Don't interfere." She successfully pulled Gwen back, noting the indignation etched on her face, clearly indicating her inner turmoil. Of course, Gwen was aware of the eldest son of the Reeser family. Seeing him initiate a confrontation with Victor and create such a spectacle had already stirred her dissatisfaction. Why should he? The Reeser family had committed a grievous error, and now he sought to provoke Victor. More outrageous still was the fact that the surrounding crowd merely observed. Gwen felt an unquenchable ire, but under her sister's restraint, she could only turn away, stomping off to drown her frustrations in drink. Meanwhile, Elika cast several glances at Gwen and, intrigued by her vexation, tugged at Kefra's sleeve, whispering, "Sister Kefra does miss Gwen." Following her battle with the demon, the bond between Kefra and Elika had blossomed, despite their considerable age difference. They had become close confidants. "She appears somewhat upset, does she not?" Naturally, Kefra replied with a cheeky grin aimed at Gwen, seeing her fiancé deliberately provoked. How could she not be displeased? So that was the case. Elika breathed a sigh of relief, realizing the nature of their relationship. What a relief it was that he was merely her fiancé and not a romantic partner. Wait? Elika blinked in surprise. Fiancé? Indeed, fiancé. Kefra affirmed with a cheerful nod. Upon witnessing Kefra's certainty, Elika clutched her head in disbelief. As a result, Kyver continued, not many people are aware of this matter, considering both individuals are quite discreet. However, your father's generation is generally informed. What is the matter? You seem rather disheartened. Kyver inquired with genuine concern, gently stroking Erika's head. "It's nothing," Erika replied, yet her mood shifted to a subtly melancholic state, though she could not articulate the cause. She felt a vague sense of agitation. Kyver observed her with a smile, internally sighing. Despite Erika having faced life-and-death situations, she remained, in a strict sense, a child. Her thoughts were remarkably transparent. A mere glance from Kyver revealed Erika's admiration for Victor, mingled perhaps with other sentiments. Thus, before these feelings could intensify and their teacher-student relationship could become strained, it was undoubtedly prudent to decisively sever Erika's thoughts. Moreover, Kyver genuinely believed in her sister's potential. Although Victor's character was questionable, his strength was undeniable, and he possessed a knack for making money. The thought of having spent 8,000 geo for his rescue left her inexplicably displeased. He was indeed a commercial genius. She began to understand why Victor faced such animosity from many. Nonetheless, Kyver chuckled to herself. With a brother-in-law so formidable, surrendering him to others was not an option. Meanwhile, as she conversed with Erika, excitement erupted around Victor. Jace was visibly frustrated, his face flushed and emotions heightened. He began to question Victor. "You want me to leave? What gives you the right to tell me that?" "He indeed has the right." A voice emerged from the crowd as the second prince, smiling, made his way through. Upon seeing the prince's arrival, whispers filled the air. "What brings His Highness the second prince here? Surely, he isn't here to assist Victor?" Speculations about the prince's intentions circulated. While he remained composed, noticing his sister hiding behind Victor, he frowned slightly, sighed, and addressed Jace Razor. "Cousin Jace, I understand your feelings, but that does not justify your deliberate provocation. Your demeanor has startled my little sister." Jace Razor looked at the princess, seeing Aurelia shrink back, avoiding his gaze. His anger subsided somewhat, clearing his mind. Yet, he still retorted, "If Her Highness wishes for me to depart, I can certainly do so. But what authority does Victor have to order me away?" The Razor family had significantly contributed to the royal family, and they were not to be overshadowed by the Clavina family, which gained prominence merely through a single demon war. Jace pondered this, but then he heard the second prince narrow his eyes, his tone shifting to one of displeasure. "Jace," the prince addressed him without the familiar title of cousin. "Victor is the magic instructor personally appointed by our father for my sister." Instantly, the room erupted in astonishment. Victor has unexpectedly become the private tutor of Her Highness the Princess. No wonder he is accompanying His Majesty. This is indeed a direct connection to the royal family. Gwen, who was drinking alone not far away, immediately spat out her drink upon hearing the news. What? Victor? The private tutor of Her Highness? Kefra was also taken aback upon hearing this revelation, her smile gradually freezing on her face. This is no ordinary matter. The title of teacher carries various rankings. If he were merely a lecturer from the academy, it would hardly cause such astonishment among the nobility. However, Victor is the emperor's personally appointed instructor for the princess. Strictly speaking, this establishes a teacher-student relationship. As the teacher of Her Highness, Victor could significantly influence her future. Consequently, the attendees were left with a new question. For such an important position, is Victor truly suitable? Absolutely. Setting aside the fact that Victor is a distinguished professor at the Royal Academy of Magic, he is inherently part of the Empire. As the youngest fourth-tier archmage, his brilliance is unequivocally evident. Before Victor, no one had ever imagined that a mage could attain such a rank before the age of 30. Victor's genius has consistently shattered the Empire's records. If he is deemed unsuitable, then no one else could possibly qualify. Initially, the Emperor intended to announce this news to the entire city the following day. But I thought it prudent to inform you in advance for your mental preparation. Therefore, Mr. Victor's intentions align with my sister's. Jess, do you comprehend? The second prince chuckled lightly as he elucidated everything. Upon hearing this, Jess Reiser's expression darkened. He clenched his teeth in disbelief, shot Victor a glare, huffed indignantly, and stormed off. With his departure, the atmosphere around them shifted dramatically. The nobles began to murmur amongst themselves. The entire banquet transformed into a different scene. Everyone realized that Victor had become the tutor of Her Highness. Victor's title has risen, and the Clavina family can be said to be in its prime. The second prince's proactive defense of Victor and his promotion of the teacher-student relationship with the princess did not go unnoticed. Those who could ascend to nobility and attend such a banquet are hardly fools. First, he walks alongside His Majesty. And now he is courting favor with one of the royal heirs. At that moment, a sense of suffocation enveloped the room. Laia had just emerged from the restroom, adjusted her gown, and noticed that the atmosphere in the banquet hall felt amiss, leaving her perplexed. What is happening? Why is the second prince beside Victor? Naturally, she had missed the initial scene and felt a twinge of confusion. Could it be that the second prince is now attempting to win over Victor? The second prince smiled and gestured towards Victor. I apologize for this unfortunate situation. It seems that Lord Victor is now a count. I extend my apologies for my cousin Jess's reckless behavior. He offered a slight bow and, after expressing his regrets, hurriedly left without waiting for Victor's response. It seemed as though she had come solely to extricate Victor, aiding him in drawing attention before the guests, without even lingering to utter a word. As the second prince departed, the guests gradually dispersed, attending to their own affairs. Many of the young nobles cast peculiar glances at Victor. They yearned to approach him for a greeting, yet the memory of his earlier demeanor towards Jess rendered them hesitant to incite any discomfort. Conversely, Lia became the focal point of many aspiring conversations. Miss Lia, came the voices of several nobles approaching her. She instinctively donned a polite smile. I am Hansel, and these are Mr. Tick and Lady, and Lia responded with warmth, engaging in handshakes with each of them. She adeptly navigated the social exchange, all the while casting glances of mild frustration toward Victor. There he sat, expressionless in the corner, yet not a soul dared to engage him in conversation. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. To maintain such a stoic facade and remain undisturbed was indeed enviable. With a heavy sigh, Lia adjusted her demeanor, mustering another smile to converse with the nobles. Kefra leaned against Erica, expressing astonishment. Who would have thought Victor would align himself with royalty? The princess's tutor, no less. I've heard her talents are remarkable. I wonder if that is indeed the case. As the conversation unfolded, Kefra's gaze fell upon Gwen across the room. Noticing her flushed complexion, an unmistakable sign of excess libations. With a sense of resignation, she approached and seized the wine glass from Gwen's hand. All right, dear Gwen, that's enough. If you drink too much, no one will be here to care for you. Only Erica remained rooted in place, staring blankly at Victor in the corner. Beside her was the princess, who appeared to harbor no disdain for Victor. In fact, she wore a smile while conversing with him. But Victor? He maintained his impassive countenance, showing no signs of change. As if struck by a thought, she snapped back to reality and made her way toward Victor. The Duke, observing Erica's movement, sighed and shook his head, returning to his conversation with the nearby nobles. Mr. Victor, I am exceedingly grateful to you, she began, her words interrupted by an incongruous voice. Both the princess and Victor turned to see the source. Erica clenched her fists against her chest, her cheeks slightly flushed. Seemingly resolved, she lowered her gaze and boldly declared, I too wish to grow stronger. I wish to be your pupil. Chapter 60. I will not let you take him away. Victor and Aurelia's gazes converged upon Erica in unison. The atmosphere grew increasingly silent. Under the scrutiny of both, Erica felt a wave of shyness wash over her, yet her resolve remained unwavering. After a moment of contemplation, Victor replied, Erica, you are already my student. That is not what I meant. Erica exclaimed, her tone tinged with urgency. The knowledge imparted by the professors at the academy is so accessible that I shall inevitably master it in due time. This statement is not a boast from Erica. Within the entire Royal Academy, even the upperclassmen are predominantly but first-tier mages, with second-tier mages being a rare occurrence. Having been enrolled for merely a year, Erica has already attained the status of a second-tier mage. The academy has little more to teach her, otherwise she would not be seeking Victor's tutelage every evening after class. Her talent is evident to all. However, no matter how exceptional one's innate ability may be, the harrowing experiences she has faced have imparted a crucial lesson. No amount of simulated training, no breadth of knowledge, nor the mastery of countless spells can equate to the experience of seasoned mages. The mere recollection of the perilous situations she has narrowly escaped sends a shiver down her spine. She remains painfully aware of her own inadequacies. Victor rose, casting his gaze upon her with an air of detached indifference that momentarily startled Erica, causing her to take a half-step back. Yet, undeterred, she met his gaze with resolve. She yearned to grow stronger. However, Victor swiftly denied her request for apprenticeship. His abrupt refusal left Erica momentarily stunned, a chill settling in her heart. Unbeknownst to her, a wave of indignation surged within her, though she masked it well. Even as tears threatened to glisten at the corners of her eyes, she defiantly held her head high, unwavering in her determination to confront Victor. Why? She implored, seeking an explanation even in the face of rejection. At the very least, she wished to comprehend her shortcomings. Victor replied coolly, always remember, you are the sole heir to the Duke. Then I shall persuade him. Erica declared with unwavering confidence. I am certain I can convince my father. I promise. Victor narrowed his eyes, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. Is that so? Very well. Let us speak of this matter at a later time. Suddenly, flames erupted around him, illuminating half the night sky. He turned to glance at the somewhat dazed princess, offering a slight bow. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. Enjoy yourself, Your Highness. With that, his form began to solidify, transforming into a statue of ash. A powerful gust of wind, akin to a sharp blade, stripped away his corporeal essence piece by piece until he vanished entirely, carried away by the breeze. Thus, he dissolved amidst the remnants of the banquet hall. Erica stood rooted in place, momentarily dazed. Did Victor agree to her request? She was uncertain, but she had at least found a purpose, to persuade her father. Just then, the soft voice of the princess broke her reverie. I know you. You are Erica, Erica Ducloy. Regaining her composure, Erica turned to the princess, suddenly recalling that she had not yet offered her greetings. In the realm of noble etiquette, this was undoubtedly a slight. Just as she prepared to curtsy, she noticed the princess staring intently at her, an expression that did not seem particularly friendly. It is said that you are the youngest prodigy in the royal capital. Indeed, to become a second-tier mage at the tender age of 17 is a rarity. Erica's brilliance is truly exceptional. Just as she was about to utter some complimentary words to the princess, whom she had scarcely encountered, she was taken aback by the sudden declaration, Do you intend to steal my teacher? Erica was momentarily stunned, only to hear Aurelia's voice, laced with hostility. I will not allow you to succeed. You cannot take him from me. Under his guidance, I shall surpass you in genius, and everyone will know who his most esteemed student truly is. Without uttering another word, Aurelia gracefully rose and departed, leaving Erica speechless. Outside the palace, the air suddenly ignited with a flicker of sparks. Soon, the sparks transformed into a magnificent blaze. Several flames surged forth, intertwining to gradually reveal the figure of Victor. With a wave of his hand, the flames morphed into a black cloak that draped over him. Vega perched on a nearby pole and flapped his wings, soaring to Victor's shoulder. You are quite slow. Has something interesting occurred in the palace? The Emperor has appointed me as the princess's teacher, and I have accepted, Victor replied. Vega's curiosity was piqued, and he raised an eyebrow. Have you become a favored one then? Victor ignored him, but the crow continued to jest in the end. You will still rely on me. I believe your academy should bestow upon me a title. How about the illustrious Professor Vega? A blue teleportation array illuminated beneath Victor's feet, and both he and the crow vanished into the night. Near midnight, Leah finally returned to the estate in a carriage. Engaging with a group of nobles had proven quite exhausting. It was all mere pleasantries, an endeavor to ingratiate themselves with the Clavina family. Dealing with such trivialities had left her mentally and physically drained. She had intended to seek out Victor to return home together, only to discover that he had already departed. After changing into more comfortable attire, she made her way to the training grounds, where she finally found Victor. He was still practicing with a sword, and his every movement evoked a sense of grace. However, recalling that Victor had left without waiting for her, Leah felt a surge of irritation and could not help but tease. What is this? Is our mage master planning to change careers? Victor did not respond, but upon seeing Leah return, sheathed his silver sword. Yet this time, he did not return the long sword to its place on the wall. Instead, the sword vanished from his hand, stored in his unique Player-S backpack. Are you back? Then let us prepare to depart. Leah was momentarily taken aback. Truth be told, her plan had been to leave in the afternoon, expecting to arrive at the territory by the following morning. Now, returning to Clavina territory by carriage seemed rather rushed. However, shortly after Victor's words, the blue magical array glowed beneath his feet once more. This occasion is far grander than any prior, with intricate patterns and runes distinctly visible. A terrifying aura of magic suddenly erupted from the ground, and an astonishing azure teleportation array ascended from the earth, soaring towards the heavens. The fierce gust of wind violently tugged at Victor's cloak, causing the black fabric to sway wildly around him, while Leah's long hair was lifted by the gust, standing on end. Soon, the wind began to subside. As specks of blue starlight gradually enveloped the two of them, a blue teleportation array began to form overhead. Stunned, Leah turned to Victor and inquired, "What is this?" Victor did not meet her gaze. Instead, he calmly explained, "I spent 2 hours here constructing a bidirectional teleportation array with Brayston. Brayston is a city under the jurisdiction of the Clavina territory, the second most prosperous city after the royal capital. That is Victor's hometown." Leah paused momentarily, realizing, "So, you returned early just to do this?" Victor remained silent, tacitly acknowledging her words. Leah fell into contemplation, feeling an unexpected pang of guilt for having previously reproached Victor for not waiting for her return. She stepped into the array, feeling the overwhelming magical energy wash over her. Even without being a mage, she understood the magnitude of Victor's power. The teleportation array could sustain itself for an entire day. "If all goes well, we can return via this array tomorrow." Leah nodded, and in the next moment, the two arrays began to merge, and they vanished amidst a cascade of sparkling stars, transforming into a beam of blue light that soared into the distance. Subsequently, a returning teleportation array remained at the original location, gradually dimming and becoming obscured. In the dimly lit room, a group of hooded figures clad in drab cloaks burst in. These individuals concealed their distinctive features, revealing only their varied eyes. The room was devoid of any items of value, as if everything had been meticulously ransacked, leaving only 4 bare walls. It appeared they were well prepared. Leon entered and surveyed the surroundings, nodding at the reports from his subordinates. "What about the clues? Do we know his whereabouts? He may have already left the city, but considering the time, he shouldn't have yet escaped the territory." Leon sighed in relief and stated, "Fortunately, the young lady was well prepared." He produced an ancient bronze disc from his waist, which bore no directional markings, with a half-pointer indicating a specific direction. His subordinates recognized the item instantly, a rune tracker. Leon began to explain. "Miss Leah has signed magical contracts with every merchant collaborating with the territory. As long as they remain within the territory, this device can track them." The group suddenly understood, their eyes sparkling with admiration. "Truly, Miss Leah is remarkable. How fortunate that she was prepared in advance. I truly envy Lord Leon. She must be monitoring Miss Leah's whereabouts daily." The others immediately turned their gazes towards the last speaker. Unfazed, Leon waved her hand dismissively, and suddenly, a luminous point flickered at the edge of the rune tracker. Its peculiar appearance intrigued those around, yet Leon merely stowed the rune tracker away. She cleared her throat lightly, as if nothing had transpired, and issued commands to the others. "You proceed ahead. I must return for a moment." With that, she deftly leaped from the window, her movements in the night sky resembling those of a swift leopard, vanishing in the blink of an eye. As the blue light gradually illuminated, Victor and Leah materialized simultaneously in the rear courtyard of the Clavina mansion. The courtyard was expansive and far grander than their residence in the capital. Under the night sky, fireflies danced about, creating a private constellation upon the lawn. This was Victor's ancestral home, though he held little memory of it. Only vague recollections of having visited a few times during side investigation missions. One moment they were in the capital, and the next, they had returned to the territory, prompting Leah to reflect on the convenience of magic. As the magical array dissipated beneath the lawn, Victor's voice followed. Do you require my assistance? What? Do you look down upon me? Leah shot Victor a glance, responding nonchalantly. To capture a petty thief, we must enlist the aid of our family S-Mage? That is truly overestimating them. You should just rest in your room until I return. Oh, and you do remember where your room is, don't you? Victor nodded. Since Leah did not need assistance, he trusted her to handle everything well. If it were indeed that Leah's available energy would suffice to subdue him, should she encounter insurmountable danger? Victor glanced at the glove on Leah's right hand. The mage's hand would inform him if she faced an insolvable peril. Leah said no more and hurriedly departed. After her exit, Victor remained rooted in place, unmoving. Vega perched on his shoulder, curiously observing his surroundings. So this is where you used to live? It's quite spacious. Victor did not respond, leaving Vega perplexed. What are you doing? Why are you standing still? Be quiet. I'm trying to recall where my room is. Chapter 61, Elegance. Always timeless, Victor lightly stamped his foot, and the teleportation array glowed beneath him once more. It was now late at night, and the household servants had already retired. Victor did not wish to disturb them. Thus, he opted to locate his room one by one using teleportation magic. In the stillness of the night, a burly, white-haired elder, alerted by the commotion, slowly ascended the stairs toward the source of the sound. As the bluish light within the room gradually faded, Victor found himself in a dimly lit chamber. He glanced around. This was not his room, but rather a guest room. Victor had just intended to teleport and proceed to the next room when a creaking sound emanated from the door. An elderly man pushed open Victor's door and appeared behind him. His imposing figure resembled that of a great bear, casting a shadow over the room that even the faintest glimmers of light could not penetrate. Upon recognizing the occupant within, the elder adjusted his monocle and placed his hand upon his chest, bowing respectfully. Master, you have returned. Victor's magic was remarkably conspicuous, allowing him to enter the house undetected even by the vigilant family knights outside. Such an accomplishment required a mage of at least the third tier. Turning to face the elder, Victor was reminded of the towering figure before him, a man of considerable stature, standing nearly 3 meters tall. Halnison, an aged bear man, served as the steward of the Clavenna family, having persevered for over a century. He had faithfully served the Clavenna lineage, witnessing the passage of 3 generations, Victor being the third. As a steadfast guardian of the Clavenna family through the ages, Halnison could even contend with a 4th-tier mage. I did not mean to disturb you, Halnison. My sincerest apologies. Not at all. I am pleased to see the master return. How long do you intend to stay this time? I shall send someone to prepare your room. There's no need, Halnison. Please, take some rest. I will return before dawn. The steward nodded at Victor's words and bowed deeply. Master, should you require anything, do not hesitate to call upon me. Having spoken, the robust elder turned and departed silently, his footsteps barely audible. Once Halnison had left, Victor resumed his teleportation spell. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself in a different room. The chamber was spacious, exuding a subtle floral fragrance, with opulent decorations that hinted at the extraordinary status of its owner. It appeared to be a woman's room, and the only woman residing in the ancestral mansion was none other than Leah. Victor confirmed his assumption. He had unexpectedly teleported into Leah's bedroom. However, Victor was unfazed. Leah had often invaded his personal space, entering his room without so much as a knock. The room was impeccably tidy, with no signs of having been occupied recently, for Leah had been residing in the capital city during these days. Suddenly, an impulse welled up within Victor, an uncontrollable urge stemming from his identity as a player. In the game, players would thoroughly search every accessible room to ensure they did not overlook any items. Moreover, Victor had a fervent collecting obsession. He would not leave any place until it had been completely scavenged. He closed his eyes, attempting to quell the restless desire within. This was inappropriate, after all, as it was a woman's room. He casually glanced around, preparing to take his leave, when suddenly his solitary eye fixated on a cabinet. The cabinet was adorned with a magical array emanating a faint yellow glow, subtle enough that one would hardly notice it without deliberate observation. Victor, over there. He turned to see the cabinet beneath the desk. Soon, he discerned its true nature. A magical lock, an array sealed with arcane power, which required the intricate runes within to be unraveled in order to access the contents hidden beneath the magical lock. Was this a magically locked bookcase? What secrets might it conceal? Should he dare to open it? Vega, too, was intrigued, extending his neck to gaze intently in that direction. Although Victor felt a lingering fear of missing out on something significant by not opening it, he also considered the possibility that it might contain Leah's private belongings. All right, let's open it. The array swiftly dissipated, and the magical lock was effortlessly undone by Vega. Victor, unable to resist, inquired further. Do you not possess a sense of respect for others' privacy? Are you jesting? Vega retorted dismissively, casting a scornful glance at Victor. Your desire to open the cabinet is evident to anyone. Fair enough, Victor had to concede. Thoroughly searching every corner of a room without leaving anything behind was a common tendency among players, and he was no exception. As he silently mouthed an apology, he instinctively opened the drawer. Inside, there were no remarkable items, just a few tattered and mended stuffed toys. Deep within the drawer lay an exceedingly old notebook. Its pages yellowed with age. Curiosity piqued. Victor pulled it out and casually flipped to a page. It felt as if ancient memories were laid bare before him. November 6th, Father said that my brother has awakened a formidable magical talent. Our family is about to have a powerful mage. How wonderful. My brother will protect me for a lifetime, right? November 7th, it seems my brother is working very hard at his studies. It must be exhausting. I want to help him become the greatest mage, but he only scolds me for being a nuisance. How can I assist him? November 8th, I shared my troubles with Father, who told me that being a mage is a profession that requires a lot of money. So does that mean my brother will be in need of funds? If I could earn a great deal of money, could I then help him? As Victor read the words, a complex swirl of emotions stirred within him. This page contained but those musings, so he turned backward to peruse a few more. December 21st. Today, it snowed heavily again, and I adore the snow. Mr. Helnison helped me build an exceedingly large snowman. I showed it to my brother, but he shattered it with magic. Does he not like snowmen? December 22nd. Today, I made a mistake and accidentally soiled my brother's magical book. It is very precious. And he scolded me angrily, punishing me to stand in the snow. I felt so cold. I'm sorry, brother, it was my fault. December 23rd. I saw my brother again today. I wanted to apologize, but he scolded me harshly and said he despises tears. Shouldn't I cry? Why can't I ever satisfy my brother? I feel so useless. On the subsequent pages of the book, there were only trivial matters recorded. By January 1st, the diary ceased to be updated. Victor set down the diary, his mood somewhat burdened. The discord between Victor and Leah, his sister, remained unaddressed by the narrative. In the game, Leah's room was locked, inaccessible to players. Thus, the entries in this diary were never revealed to the players. You seemed more vibrant in the past, Vega remarked, having also perused the diary's contents. Victor nodded, offering no rebuttal. He did not close the diary. Instead, a radiant light emanated from his palm, and a black pen materialized within his grasp. On a blank page, he sketched a simple smiley face. Folding the corner of that page, he closed the diary and returned it to the cabinet. Vega observed Victor's actions in silence until he heard Victor say, "Please lock the cabinet again, Vega." Vega complied, magically sealing the cabinet once more, rendering any evidence of tampering invisible from the outside. Victor turned and walked toward the door, with Vega fluttering his wings to follow. "Where are you headed?" "I previously mentioned my interest in that grain merchant," Victor replied succinctly as a teleportation circle appeared beneath his feet, glowing faintly. Vega quickly took to his shoulder, and at the moment of contact, both man and bird vanished without a trace. "At last, we have you." A group of hooded figures captured Cho beyond the wilderness. Chu was a towering figure, the kind that would make passers-by instinctively steer clear in the streets. However, he now found himself encircled by a throng of individuals. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he shouted, "Where is Miss Leah? I must see Miss Leah. Why are you capturing me?" The hooded figures sensed something amiss. Why was she shouting so loudly? Yet, no one pondered this for long. A sharp female voice cut through the air with malice. "You will see Miss Leah after we take you back." Cha, still defiant, retorted, "I must see Miss Leah. I have things to explain." "Oh? What do you wish to explain?" Leah's icy voice suddenly echoed, revealing her unexpected presence. Beside her stood Leon, his green eyes peering out. Leah, arms crossed, regarded Cha coldly. "You have taken quite a sum from our family. So, Cha, do you now intend to flee back to the kingdom?" Cha looked at Leah, ready to speak, but she waved her hand. Countless hooded figures emerged, drawing their bows, poised to unleash a hail of arrows upon Chu at Leah's command. I advise you not to move. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that your breakfast tomorrow won't include an arrow. Chu's expression darkened, as though he were trapped in despair. Yet suddenly, a smirk crept across his face, a look of triumph in his eyes. Leon, noticing this shift, shouted urgently, "Loose the arrows." In an instant, countless arrows soared towards Chul. Suddenly, they appeared to be halted by an unseen barrier, suspended in midair. An astonishing shield erupted from the ground, an overwhelming sense of weakness washing over everyone except for Leah. A magical disruption. Leon sensed something amiss, glancing at her own hands. Within the confines of this barrier, she found herself utterly devoid of magical power. Just then, Chul's voice broke the tension. "How does the taste of the magic suppression stone feel?" Originally intended for Victor, it seems rather fitting to employ it against his sister. Leah, somewhat bemused, remained unfazed despite the seemingly disadvantageous situation. "So what? I am not a mage." Chul, incensed by her words, erupted. "What the hell? Do you think I don't know you're a second-tier mage?" Upon hearing this, Leah narrowed her eyes, quietly summoning her magical hand, yet it yielded no effect. "I must admit, your tactics are commendable. You are more suited than Victor to be the lord of the Krivna territory. However, you shall remain here today." As he spoke, the barrier rippled, and several armed warriors materialized from thin air. Within this realm devoid of magic, warriors reliant on their physical prowess would undoubtedly pose the most formidable challenge. Chul laughed maniacally, brandishing his weapon, intent on slaughtering everyone within the barrier. Leah stifled a yawn, finding the situation rather tedious. Is this all? The knights hidden nearby likely numbered in the hundreds, if not thousands. She merely needed to send a subtle signal, and the cavalry would swiftly decimate the group before her. Yet, none were privy to this knowledge but her. Leon appeared anxious, whispering to Leah, "Miss Leah, please prepare for escape. We will risk our lives to carve a path for you." With that, she drew 2 daggers from her belt, readying herself for battle. Leah furrowed her brow, about to speak, when she felt a slight warmth from her magical hand. Once the magical hand approached its source of power, it would react accordingly. So, Leon remained still. A confident smile graced Leah's lips. Amidst the incredulous gazes of those around her, she calmly announced, "Someone is here to rescue us." Suddenly, a vibrant blue magic circle illuminated just outside the barrier, its vast expanse enveloping the entire field. An astonishing magical aura surged forth, and in an instant, the circle disregarded the constraints of the magic suppression stone, transporting everyone within the barrier, except for Chul and his subordinates, away. In a flash of white light, when Leah opened her eyes again, they found themselves on a hillside outside the barrier. Everyone, save for her, gazed around in bewilderment, seemingly struggling to comprehend what had transpired. Leah took a few steps forward, peering down at the barrier that lay not far away. Inside, a familiar silhouette had appeared. The figure clad in a black trench coat stood with his back to her, the glow in his hand dissipating, signifying the teleportation magic he had just unleashed. Victor's voice resonated from within the barrier. The anti-magic stones, a specialty of the kingdom, prove quite effective against sorcerers, yet they possess a conspicuous flaw. Should a sorcerer remain beyond the confines of the barrier, they may still wield magic from afar, affecting the area restricted by the anti-magic stones. In other words, had I desired it, the barrier you erected moments ago could have been effortlessly shattered by my magic. Chu tightened his grip on the blade in his hand. Cautiously observing the unexpected visitor, he inquired loudly, "Who are you?" Victor then inclined his head gracefully, introducing himself. "I am Victor. I hear you seek me." Chapter 62. I am an artist skilled with the sword. I have not deceived you, have I? Upon Victor revealing his identity, Chu fixed his gaze upon him intently. The darkness had obscured the man's features earlier, and thus he had not immediately recognized his visage. However, upon closer inspection, the likeness matched strikingly with the portrait of Victor Krivna, the Empire's most prodigious 4th-tier sorcerer. An instinctual sense of impending danger emanated from this man. Yet, Chu felt no fear, for they were within the realm of the anti-magic stones. No matter how formidable Victor might be, he remained merely a sorcerer. A powerful sorcerer, unable to wield magic, would be akin to a fish on a chopping block, vulnerable and at the mercy of others. I concede. You possess a profound understanding of the anti-magic stones, Chu remarked. The anti-magic stones were a recently discovered mineral, as unique as the Empire's magical ores. However, He had not anticipated that the man before him would surpass his own knowledge of the stones. Yet, you shall ultimately pay the price for your arrogance, Victor. She could not help but erupt into maniacal laughter, his demeanor frenzied. To slay the Empire's most esteemed genius, Victor, would garner him unparalleled honor upon his return to the kingdom. Knowing the properties of the anti-magic stones, Victor still dared to remain within their confines. Was this not sheer audacity? Victor began to conjure magic, yet only flickers of magical fire sparked in the air. Even the essence of fire seems to be affected. He mused. The power of the essence of fire surpasses the limitations of the anti-magic stones, yet as a confluence of elemental magic, it too could be influenced by them. Victor took a moment to assess the situation. Should he forcefully employ fire magic, he could muster merely a tenth of its original potency. If he wished, he could summon a meteorite smaller than the one that struck the capital, though its destructive capacity would be diminished. Nevertheless, it would undeniably suffice to annihilate the warriors, whose average level barely surpassed 30. Victor's gaze shifted towards Chia, and combat was initiated. A health bar and level indicator manifested above Chia's head, level 32. In the forthcoming mission of Chia, his level stands at 35. Chia was startled by the flames burning in Victor's hand, but after witnessing the flames extinguish rapidly, he regained his bravado. Indeed, a mage unable to wield magic poses no threat. Without further ado, Chia bellowed at the warriors beside him, "Do not waste time. Finish him off." The warriors brandished their longswords and approached Victor slowly. Leah, observing the unfolding events from outside, frowned deeply. The spell she cast, the mage's hand, had lost its efficacy, thus Victor, being in the midst of it all, should also be incapable of using magic. What could Victor possibly intend, regardless of his intentions? Leah resolved to prepare for his rescue. She turned to Leon beside her, commanding, "Prepare to save Victor. He cannot perish." "Understood," Leon replied, drawing his wooden sword, his body coiling like a taut leopard. Meanwhile, the soldiers within the barrier advanced menacingly towards Victor. Victor remained motionless, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching warriors, as if having lost his magic rendered him oblivious to the art of combat. Die. One of the kingdom's warriors reached Victor's side, his longsword swiftly descending, poised to strike. In an instant, Leon transformed into a gust of wind, racing towards the barrier like a fleeting ray of light. Yet, just as he was about to make contact with the barrier, a scene within halted him in his tracks. His eyes widened in disbelief. A long sword pierced through the warrior's skull, blood splattering in all directions. As if suddenly losing consciousness, the warrior stared wide-eyed, unable to close them in death. Victor withdrew his longsword, allowing the mix of crimson and white to splatter across his face. He casually wiped it away, his expression unchanged. A killing blow. In the game, aside from units, every entity possesses a fatal weakness, provided the player's level exceeds that of the opponent and the weakness is identified. One can disregard health points and deliver a lethal strike. The mortal vulnerabilities of humans are the easiest to discern, despite Victor's restrictions and magic usage. He currently stood at level 41. "Continue," Victor's voice, cold as ice, resonated with a detached calm. Even Chia, seasoned by countless battles, felt a twinge of panic as he beheld Victor's ruthlessly efficient method of killing. His mind swirled with myriad questions. Was he truly a mage? Where did that sword come from? Sweat beaded in Chia's palms, a renewed sense of peril creeping over him. Ignoring everything else, he shouted at the awaiting kingdom warriors. "All of you charge. Eliminate him." A group of warriors, swords in hand, quickly surrounded Victor. One warrior swung directly at Victor, however. Victor skillfully evaded the blow with agile footwork. At that moment, the onslaught of warriors behind him surged forth. The sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed, followed by a gushing torrent of blood. The warrior, who had intended to ambush, stared in bewilderment at the longsword that had mysteriously appeared in his chest, his eyes gradually losing their luster. The second count by Victor seemed to toll the death knell for all present. Perhaps it was fear, or perhaps an overweening confidence. But the warriors finally succumbed to madness. Bloodlust enveloped them as they charged recklessly towards Victor. Yet, to Victor, their movements appeared to slow down to a fraction of their original speed. With a practiced ease, he merely shifted back slightly, effortlessly evading the incoming blades. Then, he raised his hand. The long sword thrust forward, aimed directly at the heart of the kingdom's warrior before him. Clang. However, this time, the blade was thwarted by the sturdy armor of the opponent's chest. The warrior breathed a sigh of relief and hastily lifted his sword to strike again. But suddenly, he froze in place. Feeling the rapid drain of life, His eyes widened in horror. A surge of warm blood erupted from his chest, and the sword in his hand clattered to the ground. Alas, I made a misstep, but you failed to seize the opportunity of my blunder. Victor's cold voice resonated as he withdrew his sword, allowing the lifeless warrior to crash to the ground. His eyes widened. This time, he saw it clearly. At the moment the warrior raised his sword, Victor's silver blade had slipped between the gaps in the armor, piercing the warrior's heart with a slight curve. Every strike, a fatal blow. The remaining few began to tremble with fear, swinging their weapons at Victor, yet their movements remained painfully slow in his eyes. As if attuned to the rhythm, he moved with fluid grace, slightly bending to evade several strikes, then sidestepped another. In the intervals of their attacks, his sword found the weak points of the warriors with unerring precision. Without exception, each thrust struck true. Blood stained Victor's silver blade a deep crimson. The last warrior, gripping his sword tightly, inhaled deeply and lunged at Victor. Victor deftly sidestepped the blade, his sword extending outward. One strike, a death blow, precise and elegant. Elon stood outside the barrier, witnessing Victor's performance in its entirety. She stood there, transfixed. Compared to the seasoned swordsman, Victor's swordsmanship could hardly be deemed exquisite. However, after witnessing this one-sided slaughter, Elon's assessment of Victor could be summed up in one word: clean, crisp. Only this judgment befits the Victor of the present. He resembled a battle-hardened warrior, evading attacks as if with closed eyes, precisely identifying and exploiting the vulnerabilities of his foes amidst their strikes. A single, lethal blow delivered. Clad in a black trench coat, wielding a blood-soaked sword, he stood amidst a carpet of corpses, all drenched in blood. Under the moonlight, he moved with the grace of a dancer in a requiem. How could this be? Leon whispered, a shiver coursing through his body. Although he was merely a mage, his prowess in close combat was extraordinary. A prodigy? No, he was a monster. A monster is not a mage. You are not Victor. You are certainly not Victor. Cha stared in shock at the scene unfolding before him, blood pooling at his feet, his subordinates falling one after another as if they were mere vegetables being chopped. His mind faltered, leaving only one thought. The figure before him was indeed a monster. Victor flicked the blood from his sword, under the moonlight. The blade gleamed with an extraordinary brilliance, aside from the initial splatter of blood that had hit him in the face. The remaining souls were not even worthy of staining his presence with their essence. I appreciate your traditional approach, Victor suddenly remarked, his tone laced with indifferent mockery. First, you send your men to their demise, watching as they are slaughtered, and then you leap forth for the final confrontation. Klitsch, but I find it rather appealing. With a snap of his fingers, an endless flame spread forth, reducing all the lifeless bodies on the ground to ashes, which gradually dissipated with a gentle breeze. Cha finally descended into panic. Victor could wield magic. He could actually wield magic. Damn it. Why should this be? All along, the advantage you believed you possessed was merely what I allowed you to think. Victor, grasping his silver sword, slowly advanced towards Cha. As the monster approached him, sweat beaded on Cha's forehead, his legs buckling, collapsing to the ground. The long sword in his grasp fell heavily into the earth. He lacked the strength to reclaim it. Your arrogance and your inflated ego have led you step by step into the abyss of despair. But fear not. I shall not allow you to perish until I have extracted useful information from you. Victor raised his long sword, its tip directed at Cha, motioning for him to comply. Pick up your weapon. Let us continue. Chapter 63. God, who retracted a message. Cha was cornered, engulfed in a tempest of rage. A surge of blood rushing to his head. He sprang to his feet, reclaiming the long sword beside him. Substantial vitality enveloped Cha. A layer of white patterns adorning the sword. The warrior's combat skills. Unlike magic, this was a technique accessible only to those imbued with a warrior's essence. Like a gale shattering the wind, Cha charged swiftly towards him. Victor instinctively raised his silver sword to shield himself, absorbing the brunt of Cha's powerful strike. Instantly, the earth behind Victor exploded, a fierce wave of air ripping through trees dozens of meters away. Victor's hands tingled, and he staggered back a few steps. Indeed, was his strength inferior to that of a traditional warrior? Victor mused to himself, slightly lowering his head. Cha swung his long sword, barely missing Victor's head. Timing it perfectly, Victor countered with the hilt of his sword, striking Cha in the waist. However, it proved ineffective. The robust Cha merely stepped back a few paces. Cha drove his intricately patterned long sword forcefully into the ground, sending a powerful shockwave rippling through the earth. Victor seized the moment, leaping back a step to effortlessly evade the tremors of the ground. Yet, Cha was unwilling to concede, raising his blade from the earth towards the heavens. In an instant, A gust of sword wind surged forth, hurtling towards Victor. Once, twice, thrice, Cha relentlessly attempted to assault Victor with his blade's wind, only to witness his opponent gracefully evade every strike with agile movements. With a fierce glare, Cha plunged his long sword into the ground beneath him. The powerful wind pressure began to swirl around them, expanding outward. Victor's gaze remained tranquil. He keenly observed the gap in Cha's barrier and drove his sword into it. The astonishing hurricane shield was effortlessly shattered by this singular thrust. In Victor's eyes, every action of Cha's had a countermeasure. He stepped forward, exploiting the brief recovery time of Cha's skill to thrust at his body. However, Cha suddenly produced a round shield from his waist, positioning it squarely before Victor. His expression morphed into one of unyielding cruelty. If he could merely deflect Victor's attack, just once, the dazed Victor would be instantaneously cleaved into fragments. But before his triumph could materialize, Victor unexpectedly revealed a smile. How naive! Boom! His body abruptly transformed into a conflagration, circumventing the shield and enveloping Cha within. The blazing flame seemed intent on incinerating Cha entirely, and from within the barrier came forth his agonized cries. The fire erupted, illuminating the sky as if splitting it in two. When the flames finally receded, Victor reappeared in his original position, elegantly flicking his longsword. Cha, on the other hand, was marred by burns, gasping for breath as he leaned on his weapon to maintain his stance. Why? Cha's eyes widened in disbelief. At this moment, he could not accept it. In his realm of close combat, he was even outmatched by a mage. Moreover, this mage could cast spells within the confines of the anti-magic stone. It was utterly unfair. He was unwilling to accept this. Why was every move of his completely discerned by his opponent? Even his meticulously prepared secret weapon seemed trivial in Victor's eyes. In that moment, fury consumed Cha. A dense crimson aura enveloped him, resembling a horrific bloodlight. In his rage, Cha lost all semblance of reason. He stripped the armor from his body and pressed his long sword against his own blood. The blood, as if guided, began to ascend the blade. This wild frenzy sent shivers through the hearts of countless onlookers. Even Victor appeared momentarily stunned, standing still, utterly motionless. Cha raised the blood-red blade and leaped towards Victor, delivering a fierce slash, a formidable wave of sword energy coalescing with the blood, creating a vast radius that ensnared even Victor within. Witnessing Cha's madness, one of Leah's subordinates anxiously inquired, "Miss Leah, shall we not assist?" "No need." Leah gazed at the battle unfolding before her, devoid of any trace of concern. The moment she witnessed Victor wielding magic, she understood that Cha stood no chance in this confrontation. If he wished to play, then let him indulge, once the skirmish concluded. The aftermath would be ours to manage. Leah spoke with an air of nonchalance, yet her words resonated with unwavering confidence in Victor. After all, he was the youngest prodigy of the imperial capital. How could he possibly be defeated by a mere warrior of the kingdom? The potent surge of blood energy erupted around them, accompanied by an unsettling gust of wind. The currents danced like blades, slicing through the air, aiming directly at Victor. He moved with an unhurried grace, as if strolling leisurely, deftly navigating the gaps between the lethal gusts. The air blades missed their mark, instead mercilessly cleaving the surrounding trees, which crashed to the ground with a cacophony of splintering wood. Cha's eyes, bloodshot and frantic, remained fixated on Victor's every maneuver amidst the tempestuous barrier of wind. Just once, if he could land a blow. But then, a calm voice drifted into his ears, and when Cha turned to look at Victor once more, flames ignited fiercely in his hands. "I advise you not to forget one crucial detail," Victor declared, standing at the periphery of the blood formation, his silver sword poised within it, delivering a final verdict upon his adversary. "I am a mage." In an instant, flames enveloped the blade. A gust of energy struck the silver sword, and Victor deftly twisted it, allowing the fiery sword to entwine with the very essence of the air itself. What was once Cha's assault transformed into a blazing prison of fire. The temperature soared dramatically, threatening to ignite the entire wilderness. It felt as though the atmosphere could no longer bear the strain, culminating in a cataclysmic collapse. Boom! An explosion, as fierce as wildfire, engulfed the desolate landscape. Others could only witness a shadowy figure hurled from the explosion, crashing heavily to the ground. It was Chu. In his final moments, he had ignited his own life force, unleashing his ultimate technique. Yet, it proved utterly futile. His skills were once more effortlessly countered by Victor, who turned Cha's own attack against him. The backlash of sword energy pierced through Cha's limbs, leaving him sprawled upon the ground, barely clinging to consciousness. The barrier he had erected shattered with his fall, and a deep, obsidian stone rolled to rest at Victor's feet. Victor approached him, looking down from a position of superiority, his expression serene. In the instant the barrier dissipated, he felt his magical energy replenishing. Cha lifted his head to gaze at Victor, hoping to see some sign of injury upon him. However, apart from a few tattered rips in Victor's attire, he could not find a single drop of blood on his opponent. As flames flickered and danced, even the rips in his clothing were restored to their original state. Defeated, Cha's eyes dimmed, void of the light of hope. Upon witnessing this scene, even the final glimmer of hope was utterly shattered. He gazed at the sky and, in an unexpected turn of events, burst into laughter, proclaiming, "Long live the kingdom." At these words, Leon's expression changed dramatically, and he hurriedly shouted a warning. He intends to poison himself. Cha bit down on his own teeth, releasing the poison within. And in that moment, he felt his life swiftly ebbing away. However, Victor was quick to act. With a flick of his coat, he forcibly poured several vials of crimson elixir into Cha's mouth. Cha's eyes widened in shock, and in that instant, he sensed his life being restored. The simultaneous experience of life ebbing and returning brought him excruciating agony, akin to being devoured by 1,000 ants. Victor observed Cha's suffering and gradually revealed a devilish smile. "I have told you," he remarked, "as long as I do not allow you to die, you shall not perish." Chapter 64. A dispute with my wife. Today's update. The onlookers stood frozen, watching Cha writhe on the ground in torment. What had happened to Cha? Why had he suddenly resorted to such desperation? Yet, Leon noticed the crimson potion in Victor's grasp and quickly realized what he had done. Could it be that wondrous elixir once again? Gazing at the peculiar sight of Cha, Leon began to speculate. If the blue potion corresponded to magical restoration, then the red elixir must be linked to the restoration of life. Leah's intuition proved correct. At that moment, Victor observed Cha's health fluctuating erratically. Whenever Cha's health was on the verge of being depleted by the poison, Victor would swiftly administer a fresh restorative potion. Victor maintained Chu in a delicate balance between life and death. Chu's sensations were perplexing. In one fleeting thought, he felt as though his soul had become weightless, on the brink of ascending to that legendary paradise. Yet, in the next moment, his consciousness would return to his body. Enduring the excruciating torment as if 1,000 ants were gnawing at his heart, his limbs stiffened, rendering him incapable of alleviating his suffering. Even the act of ending his own life eluded him. Foam bubbled from his mouth, his eyes bloodshot, drooling as he shouted vehemently at Victor, "Kill me. Do it now." Victor quietly observed him, waiting for Cha to once again spiral into the depths of agony. Time and again, his consciousness blurred, memories flickered like a kaleidoscope in his mind, only to be shattered by Victor's hand. Cha realized that he was unlikely to die anytime soon. He could only await the poison to consume his body, followed by another plunge into the abyss of torment bestowed by the man before him. After a while, the effects of the poison finally waned. Victor had used several vials of potion to keep Cha's life suspended. Cha felt his body gradually regaining sensation, and the pain began to dissipate. Was it finally over? Before he could catch his breath, he felt the blade pierce through his limbs in an instant, delivering a searing pain that was almost unbearable. The limbs that had just begun to recover were rendered useless once more, causing Cha to lose his composure entirely. "Demon, you wretched demon." With a swift motion, Victor drove the blade through Cha's palm, embedding it in the earth. Vivid crimson blood mingled with the soil beneath. He no longer regarded the agonized Cha, but instead bent down to retrieve the magic restricting stone and the round shield from the ground. In that fleeting moment of picking up the two items, Victor's eyes caught sight of their attributes. Item name, Evil Knight. Effect, 100 health points. 30 physical defense. Skill, parry, deflects an attack aimed at the user, causing a stun effect of up to 1 second if successfully executed. Item name, Magic Restricting Stone. Description, capable of halting the flow of magical energy within a certain radius. The Evil Knight was the final scheme that Cha had prepared for him. If someone were unaware of the parry skill's effects and recklessly attacked the shield, they would find themselves stunned for a full second. For Cha, that brief moment of incapacitation could easily cost a player half their life. This was why many players struggled to defeat Cha upon first encounter. Even later, without the overwhelming advantage of levels and equipment, Cha's independent shield was sufficient to thwart numerous players. To be parried and then stabbed in the side was no trivial matter. Fortunately, every movement Cha made appeared transparent to Victor. Moreover, he was not as formidable as the Cha of the future. Even if Victor were given a level 10 warrior account, he could effortlessly dispatch him with superior skill, though it would take a bit longer. Victor stowed the shield and turned his gaze to the magic-restricting stone. Its function was as straightforward as its name suggested. Even in the kingdom, such items were lamentably rare. How did Victor know of this item? Naturally, it was because he had previously utilized a magic-restricting stone. As an item, it was a veritable artifact for ensnaring mages. Just imagine a group of mage players out in the wilderness, having just defeated a wild creature and preparing to split the spoils. When a passerby throws down a magic-restricting stone, snatches up the loot, and makes a hasty retreat. Recalling this, a subtle smile graced Victor's lips. Yes, that passerby had been him. Upon witnessing Victor step away from Chia, Lia revealed a faint smile, as if she had always believed in his inevitable victory. Now, it is time for us to tidy up. Her subordinates immediately responded, moving to restrain Chia. Victor walked towards Lia, casting a deliberate glance at Leon as he passed. Though Victor was within a protective barrier, he nonetheless noticed Leon's intent to come to his aid. The swiftness of the individual before Victor left a profound impression on him. And now, upon witnessing the familiar attire in the emerald hue of her eyes, a sense of recognition washed over him. He recalled that among Lia's subordinates was an exceptionally agile elven attendant. Her speed was akin to lightning, infiltrating enemy camps with an ease that suggested no one was present. In a single night, she had dispatched 17 nobles of the empire, earning the title of the most elite and enigmatic assassin within the realm. Tentatively, he uttered a name, as if testing the waters. Leon? At the sound of his voice, Leon's body jolted, and she instinctively took a few steps back. How could Victor possibly know her name? It was unfathomable. Miss Lia would never have disclosed such information. She feigned composure, refraining from any response. Yet, Victor perceived her fleeting reaction, which only served to solidify his suspicions. His gaze roamed over Leon, disregarding the boundaries of propriety. A chill ran down Leon's spine, as if Victor's eyes had stripped her bare. Subsequently, Victor averted his gaze, a flicker of a subtle smile gracing his otherwise indifferent visage, and he nodded at her. He passed by without pausing for a moment. Leon turned sharply, only to find Victor already standing beside Lia. You haven't arrived too late, have you? Even if you hadn't come, I could have managed, Lia remarked with a casual shrug, confident that she would not be easily subdued by a mere anti-magic stone. However, Victor's timely arrival provided her with a warmth in her heart. Stealing a glance at him, she noted how, unbeknownst to her, Victor had gradually transformed. Without her noticing, a crow descended from the sky, perching upon Victor's shoulder. At the sight of the crow, Lia felt a twinge of confusion. Why didn't I see it earlier? Victor responded cryptically, because I never engage in battles unprepared. Lia scratched her head, feeling a sense of bewilderment. How did that relate to her inquiry? She was, of course, oblivious. Should Victor, within the confines of the anti-magic stone, truly have never confronted Chia, then the external Vigo would swiftly dismantle the barrier of the anti-magic stone. The likelihood of Victor being unable to best Chia was merely 1%. Yet, even that 1% needed to be entirely eradicated. He aspired to achieve a decisive victory, to become an everlasting champion of success. The remaining interrogation phase is in your capable hands, Victor stated flatly to Lia, who then adopted a serious demeanor in response. Naturally. I shall thoroughly uncover the rot within his family, Lia said coldly. A stranger from the kingdom infiltrating their family's territory had long been anticipated. In truth, Chia had initially concealed his identity, fabricating a persona within the empire. Lia was already well aware of these machinations. For the individual responsible for Chia's false identity was one of their own from the Clavina family. Although Chia's disguise appeared flawless, all of his clandestine maneuvers had remained under Lia's vigilant scrutiny. Lia suddenly turned to Victor and said, I need a few bottles of that potion. Victor gazed at Lia, sensing the cruel intentions concealed behind her outward smile. Though she appeared to be smiling, her voice emerged from her lips with a chilling coldness. I certainly do not wish for this fellow to perish unexpectedly during the interrogation phase. Victor extracted 5 bottles of the potion from his coat. 10,000 geo. Do not forget to transfer the payment. Lia shot him a fierce glare, seized the 5 bottles, and departed without looking back. Her voice echoed as she left. Retrieve it yourself when you return. Once she had gone, Viga turned to Victor. How can you even take your sister's money? Your pocket money. Well done. You ought to charge a bit more. Victor summoned a teleportation circle beneath his feet and vanished in an instant. He held little interest in the interrogation process. Nor was it his forte. It was far better suited for a professional like Lia. In the blink of an eye, with the appearance of a cerulean magical array, Victor found himself at the entrance of his family estate, where the watchful family knights awaited him. Upon his return the previous night, Harrison had already informed the vigilant knights that the head of the Victor family had returned. The knights were thus well prepared. The moment they spotted Victor, they bowed in respect. Victor nodded in acknowledgement as he entered the estate. Although it was the dead of night, Victor felt no trace of drowsiness. He idly toyed with the round shield in his hand, reminiscent of a child eager to test a newly acquired toy. He embraced any means that could bolster his strength. Suddenly, he thought of Harrison. This formidable warrior of the bear tribe would undoubtedly suffice as a sparring partner, perhaps even to the extent of delivering a fatal blow with a single punch. Contemplating this, Victor promptly dismissed the idea of seeking Harrison as a training partner. While skill could compensate for insufficient stats, it was not an all-encompassing remedy. When one's attributes were so high that even breaking through defenses became impossible, any maneuver would prove futile. Harrison was not a suitable sparring partner. Thus, who else might be available for him to practice close combat? Suddenly, a silvery figure flickered in his mind. He parted his lips and whispered her name, Gwendolyn. Chapter 65. Victor. You truly are born as dawn broke with a pale hue in the sky. The sun rose as usual. Leah yawned as she returned home, and the family knight at the door opened it for her. Having dealt with matters throughout the night, fatigue weighed upon her, yet sleep was not an option. Exhausted, she made her way to Victor's room, unhesitatingly pushing the door open. Victor, I need to talk to you. However, the room was empty, devoid of even Victor's shadow. This sparked a wave of confusion within Leah. What was happening? Had Victor abandoned her to return alone? With doubts swirling in her mind, she closed the door and suddenly considered a possibility. She hurriedly made her way to the training grounds, where she found Victor tirelessly swinging his sword, engrossed in a singular motion. Not long ago, he still cherished the pleasure of reading. When did you actually begin practicing swordsmanship? With whom did you train? Leah cast a dubious glance at Victor, unable to suppress her disbelief as she added, It can't be Gwen, can it? Victor did not even spare her a glance, offering no response as he meticulously sheathed the sword and hung it back on the wall. At that moment, Vigas seized the opportunity to perch on his shoulder. Leah, interpreting this silence as tacit agreement, found herself momentarily bewildered. When did the relationship between these two deepen to the point of training together? Moreover, wasn't Victor a mage? Was he truly contemplating a change in vocation? What is going on? Victor's voice broke through Leah's reverie, prompting her to return to the matter at hand. As she spread her hands in exasperation and shook her head. Alas, he has revealed everything. How should one put it? It was somewhat tedious. Perhaps the shadow Victor cast was simply too formidable. Leah had yet to employ several strategies she had meticulously prepared. She merely glanced at the bottle of restorative red potion before articulating the necessary details. To put it plainly, it was the kingdom that had succumbed to fear. Leah began to recount Cha's testimony. In truth, the kingdom had been keeping a watchful eye on Victor for quite some time. When Victor ascended to the rank of third-tier mage at the tender age of 20, the kingdom had deliberated secretly whether to eliminate a potential future threat. However, Victor was an enigma. He was so peculiar that he never communicated with any nobles, consistently choosing to disdain all aristocrats equally. This peculiar disposition led to his abysmal reputation, one that had reached a level of public disdain. Consequently, the kingdom deemed Victor non-threatening, and perhaps even considered the possibility of enlisting him if the need arose. Earlier this year, the kingdom seized an opportunity, dispatching Cha to infiltrate the Clavina household under the guise of a grain merchant. Their objective was to instigate a rift between Victor and the imperial elite. However, the outcome was unexpected. Victor inexplicably fell ill and confessed his feelings at the Duchess's soiree. At this juncture, Leah cast a scornful glance at Victor, derisively remarking, He does not even realize he has a fiancée. Victor remained silent, aware that any reply would only provoke Leah to retaliate with further remarks. Soon, Leah continued, This incident provided the kingdom with a glimmer of opportunity. They sought to exploit it, attempting to instigate animosity between the Duke and Victor, thereby forcing the Clavina family to sever ties with the empire. Unfortunately, the kingdom failed to anticipate that the Duke was utterly devoted to his daughter. Ever since the volcanic eruption, Erica's admiration for Victor had surged to unprecedented heights. The Duke, being a loving father, found himself powerless to confront Victor. As the kingdom continued to seek opportunities to engage with Victor, the demon appeared. Victor demonstrated his formidable prowess as a fourth-tier mage by vanquishing the demon. This event reached the royal ears, leading to Victor's overtures from the monarchy. The youngest fourth-tier mage ultimately became the kingdom's adversary. The kingdom had not foreseen that for the past 9 years, Victor had been concealing his true capabilities, only to suddenly emerge as a fourth-tier mage, thereby throwing the kingdom's strategic decisions into disarray. Leah shook her head and sighed. She too had not anticipated Victor's hidden talents. The radicals within the kingdom perceived your existence as a threat. You are far too young, and if not swiftly eradicated, you might ultimately pose a grave danger to the Empire's downfall. Thus, they provided you with anti-magic stones and left loopholes in our territory's finances, intending to lure you and me into a trap for a forceful elimination. Even if the mission failed, you could resort to poison, allowing the kingdom to extricate itself with ease. At this point, Leah let out a derisive laugh. Who would have imagined that Victor possessed such a remarkable little vial? Poison? It could even save your life. I suspect you felt secure at that moment, but who could have foreseen this outcome? Leah turned to Victor, covering her mouth as she chuckled. You are, astonishingly, a mage who engages in close combat. Even sorcerers who train their bodies alongside magical artifacts would seldom choose to confront warriors in melee. Yet, Victor, a traditional mage, not only dared to do so, but emerged victorious. It is utterly fantastical. Victor remained silent, for he could discern that Leah had more to express. After her laughter subsided, she lifted her sultry gaze towards him. In truth, Cho's infiltration of the territory is also connected to you. Victor frowned, perplexed. Connected to him? Do you recall the grain merchant from before? His name was Parson. Leah glanced at Victor's expression, which was, as she had anticipated, remarkably indifferent, as though he had no recollection whatsoever. I knew it. How could our esteemed mage remember such a minor character? Leah clicked her tongue and spread her hands. Parson had a wife, and they resided in Lambardo, but Parson was away from home nearly half the year. Lambardo is a village under the jurisdiction of Clavina. Our esteemed mage, on a whim, decided to inspect the territory one day and inadvertently offended Parson's wife, simply because you accidentally bumped into her while disembarking from your carriage. Leah's tone was somewhat detached. The subsequent events were rather tragic. Parson's wife, in a state of panic, offered her apologies, yet Victor remained unmoved. With a mere dismissive remark, he sent this pregnant woman to labor in the mines. Such grueling work was naturally beyond what a woman in her condition could endure. During the course of her toil, she miscarried and was left in a precarious state. Although she was later discovered and rescued, the damage was done, and she could never bear children again. As Leah recounted the past, Victor listened in silence, aware that this was indeed a memory of his own actions. The grain merchant returned home to find the once radiant smile of his wife replaced with sorrow. Thus, he resigned from a job that could have sustained him for a lifetime, consumed by hatred, and came into contact with the kingdom's soldiers, namely Cho. Parson utilized the connections he had fostered within the territory to fabricate an identity for Cho and introduced him to their ranks. The events that unfolded thereafter need not be recounted again. Upon hearing the full account, Victor fell into a profound silence. In essence, all of this was a consequence of Victor's own actions. Strictly speaking, the Victor of yore was a truly detestable being. He exhibited a callous disregard for the lives of both commoners and nobles alike, with his heart consumed solely by self-interest. No one could penetrate the fortress of his inner world. He held an equal disdain for all humanity. To him, everyone else was merely a speck of dust or a mere ant in the vast expanse of existence. Among the nobility, his reputation was abysmal. While others ascended to the ranks of third-tier mages and garnered genuine congratulations from their peers, Victor was met with nothing but scorn. Who among the aristocracy would dare to approach him? Merely escaping a barrage of verbal abuse was considered a triumph. Even among players, Victor was regarded as lacking in all respects save for his striking appearance and formidable prowess. Thus, he found himself friendless, even alienating the only family member he had. In the future, a narrative concerning Victor was recorded and circulated among players. It told of a fallen noble, destitute and alone, wandering the streets. Victor encountered him and proclaimed, "If you exchange your most prized possession with me, I shall restore all that you once held dear." The noble, desperate and believing in Victor's words, relinquished his treasured heirloom. However, Victor accepted the heirloom only to declare, "You have violated our agreement. The most precious of possessions has never been material." He seized the noble's wife and children, forcibly conscripting them to labor in his domain, and cruelly informed them that their family had forsaken them, opting to pursue a life of opulence in foreign lands. The unfortunate noble was ultimately exiled by Victor, and thereafter, he vanished from the player's sight. To this day, he recalls Victor's infamous line, "Why is your most cherished possession not your family?" Many players sought to unearth the deeper meaning behind this statement. Yet the game's designers never elucidated the history of such events. Nevertheless, Victor's vile deeds are etched indelibly in memory. Leah continued speaking. There is something I neglected to mention. Our item shop was vandalized on the day of its opening. Additionally, I was reminded that just days prior, you bestowed this upon me. Leah raised her hand, the crystalline gem on her gloved finger gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. Victor listened intently as Leah elaborated. I was curious at first, considering the only enemy I had made during that period was the Duke. However, I dispatched individuals to apprehend those who vandalized the shop, and upon thorough inquiry, I discovered it was not as I initially thought. It appears that the grain merchant had been well prepared all along. Her voice held a note of cold detachment. After Victor had gifted her the mage's hand, she had only employed it during the attack on that caravan, and only then did the caravan members witness her wielding magic. Yet today, when she attempted to apprehend Cha, he countered her with a magic suppression stone. He even fancied himself a second-tier mage. From the moment the caravan was besieged, the kingdom's forces, with the aid of Parson, had set their sights on Victor. Everything was interconnected. She was well aware of her brother's unsavory reputation, but she had not anticipated that even the kingdom had taken an interest in him. His talent instilled a sense of crisis in the neighboring kingdom. At this juncture, Victor suddenly spoke, suggesting that they send some compensation to the grain merchant's wife. Liao was taken aback and looked up at Victor, struggling to comprehend his intent. Compensation could imply two things, one being reparations for injury, and the other, then, find that grain merchant and bury him. Victor's expression remained unchanged as he spoke in a flat tone. Yet, beneath his indifferent demeanor lay a palpable cruelty. Liao paused momentarily, sensing the return of the once despised Victor. However, he did not pursue total annihilation, leading Liao to realize that he was still the Victor of the present, the one she did not entirely detest. Nevertheless, she inquired, why do this? You are already deserving of your fate. Victor squinted, as if the newly risen sun was somewhat blinding. Yet, his unemotional voice rang out as usual. When he intended to kill you, this man was sentenced to death. Liao was taken aback, retreating a couple of steps. She lowered her head, not wanting Victor to see her current expression. His voice remained as steady as ever. Do you think I hold no grudges? Rest assured, I have long since dispatched someone to take care of it. Victor nodded, not noticing Leah's current state, and continued in his indifferent manner. So, shall we return? You go ahead. I have matters to attend to and need to find a new grain merchant. Alas, so many responsibilities weigh upon me. I will return to the capital in a few days. Remember to have the servants tidy my room daily. Victor nodded again, leaving behind a remark of appreciation for her efforts. The concealed teleportation array beneath his feet suddenly activated. As the currents of air surged, his form transformed into a blue light, vanishing without a trace. When the last drop of azure radiance dissipated, Liao remained rooted in place, her head bowed, as if straining to control something within. Victor had departed, leaving no one to witness the emotions on her face. She no longer had to endure. As if a dam of feelings had burst, a tear traced her cheek, cutting through the arid air and landing on the ground, stirring up dust. In the ensuing silence, a voice, almost a soliloquy, emerged. Leah, you truly are useless. Chapter 66. Hee, Professor, hee. In the capital, at the Clavina estate, the training ground. It was now morning. A beam of blue light gradually descended upon the training ground as the magical array illuminated, and Victor rose from within it. He surveyed his surroundings. Familiar sights greeting him. The maids had begun their duties early, and upon seeing Victor appear in the training ground, they all nodded respectfully from a distance, to which Victor responded in kind. No one knew that Victor had been away the entire night. After his departure, several maids gathered together, whispering furtively amongst themselves. Have you noticed how handsome and youthful our master is? Indeed, his complexion is truly remarkable. As they chattered, a delightful blush crept onto their cheeks. Moreover, Victor is now a count. I believe the news just came yesterday. I only heard about it recently. Everyone was quite invested in Victor's elevation to nobility. And even the maids felt a swell of pride in serving in the household of a count. The status of a count differs greatly from that of a viscount. Now Victor even had the authority to recruit his own private soldiers. Though there were some in the territory of Clavina, their primary purpose was to safeguard the land. Victor possessed the privilege to directly enlist family knights within his own estate in the royal capital. Were it not for concerns about impacting Helnison's work, he might have summoned Helnison to the capital. Who could resist coveting such a formidable subordinate? Yet, many matters required Helnison's presence in the territory. As he was the steward of Clavina, and overseeing this modest estate in the capital seemed somewhat trivial. Vega yawned on Victor's shoulder, having also gone without sleep the entire night, feeling quite fatigued. Pray tell, where does your inexplicable combat experience stem from? Vega was aware that the soul within Victor had been replaced. Yet his familiarity with spellcasting led him to believe that Victor must have been an astonishingly powerful mage in his former life. Yet again, Victor shattered his assumptions. How could one explain his exquisite close combat skills? Victor chose not to respond to Vega. Were conditions more favorable, he could even demonstrate the techniques of all professions to Vega. As Victor approached the door, the waiting maid rushed forward upon seeing him, respectfully presenting a letter with both hands. "Master, your letter." The letter radiated a distinct magical energy. Victor glanced at it, accepted the correspondence, and nodded. He retreated to his study, closing the door before examining it closely. The complexity and magical potency of the enchantment were exceptionally high. Even an average third-tier mage, should they decipher the magical riddle, would lack the requisite magical power to open the letter. This was a genuine fourth-tier old mage's magical conundrum. Vega. Upon hearing Victor call his name, Vega rolled his eyes. "Honestly, do you not realize how tired I am?" Nevertheless, he pointed out the flaws in the letter for Victor. "Do you see this rune? Precisely, it lacks some fragments. You must complete it. In this pattern, the direction and path are entirely incorrect. Amend it. Furthermore, here." Under Vega's meticulous guidance, the intricate magical puzzle was swiftly unraveled. As Victor inscribed the final rune, the letter emitted a blue luminescence. Correspondingly, Victor's magical energy plummeted by more than half, nearly draining him completely. Victor paid little heed to this, opening the letter and extracting a single white sheet from within. After perusing the document repeatedly, it became evident that nothing was inscribed upon it. As Victor prepared to invoke his magic, an ethereal silhouette materialized from the blank page, uttering, "How astonishing, Lord Victor. Your mastery of magic commands my utmost admiration. This magical enigma has been devised collaboratively by numerous fourth-tier mages of the Council, and you have undeniably proven your formidable prowess." However, despite the compliment, a subtle undertone of astonishment lingered in the voice of the spectral mage. They had anticipated Victor's capability to unravel this magical conundrum. Yet they could hardly fathom that he accomplished it in less than 5 minutes. Their expectations had led them to believe that even Rachel Azure would require a considerable amount of time to decipher it. "Enough," Victor interjected coldly, interrupting the flattery. "State your business." The mage in the apparition faltered, perhaps taken aback by Victor's lack of deference, and cleared his throat softly. It was no surprise that many spoke poorly of Victor's reputation. The old mage within the apparition gradually articulated the purpose of his visit. "I come on behalf of the Mage Council to extend an invitation for you to join our ranks. As a fourth-tier mage, you merit our personal solicitation." Victor drummed his fingers against the table, entirely disregarding the invitation, and coolly inquired, "What are the benefits?" "Naturally, you would receive all the privileges commensurate with a fourth-tier mage," the apparition replied with a smile, only to be met with Victor's icy laughter. "Empty promises." The atmosphere grew awkward as the mage struggled to respond. Victor then presented his demands. "I require access to the magical library." The apparition paused, evidently taken aback by Victor's unexpected request. A wave of curiosity washed over him. How could Victor possibly know of the library's existence? However, Victor's demands were merely the beginning. "I also request a staff crafted from a unicorn's horn, the tail of a fourth-tier magic dragon, and a century-old locust tree branch. Additionally, I seek a robe made from the scales of a fourth-tier golden dragon, interwoven with the web of a harbinger spider and infused with magical stone powder." The mage was momentarily speechless upon hearing Victor's requests. Each of these items was an exquisite rarity, both costly and challenging to procure, as dragons were not commonplace. Although the apparition bore no visage, Victor could discern the bewilderment and discomfort in the mage's demeanor. "Lord Victor, if I may be candid, should these requests go unfulfilled, I see no reason to join the Mage Council." After stating this, flames ignited in Victor's hand. The spectral mage was taken aback, fixated on the fire as Victor continued. "This letter has been treated with a special material. Ordinary flames cannot consume it." Yet soon, Victor would illustrate what true surprise entailed. One side of the letter suddenly caught fire, the flames climbing upwards with intensity. Witnessing the document engulfed in what appeared to be fierce flames, the apparition was rendered speechless. Victor's voice resonated once more. "You have 1 day to respond. Remember, my requests remain unchanged." Soon, the letter was completely reduced to ashes, and the voice of the phantom abruptly ceased. With the annoying sound vanished, Victor sat calmly in his chair. Observing his leisurely demeanor, Vega voiced her curiosity. What is the City of Mages? This name first reached her ears in the vast sea of knowledge at Lakhel, where she had intended to inquire, sensing that it might be an intriguing place. Upon hearing Vega's words, Victor was stirred by memories. The City of Mages, also known as the Floating City of Endymion, is the paradise longed for by all mage players. It boasts an immense library of magic, its size unknown, yet it resembles a labyrinth filled with an array of spells. Only mage players with sufficient contribution points can learn the powerful and authentic spells inaccessible to ordinary mages. In fact, opportunities to learn spells of the 5th tier and above are also available. Endymion is not governed by any nation. It stands as an independent realm for mages above all countries. Here, one can encounter formidable mages from various places, races, and ages. Any mage granted entry to the City of Mages may be a prominent figure in their respective domains. However, despite the absence of national oversight, Endymion maintains strict legal regulations. One can thrive there by adhering solely to the law while disregarding morality. Yet, upon leaving Endymion, the situation may drastically change. It is not uncommon for despicable individuals to be collectively erased by mages. Thus, Endymion is also referred to as the final sanctuary of morality. Incidentally, only mages of the 3rd tier and above may enter, and they must have their qualifications acknowledged by the Mage Council. Although Victor once possessed sufficient strength, his poor reputation barred him from entry. Now, however, his public victory over demons is enough for the Mage Council to overlook his moral standing and extend an invitation. As for whether they will acquiesce to his demands, they certainly will. These elder mages would not miss the chance to welcome a young and powerful fresh blood. Once his recollection subsided, Victor succinctly explained to Vega, it is a city that floats in the sky. Vega's eyes sparkled with excitement, finding it to sound exceedingly fascinating. Yet, feeling weary, she stifled a yawn, yearning for slumber. Sensing her eyelids growing heavier, she feebly complained to Victor, I truly mean it. Do you know how crucial it is for a crow to replenish its sleep? Victor glanced at Vega with mild derision, quipping, has the Lord of the Evil Gods finally acknowledged her species as a crow? Vega chose not to respond, instead perching on his shoulder, clearly preparing to doze off. Observing this, Victor slowly rose, retrieving his pocket watch. It was still early, and indeed, he could afford to indulge in some rest. He made his way toward his room, casting a deliberate glance at Henny's chamber as he passed by. As Victor's gaze brushed over the yellow glow, he sensed no presence of life in Henny's room. Had she already awakened? He paid it little mind, leading Vega directly back to his own chamber. Victor's quarters were expansive, so much so that a solitary individual might feel a tinge of fear amidst such vastness during the night. Some plants had climbed to the ground, leaving a considerable amount of space still unoccupied. Vega, spotting the perch it longed for, promptly flew up and dozed off. Yet just before succumbing to slumber, it suddenly sensed something, glancing at Victor's bed, and the bird became alert. Its eyes sparkled with mischief as it spoke to Victor. Why aren't you asleep, Victor? Victor paused for a moment, observing the bulge of the quilt on his bed. He extended his hand, tugging at the cover. A soft succubus rolled out from beneath the quilt, still sweetly asleep, occasionally mumbling in her dreams. Professor, she murmured. Chapter 67. If it's the professor, that works. Right, Henny? Victor stood at the bedside, casually tossing the quilt onto the floor, and stared at Henny for quite some time. Only then did she stretch lazily, rubbing her eyes and humming drowsily. Upon opening her slightly blurred eyes and seeing Victor standing there, she felt no apprehension. Instead, she broke into a silly grin, squinting her eyes as she climbed onto Victor, hanging onto him like a koala, and continued her slumber. Victor felt his sanity teetering on the brink. Vega perched atop the stand, observing the two, began to chirp and laugh. Noticing the cold glint in Victor's eyes, Vega stifled its laughter and flapped its wings, flying out. As it departed, it couldn't resist adding, well then, I shan't disturb your delightful time any longer. It left, ensuring the door was closed behind it. Although uncertain of what unwholesome thoughts that accursed crow harbored, the current situation left Victor somewhat paralyzed. Henny was clad in nothing but a sheer nightgown, revealing large swathes of her pristine skin, an enticing sight indeed. He attempted to dislodge Henny from his body, but found himself at a loss as to how to proceed. The dilemma was substantial. The seductive aura unique to succubi wafted towards Victor's nostrils, enticing him further. After all, he was merely human, and under the allure of such temptation, he found himself gasping, struggling to maintain composure. He leaned down, gently placing Henny onto the bed. Should anyone witness this posture, it would appear as though Victor were pinning Henny down, as if about to engage in some unspeakable act. However, upon completing this action, he merely whispered the name of the young woman, Henny. As if under a spell, upon hearing her name called, Henny sleepily blinked her eyes. This time, she was truly awake. As her eyes opened, she instantly beheld Victor before her. Oh, Professor? Her face was as flushed as a ripe apple, and she couldn't help but exclaim, what on earth is happening? Yet, despite her words, she showed no inclination to release Victor. Perhaps because his sudden appearance had caused her to forget that she was entwined around him like an octopus. Victor's expression was ominously dark as he calmly addressed Henny. This is my room. With a swift motion, Henny dove beneath the covers, huddling in the corner of the bed, trembling and revealing only her head. Whether it was fear or panic, she repeatedly apologized to Victor. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't know why I fell asleep in your room. I intended to report to you. She stole a glance at Victor, who was seated in a chair, her cheeks burning. She had thought she was merely dreaming of Professor Victor, only to realize that what had just transpired was not a dream at all. Although her heart swelled with a sense of happiness, Henny was still apprehensive about whether Professor Victor might be angry. His expression suggested that he was not pleased. So, you intended to come find me dressed like this? Henny was startled and quickly buried her head deeper into the covers, afraid to meet Victor's gaze, continuously muttering apologies. I woke up too early and was a bit dazed, forgetting to put on my outer clothing. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, almost as faint as a mosquito buzzing in the air, making it difficult to hear. Listening to her justification, Victor's countenance darkened. Succubi were indeed perilous creatures. He had nearly lost control moments ago. Succubi possessed a unique allure and sweet fragrance, tools they employed to attract men. With her newfound magical abilities, Henny's innate succubus traits were gradually revealing themselves. Perhaps she was entirely unaware of her seductive skills, but it was akin to a succubus's instinct. Even unconscious actions could still exert their enchanting influence on Victor. Combined with her flimsy nightgown, it was enough to stir one's senses. Victor repeated his self-affirmations thrice before managing to regain some composure. In the gaming world, he had encountered succubi before and had even slayed several. However, those succubi in the game merely inflicted a charm that reduced damage taken by 50, as players could not remove their undergarments, thus avoiding any truly exhilarating effects. But Victor, in this moment, was a feeling human. He realized he needed to lecture Henny, at the very least, to prevent her from continuing in such a manner. Otherwise, he might find himself committing acts contrary to the wishes of a young girl. Reluctantly, Victor's words took on a tone of intimidation. Remember, no one can tolerate you forever. Henny, if this happens again, I cannot guarantee what outrageous things I might do. At his words, Henny cautiously peeked out, her head emerging as she regarded Victor with trepidation. Really? Her tone carried a hint of anticipation. Victor responded, wait, this is not right, is it? If it were to teach me, I could. Henny shyly gazed at Victor, the blanket inadvertently slipping away to reveal her fair, delicate shoulder, her eyes alluring. Victor closed his eyes. What a burden this was. A pure and beautiful girl. Her gaze filled with admiration for him was truly hard to resist. However, he opened his eyes once more, rising to his feet, his gaze remarkably clear. Henny, MM? She looked up at Victor like a startled fawn, her expression a mix of anxiety and a hint of expectation. At least for now, I shall not accept you. As the words fell, Henny's gaze dimmed slightly. Though she had always been aware, she never held any real expectations. She understood the vast chasm between herself and the professor, so she was content to harbor her affection in secret. Henny admired the professor, but she would never allow him to feel burdened because of her, even if it meant loving him quietly for a lifetime, a truth she herself might never fully comprehend. When did a succubus ever manage to remain so steadfast? Wait a moment. Henny's eyes regained a glimmer of hope. Did Professor Victor not just say, at least for now? She hesitantly raised her gaze to Victor, only to find his demeanor as indifferent as ever. You are weak at this moment. You cannot even be deemed a mage. At the very least, strive to barely catch up to my level. She stared blankly at Victor, but in the next instant, a dark robe fell over her face, enveloping her entirely. Her vision was completely obscured, and she could no longer see Victor's figure. She attempted to pull the robe away, but only heard Victor's voice. Put on your clothes. Do not forget you have matters to report to me. With that statement, the sounds of a door opening and closing echoed. When Henny finally managed to pull the robe aside, Victor had already departed the room. Yet, a sense of happiness intertwined within her heart, as if she could still hear Victor's words. Could she catch up to Professor Victor? As the most renowned genius mage, Victor had already attained the 4th tier at a young age. Was it within her capabilities? However, after the intertwining of happiness, the magic within her began to surge like the rising tide. This gradually intensifying power seemed to affirm something for Henny. Catching up to Victor was not an impossible feat. Henny lifted the robe, cheering herself on. In truth, Victor was unaware of a significant trait of succubi that would forever remain undiscovered by players. That is, once a succubus identifies a partner, she will never relinquish her pursuit. She would relentlessly chase this goal, seize him, and hold on until her very essence was exhausted. I can surely do it. I must. As Victor stepped outside, a raven was perched on the handrail of the staircase, dozing. Victor remained silent, approaching the creature. With a swift motion, he seized its neck. The raven jolted awake, its eye wide open as if gasping for air. Let go, Victor. Let go. Are you attempting to suffocate me? Vaya remarked with a teasing glint in her eyes, effortlessly freeing herself from Victor's grasp. She alighted upon his shoulder, grumbling as she preened her feathers, asserting their beauty. After all, it is challenging to comprehend a crow's aesthetic sensibilities. Soon, having tidied her plumage, Vaya scornfully taunted Victor. What is this? Has the illustrious Lord Victor finished so soon? Even without factoring in the time it takes to undress. You've barely lasted 5 minutes. Doesn't that seem a tad insufficient? She scrutinized him from head to toe, her gaze brimming with mockery. Sometimes, I genuinely wish I could tear that beak of yours to shreds. Victor responded flatly, making his way towards the study. Upon hearing his words, Vaya did not cease her chatter. Instead, she laughed even more unabashedly, flapping her wings and cackling. No way. Between a beast and something even less. You actually chose the latter? Are you incapable? Victor continued to ignore her, resolutely walking forward. Vaya's enthusiasm only grew, and soon she was giggling. Hey, she is a succubus. There will surely come a day when she can't keep it up. You can't honestly believe a succubus is infallible, can you? Victor halted, glancing down at Vaya. Since she is a Henny, she will adhere solely to my commands. A succubus that is too weak cannot withstand the power of a 4th-tier mage. Indulging in fleeting pleasures would only bring her harm. Therefore, she must grow stronger. Vaya, momentarily taken aback, swiftly grasped Victor's implication, a cunning glint igniting in her eyes. You can manipulate even the aspirations of those around you. Should I commend your foresight or chastise your callousness? Victor chose not to respond, leaving only Vaya's voice echoing in his ears. I hope that when the time comes, you do not ensnare me in your schemes. Chapter 68. If this is not a date, then do not seek her. Victor sat quietly in the study when he heard a knock at the door. A gentle breeze swept through, and the door swung open of its own accord. Henny stood at the threshold, cautiously stepping into the room. She lowered her head as she approached Victor, resembling a child who had erred, too timid to meet his gaze directly. She could only occasionally glance up at him. Victor's gaze roamed over Henny, taking in her figure concealed by a flowing black robe, which masked the allure inherent to her nature as a succubus. Who could have anticipated that this seemingly unassuming girl possessed such remarkable capabilities? Henny must be the most formidable Victor had encountered thus far. He shook his head, diverting his attention from her, and inquired, "What brings you here?" Henny, still looking down, spoke softly to report, "Some families wish to collaborate with you." Collaborate? Victor responded with a hint of confusion, struggling to comprehend Henny's words. Noticing his bewilderment, she elaborated, "Last night, numerous nobles reached out to your shop, most wishing to discuss a partnership regarding magical potions." Victor's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. Indeed, had others begun to take notice of this matter? Although the price of magical potions was exorbitant, their efficacy was equally remarkable. Those mages who genuinely required them seldom lacked the means to procure such powerful items. Were some individuals planning to partake in this lucrative venture? Victor had always remained oblivious to the dealings of the item shop, as these matters were primarily managed by Leah. He recalled Henny's words, expressing her discomfort at being so well cared for after awakening, indicating her desire to contribute at home and assist in some capacity. Subsequently, Leah seemed to have taken Henny under her wing, assigning her the role of a temporary assistant. Originally, Henny's position at the academy was that of a teaching assistant, which allowed her to seamlessly adopt the role of an aide. Coincidentally, the previous day they attended a banquet, during which Henny spent the entire day at the item shop. However, the situation deviated from Victor's expectations, as Henny remarked, They wish for me to inquire whether you have additional stock of your magical potions. Oh? Victor responded with curiosity, gesturing for Henny to elaborate. They expressed a desire to purchase your magical potions in bulk, offering to acquire them at a price exceeding the cost by 100 geo. They intended to sell the potions in their family stores and in other cities, sharing the profits at a ratio of 70 to 30, with 70% going to Victor. As Victor pondered this, he considered the implications. Were these families engaging in philanthropy? Upon calculating the returns, it became evident that their actions were not entirely altruistic. Even with a mere profit of 100, they still stood to gain. This, of course, did not account for the myriad costs associated with store management and transportation. To Victor, who understood the reality, these individuals were essentially delivering money to him. Somehow, they had learned that the actual cost of the magical potions was a mere 300 geo. Victor suspected that Leah had intentionally disseminated this information. And what was the true cost? Merely a handful of fruits worth only a few coins. Even if Leah sold them at what they believed to be the cost price and set a retail price of 1,000 geo through other merchants, the profit of 700 would still be considerable. This 700 geo would also be divided, with 70% allocated to Victor. The price they intended to pay for bulk purchases was above cost, meaning their profit margins would be even narrower. It all sounded promising, but Victor narrowed his eyes. He had dealt with players frequently and understood the underlying malice often present in transactions. After all, one could never be certain whether the sweetness offered by the other party concealed a hidden trap. Indeed, some individuals might seek to curry favor with Victor. Given his esteemed position as the princess's tutor, now elevated in status, with even the second prince eager to please him, he was clearly in the ascendancy. Yet, if the terms of the transaction were as Henny described, once they acquired the goods, they would only need to remit 70% of the sales profit to Victor. They could opt to hoard the stock without selling it. As long as they refrained from selling, they would not be obliged to deliver any funds to Victor. Consequently, these individuals procured vast quantities of the originally priced 1,000 geos magical potions from Victor at what they perceived to be cost price, not to sell, but to hoard or utilize for themselves. This not only disrupted the market price of the potions but also contravened the selling regulations established by the Klavina family, which stipulated that each person could purchase only 2 bottles per day. Victor, despite his financial struggles, would not fall prey to such an obvious trap. These seasoned schemers only sought to exploit Henny's naivety. Victor glanced at Henny, recognizing her remarkable prowess and magical knowledge, yet she remained woefully uninformed about such commercial matters. For now, he decided to set this issue aside until Leah returned to address it. He trusted that if these nobles indeed intended to ensnare their business, Leah would undoubtedly extract her due from them. As for you, Victor rose and strode directly towards Henny, who, fearing she had erred, quickly lowered her head. Biting her lip, seemingly unsteady on her feet, Victor reached out, gently ruffling Henny's hair. She froze, a surge of happiness flooding her heart as she gazed up at him in astonishment. Maintaining a stoic expression, Victor remarked, "Later, when you work at the prop shop, your sole focus should be on selling. Do not let it hinder your progress in learning magic." Henny nodded vigorously, his words filling her with unparalleled joy, a warm current rising once more from her heart to the crown of her head. "I will catch up to you, Professor. I will." As she spoke, a thought seemed to ignite within her, her cheeks flushing crimson like a steam engine, rendering her momentarily speechless. No one could fathom the musings swirling within the mind of this bashful little demon. Victor withdrew his hand and made his way toward the door, while Vega fluttered to his shoulder. As he departed, he turned back to the still dazed and blushing Henny, saying, "Remember to close the door." Henny snapped back to reality, only to find Victor had already exited the grand estate. A sense of melancholy washed over her, yet she felt, for the first time, a sense of purpose in life. Placing her palm on her chest, she murmured softly, "I must become stronger." Victor sat atop the swiftly moving carriage, traversing the dusty path that led to the opulent Dellen estate. Upon alighting, the servant at the entrance bowed slightly upon seeing him, saying, "Mr. Victor, please wait a moment. I shall inform Miss Gwen." Due to the conclusion of the demon war, Gwen had been resting at home for the past few days. Victor nodded to her, leaning against the carriage as he continued to wait. With a creak, the grand door swung open, revealing a woman emerging. Her long purple hair caught Victor's eye first, and as he turned his gaze to her face, he furrowed his brow. The newcomer was not Gwen, but rather her sister, Kyvra. "Ah, is that not Victor?" she exclaimed. Kefra squinted and chuckled softly, raising a hand in a claw-like gesture as if to grasp the air. It was a rather peculiar way of greeting. In that moment, As Victor observed this lively character extending a greeting towards him, he felt a wave of disorientation. After all, this was a figure who had never appeared in the game. Yet here she was, alive. If players were indeed to emerge in the future, how would this elder sister of Gwen integrate into the storyline? Victor was uncertain. He had not contemplated such matters before. His primary objective remained survival. To endure, Victor needed to grow stronger, ever stronger. If he could not evade a fatal outcome, he must become formidable enough to disregard all others. His moment of disorientation was perceived by Kefra as indifference. She blinked, a hint of annoyance creeping into her demeanor. What? Your sister comes to fetch you, and you're not pleased? You only want Gwen to greet you, don't you? Coming back to his senses, Victor nodded, offering Kefra no semblance of courtesy. Indeed, Kefra shrugged, feeling somewhat exasperated. Faced with this stoic brother-in-law, she found herself at a loss for words. Never mind, she thought, choosing not to be upset, for he had indeed saved her, albeit at a cost. Yet, in her heart, life would always outweigh monetary value. In her moment of near demise, had it not been for Victor's provision of those invaluable restorative potions, she might not have been standing here conversing with him. This alone was sufficient to enhance her perception of Victor. Kefra exhaled, attempting to steady her emotions, crossing her arms. So, what brings you to seek out little Gwen? I must warn you, if it's not for a date, then do not bother her. She is quite occupied. At that moment, Gwen emerged, towel in hand, wiping the sweat from her brow, and carrying her knightly sword, casting a puzzled glance their way. Sister? Who are you speaking to, Victor? Victor glanced down at Kefra, a glimmer of playful mockery in his eyes. Is this what you call busy? Kefra covered her face with one hand, wishing to avoid Victor's gaze. She was in no mood to confront her foolish sister, who had just smacked her own face. Upon reaching the doorway, Gwen's tone shifted to one of displeasure as she spotted Victor. What brings you here? Upon hearing her tone, Victor pondered over his previous actions, questioning whether he had inadvertently provoked her. However, after much contemplation, he could not ascertain the cause. Thus, Victor resolved to get straight to the point. Observing the knightly silver sword in Gwen's grasp, he contemplated and addressed her in a manner she found strikingly familiar. Care for a spar? Chapter 69. You, a mage, engaging in melee with a knight? Vigia stood a short distance away, perched atop a pole, witnessing a mage and knight drawing swords, preparing for close combat. Gwen, clad in her standard armor protecting her every limb, contrasted sharply with Victor, who beneath his coat was entirely encased in protective gear, resembling a knight in every aspect. This was a result of Gwen's insistence that Victor don such attire. Although Victor has consistently asserted that his trench coat possesses ample defensive capabilities, Gwen remains skeptical. What protection could this tattered garment possibly offer? Apart from its stylish appearance, it is utterly devoid of merit. Victor expresses his delight in hearing such sentiments. Thus, after Gwen's repeated insistence, he ultimately concedes to her request to don protective gear. At the moment he fastens the helmet, Victor stands resolutely, wielding a long sword, clad in armor, and draped in a trench coat, exuding an oddly mismatched aura. Kefla observes the scene from a distance in the training ground, her face a canvas of confusion and disbelief. She has come to spectate, ready to intervene should Gwen's strikes prove too forceful, potentially needing to rescue Victor. However, she remains utterly perplexed. What exactly are these two up to? When Victor suddenly proposed to practice with Gwen, Kefla initially believed he had come to his senses, seeking to nurture their relationship. Yet, Victor unexpectedly insisted on refraining from magic, opting instead for a purely melee sparring match. Kefla was taken aback. A mage challenging a knight to close-quarters combat? She contemplated tugging at Gwen's sleeve, intending to discreetly suggest that Gwen decline, for she knew all too well that once they began, Gwen would fight earnestly. Though injuries were of little concern, her primary worry was that Victor might suffer a loss of face, which could adversely affect their marital harmony. However, to her astonishment, Gwen accepted the challenge with an air of nonchalance. Kefla stood there, bewildered, watching the two in the training arena, silently hoping her brother-in-law would not endure a humiliating defeat. Gwen, too, resolved to show Victor some leniency if needed. She inquired, "Are you ready?" Victor, sword in one hand, nodded affirmatively, although Gwen was puzzled by his one-handed grip. She had witnessed Victor wielding her silver sword before, indicating that he possessed some level of skill. This realization made her wary. Underestimating him could lead to dire consequences. Coupled with an inexplicable surge of irritation, she felt compelled to strike Victor. Thus, as the duel commenced, Gwen unleashed her full strength. She charged forward, Swinging her long sword like a ferocious beast, Victor instinctively raised his sword to defend himself. Clang! His movements were fluid as he parried Gwen's initial attack. Yet he was still forced to retreat several steps due to the sheer force of her strike. His arm throbbed with a numbing sensation, eliciting a mental remark about the formidable strength she possessed. Although Gwen was nowhere near as powerful as she would be in the future, she was nonetheless a seasoned knight, battle-hardened and resolute. As the fight commenced, Gwen's level and health bar illuminated, 31. In equivalence, she was a newly initiated third-tier knight, comparable to Chia. Yet Gwen undoubtedly surpassed Chia in both strength and technique. Victor pondered quietly, testing the depths of Gwen's prowess. Kefra stood aside, shielding her eyes, unwilling to witness her younger brother-in-law being swiftly felled by Gwen. The mere thought of such embarrassment made her skin prickle. Inside, she felt a wave of despair wash over her. Oh dear, how humiliating. Just as her internal lament concluded, a cacophony of metallic clashing reached her ears. She cautiously parted her fingers and dared to peek through. To her astonishment, Victor was holding his ground against Gwen, though he was clearly at a disadvantage. Pressed back by her relentless onslaught, the one-sided rout she had anticipated had not transpired. Could it be? Was Victor truly a mage? With a powerful thrust, Gwen propelled herself forward, her sword aimed directly at Victor. The ground erupted in a shower of dust and gravel as she surged toward him with astonishing speed. Gwen swung her blade downward towards Victor, who instinctively leapt into the air to evade the strike, adjusting his posture mid-flight. He barely managed to land before the next wave of Gwen's attacks rained down upon him. Victor raised his sword in a desperate defense. But even under the barrage of her strikes, his armor bore several fresh scratches. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, Victor countered with a swing of his own. Gwen's eyes widened in disbelief. She had not anticipated that he could retaliate amid such a flurry of assaults. She swiftly stepped back, narrowly avoiding his sudden thrust. At this juncture, Gwen found herself incredulous at Victor's prowess. While she was aware of his swordsmanship, she had not expected him to wield it with such finesse. Given his status as a mage, she had assumed his physical strength would be lacking. If only Victor possessed a bit more power, would it not be she who found herself on the defensive? Nonetheless, Gwen remained undeterred, raising her sword once more to strike at Victor. Victor, now firmly on the ground, focused intently on the descending blade. He awaited the moment of impact. Just as Gwen's sword was poised to descend upon him, he revealed a round shield from his previously empty hand. The resounding clang echoed in his ears as he watched Gwen stagger back, disoriented. He had succeeded in deflecting her attack. A sense of satisfaction washed over Victor. The effect of the evil knight imbued him with confidence, allowing him to contend with an opponent whose melee capabilities far surpassed his own. Gwen recovered quickly. The disorientation had little impact on her. However, Victor's physical constitution, as a mage, was nearing its limit, leaving him with insufficient stamina for another bout like the previous one. Panting, Victor signaled to Gwen for a pause. A brief respite was necessary. Victor now felt a wave of emotion stirring within him. It was the first time since his arrival in this world that he experienced such exhilaration. The muscle soreness, the euphoric thrill from battling Gwen, had rekindled a sense of authenticity within him. Gwen, too, had paused, not feeling fatigued but rather contemplative. Victor had genuinely astonished her. It was evident to Gwen that he was highly proficient in close combat. His martial skills, experience, and remarkable reflexes indicated that he was a seasoned warrior. However, his physical condition did not quite align with his combat expertise. Moreover, what was the story behind that round shield he wielded? Kefra and her companion halted their skirmish and hurried over, offering Victor water and a towel. He accepted them with a quiet expression of gratitude. As he wiped the sweat from his brow and prepared to drink from the water flask, Gwen approached with a tone laced with admonition, warning against drinking water immediately after vigorous exercise. Victor set the flask down, recalling that he had once shared this very advice with Gwen. How amusingly vindictive of her. After resting for a while, until the perspiration subsided, Victor finally took a sip of water. Suddenly, Kefra, grinning widely, pointed at herself and said, "Victor, you're quite impressive. Would you like to practice with me?" Victor remained silent for a moment, then picked up the sword lying on the ground and playfully tapped Kefra on the shoulder, leaving her momentarily startled. Soon, his gaze fell upon the level displayed above Kefra's head, 39. Ignoring Kefra, Victor stood up after sufficient rest and turned to Gwen, raising his chin slightly. "Shall we continue?" Several hours later, Victor, having removed his protective gear, sat on the ground in a rather unrefined manner, drenched in sweat. Gwen sheathed her sword and remarked with apparent satisfaction, "Not bad. I'm not quite sure why you suddenly wish to practice swordplay, but if you require further assistance." Suddenly, Gwen hesitated, her voice faltering. "I have time for my morning exercises." The words slipped from her lips, leaving her slightly vexed. Would Victor misconstrue her statement? She chided herself for her impulsiveness. Victor had not inquired, yet here she was, babbling. To her surprise, Victor replied, "Thank you. I truly need that." Having rested enough, he cast a cleansing spell to rid himself of sweat. Gwen observed as he instantly appeared refreshed. A twinge of envy creeping into her heart. Victor nodded at her, stating, "I must take my leave now, Gwen. I still have to fulfill my duties as princess's tutor today." Understanding the importance of his responsibilities, Gwen nodded in acknowledgement without further comment. Then, Victor unexpectedly inquired, "Does your family have any surplus of refined steel that you could sell to me?" Refined steel was a resource that knightly families like the Durlands would never lack. Given the extensive use of such materials in weaponry and armor, Gwen nodded in response, albeit with a hint of curiosity. "What do you require refined steel for?" She had not considered the possibility of Victor transitioning to a different vocation. Could it be that after his elevation to count, he intended to gather some family knights for his lineage? "Prepare some for me. I have need of them." With that, Victor produced a piece of golden parchment and handed it to Gwen. "What is this?" Gwen inquired, curiosity piqued as she accepted the parchment. "Once you have acquired the fine steel, you can use this to locate my position." With that, Victor turned and departed. Gwen stood there, dazed, watching him leave, oblivious to the raven that had perched on her shoulder at some point. It was only after Victor had vanished from sight that Gwen snapped back to reality. Whereupon Kevela nudged her with an elbow. "Hey, are you still watching? He's far gone now." Gwen quickly responded, "I was just about to ask if he had breakfast." Upon hearing this, Kevela teased her, "Oh, is our little Gwen no longer upset?" Gwen turned away, explaining with a hint of defiance, "I wasn't upset to begin with." Kevela, still amused, leaned closer and whispered, "Really not upset?" Noting Gwen's lack of reaction, she sighed, "Sigh, Victor truly is something else." On the day of the banquet, our little Gwen looked so beautiful, yet he didn't even glance her way. Gwen puffed up her cheeks, defending herself, "I genuinely wasn't upset." Hearing Gwen's stubborn retort, Kevela continued to chuckle softly, reassuring her, all right, not upset, not upset." However, after teasing, Kevela's expression turned serious as she asked Gwen, "So, have you tested your sense of justice against Victor? Has it truly failed you?" Chapter 70, The Princess Has Been Abducted. In response to Kevela's inquiry, Gwen fell silent. It seemed that after Victor's audience with the sovereign, her sense of justice had become intermittent, gradually losing its efficacy. Although at times she was still able to use her sense of justice to discern the words of others, the results were far from what they had once been. For instance, she could occasionally detect when someone was lying. Yet, this sense, which fluctuated between effectiveness and ineffectiveness, seemed to be constantly reminding her. Was it simply because she could not abide the sight of those mages targeting Victor? Did that single lie she told in front of the sovereign render her justice ineffectual? Gwen felt a pang of anguish, her expression nearly breaking into tears. Perhaps this is for the best. Kevela gently stroked Gwen's head, smiling as she offered comfort. Let that useless ability fade away. She regarded Gwen with a glimmer of sympathy in her eyes. Gwen was a child of unwavering principles. Perhaps due to her long-standing sense of justice, she possessed a profound moral compass. She could not tolerate any behavior that preyed upon the weak. Yet in this era, society was stratified into hierarchies. The commoners, as the lowest tier, were meant to be exploited by the nobility. Yet Gwen, with her strong sense of justice, hailed from the noble class. Her actions were incomprehensible to everyone, casting her as an outcast. As a result, Gwen found herself devoid of friends, having never been liked since childhood, not even by her own family. Perhaps it was her unwavering sense of justice that compelled her to eschew deceit and candidly expose the falsehoods of others. This sense of righteousness, while commendable, was a misstep for Gwen, a noblewoman. In a realm steeped in hypocrisy, her behavior was deemed inappropriate. Even amidst the insincere conversations of the aristocracy, she would not hesitate to point out lies, a practice not well received, particularly given her father's substantial military influence. Consequently, her father harbored a disdain for Gwen. He loathed her inability to lie, perhaps resenting her absolute sense of justice that prioritized ideals over personal gain. He desired an obedient and sensible heir, a role aptly filled by Kefra's brother. Within the household, Gwen resembled a bothersome fly, perpetually avoided by adults who sought to steer clear of her presence. Even the servants treading cautiously around her, Only Kefra, as the eldest sister, showered her with affection and care. As time passed, Gwen grew older. The family had no use for a seemingly futile child. Her unwavering sense of justice brought no tangible benefits to the family. Thus, her father sent her for knightly training. As a girl, she could have led a beautiful life, yet she chose the path of a knight. This decision ultimately led to her betrothal to Victor. At that time, the former head of the Clavina family had a harmonious relationship with her father, frequently bringing his children to visit. It was during one of these visits that Kefra first encountered Victor. In his youth, Victor was rather arrogant, perpetually wearing a disdainful expression and refusing to utter a word to anyone. Consequently, Gwen was betrothed to Victor as part of a familial alliance. Such were the experiences of Gwen in her formative years. It is evident that her sense of justice did not bestow upon her a favorable experience. Kefra believed that if this ability were to vanish, it might be a blessing for Gwen, liberating her from the perpetual scrutiny of others in sincerity. Kefra sought to console Gwen, but all she received in return was a prolonged silence, leaving her unaware of the thoughts swirling in Gwen's mind. Meanwhile, Victor sat in the carriage, feeling the jolts as it traversed the cobblestone road, his gaze vacant as scenes of shops drifted by. Viga rested on Victor's lap, drowsy and perpetually in search of a moment to nap. "We've arrived," Victor announced. Viga perked up, glancing out the window. They had reached the palace. The servant opened the carriage door, and Victor lifted Viga onto his shoulder before alighting. Upon disembarking, Victor immediately spotted a group of servants awaiting them at the front of the carriage. The palace attendants had come to greet them. Victor nodded in their direction before merging into the crowd. The servants calmly escorted Victor into the palace, pausing before a small chamber to nod at him. "My lord Victor, please enter. His Majesty awaits you." Victor turned the golden handle of the door and slowly pushed open the gilded entrance. "Come here, Victor." Emperor Aubrey beckoned with a smile as he noticed Victor's arrival. Victor approached the emperor and bowed deeply. Behind the emperor stood Aurelia. "Today marks the first day of your service. Victor, do not let me down." Victor lowered his head and responded with tranquility, "Rest assured, your Majesty." Upon seeing Victor, Aurelia peeked out from behind Emperor Aubrey, offering him a gentle smile akin to a sprite at dawn. Their interaction at the banquet the previous day had drawn them closer, and Aurelia no longer appeared as timid in Victor's presence. Under the guidance of the servants and guards, Victor was led to the princess's private palace. He beheld the golden walls adorned with a myriad of gemstones, and under the beams hung crystal-like pendants. Surrounding him were sumptuous silk curtains interwoven with shimmering threads. Victor gazed in awe at the princess's palace. Is this what royalty looks like? Such wealth. Victor, I speak earnestly. Have you considered marrying the princess? We would never lack for riches. Victor paid no heed to Viga's suggestion as he entered the palace alongside Aurelia. Guards stood ready at the entrance, while servants quietly awaited nearby. The emperor would certainly not permit Victor to be alone with the princess. "Teacher," Aurelia addressed Victor, her voice breaking the silence. "What will you teach me?" Victor looked down at her, discerning boundless anticipation in her eyes. Indeed, Aurelia was eager to discover whether this youngest prodigy of the empire could offer her lessons unlike those of other mundane mages, courses that would truly captivate her. Victor bowed to the princess and extended his hand, saying, "Your Highness, please give me your hand." Aurelia hesitated, yet she raised her arm, placing her hand in Victor's palm. At that moment, a vigilant female guard beside her cast a wary glance at Victor. As Victor clasped Aurelia's delicate hand, a soft, tender sensation traveled from his fingertips. The guard's eyes widened at the sight, her heart racing, her hand instinctively resting on the hilt of her sword. Teaching is one thing, but this, how could he dare to touch the princess? Having heard rumors of Victor's preference for the young, she was taken aback that he would even flirt with the princess. Before she could voice a warning, Victor had already released her hand. The contact allowed Victor to gauge the other S level, revealing that Aurelia's was remarkably low at level 15. Had he not foreseen the future, he would never have been able to reconcile the image of this delicate princess with that of the future eternal sorceress. Moreover, it appears that this level can only master first-tier magic. Victor remained silent, flipping his hand, a gray array gradually materializing within his grasp. It bore neither intricate patterns nor obscure runes. Rather, it was a relatively simple spell. A plume of black smoke suddenly emerged in the air, enveloping the surroundings. With a wave of his hand, Victor dispersed the hallucinogenic gray mist. "How about it? Can you replicate this?" Aurelia tilted her head, pondering. "It's quite an innovative spell. My previous instructors never taught me this." Nevertheless, she extended her hand, striving to inscribe the magical array based on her recent memory. After a period of concentration, The array in her hand glowed with a gray mist, and a small cloud of black smoke was conjured forth from thin air. Viga observed Aurelia's spellcasting, noting that her actions resembled a direct imitation. Intriguing. She was certain that Aurelia had not known this magic initially, for the clumsiness of her first spell casting was unmistakable. Though her speed of casting paled in comparison to Victor's, the ability to release magic after merely a glance was remarkable. Could she truly be a genius? Victor mused to himself, as he conjured a slightly more complex spell once again. This time, 2 layers of arrays appeared in his hands, their patterns intertwining in greater complexity. Yet, Victor had merely added a rune or 2 atop the array. Second-tier magic, meteor shard. A violet rock fragment gradually ascended from the air, and with a swift motion, it shot down, piercing the palace floor. The surrounding space warped instantaneously, drawing in the silver curtains towards its center, pinning them to the ground beneath the shard. Observing this, the princess gradually began to replicate Victor's constructed array. However, this time, her efforts were significantly slower. She diligently attempted to construct it, and at last, she successfully manifested the same spell as Victor's. At the moment the violet meteor emerged, the well-informed Viga narrowed her eyes. A first-tier mage could wield second-tier magic? There was something amiss with her magical capacity. Nothing surprising. Victor internally responded to Viga. The talent of the eternal sorceress had begun to take shape at this moment. In the game, she could flawlessly replicate any magic employed by others, and her immense magical power amplified the potency of those spells. Additionally, she was dubbed the Eternal Sorceress due to her extraordinary passive talent, the Eternal Forge. The magical energy expended when she cast spells would replenish her health by 80. And if her health were to reach its maximum, the excess would convert back into magical energy. Similarly, when she sustained injuries, she would regain magical energy equivalent to 80 health points. If her magical energy were full, the surplus would translate into health recovery. This passive ability could be viewed as allowing Aurelia to cast spells at the cost of only 20 magical energy when at full health. An astonishing talent that rendered her incredibly resilient in battle, with a recovery rate that was truly formidable. Not only that, the magical prowess she wielded was truly terrifying. In gaming parlance, it was akin to dealing tremendous damage while simultaneously inflicting harm. Although her magical energy was still somewhat lacking, the fact that she could unleash second-tier spells in a first-tier body was astonishing. It was evident that the Emperor's words held truth. Aurelia was indeed a formidable prodigy. The reason why the wizards who had taught her for merely 3 days found themselves at a loss was glaringly obvious. It was simply too outrageous to continue imparting knowledge. She could learn a spell after just 1 demonstration. If they were to teach her further, even their most cherished spells would be at risk of being appropriated. Victor applauded. For unlike other wizards who hesitated to teach Aurelia due to her alarming talent, he relished having such an uncomplicated student. He didn't even require Viga to elucidate the principles of magic before conveying them to her. Victor inquired, "Aurelia, how many spells do you know?" Aurelia pondered for a moment before promptly providing her answer to Victor. Perhaps? It's difficult to count. Over the years, many wizards had taken on the role of Aurelia's instructors, and she had essentially absorbed all the spells they had taught her. Victor nodded. Then, in terms of magic, I have little left to teach you. Aurelia was taken aback. She raised her head, unable to believe Victor's assertion. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, which were that her father had claimed Victor was the youngest genius wizard in the Empire, and if he too could not teach her, what hope was there? Each time she recalled the incredulous gazes of those wizards directed at her, as if she were some kind of monster, a wave of sorrow washed over her. And now, it seemed Victor had no intention of instructing her further. A slight heaviness settled in her chest. But soon after, Victor's voice rang out. Next, we shall transition directly to practical combat. Aurelia, still somewhat bewildered, looked up, seemingly struggling to grasp Victor's meaning. Yet before she could contemplate it further, the blue magic circle beneath her had materialized. A terrifying surge of magical energy reverberated through the surrounding air, causing it to tremble violently. As fierce winds roared throughout the palace, draperies and ornaments were tossed about wildly, as if engaged in a frenzied dance. The powerful gusts of wind swept Aurelia's hair into disarray, and her guards were forcefully propelled from the magic circle, crashing heavily against the golden walls. "Princess," one of them exclaimed, but before they could utter another word, the magic circle blazed to life, enveloping everything in its radiance. In the next moment, as the light faded, the guards and servants stood up, surveying their surroundings, only to find that the 2 figures had vanished from the palace. What? Where's the princess? She has been spirited away by Victor. Chapter 71. Princess's practical training. The blue magic circle descended from the sky, landing upon the mountainside, accompanied by two beams of light. As two silhouettes gracefully touched the ground, Aurelia spun around, taking in the breathtaking scenery around her. It was a vast mountain path, surrounded by lush, towering grass and wildflowers of various hues. The trees stood robust and vigorous, reaching skyward like clouds. She gazed at the enchanting scenery along the mountain path, her eyes wide with astonishment. Since the birth of Aurelia, this marked her first departure from the royal capital. To her surprise, her maiden excursion led her to such a wild expanse. Filled with novelty, Aurelia's spirits soared with delight. Yet, before she could fully revel in her joy, Victor's voice emerged coolly beside her. This is the Mirror Wilderness. In the game, this area lies beyond the safety zone, a territory where monsters spawn. The creatures that inhabit the Mirror Wilderness are formidable, typically ranging from levels 20 to 30. Victor's intention in bringing Aurelia here was to impart the day's lesson, to learn the art of combat. As his words faded, his form transformed into a blaze, vanishing from Aurelia's sight like ashes scattered by the wind. Victor's vague directive left her bewildered, and his sudden disappearance plunged her into a state of panic. The surrounding silence was haunting. "Teacher?" she called out, her voice tinged with anxiety, hoping for a response from Victor. Yet, only the whisper of the wind rustling through the grass greeted her ears. With Victor's absence, Aurelia's fear intensified exponentially. She felt utterly alone, devoid of even the faintest trace of his presence, as if she had been abruptly abandoned. Before long, the eerie sounds of the wilderness announced the arrival of danger. A monstrous creature had detected the presence of an intruder, slowly approaching Aurelia, its joints creaking ominously. This was a corrupted treant, exuding a dark aura, resembling a humanoid figure with branches for arms and roots for legs. Its body was adorned with purple leaves, seemingly corrupted by malevolent energy. The creature's massive frame cast a shadow over Aurelia, leaving her mind blank, as if it had short-circuited, lacking any practical combat experience. The mere sight of such a beast rendered her momentarily forgetful of her magical training. This is a corrupted treant. Target its upper branches with magic. Suddenly, Victor's voice echoed in her ear. Aurelia snapped back to reality, realizing that the creature before her was indeed real. She had nearly made a grave error. The wilderness monsters would not spare her simply for her moment of daze. They would become even more ferocious. Aurelia's racing heart began to calm as she combed through the spells she had learned. Soon, regaining her composure, she prepared to conjure magic. With a swift motion, intricate patterns began to form in her hands, simple lines intertwining, culminating in a flicker of flame that burst forth. First her spell, Spark, fortunately. She had not forgotten the principle of elemental weaknesses. Upon being struck by the flame, the creature ignited briefly, only to shake its body, extinguishing the flames. Looking at the corrupted treant, it appeared largely unscathed. Aurelia gazed upon the tree spirit, which had sustained but a mere scratch. And a wave of panic surged within her. Fear etched itself upon her countenance, as if the miasma of decay would envelop her at any moment. "No, do not approach." She fearfully shut her eyes, retreating while fervently conjuring flames in her palms. Spheres of fire relentlessly struck the darkened tree spirit, although the effect was not particularly potent. A multitude of attacks could indeed lead to a significant transformation. Under the relentless onslaught of Aurelian's magic, the tree spirit soon ignited, engulfed in roaring flames that consumed it entirely. As the fire dissipated, the creature's voice fell silent. Tentatively, Aurelia opened her eyes, revealing that the monster had been reduced to a pile of ashes. "It is dead?" Doubt clouded her mind as she lowered her gaze to her palms. The continuous casting of spells had left her hands feeling warm. Yet, had she truly slain this creature with her own hands? The incredulity weighed heavily upon her. Yet the reality before her was undeniably vivid. This sensation was exhilarating. It was unlike anything her former mentors had taught her. Not bad. At least she had not failed on her first attempt. Unbeknownst to her, Victor reappeared beside Aurelia, offering her a modicum of praise while collecting the crystals and corrupted branches from the deceased creature, stowing them away in his inventory. After completing this task, he turned his gaze back to her. "Aurelia, traverse this mountain path. This shall constitute your lesson and assignment for today. By the way, should you wish to abandon this endeavor, simply inform me, and I shall conclude our session." Aurelia hesitated, nodding slightly. Although her initial victory over the monster had instilled some confidence, revealing that she too could fight. She still yearned for reassurance and thus inquired of Victor. "You will remain by my side to protect me, won't you?" Victor remained silent, transforming into a flicker of flame before vanishing once more. Yet this time, Aurelian felt a newfound sense of security. She understood that her teacher was ever present by her side, and moreover, that he was formidable. Her inaugural battle in the wilderness bestowed upon her a liberating sensation. A sense of freedom and novelty flooded her mind. Soon, 3 more corrupted tree spirits staggered from the depths of the forest. This time, Aurelian was prepared. Her premeditated second-tier spell was unleashed in an instant. Second-tier spell, Flame Orb, more powerful than before. The fireball struck the 3 corrupted spirits simultaneously, though they were of a higher level than her. The potency of the second-tier magic inflicted considerable damage upon them. Flames erupted from their bodies, and branches splintered and scattered. 1 spirit fell lifelessly. However, the remaining 2 spirits proved to be resilient, charging toward Aurelian with gaping mouths, even as their hands were charred to charcoal. Aurelia conjured a rudimentary spell, weaving a black formation with her hands. It was the illusion magic that Victor had demonstrated to her. First-tier magic, gray mist. A cloud of smoke enveloped the 2 fragmented trance, causing them to momentarily freeze before colliding into one another. Under the force of the powerful impact, their health bars dwindled to nothing, and their bodies gradually disintegrated into dust, swept away by the wind. Aurelia stepped forward. These creatures left no corpses upon their demise. Instead, they crumbled into nothingness, alleviating any discomfort she might have felt at the sight of slain beasts. As she collected the fallen materials from the ground, she heard several roars behind her and turned around, her expression tense. This time, 5 creatures approached simultaneously, one of which was strikingly different from the remaining 4 trance. It was a monstrous being entwined with flowering vines, its body immense, surpassing the trance in size by more than double, and it exuded a variety of enchanting fragrances. Beneath its form, it wielded thorny tendrils. Aurelia felt her heart race at the sight. This time, she had no time to prepare a second-tier spell. She had to rely on a simple first-tier fire spell to eliminate 2 trance, but the incessant pollen made her consciousness somewhat hazy. The straightforward spell appeared to grow increasingly complex. A tendril shot forth from the grass at her feet, ensnaring her ankle and dragging her towards the flowering creature. The instant she stumbled to the ground, her awareness snapped back. Danger had arrived. But just then, a resounding explosion erupted. An unquenchable flame ignited, severing the tendril that ensnared her. In the first moment she could move, Aurelia quickly turned her head. The remaining 3 creatures were wholly consumed by the blazing inferno. Victor stood amidst the flames, untouched by even a flicker of fire, as he collected the green crystals left behind by the creatures. After completing this task, he emerged, and the fierce blaze dissipated behind him. "You have failed." Under Victor's indifferent gaze, Aurelia shuddered, still shaken. In a true encounter, you would have perished. Out here, there is no room for complacency. An unconscious human becomes mere prey for the beasts. Aurelia felt a pang of disappointment, realizing she had no time to respond. She longed to defend herself, but instead, she heard Victor say, "But do not fear failure in my presence. Should you fail once, begin anew." With that, Victor transformed back into flames, vanishing once more. Once again, 5 creatures reappeared before Aurelia, as if they had conspired to attack her anew. This time, Aurelia was prepared. She wrestled with the trance while evading the tendrils and pollen. Gradually, the trance were incinerated to nothingness. Suddenly, the vine sprang forth from the thicket, launching a surprise attack on Aurelian. This time, however, it missed its mark. Aurelian swiftly retreated, conjuring a spark of first-tier magic in her hand and hurling it towards the maw of the floral creature. In an instant, the pollen ignited, transforming into a flammable and explosive medium, resulting in a detonation that shattered the creature into fragments. Aurelian exhaled in relief, but this time, she remained vigilant of her surroundings. Once she confirmed that no further sounds echoed nearby, she finally allowed herself to relax and sank onto the ground. The scorched remnants and the corpse of the creature served as stark reminders of the chaos that had just transpired. I truly did it. An ineffable sense of accomplishment surged within her, granting Aurelian an unprecedented feeling of satisfaction. This exhilarating experience was novel to her, igniting a fervent excitement that was almost intoxicating. After resting for a moment and sensing her magical energy replenishing, she rose to her feet and continued along the mountain path. Her journey was far from over. Chapter 72. Meanwhile, within the palace, chaos erupted among those who learned of the princess's abduction. Both guards and servants were engulfed in a wave of panic. Confusion, uncertainty, despair, and urgency permeated the air. Where was the princess? She had been taken by Victor. At this point, they did not even dare to report the news to the emperor. Who would have the audacity to inform the emperor that the princess had been snatched right before their eyes? If the emperor were to be the slightest bit enraged, their heads could very well be on the chopping block. It was imperative to locate the princess before the emperor became aware of the situation. But how? Where could they search? After all, it was a fourth-tier mage's teleportation spell with a vast coverage area. Victor could appear in any corner of the royal capital. Or even worse, he might have already fled the city with the princess. Suddenly, Aurelian's personal female guard recalled something and spoke urgently. Captain Gwen. She is Victor's fiancée. Perhaps she knows where he is. At this juncture, this seemed to be the only viable option. Wrapping herself in a black cloak, she addressed the frantic servants. Do not panic. Keep the information contained. What if Captain Gwen does not know where Victor is? One of the servants inquired anxiously, a shadow crossing the guard's eyes. Then we must inform His Majesty immediately. The princess must not come to harm. At the Derlin residence, Gwen stood at the door, bewildered as she listened to the royal guard's report. The princess has been taken by Victor? She blinked in disbelief. What trouble is Victor causing now? Does he not feel well unless he stirs up some mischief? Given the urgency of the situation, the royal guard implored, Captain Gwen, please set out at once to find Victor. Faced with the guard's plea, Gwen felt a twinge of concern. She had no idea where Victor might have taken the princess or how to even begin searching for him. Gwen found herself in a predicament, pondering where to locate Victor. Kefra, standing nearby, playfully prodded Gwen's side with her finger. Startled, Gwen cast a somewhat resentful glance at Kefra, who cheerfully remarked, Of course, you can find Victor. He left something for you. Something? Gwen paused, suddenly recalling that Victor had indeed left her an item. She hurriedly retrieved a sheet of golden parchment from her waist, imbued with a faint residue of magic. This parchment was a message from Victor, specifying his need for a batch of refined steel, along with the means to locate him. A wave of confusion washed over Gwen. What exactly did Victor intend? If he sought to abduct the princess, why would he provide her with a way to track his whereabouts? Was it an oversight? Unlikely. Victor was certainly not a hasty individual. Observing the hesitation and uncertainty on Gwen's face, Kefra suggested, since you can find Victor, why not bring more people along? Gwen was puzzled. Yet Kefra seemed to possess some foreknowledge, stating, perhaps Victor wants others to seek him out on purpose. At that moment, Aurelia had traversed more than half of her journey. During her travels, she encountered an ambush by magical creatures once again, this time facing an additional foe among the flower-dwelling beasts. However, Aurelia remained remarkably composed. She steadily unleashed spells, striking at the creatures' vulnerabilities, and a series of terrifying flames obliterated the monsters, leaving no remnants behind. Despite the creatures being vanquished, a lingering sense of dread haunted her, a sensation akin to bungee jumping, where despite the safety measures, the thrill of impending doom continually heightened her anxiety. Yet this time, she refused to succumb. In the next moment, several creatures re-emerged, lunging towards Aurelia. She relentlessly cast spells, gradually depleting her magical energy. Thanks to her remarkable innate talent, her magic reserves hardly waned, and she swept away the common tree spirits with ease. Her increasingly adept strikes at their weaknesses made dealing with these creatures feel almost second nature. Breathing heavily, her cheeks flushed with fatigue, Aurelia approached the fallen foes and, reminiscent of Victor, began collecting materials. She had been on this mountainous path for nearly 2 hours, during which she had met her demise no less than 20 times. Each brush with death saw Victor's flames engulfing all the monsters, yet this also meant she had to start anew. The monsters seemed deliberately drawn back, and she had repeatedly challenged this path over 20 times. She could distinctly feel her combat experience growing. Countless spell casts had made her increasingly proficient and relaxed, and even the casting of second-tier spells no longer felt as arduous as before. Aurelia continued onward, the forest thickening around her, gradually blocking out the sunlight that struggled to penetrate the leafy canopy. Darkness gradually enveloped the remaining mountain path ahead. A white mist slowly ascended, shrouding the last stretch of trail. Instinctively, she sensed that within this white fog lay danger, as if stepping inside would lead her into an abyss from which there would be no return. Aurelia extended a hand to touch the mist before her. There was no immediate anomaly, yet she steeled herself, heart racing with trepidation as she ventured deeper. Upon entering the white fog, Everything around her transformed almost instantly into a vast expanse. Before her lay a spacious plain, encircled by dense trees, as if this clearing had been deliberately preserved, creating an eerie atmosphere. Just as Aurelia stepped forward, the path behind her was sealed by a wall of white mist, sending a jolt of fear through her heart as she instinctively retreated. However, whether she touched or struck the mist, it remained unyielding, solid as a wall, with no response. She realized she was trapped. Soon, the forest began to rustle ominously, the ground beneath her feet no longer steady. Accompanied by a startling tremor, a colossal creature broke through the gnarled earth, revealing itself before Aurelia. Its body was entwined with green vines and fur, obscuring its face and rendering its true form indiscernible, save for a pair of ominous, glowing red eyes lurking in the shadows. A thunderous roar assaulted Aurelia's ears, accompanied by a damp, oppressive breath that constricted her heart. Her eyes widened in disbelief at the terrifying entity before her, the forest demon, a lord-level creature dwelling at the end of the millet path. It respawned approximately once a week, and upon death, had a chance to drop the item demon's heart, a material for crafting equipment. Victor compared Aurelia's health against that of the forest demon, which was only level 20, a relatively weak foe. Yet, with its high health and robust defense, it posed a formidable challenge for Aurelia, who was merely level 15. As she gazed at the beast, its breath resonated like a massive drumbeat, the heavy sound pounding down upon her heart. Under the weight of its imposing presence, she staggered back slightly. Upon touching the wall of white mist, she realized there was no escape left. Was this too overwhelming? With no prior experience in close combat, Aurelia could hardly hope to defeat it through means other than magic. But would this creature truly grant her the opportunity to attack from a distance? Time waits for no one. In the fleeting moment of her hesitation, the forest demon broke free from its numerous vines and charged at Aurelia, dragging the severed tendrils behind it. Thud, thud, thud. Each step it took seemed to unleash its fury upon the intruder, incredulous that anyone dared to invade its territory. As it raised its massive arm, its shadow completely engulfed Aurelia. Boom! A single palm descended, and in her moment of sluggishness, Aurelia barely had time to react. It was as if she could already envision the grim conclusion of her demise. Yet, just as the forest demon was about to strike her, a radiant white magic circle began to illuminate the entire forest, engulfing everything in its brilliance. When Aurelia opened her eyes once more, she found herself standing in place. The forest demon had returned to its original position, ensnared by heavy vines. Gazing at her in scathed form, Aurelia felt as though she had experienced death itself. She touched her neck, confirming that her head was still attached. Beneath her feet, a number had appeared, 1. Was this a record of her failure or a sign of her having perished once? Aurelia lifted her gaze back to the creature, which seemed equally puzzled as to why it had once again become trapped in the tangled vines. However, it cared little for such thoughts. It merely needed to charge forward once more and eliminate this fragile human before it. Aurelia finally understood that she could no longer hesitate. She attempted her first act of defiance. Although she could not use teleportation magic, she had means to escape the creature's grasp, such as the dark mist magic Victor had taught her that day. With her hands, she swiftly constructed the formation, her previous experiences making the process seamless and rapid. The forest demon broke free of the vines and charged towards Aurelia. Before it could reach her, a torrent of dark mist enveloped the demon. It let out a piercing scream, frantically attacking the surrounding trees. Aurelia recognized the effects of the illusion magic at play. Seizing the moment, she attempted to strike from the side. Countless sparks flew toward the demon, yet as they merely grazed its form, they extinguished under the beast's chaotic onslaught. Whether it was due to the weighty foliage, the damp air, or the creature's massive bulk, Aurelia's attacks felt feeble. The demon sustained little damage and only grew more enraged by her futile efforts. Aurelia was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stood frozen, unsure of how to proceed. How could this be? Before she could finish her thought, the demon kicked a massive dead tree towards her. In an instant, darkness enveloped her vision. Accompanied by the ominous herald of death, a white light dissipated, and she found herself once again at the starting point. The forest demon glimmered with a green light, a sign of restorative magic. Aurelia, on the other hand, radiated a blue glow as her previously depleted magic was replenished to full. Her body, too, returned to its original state, as if heralding something ominous. The number on the ground increased again too. Chapter 73, The Plan is a Go. Recovering from death, Aurelia felt somewhat disoriented, though she had not truly perished, inexplicably. Each time she was teleported back to her original location, she felt as if she had died once. It was as if it mocked her failures. Aurelia was determined not to succumb to defeat. She began to ponder quietly. Each time she perished, she would start anew. Her state would be restored, and the monstrous adversary before her would regain strength as well. It felt as though the universe was conveying a message. She must conquer it in one decisive battle. This was a test, Aurelia reminded herself. She rallied her spirit once more, summoning a magical array that manifested from her very beings, bestowing upon herself a variety of subtle enhancement spells while the demon was ensnared. As the creature charged towards her, she unleashed the dark mist once again. Above, Victor concealed his form, observing the unfolding drama. Should a potentially lethal attack be imminent against Aurelia, he would teleport both her and the demon back to their original position, simultaneously restoring their full states. He relished this task. Viga looked down, and as a flash of blue light illuminated the scene, Aurelia and the demon were transported back to their previous location. She couldn't help but voice her thoughts. Does she hold a grudge against you? You torment her so. Yet, it was rather amusing. After all, Viga had never witnessed such an inventive combat scenario. A formidable monster could never truly vanquish its foe, while the enemy was resurrected time and again, persistently challenging it. It resembled a whimsical game. Nonetheless, Viga saw little value in this. True strength emerged from relentless battles fought on equal footing. The disparity between the monster and the princess was insurmountable. Aurelia would never be able to slay it, unless she achieved a level of prowess akin to Victor's abnormal capabilities. Reflecting on Victor's 3-day battle against the Calamity, during which he sustained but a single injury, Viga found it difficult to comprehend. If even the embodiment of disaster could be fully understood by him, what was beyond Victor's reach? It was as if Victor had pierced through the creature's thoughts, his tone indifferent as he spoke. You once inquired why, as a mage, I possess such remarkable close combat skills. Viga paused, gazing at Victor. Though his expression remained cold and unyielding, there was an indescribable sense of nostalgia in his eyes. I have fought relentlessly in environments akin to this. Once, twice, dozens, even hundreds or thousands of times. Should I fail, I simply begin anew. Victor's gaze grew fervent, and in his words, Viga envisioned an epic tableau. A colossal dragon loomed in the sky, and Victor could only watch as the powerful beast amassed its might and intimidation. Its left claw wielded a thunderous spear, its right claw grasped a ring, while 2 other massive claws cradled a gigantic drum of thunder. It was a scene reminiscent of Doom. Beneath the fragmented floating islands lay a dark, surging sea of corruption, swirling into violent vortices. The sky offered no glimmers of light, and a heavy, oppressive atmosphere filled Victor's lungs. In his hand was but a silver blade, the pure sword forged from the remnants of a fallen hero who had eradicated countless monstrous foes. Yet, beneath that dragon, the feeble glow appeared insignificant and fragile. Surrounded by endless flames ignited by lightning striking the rocks, a single blow could obliterate Victor entirely. Should he falter, he would have to begin anew. Death, rise, a relentless cycle. Ultimately, he found himself atop the colossal beast, severing its head with a razor-sharp blade. He emerged victorious, though at a grievous cost. Viga could not comprehend such a disparity in battle. Why did one persist in this futile endeavor, with odds scarcely 1 in 10,000? Why did they flit toward danger like moths to a flame? Did they not tire? Countless deaths and innumerable falls yielded merely a singular hard-won victory. What purpose did this serve? Fatigue? Suddenly, Victor chuckled, a rare smile gracing his lips, as if he had found a long-lost part of himself in the chaos. Just one victory was all that was required. In that moment, Viga's gaze fell upon Aurelian below. A crimson glow emanated from her hand, a wisp of ethereal red flame dancing upon her palm. Almost in tandem, Aurelian struck the beast's body with force. For the first time, the forest demon let out a pained howl. Infuriated, it lashed out with chains woven from thick vines, sending Aurelian sprawling. Yet she seemed prepared. One hand glowed fiercely to block the assault. Success. Just as joy flickered across her face, the monster's massive claw lunged toward her. In a flash of blue light, she and the creature were returned to their original positions. Aurelian, momentarily dazed, gazed at the numbers on the ground. 11. The 11th failure left her somewhat shaken. She had merely struck the foe once and allowed herself to revel in it. This was unacceptable. As she felt her magical energy replenish, the creature's wounds healed anew. A fresh round of battle commenced. She resolutely bit her lip, adopting a fighting stance. Onward. 12. Onward. 20. Onward. 30, 40, 50. Time had become an abstract concept. The numbers continued to update, each death scene striking Vega with shock. Why? She persisted, as if it were imperative to defeat her opponent. From scarcely lasting 10 seconds at the outset, the duration of her endurance had steadily increased. It was as though she were becoming accustomed to the creature's attack patterns and methods. By the 60th attempt, the injuries on the forest demon became increasingly apparent. It gasped for breath, and a hint of retreat flickered in its eyes. Though it appeared as frail as an insect, why could it not extinguish her? The demon's intellect could not fathom such advanced reasoning. Was she on the verge of victory? Vega's voice held a tone of surprise. Yet Victor calmly replied. The closer one came to the final moment, the less one could afford to relax. Indeed, from Victor's perspective, the demon's health was critically low. Just 2 more successful strikes were needed. The forest demon is destined for demise. However, the demoness retreat ignited a flicker of opportunity within Aurelia. Impatient, she charged forward, entirely oblivious to the fact that the forest demon was perpetually swifter than she. In a single lunge, it missed Aurelia. Yet the sharp spikes of its chains were poised to strike. With one piercing thrust, Aurelia would meet her in once more. Yet, as long as Victor was present, the demon could never extinguish Aurelia's life. Once again, a teleportation spell exchanged their positions, the magic simultaneously restoring their energies. At this moment, Aurelia felt on the brink of despair. She was so close, yet the enemy appeared insurmountable. While her physical wounds mended, her spirit was nearly at its limit. Suddenly, she recalled Victor's initial words. Should she concede? The resolute Aurelia would never entertain the notion of surrender. She raised her hand, and as the forest demon lunged at her, a magical array illuminated. The enraged demon charged, uprooting countless branches, yet found only emptiness, leaving behind mere fragments of icy dust upon the gnarled remnants of trees. First-tier magic. Ice Doppelganger. It was a near-perfect evasion, immediately followed by her fiery spell. In the heavens, Vega observed the unfolding scene below. For the first time, he sensed a balance in Aurelia's battle. Although she had not become significantly more agile, she seemed to have entirely adapted to her opponent's attack patterns. With steady steps, she struck with precision. Evading and then delivering a blow, she struck decisively, never lingering, retreating swiftly. The rhythm of the fight was flawless. At last, under the relentless magical harassment from Aurelia, the demon lost its grip on reason, collapsing amidst the dense forest, rolling and thrashing in chaos. Aurelia was compelled to withdraw, waiting for the opportune moment. As the demon rolled indiscriminately, it continued to move away from Aurelia's position. Aurelia recognized that now was the perfect time. Second-tier magic, fire scattershot. In an instant, crimson sigils began to form in the air. Although this was a second-tier spell, it required the simultaneous construction of numerous fireballs in the air to concentrate the attack and maximize its efficacy. For Aurelia, this was the most effective means of striking. However, the preparation time was equally lengthy. Soon, countless patterns began to intertwine, the sigils connecting with one another. At the moment the formation was complete, innumerable fireballs surged toward the demon. Boom! Instantly, a cloud of dust erupted. The demon ceased its futile rolling, hurling rocks and deadwood at Aurelia, while its massive chain swung menacingly in her direction. All these attacks, familiar to Aurelia, were effortlessly evaded, countered with ease. At this juncture, it had been 20 minutes of fierce battle. This was the longest she had ever persevered. Vega marveled at her resilience. Yet suddenly, a series of footsteps beyond the barrier caught Vega's attention. Through the white mist, the figures of the royal knights became visible, with Gwen at the forefront, accompanied by the princess's royal guard. How did they find their way here? Suddenly, Vega was struck by a suspicion. Countless individuals surged through the mist, and at that moment, all eyes fell upon the scene before them. A colossal monster emerged from the swirling haze, adorned with shards of ice and engulfed in fierce flames, resembling a massive fiery meteor hurtling towards Aurelian. Your Highness. Everyone stood frozen in place, realizing they were too far to save the princess. Gwen dismounted and drew her sword, ready to shield the princess with her own body. But then, Aurelian raised her hand, and a magical array enveloped her left arm. First-tier magic. Repulsion. A slight force of repulsion momentarily halted the monster's arm, yet its overwhelming strength still struck Aurelian's left arm. In that instant, an excruciating pain surged through her arm, making her feel as if it might be rendered useless. However, after enduring countless deaths, such pain was trivial. She gritted her teeth, suppressing the agony, her gaze transforming into one of fierce determination. Her right hand morphed into a blade of light, aimed at the monster's barely discernible jaw. With a piercing strike, the blade penetrated the fragile jaw of the forest demon, completely impaling its skull. Blood gushed forth, staining her garments and body. With a thunderous crash, a wave of air surged outward as the massive body of the demon collapsed to the ground, falling before Aurelian. She gazed into the lifeless eyes of the creature, panting heavily, as if still recovering from the battle. The magical energy began to mend the injury to her left arm. Yet, countless witnesses to this spectacle stood frozen in astonishment, including Gwen, who had attempted to save Aurelian. The numbers on the ground froze at 61, gradually fading away. Viga widened her single eye in disbelief. The disparity was so vast. How could she have triumphed? Suddenly, Viga's voice fell silent. Indeed, the gap was insurmountable. What chance did Victor have against a calamity of such magnitude? Victor offered no reply to Viga. This was the environment he had prepared for Aurelian. You may defeat me countless times, but I only need to conquer you once. At that moment, Victor noticed the level indicated to the right of Aurelian's health bar. The number, previously fixed at 15, increment to 16. Seeing this, Victor nodded slightly. Thus, the endeavor had proven successful. Chapter 74. The princess awakens to a unique affinity. Approximately 2 minutes later, Aurelian stood amidst the pool of blood, frozen in place. Her eyes widened as she stared at her trembling hands, unable to comprehend the reality. Had the formidable monster, capable of effortlessly overpowering her, truly perished? This was her first encounter with such a deluge of blood, having slain the creature in such a brutal manner. Yet she felt no discomfort whatsoever. Instead, a sense of novelty enveloped her, a sensation she had never before encountered. The tension that had gripped her mind began to dissipate, her body quivering with uncontainable excitement. What exhilaration! For she had triumphed over an adversary she once deemed utterly invincible. Amidst countless failures and repeated deaths, only one thought remained in Aurelia's mind. She must conquer it. Then, she would eliminate it. It seemed that only through such an act could she release the emotions stemming from her repeated demises, proving beyond doubt that she was not a fragile vase. Aurelia completely relaxed, disregarding her appearance as she sat upon the grass, allowing the foul blood to stain her entirely. This was her trophy, her testament of victory. The royal knights stood at a distance, weapons lowered, their eyes filled with astonishment. What had they witnessed? Their 15-year-old princess had personally slain a forest demon. The knights were well acquainted